When Qin Wudao opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange room. Just moments ago, he had been in the company holding a meeting with his employees. As a former corporate drudge, he had sacrificed everything, even enduring the unwelcome advances of wealthy women, just to claw his way to the position of a senior executive. Having become a high-ranking executive, he naturally aspired to be a man above others. But endless work left him no time to rest, and after reaching the top, there was no chance to flaunt his success. He had no opportunity to show off at all. Every day was a cycle of drinking parties, meetings, inspections, drinking parties, meetings. He didn't even have time to read novels, and whenever he scrolled through videos, he kept seeing those so-called regretful short stories, which only made his blood boil. Under such intense workload and the endless torment of online novels, after one meeting his vision went dark and he finally collapsed. In his final moments, his life flashed before his eyes. This absurd existence held nothing worth cherishing. If there was any regret, it was those regretful stories he had encountered while scrolling through videos. He really wanted to ask those authors, bro, are your family members all healthy? He even fantasized about what would happen if he were to enter such a world. With this unwillingness, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw the magnificent ceiling before him and the chandelier that looked extraordinarily expensive. Bro, where am I? Is this even still in the country? Is there such an impressive hospital? Qin Wudao struggled to sit up, staring blankly at everything around him. Though he had been a workhorse in his past life, he was still a leading one. He had seen things, but he had never witnessed such lavish decoration. Wasn't this the kind of home decor only the wealthiest tycoons had? Ugh! Qin Wudao clutched his head as a bone-deep pain assaulted him, forcing an involuntary groan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the workhorse system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have bound the regret system. Qin Wudao frowned, ignoring the pain, and even doubted whether he was hallucinating. After being single for so many years, he was binding a system now. And he was binding two at once. Were systems that abundant these days? Just as Qin Wudao was lost in doubt, a clear panel appeared before him. Host Qin Wudao. Age, 25. Strength, 260. Normal adult male, 10. Intelligence, 20. Normal adult male, 10. Charm, 99. Should be unlimited. Fate, Transmigrator. Chosen, 1. Heaven-defying villain. Parents, both kings. Doom-laden romantic luck. King. The workhorse system is dedicated to letting every Transmigrator experience the thrill of being a workhorse in this world. The main point is to roll up. Seeing the panel, Qin Wudao was even more bewildered. Normal adult male is 10. My strength is 260. This is like being a superhuman. And Transmigrator. So he had transmigrated. The two opposing fates, Chosen 1 and Heaven-defying villain, were both tied to him. What a damn workhorse system. Truly rolling up, bro. At that moment, Qin Wudao's headache worsened, and the system panel became blurry. Fragments of memory began to flood into his mind, one after another. In those memories, Qin Wudao was exceedingly devoted. For 3 consecutive years, he simped after a woman to the extreme. Though they were boyfriend and girlfriend, aside from holding hands, they had done nothing else. This was because Qin Wudao understood that the woman he loved had always had a white moonlight in her heart. But Qin Wudao always believed that loving her meant respecting her, so he waited, hoping to warm her heart with his so-called sincerity. In the first 2 years, Lu Rian was extremely cold. No holiday greetings, no birthday companionship, and they spent the new year apart. But starting from the 3rd year, Lu Rian changed. She gradually began to accept Qin Wudao's love, and the two entered a passionate phase. He thought everything was heading in a good direction, but just as things were getting on track, Lu Rian's white moonlight returned. The moment he came back, everything changed. Even worse than when she was cold. Claiming to be working overtime, she was actually having a candlelit dinner with her white moonlight. They had agreed to watch a movie, but she always used work as an excuse to keep him company. When Qin Wudao found out, Lu Rian directly told him that the white moonlight was physically weak and had no family in the city, so she needed to accompany him, and told Qin Wudao not to overthink. Seeing those memories, Qin Wudao's expression turned strange. This is too familiar. Wasn't this exactly the plot of those regretful stories had read in his past life? Even the Empress of Resentment had appeared, and in the memories his former self had actually wept secretly in the face of Lu Rian's coldness, crying. With that 1-meter-8 frame, was he just tall for nothing? You should have punched him. Bang. Because of his extreme anger, Qin Wudao slammed his fist onto the bedside table. With a loud crash, the expensive furniture shattered into pieces. With his exaggerated strength of 260, a one punch would have turned the table to dust if he hadn't subconsciously held back. Huff. Qin Wudao took a deep breath. Suppressing the urge to annihilate those two, he continued to watch the memories. For 3 years to take care of the workaholic Lu Rian, Qin Wudao, who had never cooked before, had even obtained a chef's certificate. He used to eat well, but after the white moonlight returned, one day Qin Wudao went to the company to deliver food to Lu Rian. He saw the two standing very close in the office. Clearly the white moonlight was doing it on purpose. Noticing Qin Wudao's arrival, a flicker of disgust passed through Lu Rian's eyes. Don't bring me food again. Are you my servant? And by you and I were just discussing work. I see. Take care of yourself. The former self turned and left enduring the pain, while Bai Ye's face showed a hint of smugness. Another night Qin Wudao discovered that Lu Ruyan had gone to Bai Ye's place again. They had a huge fight and her response was a slap across his face. Bai Yu and I are perfectly innocent. I'm just taking care of him. Do you think everyone is as dirty as you? Instead of being jealous, go home and reflect on yourself. The last memory was from a few days ago, Qin Wudao's birthday. He was sent to the hospital covered in blood after he called Lu Ruyan repeatedly, but the calls were ignored. When he finally arrived at the hospital, he found her taking care of Bai Yu, who merely had a common cold. They met eyes and a hint of embarrassment appeared on Lu Ruyan's pretty face. Before she could ask about his injuries, Bai Yu let out a groan and she hurried away. They had left his former self in the hospital with no one to care for him, forcing him to endure for more than a month. Only after his injuries finally stabilized did a servant bring him back to the villa. That was the last memory he had of Lu Ruyan. However, as Qin Wudao examined his memories carefully, he realized there seemed to be many fragmented shards that he could not access for now. Since they could not be opened, there was no need to dwell on them. After sorting through all of his memories, Qin Wudao stood up and stretched lazily. Then he spoke to the system. Bro, got any cigarettes? Give me a pack and a lighter too. Ding dong. Bro, you treating me like a convenience store or what? Buzz. Though the system grumbled as light flickered, a pack of cigarettes and a delicate lighter appeared in Qin. Click. The tobacco was slowly lit, smoke curling upward into the air. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes, slightly savoring this moment of tranquility. In his previous life, he had already become a top-tier workhorse. Whether in mentality or ability, he was far beyond ordinary people. He had already accepted the fact that he had transmigrated. He simply could not figure out one thing of all the places to transmigrate to. Why did it have to be into some regret-filled story? Fortunately, the system bound to him was called the workhorse system and not some ridiculous thing that forced him to conquer the heroines. Qin Wudao's pupils contracted. Right. Besides the workhorse system, it seemed he had also bound a regret system. You damn system, get out here. The tiny workhorse avatar complained. What kind of host are you? Just now when you asked me for cigarettes you called me bro, but the moment you're done I'm a damn dog to you. You. Qin Wudao said impatiently. Shut up. I wasn't talking about you, I meant the other one. The tiny workhorse avatar paused. Ding dong. The tiny regret avatar came online. The tiny regret avatar said, hello host, how may I assist you? Qin Wudao spoke solemnly. Forget about helping for now. I'm asking you, what exactly are your functions? The tiny regret avatar replied, I have two main functions. First, you can pursue the heroines. The more affection you gain, the greater the rewards. Second, I make the heroines regret the more they regret. Enough, stop right there. Before the system could finish, Qin Wudao directly interrupted. I get it. Uninstall yourself. No self-destruct. The tiny regret avatar froze. What? The tiny workhorse avatar squeaked, that harsh. You're being downright gentle with me then, huh? Looks like this host actually treats me pretty well. After a brief silence, the tiny regret avatar asked cautiously, host, is there some kind of problem? Of course there is. Qin Wudao's tone suddenly turned violent. I'm a transmigrator now, a chosen son of heaven, and even a villain to boot. My strength, intellect, and charm all far surpass the average person. Someone like me, born to stand above others, is supposed to be a simpering bootlicker. I'm supposed to conquer heroines. I'll conquer your sister instead. Self-destruct right now? Hurry up. As Qin Wudao riled up, stood abruptly, a token slipped out of his pocket and fell to the floor. He bent down to pick it up, and when he saw the characters on it, his eyes widened instantly. The Dragon King token. I'm actually a Dragon King, and I still need to chase after heroines. Hurry up and self-destruct already. The tiny regret avatar spoke with a sob in its voice. Host, please don't. I beg you, I don't have any mandatory quests. Do it if you want, don't if you don't. Really, I'll secretly give you the rewards anyway. Just don't make me self-destruct. Use me, I'm really useful. Hearing the exchange between man and system, the tiny workhorse avatar trembled. It did not even dare to make a sound, terrified that if the host got annoyed he would order it to self-destruct as well. Transmigrators from Blue Star were born with a natural power to sanction systems. If they ordered a system to self-destruct, it had no choice. There was simply no way to resist. Hearing the tiny regret avatar's words, Qin Wudao's tightly furrowed brows gradually eased. He asked, so there really are no mandatory quests? The tiny regret avatar sobbed, absolutely none, I swear. Fine then, I'll let you stay for now. Oh, and remember to slip me the rewards on the side, or you can go blow yourself up. I sobbed. I understand. Once the system responded, Qin Wudao calmly shut it down, then stood up and walked into the walk-in closet of the suite. Gazing at himself in the mirror, Qin Wudao discovered that this body and face seemed almost identical to his previous life. He was tall and broad-shouldered with a narrow waist, and clearly defined muscles in all the right places, his proportions nearly perfect. His handsome features were as sharply defined as if carved from stone, thick brows arched slightly, and his deep eyes glittered like distant stars, drawing people in against their will. His black hair was neither long nor short, slightly tousled, which made him appear all the more carefree and unrestrained. In his last life, relying on this face and the physique honed by years in the gym, he had signed no small number of contracts. Now that he had transmigrated into this world, how could he not become an ancestral-level big shot? Playing the love-struck doormat was something only a bored fool would do. Qin Wudao walked to the wardrobe and opened it, discovering he barely had any clothes at all. He casually took out a beige suit and put it on. His mature and elegant aura deepened even further. First, I'll leave this place. Once I sort out exactly who I am, I'll go live like the ancestor I am meant to be. With that thought, Qin Wudao headed straight downstairs, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he descended the staircase at an unhurried pace. The servants tidying the room looked up at his appearance, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. After all, the former Qin Wudao had been the very picture of a stay-at-home husband. Forget suits. He had never even worn properly formal clothes. His temperament held a streak of cowardice. He would burst into tears at the slightest thing. How could he not have seemed weak? Qin Wudao walked all the way to the ground floor and was just about to leave when he realized he was somewhat hungry. As for cooking skills, his were absolutely maxed out. He went straight to the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves as he began to cook for himself. In just half an hour, he had somehow produced 4 dishes and a soup. He carried all the dishes into the living room and set them on the coffee table. Ignoring the servants' stares, he began to eat heartily. Bang! Just then the front door opened. "Miss Young Master by HM." Hearing the servants greeting, Qin Wudao looked up. The first thing that entered his sight was a man and a woman. The man's features carried a touch of effeminate softness. He was around 1.70 meters tall, with a slight frame, delicate looks, and a scholarly air about him. The woman's skin was fairer than snow, and her eyes were like a pool of clear water. With every glance, she cast a refined and noble grace emanated from her, making others feel inferior and unworthy to profane her lightly. They were Bai Yu and Lu Rian. Once Lu Rian had possessed the air of the girl next door. Now, after a few years as a female CEO, she was mature and stunning with a hint of aloofness, truly a rare enchantress. No wonder his former self had been so obsessed with her. Feeling a faint twinge in his heart, Qin Wudao, you. How are you? As if recalling the scene over a month ago when Qin Wudao was sent to the hospital with a blood-covered face, Lu Rian's tone carried a hint of guilt. Bai Yu quickly stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. "Brother Qin, please don't blame Sister Rian. It's all my fault. I've been frail since childhood, and it's only because of her care that I'm still standing here talking to you. If this has damaged your relationship, I would never forgive myself." Hearing this cloying tone, Qin Wudao felt not anger but amusement. In his past life, he had always wondered how weak a man could truly be. Now he had met the real deal. And coincidentally, his former self had been just the same. Could Lu Rian have some morbid obsession? Did she enjoy playing mother? If she wanted to be a mother, she should have her own child. Instead, she insisted on finding a grown man, someone almost her own age, to treat like a son. Tisk tisk tsk. Qin Wudao completely ignored them, lowering his head to devour his meal. Seeing this, Lu Rian's delicate brows furrowed, and the last trace of guilt vanished from her heart. She strode directly to Qin Wudao and said coldly, "Can't you be more mature? Is it because I didn't visit you? I told you Bai Yu was hospitalized back then with no other family, so he needed me to look after him. Look at you sitting here perfectly fine. Why are you so jealous for no reason? And now you're playing hard to get." With that, Lu Rian hurled a box onto the tea table. The force was so great that the box flew open, revealing its contents. It was an extremely ornate fountain pen, the box bearing even a master's signature. Both the material and craftsmanship testified to its exorbitant price. "Sister Rian, don't be angry. Brother Qin is only jealous because he loves you. A little trick now and then is only natural." Bai Yu picked up the pen and handed it to Qin Wudao. He deliberately revealed the watch on his wrist, the same brand as the pen, but their prices were worlds apart. One watch could buy a cartload of pens. Clearly, Bai Yu was flaunting Lu Rian's favoritism yet again in an accidental manner. Seeing that Qin Wudao wouldn't even glance at him, Bai Yu grew anxious. He wanted Qin Wudao to break down, even to strike him out of jealousy, which would only deepen Lu Rian's disgust toward Qin Wudao. Then he could reap the rewards. With this thought, Bai Yu moved closer to Qin Wudao, his tone feigning seriousness. "Brother Qin, Sister Rian is talking to you. I've been helping you all along. If you keep playing these petty games, even I won't be able to help you anymore." "Umph." Lu Rian snorted coldly, then said to Bai Yu, "Let's ignore him. I can see through his tricks of playing hard to get. Just leave him be." "But Sister Rian." Bai Yu hesitated, then slowly said, "I'm a little hungry too." "Moi." Lu Rian glanced at Qin Wudao, who was eating with gusto. To be honest, after a month of bland hospital meals, she was sick of them. It was then she realized how skilled Qin Wudao's cooking was. She wanted to ask him to prepare a meal, but her pride, now hearing Bai Yu's request, Lu Rian said coldly, "Didn't you hear Xiao Yu say he's hungry? Go make some more food." At this, Bai Yu's eyes lit up. He leaned down and whispered to Qin Wudao, "Brother Qin, I can't eat spicy food, no seafood, and no." As Bai Yu listed one condition after another, Qin Wudao downed the last sip of soup. He let out a satisfied sigh, then looked up, grinning to reveal a set of pearly white teeth. Seeing this, Bai Yu was stunned. Why could Qin Wudao still smile? Shouldn't he be furious by now? Qin Wudao parted his lips and spoke slowly, each word deliberate. Can you eat shit? Huh. Before Bai Yu could react, Qin Wudao grabbed the pen from the box and seized Bai Yu's wrist with his other hand. With such force, Bai Yu was slammed face down onto the table. The next moment, thump, a sickening sound of flesh being pierced and blood splattered. The ornate fountain pen was driven straight through Bai Yu's palm, embedding deep into the tea table. The force was so immense that the expensive table cracked like a spiderweb. Ah! Bai Yu let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. The servants nearby collapsed in terror at the sight. My hand! My hand! Ah! Bai Yu wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lu Rian was also shocked by Qin Wudao's brutality. She had never seen him like this, and for a moment, she stood frozen, unable to react. It was Bai Yu's cries for help that snapped her back to reality. Qin Wudao, have you lost your mind? Hurry, take Xiao Yu to the hospital. Qin Wudao ignored her calmly, pulling a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his suit. His slender fingers held a pristine white cigarette. PFF. He blew a puff of smoke into Bai Yu's face, chuckling. You still pretending to be weak in front of me. This time I've helped you out. Look, isn't this the most genuine you've ever cried? Go on, let your sister Rian feel sorry for you. This version of Qin Wudao sent a shiver down Lu Rian's spine. A beast. Only the wild beast she had seen on TV as a child could evoke such a tremor. Lu Rian's legs wrapped in black stockings trembled slightly. She couldn't understand why Qin Wudao was so terrifying and alien today. Qin Wudao turned to her puzzled. Aren't you going to take care of your little brother Xiao Yu? If you don't pull out this pen soon, he'll bleed out. Though his face wore a smile and his tone was teasing. Lu Rian felt that this Qin Wudao was more terrifying than any demon from a novel. Yet his words brought her a sliver of composure. Right? Yes, Bai Yu needed treatment, or had lose too much blood. Lu Rian hurried to Bai Yu's side. Save me. Oh, it hurts so much. That bastard Qin Wudao. Oh. Hearing Bai Yu's screams, Lu Rian grew even more frantic. She reached out a trembling hand to pull the pen. Just as her fingers were about to touch it, the devil's whisper sounded. Oh my, are you really going to pull it out? A thunderous crash echoed. Before Lu Rian could ponder the meaning of those words, darkness descended upon her vision. A searing pain as if struck by a speeding vehicle blasted into her abdomen, forcing her to her knees in a choking, retching spasm. Qin Wudao casually wiped his fist on Lu Rian's garments after delivering the blow, his expression dripping with. He then leaned back into the sofa, hoisting his long legs to rest them upon Lu Rian's arched back. The once arrogant duo now lay defeated. Bai Yu wailed, sprawled across the table, while Lu Rian knelt retching with two legs draped over her back. Qin Wudao lit a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the servants. Anyone who dares touch their phone, I swear I'll chop off your legs and make soup with them, he said slowly. Phones clattered to the floor as the servants fell to their knees trembling. They had just witnessed his brutality toward Bai Yu and Lu Rian. The former cowardly young Master Qin was no more. In his place stood a demon, a complete and utter Qin Wudao. Cough. Lu Rian knelt, her perfect silhouette trembling, bearing the pain and the weight of his legs on her back. As she was about to collapse, Qin Wudao spoke softly. If you let my legs fall, it'll kill your precious Bai Yu right before your eyes. And you too. Lu Rian bit her lower lip, sweat beading on her pale forehead. She never imagined today's Qin Wudao could be so terrifying. And he dared to strike her. Wasn't he her devoted admirer? No one knew better than Lu Rian how deeply it was a devotion etched into his very bones. A mere crook of her finger would have him wagging his tail. But today he had transformed into a ravenous beast, exuding an oppressive, bloodthirsty aura. Qin Wudao exhaled a plume of smoke. No man dislikes beauty, and he was no exception. But in his past life as a top corporate executive, the cream of the crop among the toiling masses, he had encountered countless stunning women. Even if Lu Rian was exceptionally alluring as a proud time traveler with the identity of a dragon king, he could simply swipe a card and visit a high-end club. Wouldn't a dozen black-stocking beauties be better? Why be a groveling simp? Besides, Qin Wudao wanted to exact revenge for his former self. Stop your wailing. Qin Wudao silenced Bai Yu's cries with impatience. The latter quickly covered his mouth with his other hand, his eyes filled with terror. He had planned to slowly push Qin Wudao away from Lu Rian and take his place. But before he could succeed, Qin Wudao had suddenly gone mad. Not only did he strike Lu Rian without mercy, but he also drove a fountain pen through a hand and into the tea table, a display of terrifying strength that made Bai Yu tremble. Qin Wudao lifted his legs from Lu Rian's back and grabbed her chin. He blew smoke into her face, causing her to choke, cough, and weep uncontrollably. His former self had been a smoker, but quit upon learning Lu Rian disliked the smell. In a sense, that version of him was a man of iron will. After all, anyone who can quit smoking can do anything. Watching her cough, Qin Wudao smirked playfully. Interesting. I told you to pull it, and you actually did. What's so worried about your Bai Yu? Cough. Wudao. You. Before she could finish, a sharp slap echoed. Even without full force, Qin Wudao's strike, capable of breaking wood and stone, sent Lu Rian's cheek swelling grotesquely. Who allowed you to call me Wu Dao? He grabbed her hair, pulling her face close to his. Lu Rian, from today on we are nothing. And if you ever cross me again, I'll show you what cruelty truly means. Understand? Lu Rian stared at him in terror. That handsome, devilish face, one she had known for years, was now even more captivating with its transformed aura. Yet captivating as it was, it also radiated horror. The change was too drastic. Seeing the dangerous glint in his eyes, she nodded instinctively. Qin Wu Dao released her, patting her head as if she were a dog. A gentle smile spread across his face. Good girl. Now say thank you. Strangely, despite her fear, the word good girl stirred a bizarre warmth in Lu Rian's heart. Thank you. Cough. Hearing her thanks, Qin Wu Dao stood, smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes, and buttoned his suit jacket. He walked over to Baiyu, smiling. Take your hand away. Baiyu, still covering his mouth, widened his eyes in fear. He dared not defy Qin Wu Dao, and slowly removed. In that instant, Qin Wu Dao flicked his cigarette, but into Baiyu's mouth, and punched his jaw to force him to swallow. A crack of breaking teeth echoed as Baiyu swallowed the burning stub shards of teeth and a mouthful of blood. Veins bulged on his forehead. The pain robbed him of his voice. Ha ha ha. Qin Wu Dao laughed heartily, watching Baiyu writhe. The frustration he had felt reading regret novels in his past life finally dissipated. With this release, a spiritual sublimation seemed to occur in his mind. A chime sounded. The system congratulated him for instilling fear in Baiyu. It also congratulated him for making Lu Rian regret. Successfully reverse courting the female lead. Reward strength increased by 10 points. A Dragon Country black card, 5 billion Dragon Country dollars. Obtain title suit tyrant, boosts combat power by 10% when wearing a suit. The regret minion is. Hearing the system's rewards, Qin Wu Dao nodded, glancing at Baiyu sprawled on the table, and Lu Rian was courting the female lead. This simple. Would he get rewards just by slapping the next one? He resolved to try it when he had the chance. With that thought, Qin Wu Dao strode out of the villa on his long legs. Having just arrived in this world, he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly. And as for the Dragon King, Qin Wu Dao narrowed his eyes. He needed to quickly understand this world and determine if any threats to his existence lurked within it. Host Qin Wu Dao. Age, 25. Strength, 270, normal adult male 10. Intelligence, 20, normal adult male 10. Charm, 99, should be unlimited. Fate, transmigrator, child of destiny, heavens, chosen villain, parents, both kings, ill-fated, peach blossom, luck, king of simps. Skills, chef, intermediate, mixed martial arts, grandmaster, driving, advanced. Title, suit, gangster. After walking out of the villa, Qin Wu Dao looked at the blue sky and white clouds, then let out a long sigh. In his past life as a top-tier beast of burden, he had endured enough suffering. Now that he had transmigrated, he should enjoy himself. Otherwise, wouldn't the transmigration be in vain? Swish, swish. Just as Qin Wu Dao was planning to find a club and indulge himself, two figures suddenly appeared before him. They were a man and a woman, both kneeling on one knee. They spoke respectfully. We pay homage to the Dragon King. Memories surged back into Qin Wu Dao's. The Dragon King Palace was a foreign power, and he had been chosen as the current Dragon King. After returning to the Dragon Kingdom, he immediately began to lay his plans. To avoid discovery, he had endured for 7 long years. Now 7 years had passed, and he would be fully exposed to all the powerful figures. The two kneeling before him were his guardians. The man named Long Ye possessed unfathomable strength, excelled in frontal combat, and could handle all kinds of firearms with ease. The woman named Long Lin was a master of assassination and cold weapons. Both had followed Qin Wu Dao since their time abroad. After returning to the country, Qin Wu Dao began to fawn over women. Qin Wu Dao frowned slightly, suddenly realizing a problem. His past self had not fawning over Lu Rian for 7 years, only 3. So what had he done with the remaining time? Dragon King. Just as Qin Wu Dao was lost in thought, Long Lin spoke. She was clad in a sleek black leather jacket that accentuated her curvaceous figure, matched perfectly with black stockings and boots. Her exquisite features and alluring demeanor radiated an irresistible charm in every gesture. You mentioned earlier that today we should help Miss Lu Rian's company go public and bring her 100 billion order. No need. Before Long Lin could finish, Qin Wu Dao cut her off. Cancel that 100 billion order and also withdraw all the resources we previously allocated to help her company. But Dragon King, didn't you say you wanted to make Miss Lu Rian? Did I not make myself clear? Qin Wu Dao's tone betrayed no emotion, but Long Lin, who had just risen, knelt down again. Forgive me, Dragon King. I overstepped. It's fine. Qin Wu Dao waved his hand, signaling them to rise, and then said coldly, remember, from now on Lu Rian is as good as dead. Don't pay her any attention. If she dares to provoke us, eliminate her directly. Hearing his words, the two were startled, but dared not question further. However, Long Lin seemed to think of something else, her delicate features carrying a hint of hesitation. Seeing her expression, Qin Wu Dao knew she had something to say. If you have something to say it directly. Long Lin nodded, and then spoke. Dragon King, there's been trouble with Miss Lin Ziqing recently. The Li family of Modu is forcing her into an arranged marriage. Should we intervene? Lin Ziqing. Qin Wudao was dumbfounded. Who was Lin Ziqing? Buzz. At that moment a flood of memories surged into Qin Wudao's mind, and among them was the name Lin Ziqing. After reviewing those memories, Qin Wudao was stunned. Lin Ziqing Su Mushue Wanshirin. Various exceptionally beautiful women appeared in his mind. The more memories Qin Wudao absorbed, the more dumbfounded he became. No wonder he had spent only 3 years fawning over Lu Ruyan after returning. Before her, his past self had also fawned over others. He would fawn over one, then abandon her, and fawn over another. And he always devoted himself wholeheartedly. Bro, I misjudged you truly. You're not a simp. You're a damn werewolf. No wonder the fate includes king of simps. With such devotion, who could withstand it? He fawned over all types of beauties and was incredibly passionate about each one. Seeing Qin Wudao's silence, a hint of sadness flickered in Long Lin's beautiful eyes. Dragon King, I understand. He'll go stop this matter right now, I promise. Stop. Before Long Lin could finish, Qin Wudao cut her off again. Don't stop it. As for Lin Ziqing Su Mushue or Wan Shirin, don't report anything about them to me anymore. Off. Long Lin and Long Yu were both stunned. If there was one flaw in their leader, it was his love-struck. After all, he had grown up abroad, trained as an assassin from childhood, and became the strongest, ascending to the Dragon King at the age of 18. He had never experienced romantic love. After returning to the country, he fell into the trap of various beauties, becoming a complete simp. Sometimes Long Yu and Long Lin wanted to advise Qin Wudao, but they were always scolded by him. A love-struck fool simply couldn't listen to others. So hearing Qin Wudao's words now, they both stood frozen. Over the years they had grown accustomed to running around for the sake of the Dragon King's women. Now that he said it was no longer necessary, they felt as if they had lost their purpose in life. They looked utterly dejected. Seeing their reaction, Qin Wudao was speechless. After reviewing the memories, he naturally knew how absurd his past self had been. Instead of using the Dragon King Palace's resources to develop business or expand territory, he had wasted them on being a simp, giving freely to those women. Anyone would be furious. All right, stop daydreaming. Go prepare a residence for me. Hearing his words, the two snapped back to reality. Long Yu hastily replied, Rest assured, Dragon King, a residence has long been prepared for you. The car outside is also for you. With that, Long Yu handed the car keys, property deed, and other documents to Qin Wudao. Buzz. With a flash of light, the property deed and room cards vanished. Seeing this, Long Lin and Long Yu's pupils contracted. How had the Dragon King acquired such abilities in the time they hadn't seen him? What was that light, and where had the property deed gone? Little did they know Qin Wudao had used the system's storage space. Although it wasn't large, it was more than enough for Long Yu and Long Lin were extremely loyal subordinates, so even though they were curious, they didn't ask any question. By the way, Dragon King, in 3 days a banquet will be held at the commercial center of Magic City, inviting many business magnates. If you wish to quickly establish a foothold in Magic City, it would be a good choice. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao nodded. Have you obtained the invitation for the banquet? Naturally. Long Yu nodded, then pulled out a gilded invitation from his bosom, the golden patterns on it dazzling and brilliant. The character's invitation were clearly printed on it. Dragon King, this is a golden patterned invitation, the kind reserved for the most distinguished guests. You only need to present this invitation, and someone will come to welcome you. In all of Magic City, only 5 such invitations have been issued. Qin Wudao nodded and accepted the invitation. Seeing this, Long Yu cautiously spoke. There is one more thing. The Dragon God, he seems to be returning to the country as well. Is that so? I understand. Also, I injured 2 people in this villa. To avoid trouble, take care of it. Although Dragon King Qin Wudao had not done much during his years back in the country, the Dragon King Palace's influence had returned with him, making it simple to resolve this matter. All he needed to do was inform the Enforcement Bureau in advance. After saying this, Qin Wudao did not linger with the 2 men and turned to leave. Outside the villa, as expected, there was a black Rolls-Royce Dawn, a soft-top convertible with a simple yet luxurious waistline, a commanding body, and the iconic spirit of ecstasy. After all, in Long Yu's view, their Dragon King could not be any more low-key than this. Opening the car door casually, Qin Wudao sat in the driver's seat and closed the soft top. With a push of the start button, the roar of the land beast stirred every drop of blood. But Qin Wudao was not in the mood to admire the luxury car. His mind was sifting through fragments of memories. The Dragon King Palace. It was true that the Dragon King reigned supreme, but this so-called Dragon God was the loser of the previous generation's competition for the Dragon King. Calling it previous generation was misleading. In reality, it had only been a few years. Thus the two were not far apart in age. If that person set his sights on the Dragon King's throne, it might be rather troublesome to deal with. Recalling the face from his memories, Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes. He did not know if he was the only so-called chosen one in this world. If there were more, it would be tricky, for a chosen one with a cheat-like advantage was utterly unreasonable. Since the Dragon God was returning, he had to lay his plans in advance. The banquet in 3 days was the perfect opportunity. With that thought, Qin Wudao stepped on the accelerator and sped toward the address on the property deed. Cloudview Villa. As one of the top villa districts in Magic City, those who lived here were either wealthy or noble. The spacious asphalt roads were spotless, lined with meticulously trimmed greenery. Exotic flowers of various shapes competed in beauty, exuding fragrance. Each villa was uniquely designed. The European-style architecture featured tall Roman columns conveying grandeur and majesty, while spires and carved decorations displayed exquisite craftsmanship. The roar of the V12 engine echoed at the gate. Seeing the car's arrival, the guard at the entrance immediately saluted and trotted over to the window. Even if the license plate was not registered, anyone who came here driving a luxury car would not be treated lightly. As the window rolled down slowly, the guard quickly spoke. "Sir, may I ask if you are visiting a friend, or have you purchased a new car without registering? I will handle it for you immediately." Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao handed over the property deed. "I am the new owner. Please register my license." "Yes, respected owner, rest assured I will handle it right away." The guard carefully took the property deed, and upon opening it, he froze for a moment. Villa No. 1. Wasn't that the one that had never been sold? After all, the Chinese were extremely particular about numbers. Especially No. 1. Countless wealthy and powerful individuals had tried to buy it, but all were rejected. Now there was a new owner. Fortunately, he had not been negligent. The guard moved swiftly, completing the registration in less than 3 minutes. He kindly pointed the way, then opened the gate to let Qin Wudao drive into the villa district. Arriving at Villa No. 1A, Qin Wudao parked the car in the attached garage and entered the villa. The front courtyard was vast, designed as a private garden with blooming flowers and winding paths leading to every corner. The interior was even more luxurious: bright floor-to-ceiling windows, a spacious living room, a dazzling crystal chandelier, and marble floors that gleamed like mirrors. The furniture was all top-tier. Leather sofas were soft and comfortable, and the wooden coffee table had a fine texture. Valuable art pieces hung on the walls, and exquisite sculptures adorned the corners. Every detail exuded nobility and taste. Qin Wudao sat directly on the plush sofa. Now this is living the good life. The previous owner had such resources, but chose to be a hopeless simp instead. Qin Wudao shook his head with a sigh. Just as he was about to rest, his phone suddenly rang. Moi. Seeing the unknown number, he casually pressed, "Hello. Hello. Is that Wudao? Is it you?" A woman's voice came through the phone, tinged with tears. Qin Wudao frowned slightly. He didn't recall this voice in his memories. "I am Qin Wudao. Who are you?" "It really is you. Great. I am your mother." "Stop right there. You just blurt that out. Are you barking nonsense? A scam?" Qin Wudao said irritably and hung up the phone. In his memories, he did have parents, but they were adoptive parents. He had been adopted as a child, and they had treated him, but it didn't last long. After a few years, his adoptive parents found their biological child. When that child returned, he began to compete for affection. Given Qin Wudao's personality, he naturally stepped back. When he was a teenager, he resolutely went abroad, cutting off all contacts. He understood the principle: he who raises you without giving birth is a debt that lasts 100 lifetimes. So he did not explain or say goodbye. He simply went abroad alone. Now more than 10 years had passed. Surely his adoptive parents had forgotten him by now. Thinking this, a trace of melancholy crossed Qin Wudao's face. It seemed he was gradually merging with the soul of his former self. Amidst the memories, his phone rang again, interrupting the pleasant recollections. Qin Wudao picked up the phone, answered, and said impatiently, "What? Are scammers this bold, now trying to claim a son out of nowhere?" "Wudao, I really am your mother. Many years ago we lost you." The voice on the other end was trembling with. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's brows furrowed deeply. He knew that his former self was an orphan, but how he became one remained a mystery. Could it really be that this was his past self? No, at this moment Qin Wudao's soul had merged with his former self, so he was his past self, he was Qin Wudao. Were the people on the other end of the phone his biological parents? Qin Wudao felt not the slightest interest in these ethereal family members. In his eyes, only the family that had adopted him could be called family, but because of the return of their biological son, he had chosen to leave on his own to repay their kindness. "Wudao, are you listening?" The woman's voice came through the phone again, her trembling tone revealing the depth of her. "Years ago we were hunted by enemies. Though we survived, we lost you. That was our fault. Please don't blame your father and me, okay? Give us a chance to make it up to you." The woman's voice was full of pleading and humility. But Qin Wudao's face showed no emotion. He merely spoke calmly. "So many years have passed, there's no need for a reunion. You're alive, and so am I. Isn't that enough? No? Wudao? I beg you, let me see you, please. Your sister, father, and brother all miss you. I beg you, just once let us see you." Click. Qin Wudao lit the cigarette in his hand and said softly, "Yunjing Villa No. 1. Come. All right. We'll be right there." As the call ended, Qin Wudao sank into thought. This world was extremely abnormal. Dragon kings, dragon gods, extraordinary martial prowess. It seemed being a time traveler wasn't so easy. One wrong move, and he might end up dead at someone's hands. As for these so-called family members, he wanted to see what was going on. His former self's soul had merged with his, leaving a lingering attachment to this matter. Since that was the case, he would meet them first and then decide. Sigh. Qin Wudao gently exhaled a puff of smoke, his face shrouded in mist, mysterious and ethereal. Before long, Qin Wudao received a call from the property management about visitor information. As the owner of Villa No. 1, the staff dared not be negligent. With Qin Wudao's permission, the so-called family was let in. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qin Wudao rose from the soft sofa and muttered, I still need to hire some servants, otherwise even opening the door requires my effort. What a hassle. Grumbling, he made his way to the door. Click. As the door swung open, an elegantly dressed woman rushed forward. Wudao. The woman embraced Qin Wudao, who frowned slightly, and pushed her away. Come inside first. Hearing his words, the woman's already reddened eyes shed a few more tears. Brother, how can you treat mom like this? At that moment, a young man stepped forward, biting his lip, as if deeply wronged, his handsome face full of... Beside him stood a middle-aged man and a woman. The man's face was stern, his body trembling slightly from agitation. The woman beside him appeared to be around 25 or 26, her strong-willed aura adding a unique charm to her already beautiful features. Father, mother, sister, brother. The whole family had arrived. Hearing the young man's words, Qin Wudao smirked and taunted, What nonsense are you spouting? It seems you'd rather leave than come in. Get lost. Bang. Before the woman could speak, Qin Wudao slammed the door shut with such force that the gust of wind... The four stood frozen, staring at each other, seemingly not expecting such a reaction from Qin Wudao. The elegant woman turned and chided gently, Jingyu. We lost your brother for so many years. Now that we've just met, he's bound to have grievances. Don't speak out of turn. Mom. The young man called Jingyu looked aggrieved. I was standing up for you. Even if brother hates us, he shouldn't treat you like this. I suppose I'm just an adopted son. In the end, you'll send me away too. Jingyu. The strong-willed woman stepped forward, her beautiful face showing concern. This has nothing to do with you. Wudao has been away from our Li family for years, growing up in an orphanage, so naturally he's more withdrawn. Don't worry, we won't let you go. You'll always be my brother. Sister. Li Jingyu's face was filled with emotion. Just as he was about to say more, the dignified man spoke sternly, Enough. We're at the doorstep. What are you all saying? Let's discuss this inside. With that, the woman rang the doorbell again. The door opened and Qin Wudao smirked. What is it, everyone? Still, Wudao, please let us in. Didn't you promise mom we could see you? I beg. Stop. Seeing the woman about to bow, Qin Wudao reached out to stop her. Even though he felt nothing for these people, letting his possible biological mother bow to him was beyond his sense of decency. As a time traveler, he had let himself go and was somewhat unhinged, but he hadn't crossed the line of humanity. Qin Wudao turned and walked toward the living room. The others followed him inside. Upon reaching the living room, Qin Wudao sat directly on the main sofa, pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and gestured, Everyone have a seat. The four sat down on the sofa as well. The room was filled only with the soft sound of Qin Wudao exhaling smoke, creating an awkward silence. Seeing the elegant woman staring at him, Qin Wudao took out his cigarette pack. Madam, would you like one? The woman was clearly taken aback by his sudden remark, her face twitching slightly. Wudao, is this how you treat you? The strong-willed woman stood up, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Hearing this, Qin Wudao tilted his head and said, What? Do you want one too, hot-tempered Andy? My biological mother. Do you have a DNA test? Or should we do a blood oath? I don't know if she's my mother, but I guarantee. Qin Wudao suddenly stood up, his wild aura suffocating them. If you talk to me like that again, it'll make you crawl out. You? Enough. Just as the formidable woman was about to say more, a commanding voice rang out. Sit down. The middle-aged man roared at the formidable woman. With no other choice, she could only sit back down resentfully. Yet deep in her eyes there was a trace of fear. Qin Wudao seemed to exude a scent of blood, like a lower creature facing a higher one on the food chain. Even if the middle-aged man hadn't spoken, she wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Phew. Qin Wudao sank back into the sofa, blowing smoke rings, and said indifferently, All right, if you have something to say it quickly. I'm hungry. After I'm done with you, I plan to go out for a meal. Wudao. Seeing that they were about to discuss serious matters, the woman hurriedly began to explain their identities and their relationship with Qin Wudao. They were members of the Li family from Modu. The head of the family was Li Linda, the woman was Yun Wanfeng, the formidable woman was Li Sisi, and the young man was Li Jingyu. The Li family was quite prominent in Modu, with a commercial conglomerate valued at over 50 billion. In his youth, Li Linda's struggle for the position of family head plunged the family into dire straits. At that time, Yun Wanfeng was at home watching over Li Sisi and Li Wudao when their enemies arrived. Just as the three were about to meet, their end, Li Lindu returned with his men. The two sides clashed violently upon meeting. In the chaos, Li Lindu fled with Yun Wanfeng, and Li Sisi escaping the Li residence. But amidst the hail of bullets, the infant Li Wudao, cradled in Yun Wanfeng's arms, was snatched away. By the time they realized it, the villains had vanished without a trace. This became an eternal pain for the Li couple. Over the years, they never gave up searching for Li Wudao's whereabouts. Finally, at a previous business gathering, they saw a family portrait displayed by the head of the Qin family. The eldest son of the Qin family who had been missing for years bore a striking resemblance to Li Lindu. After extensive inquiries, they discovered that after being taken by the villains, Li Wudao was sent to an orphanage as a means to threaten Li Lindu. But they had clearly overestimated themselves. Before they could issue the threat, they were silenced by another faction vying for the position of family head. This left Li Wudao to be raised by the orphanage. The enemies couldn't find Li Wudao's trail, and neither could they. However, just a few days ago, their people sent word that a man named Qin Wudao had booked this Yunjing Villa one and purchased a car. Upon seeing the registered name, these people immediately made the call, and sure enough, they had found him. As for Li Jingyu, he was an adopted child brought into the family because they missed Li Wudao so much. Hearing Yun Wanfeng's words, Qin Wudao's expression grew increasingly peculiar. With his past lives' experience of reading countless web novels, he knew this matter was far from simple. This was clearly the script of the real young master versus the fake one. He had just stepped out of a regret novel storyline, and now he was thrust into a tale of true heir and imposter. And on top of that, the Dragon King. Indeed, this was a chaotic and intricate world. He might truly encounter unimaginable enemies. If it were a story of a divine doctor descending the mountain or a nouveau riche, it would be manageable. But what if he ran into a returning immortal king? That would be a real laugh. Wudao, are you listening? After finishing her speech, Yun Wanfeng noticed Qin Wudao's strange expression and cautiously asked. Hearing this, Qin Wudao snapped back to reality and said softly, I understand. So what's the purpose of your visit? The counter-question caught Yun Wanfeng off guard, but she quickly said in a gentle tone, Of course I want you to return to our Li family. The Qins have found their child, so you definitely can't go back there. And it's time you restored your surname. I don't want you to be alone and adrift outside. Alone and adrift. Qin Wudao's pupils contracted. What was this woman talking about? Couldn't she see his massive villa? The damn walls were inlaid with jade, and he had spent so much money. And she called him alone and adrift. Not only Yun Wanfeng, but even Li Lindu looked at Qin Wudao with that pitiful gaze. Li Sisi and Li Jingyu's eyes held a hint of wariness, as if worried he would come back to fight for the family fortune. Look, Madam Li. Qin Wudao didn't know what to call her, so he settled on Madam Li. Which eye of yours sees me as alone and adrift? Can't you see how well I'm living? As for changing my surname, forget it. I've been used to being Qin Wudao for so many years. Besides Li Wudao, it's a bit unpleasant to the ears, really. Unpleasant. The Li family members were all stunned. It was the first time they had heard such a novel excuse for unpleasant. Li Wudao sounded pretty good. Brother. At that moment, Li Jingyu stood up, his face filled with indignation. I understand you resent Mom and Dad for losing you back then, but you can't talk to them like that. They've never stopped searching for you all these years. It was a misunderstanding. Just like me. I can never take your place. If you find me disagreeable, I can leave the Li family. By the end, Li Jingyu's eyes were even glistening with tears. Yun Wanfeng quickly stood up, her voice full of distress. Jingyu, what are you saying? Wudao is your brother. When he comes back, we will always love you. Qin Wudao stared at the scene dumbfounded. Good grief. This was pure little green tea, just like that by you. What was going on? Were all the people in this world like this? Did that mean he didn't have to worry about his safety? That's right. Li Sisi also stood up, saying softly, Jingyu, don't worry about anyone taking your place. You are my brother. I will always cherish you. Mom. Sister. Li Jingyu looked at the two with a moved expression. Damn. Qin Wudao, as if too engrossed in the drama, nearly burned his hand with the cigarette. He quickly stubbed it out in the ashtray. After extinguishing the cigarette, he crossed his legs and sank deep into the sofa. He addressed the group. I say, can you spare me this Mother Ranson melodrama? You almost burned my hand. Why don't you go home and act it out there? Wudao. Yun Wanfeng suddenly remembered why she was there. She hurried over to Qin Wudao, her face full of sorrow. Can you forgive your mother? I will make up for all these lost years. I swear. I will give everything to compensate you. Is that so? Qin Wudao looked at Li Jingyu, a hint of amusement on his face. Then go ahead and slap him twice. I find him annoying. At these words, everyone present was stunned. Yun Wanfeng in particular, her well-maintained face etched with sorrow, conflict, and pain. The expressions on their faces were as complex as a statistical chart. Qin Wudao, have you lost your mind? Li Sisi stared at Qin Wudao in disbelief, her eyes devoid of any affection for him, as a brother, instead filled with disgust. Li Lindu, seated on the sofa, furrowed his brow. He couldn't understand why Qin Wudao had become like this. After finding him, a simple check had easily revealed his past deeds. Since returning from abroad, he had been nothing but a devoted simp. He would fawn over one young lady, then move on to the next, an unbroken chain of servitude. Moreover, he was the type to silently sacrifice behind the scenes, enduring grievances all alone. When Li Lindu first saw those records, it nearly gave him a heart attack. In his view, as a descendant of the Li family, how could he be so disgraceful? He wouldn't even fight back when trampled upon. His character was utterly cowardly. But seeing him today, it seemed the rumors were misleading. Qin Wudao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his suit accentuating his robust frame with an air of nobility. A cigarette dangled from his lips, a playful smile on his face. Especially his aura like that of a ruler casually observing the farce before him. Could such a man be called? Was the intelligence flawed? Yun Wanfeng didn't dwell on it. Her face full of worry, she pleaded with Qin Wudao. He's your brother, how can you? Enough. Qin Wudao waved his hand impatiently. I have no intention of claiming kinship with you. I don't need the so-called heir status of the Li family. You can all go where you please. Wudao? You can't do this. Hearing his merciless words, Yun Wanfeng grew anxious. She turned to look at Li Jingyu, her clasped hands twitching involuntarily. Her own son stood before her, yet refused to acknowledge her. After so many years, she owed him so much. Since he wanted to see her slap Li Jingyu, perhaps she should. Mom. Before Yun Wanfeng could act, Li Jingyu cried out tearfully, his voice enough to move anyone to sorrow. But to Qin Wudao the sound was somewhat nauseating. Was this world of transmigration even legitimate? He was a dragon king, yet the men he encountered were all so dramatic. Had he ended up in a female-oriented novel? That couldn't be right. The identity of a dragon king wouldn't normally appear in female-oriented fiction. Besides, this world was filled with naturally beautiful women. Too explosive a setting for such a genre. Li Jingyu's cry of mom made Yun Wanfeng tremble slightly. Her resolve, already wavering, began to crumble. Seeing her expression, a flicker of triumph shone in Li Jingyu's eyes. Yes, that's it. As long as I bind them with familial affection first, how could you, Qin Wudao, a son lost for years, ever compare to me? The position of Li family heir belongs to me alone. You a simp, just stay in your place. With this thought, Li Jingyu's voice dripped with sorrow. Mom, since my brother hates me, then hit me. If it means he'll come home, even beating me to death is worth it. Jingyu. Both Yun Wanfeng and Li Sisi stepped forward to comfort him. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao and Li Lindu sat on the sofa, brows furrowed. It had to be said, at this moment the two of them looked at least 70% alike. Their expressions, their features, even their reaction to the tea ceremony performance before them, identical. Li Lindu stared at Li Jingyu, who knelt on the ground wailing endlessly. His authoritative eyes held a hint of displeasure. The Li family had always been iron-fisted. Succession struggles were notoriously bloody and ruthless among noble houses. This Li Jingyu cried at the drop of a hat. As expected, without Li family blood, he was truly inadequate. In contrast, Qin Wudao, though the records had initially displeased Li Lindu, now impressed him deeply. Despite his rudeness, he possessed the very character a Li family member should have. It seemed the rumors about him being a simp were mostly false, or at least exaggerated. Enough. Li Lindu finally lost his patience and snapped at Li Jingyu. What kind of man are you, crying and sniveling like this? Is this how I taught you? As expected, one without Li family blood is nothing but a waste. Li Jingyu looked utterly incredulous. Why would his usually doting father rebuke him so harshly in front of him, and even say that those without Li blood are wastes? Lindu, Dad, Yun Wanfeng, and Li Sisi were equally stunned. They couldn't understand how Li Lindu's normally warm mouth could utter such cold words. What are you calling me for? Look at what you've done. Don't you know the Li family's ways? If our heir is such a spineless creature, other forces will devour us sooner. Hearing her father's reprimand, Li Sisi bit her lower lip. She pulled a stack of documents from her bag and tossed them onto the table. So what? Jingyu only shows weakness to us. Look at this report. What has Qin Wudao been doing all these years? He's nothing but a simp. And not just for one woman. As she spoke, disdain filled her face. Can such a man be the Li family heir? I tell you, I will never accept it. Seeing Li Sisi defend him so fiercely, Li Jingyu shot Qin Wudao a small bang. At that moment, a dull thud echoed through the living room. Qin Wudao kicked the coffee table. Made of jade, it was extremely heavy, likely requiring several men to lift, but he sent it flying 2 meters away. It nearly crashed into Li Jingyu. Startled, Li Jingyu fell to the floor, cold sweat streaming down his. Qin Wudao slowly rose to his feet, his gaze at Li Sisi, as if she were already dead. You're Li Sisi, have I given you too much face? What did you say? Li Sisi's voice trembled slightly. The sight of Qin Wudao kicking the coffee table had indeed startled her. Qin Wudao slowly walked up to Li Sisi. Li Sisi, who had been forcing herself to stay calm, collapsed backward onto the sofa as Qin Wudao approached, looking utterly dejected. Yun Wanfeng snapped out of her shock and hurried over to Qin Wudao. Wudao, I know you resent us. It's all my fault. I was the one who lost you. Blame me if you must. Don't blame Sisi and Jingyu. They are your family too. They were just worried. Madam, have you mistaken something? Before Yun Wanfeng could finish, Qin Wudao interrupted. When did I ever acknowledge you as family? And didn't I say that if she dared to bark again, I'd make sure she left horizontally? Brother, don't blame sister. Li Jingyu, though terrified, knew this was his moment to act. Only by doing so could he make the Li family increasingly resent Qin Wudao, allowing him to take over. The Li family must belong to him alone. Li Jingyu pulled Yun Wanfeng behind him, putting on a righteous front. If you're angry, take it out on me. It's all because of me that sister and mother treated you this way. Go ahead, and bang. Before Li Jingyu could finish, he felt as if a truck had slammed into his abdomen. The suffocating pain made him double over, retching like a shrimp. Qin Wudao grabbed Li Jingyu by the collar and said coldly, "Didn't you ask me to hit you? You have to be able to take it." With that, Qin Wudao clenched his other fist and slammed it hard into Li Jingyu. A crisp crack rang out. Li Jingyu collapsed to his knees, his face twisted in agony, tears and mucus streaming down, unable even to cry out. "Enough! Wudao, what are you doing?" Seeing Li Jingyu's miserable state, Yun Wanfeng could no longer hold back and shouted. Li Sisi, sitting on the sofa, fought her fear and knelt beside Li Jingyu to check on him. Li Lindu frowned deeply, his gaze fixed sternly on Qin Wudao. "Wudao, that's enough. He is at least your nominal younger brother. Don't go too far." Qin Wudao pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his hands, and then casually tossed it onto Li Jingyu's head. "I'm going too far. Fine, then you handle the rest. Oh, and don't forget to make Li Sisi crawl out. I always keep..." "Wudao." Li Lindu narrowed his eyes, disliking being spoken to in such a manner, especially by his own son. "It seems you've grown wild out there all these years. Very well, since you're young, let this be a lesson to you, so you know there's always someone stronger." With that, Li Lindu said in a deep voice, "Li Yi, teach the young master a lesson, but don't be too harsh." Woot. As Li Lindu finished speaking, a sound of air being rent echoed. A shadow suddenly appeared before Qin Wudao, a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and utterly expressionless. He said flatly, "Young master, forgive my impertinence." Boom. The servant named Li Yi threw a punch with such force it created a sonic boom, his fist moving so fast it left afterimages. With a thud, Li Yi's fist was easily caught by a slender hand. "My..." Both Li Yi and Li Linda's pupils constricted sharply. Li Yi stared at Qin Wudao and said gravely, "It seems the young master is also a martial artist." Hearing this, Qin Wudao tightened his grip on the fist, causing a cracking sound. "I knew some mongrel was hiding when I came in. So it was you. But you're mistaken. I'm not a martial artist. I practice the art of killing." Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air as Li Yi's hair stood on end, sensing an impending danger. A martial artist's instinct. This man was not to be fought, Heaton. But before he could retreat, a leg swept through the air and struck him viciously in the... With a thunderous crash, Li Yi was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into the jade wall and leaving a net. Li Yi was embedded in the wall. Unable to contain himself, Li Lindu stood up, staring at Qin Wudao in disbelief. Li Yi was the Li family's guard, capable of taking on dozens of men single-handedly, arguably their strongest protector. Yet someone like him couldn't withstand even a single move from Qin Wudao. What had his son been through all these years? The Qin family's intelligence had no mention of Qin Wudao practicing martial arts. Had he started during the... But how could a few years make him this formidable? Bang! As Li Lindu was still pondering, the villa's door was pushed open. It hadn't been locked after the Li family entered. A group of people in black quickly filed in. At the forefront was a woman with skin as fair and smooth as fine jade, radiating a warm luster without a single flaw. Her elegantly curved chin lifted slightly, exuding confidence and pride. Every move she made was a perfect blend of grace and efficiency. She wore a tailored business suit that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her long legs moved with steady, determined steps, the crisp sound of her heels striking the floor echoing. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, and the one who had once cherished Qin Wudao the most, Qin Wanrong. Wudao. Ignoring the Li family, Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes reddened as she hurried to Qin Wudao's side, her mature and stunning face filled with joy and excitement. Once beside him, she began to examine him from head to toe. "I finally found you. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see. You reckless boy, running away from home for so many years without telling me. How could you be so heartless?" Qin Wanrong's voice choked with tears. Her gaze at Qin Wudao was filled with deep affection. Though he was an adopted child, she doted on him to an extreme. Almost to the point of obsession. Qin's parents had once joked that when Wudao grew up and needed to marry for alliance, they'd have to ask Qin Wanrong first. Qin Wanrong clung tightly to Qin Wudao's arm, her astonishing curves pressing into him, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Memories gradually surfaced in his mind as the soul of his former self merged with his own. Qin Wudao naturally recalled the kindness the Qin family had shown him. This was also the reason he chose to bear the surname Qin. If the Qin family's biological son hadn't been found, he would have remained with them forever and never become the dragon. "Speak. Wudao, did these people hurt you?" Seeing Qin Wudao remain silent, Qin Wanrong grew anxious, her beautiful eyes scanning his entire body. The bodyguards she brought were stunned, staring at the man embedded in the wall, the head guard of the Li family patriarch. As members of the Qin family, they had also interacted with Li Yi. Being fellow bodyguards, they understood his formidable strength all too well. In the instant they entered, they had clearly seen their young master kick Li Yi flying, embedding him deep into the jade. That blow must have shattered every bone in his body. He might even be dead. Good heavens, after nearly a decade apart, their young master had become this terrifying. And the young miss thought he was the one harmed. Impossible. Qin Wudao withdrew his arm from Qin Wanrong's embrace, his expression awkward. But he quickly regained his composure. "Sis. Miss Qin, I'm fine, don't worry you. Miss Qin. Before Qin Wudao could finish, Qin Wanrong beside him bristled like a startled cat, her beautiful eyes fixed. Who are you calling Miss Qin? Back when you were with me, did you ever call me that? After a few years away, you've forgotten yourself. As she spoke, Qin Wanrong's eyes welled up. Gone was the image of a formidable female CEO, she was just a girl who had lost her brother. Qin Wudao sighed. Sis. In his memories, the Qin family, especially Qin Wanrong, had treated him with unparalleled love, a tenderness that had deeply moved him. Hearing that address, Qin Wanrong's exquisite face bloomed like a flower. She had waited 10 years for this moment to see him again. Her most cherished brother. Come, let's go home. Miss Qin. Just then Li Lindu snapped out of his shock and spoke to Qin Wanrong. Wudao has just returned. He should come back with me to the Li family. For your care of him, I'm willing to offer the southern district. Silence. Qin Wanrong turned and snapped. Only in front of Qin Wudao did she show her gentle side. To others, she was an iceberg. Even the Li family patriarch received no respect from her. Patriarch Li Wudao is my brother, so he returns with me. When we adopted him from the orphanage, all procedures were legal. The Qin family is his true home. As for your so-called compensation, keep it for your own retirement. And today's matter of harming Wudao, I will settle with you properly later. Qin Wanrong's attitude left even the cold-blooded Li Lindu speechless. What did she mean by harming Wudao? Look at Li Jingyu kneeling on the ground, nearly dead, Li Yi embedded in the wall, and Li Sisi and Yun Wanfeng sitting on the floor. Who harmed whom? No. As the patriarch was about to retort, a thought struck him. He turned his gaze to Qin Wudao. The Li family's bloodline was of utmost importance. The cold ruthlessness of each generation's leader was tied to their lineage. Few knew that the Li bloodline carried an innate madness, a curse-like ailment with no known cause. Emotions could easily spiral out of control, though the madness was hereditary by chance. If the inheritance was mild, reason could suppress it. Li Lindu looked at Qin Wudao, suspecting he might have inherited this madness. If so, Qin Wudao must return. With this thought, Li Lindu cast aside all regard for the Qin family. Miss Qin, I've said it before, Wudao is my biological son. Losing him was my fault. Are you defying natural bonds to keep us from reuniting? Qin Wanrong sneered disdainfully. Reunite? Is your idea of reunion to have your men embed themselves in walls? Hang him there like a lucky charm. Insulted repeatedly by a junior, Li Lindu barely contained his rage. The Qin family has found their biological son, and that's why Wudao fled abroad for years. He didn't even intend to reunite with you upon his return. Doesn't that prove his stance? Qin Wanrong fell silent. Indeed, since that brother was found, Qin Wudao had grown increasingly withdrawn. Though he voiced no complaints, his attitude spoke volumes. Seeing Qin Wudao like this, Mr. and Mrs. Qin were deeply pained. They often comforted him, even neglecting their returned biological son. In their eyes, both Qin Wudao and the biological son were family, so they never showed favoritism. Qin Wanrong had always been by Qin Wudao's side. But this only increased his burden, especially since the so-called biological son was difficult to get along with. To avoid causing trouble for the Qin family, Qin Wudao resolutely left, even choosing to go abroad to avoid. Seeing Qin Wanrong lost in thought, Li Lindu spoke again. It seems Miss Qin understands. Wudao is of the Li bloodline and will inherit the Li family. What can the Qin family offer him? A sum of money. Or split everything with the biological son. So I believe. Enough. Just as Li Lindu was speaking smugly, Qin Wudao interrupted him calmly. Patriarch Li, whatever happens between the Qin family and me, I assure you, I will have no ties with the Li family in the future. Let today's matter be forgotten. You may leave. Wudao. Yun Wanfeng stood up, her face sorrowful. You've beaten and scolded us. Can you still not? What happened back then was indeed our fault. How many times must I say it for you to understand? Do I really have to kneel before you? Yun Wanfeng's voice was choked with tears filled with profound sorrow. Her legs gave way as if she truly intended to kneel before Qin Wudao. Just as she was about to do so, Qin Wanrong stepped forward and pulled her up. Madam Li, do you wish for Wudao to bear the charge of unfilial conduct? Spare us your hypocrisy. Qin Wanrong spoke without mercy. Hasn't the Li family always sought an heir above all else? After losing Wudao, did you ever truly search for him? In all those years he spent in the Qin family, how many times did you come looking? When it seemed impossible to find him, you immediately adopted a son from the orphanage. Now you want him back. What were you thinking before? Miss Qin. Li Sisi naturally would not allow anyone to bully her mother. She came to Yun Wanfeng's side and supported her. She retorted to Qin Wanrong in the same tone. What about you? Didn't you do the same? When your own son went missing, you adopted Wudao. When your biological son returned, you cast Wudao aside. Let's not point fingers. Because we've all done the same thing. Li Sisi expected her words to strike a blow against Qin Wanrong, but the latter merely smiled faintly. We are not the same at all. The heir of the Qin family was always me. As for my lost younger brother, even if he returns, so what? I will always cherish Wudao. My parents feel the same. At this moment, Qin Wudao glanced at Li Jingyu, who was half kneeling on the ground, almost lifeless. A peculiar expression crossed his face. After all this, he was a fake young master in the Qin family, and a true young master in the Li family. How strikingly similar the plot was. However, the difference lay in the fact that the Qin parents had indeed never shown favoritism. They treated both Qin Wudao and the biological son, who was later found, with equal regard. Miss Qin, this matter. What are you all staring at? Show them out. Li Lindu attempted to say something more, but Qin Wanrong barked at the surrounding bodyguards. On ordinary days, this eldest daughter of the Qin family wielded more authority than the patriarch himself. The bodyguards immediately closed in. Qin Wanrong shielded Qin Wudao behind her, giving the Li family no time to react as she ordered the bodyguards to escort them out. Qin Wudao watched the Li family depart, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He had intended to make Li Sisi crawl out, but since they were escorted out, he let it go. If the Li family provoked him again in the future, it would not end as simply as today. Li Yi, embedded in the wall, was also pried out by the combined effort of the bodyguards. He collapsed like a pile of mud, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Once the living room was completely quiet, Qin Wanrong fixed her gaze on Qin Wudao and said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Come back to the Qin family with me." Hearing this, Qin Wudao gave a bitter smile. "Sis, please don't make me go back. I've been away from home for years, and besides, I'm grown up now. They'll find time to visit the Qin family later, but at least, MPH. Before he could finish, Qin Wanrong extended a fair, delicate hand and directly covered his mouth. "Have you gotten so bold? How dare you speak to me like this? And you say you've grown up? No matter how old you are, in my eyes, you'll always be that aloof little brat who first came to the Qin family. Don't think that just because you're powerful now I can't handle you. Do you want me to embed you in the wall?" Qin Wudao gently removed her hand from his mouth, a warmth rising in his heart. With his memories and soul intact, he was naturally aware of the Qin family's affection for him. But the Qin family was not like the Li family. He could strike Li Jingyu without hesitation, but the Qin family had shown him great kindness. He could not bring himself to harm their biological son. After acting twice, Qin Wudao himself sensed that his personality seemed to have changed. He wondered if it was due to the transmigration or because he found his predecessor's life too stifling, leading to a growing ferocity in his temperament. He was even quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. If he went to the Qin family and encountered their son again, he could not guarantee he would hold back. Seeing the look on Qin Wudao's face, Qin Wanrong understood his thoughts. She took his large hand in hers and said softly, "Be good, Wudao, come home with me. I'm not Li Sisi. If Qin Zirwei crosses the line, he'll handle it. Don't make things more complicated." Qin Wudao shook his head with a wry smile. If Qin Wanrong got involved in this matter, wouldn't she end up just like Li Sisi? "I don't care. No more talk. Come with me." Qin Wanrong pretended to be fierce, but her attempt at fierceness was utterly endearing. Realizing he could not escape this, Qin Wudao nodded. He could not forget the nurturing grace of the Qin parents. At the very least, he should go back to see them once. But as for the Li family, he certainly would not return. It would only hinder his enjoyment of life. Qin Wanrong took Qin Wudao's hand and led him straight out of the villa. At the door, she even teased, "My little Wudao is quite capable securing the Yunjing No. 1 villa. Hand it over to me now." Yu obediently moved back home. If Qin Wanrong wanted the villa, Qin Wudao would naturally give it to her, but on the condition that he did not have to live in the Qin residence. Bang! They got into the car, and the door was slammed shut in haste. Even inside the vehicle, Qin Wanrong clung tightly to Qin Wudao's hand, as if afraid he would slip away the moment she let go. "Sis, let go. I've already agreed to go back with you." "No way. I won't let go." Qin Wanrong pouted at Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of reproach. 10 years. Heaven knows how she had endured these 10 years. Back when Qin Wudao was around, whenever she was exhausted from work, she would simply hold him in her arms, claiming it was a form of healing. In the 10 years that followed, Qin Wudao vanished without a trace, and she nearly went mad. Her personality grew increasingly cold, earning her the title of the Ice Queen CEO. Moi. As the motorcade headed toward the Qin residence, Qin Wudao spotted a familiar figure through the car window. It was Lu Ruyan. She wasn't hospitalized. Her constitution must be quite strong. "What are you looking at?" As Qin Wudao marveled, Qin Wanrong reached out and turned his face toward her, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of danger. "By the way, when we get home, you're going to tell me all about why you spent these years being a love-struck fool. And for several women, was I not good enough for you? How could you stoop so low for those vile women?" At the sight of Qin Wanrong's gaze, 2 words flashed through Qin Wudao's mind. Yandra. And of a most severe kind at that. With this thought, Qin Wudao gently pushed Qin Wanrong away and said softly, "You are my sister, how could I? What's wrong with being a sister?" Before Qin Wudao could finish, Qin Wanrong interrupted him directly. "Now you remember I'm your sister? Earlier over there, weren't you calling me Miss Qin?" Faced with Qin Wanrong's relentless advance, Qin Wudao chose to remain silent. Just as Qin Wanrong was about to say something more, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. With lightning-fast reflexes, Qin Wudao reached out and pulled Qin Wanrong into his embrace. Basking in the warmth of his arms, Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes gradually softened, and a faint blush tinged her ethereally beautiful face. But she quickly came to her senses, straightened her slender form, and demanded sternly of the driver ahead, "What happened?" The driver hastily explained, "President, someone has blocked our convoy." Oh, Qin Wanrong's delicate brows furrowed slightly. In all of Modu, few were unaware of the Qin family's convoy. Who would dare to block their path in such a manner? Peering through the car window ahead, sure enough, a fleet of black vehicles had completely obstructed the Qin family's convoy, sealing the road ahead. As car doors swung open, figures clad in black stepped out one after another. These individuals exuded an extremely formidable aura. They were certainly no ordinary men. "Wu Dao, you leave first. They'll handle the rest." Having taken control of the Qin family at a young age, Qin Wanrong instinctively wanted Qin Wu Dao to escape upon realizing the abnormality of the opposing group. At this moment, Qin Wu Dao's face bore a hint of helplessness. Those people were clearly from the Dragon King Palace. It seemed Long Lin and Long Ya had mistakenly believed he had been captured. "Sis, they're my people. Let me go talk to them." Oh. Qin Wanrong looked at Qin Wu Dao with confusion. She hadn't expected that after years apart her younger brother would have amassed such power. Why had she never heard of this in Modu before? With a thud, Qin Wu Dao opened the car door and stepped out. Long Ya and Long Lin, who had blocked the convoy, immediately stepped forward respectfully upon seeing Qin Wu Dao. Just as they were about to kneel on one knee, Qin Wu Dao stopped them with a glare. "Long, President Qin." Long Lin quickly caught on and changed his address for Qin Wu Dao. Qin Wu Dao nodded in satisfaction and said, "I'm going to the Qin residence now. There's no danger, so you don't need to follow. Come find me at the business banquet in a few days. Also, these days I want you to investigate the people of Modu." "Yes, President Qin, but who exactly are we supposed to investigate?" "Look into whether any miraculous healers have come down from the mountains, any deliverymen who suddenly struck it rich, any coma patients who woke up as if they were different people, or those who treat money like dirt. Also check if any heirs of destroyed great families have arrived in Modu. Investigate them all." Huh. Long Ya's pupils constricted. What was their Dragon King thinking? The scope was far too broad. It was practically asking them to investigate the entire population of Modu. And what was the use of all this? Is there a problem? Hearing Qin Wu Dao's words, Long Ya shuddered and quickly replied, "No problem. We'll start the investigation right away." "Good. Also send the banquet guest list to my phone. You may go now." "Yes, President Qin." With that, Long Ya and Long Lin led their men away. Back in the car, Qin Wu Dao found himself under the intense scrutiny of a pair of beautiful eyes. Having anticipated such questions, he remained utterly composed under Qin Wanrong's gaze. "I met them abroad before. Mm." Qin Wanrong hummed in acknowledgement, yet her beautiful eyes continued to study Qin Wu Dao intently, as if trying to discern the changes the years had wrought upon him. Not long after the roadblock incident, the convoy arrived at the Qin residence. It was a luxurious mansion worthy of being called an estate, sprawling over a vast area. In Modu, where land was as precious as gold, the ability to build such an estate was a testament to the immense power of the Qin family. The servants were lined up in 2 rows before the gate. At the front, the butler raised his hand, and everyone bowed in greeting. With a thud, Qin Wanrong and Qin Wu Dao stepped out of the car. The sight of the handsome man and the beautiful woman brought a sparkle to the servants' eyes. Having spent his childhood in the Qin residence, the servants were very familiar with Qin Wu Dao. They were even filled with fondness for him, for as a child, Qin Wu Dao had been exceptionally well behaved, without a trace of a young master's arrogance. His return now filled the servants with immense excitement. "Young master, you have returned." The butler stepped forward, his eyes brimming with joy. "Uncle Lo, it's been a long time." Though a servant of the Qin family, Qin Wu Dao held great respect for Uncle Lo. When he was a child brought back to the Qin residence, his parents were too busy to care for him, so Uncle Lu had been the one to look after Qin Wu Dao most of the time. Naturally, Qin Wu Dao harbored deep affection for him. "Young master, it's good that you're back." Tears glistened in Uncle Le's eyes. "The master and madam have been waiting for a long time. Please follow me, young master and miss." With that, Uncle Lu, Qin Wanrong directly linked her arm with Qin Wu Dao's, refusing to let go despite his attempts to pull away, holding on even tighter. Upon entering, Qin Wu Dao gazed at the familiar house, a wave of emotion washing over him. Memories of his childhood flashed through his mind. He could feel the deep love his parents had for him. All these years acting the fool, he hadn't even thought to come back and see them. "Wu Dao." As soon as they reached the living room, a beautiful woman rose from the sofa. Her features bore a resemblance to Qin Wanrong's. Time had not diminished her beauty. Even in middle age, her charm remained undiminished. This was the lady of the Qin family, also Qin Wu Dao's adoptive mother, Qin Siyu. "You child, you finally come home. Do you know how long your father and I have waited for you?" Qin Siyu walked straight up to him, just like Qin Wanrong, and began to scrutinize Qin Wu Dao, reaching out to gently caress his cheek. "You must not have been eating well outside all these years. Look, you've gotten so thin." "Qin." Huff. He had almost called her Madam Qin, but upon seeing the tears welling in Qin Siyu's eyes, Qin Wu Dao finally uttered the word mom. That single word, mom, caused Qin Siyu's delicate frame to tremble slightly. Good child, good child. It's good that you're home." The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa was the head of the Qin family, Qin Jun. Although he didn't appear as agitated as Qin Siyu, his trembling hands and the slight twitch in his facial muscles betrayed the same deep emotion within him. But being a man, he naturally wouldn't vent his emotions as freely as a woman. "You're back? Sit down." Hearing Qin Jun's words, Qin Wudao nodded, and then sat down on the soft sofa. Qin Siyu and Qin Wanrong, one on each side, embraced his arms with such force that even Qin Wudao felt a slight congestion. The two seemed to fear that if they loosened their grip even a little, the person before them would vanish. After Qin Wudao was seated, Qin Jun spoke again. "You haven't come back to visit in all these years. What did you get so caught up in your adventures outside that you forgot your family?" Old Qin, hearing Qin Jun scold her precious son Qin Siyu, immediately spoke with indignation. She didn't want Qin Wudao to be reprimanded on his very first day back. What if it drove him away? Mom, Qin Wudao shook his head with a smile. He could feel the love in Qin Jun's words. Such a family was not something he would take offense at over a few remarks. "Good to know. Since you're back, rest for a while, then go to the company and help your sister." "Dad?" This time before Qin Siyu could speak, Qin Wanrong protested. "Wudao just got back and you want him to start working." After saying this, she quickly turned to Qin Wudao. "Wudao, don't misunderstand. I'm not worried about you taking my place. I just want you to rest more. What's yours will always be yours." "Sis, I know." Qin Wudao gently patted Qin Wanrong's hand and said with a smile, "You don't need to explain so much. Do you think I don't know who you are?" Perhaps it was the tenderness in Qin Wudao's tone that caused a blush to rise on Qin Wanrong's pretty face. Seeing this, Qin Siyu revealed a smile that only a mother could. Her eyes kept shifting between Qin Wudao and Qin Wanrong. "By the way," at that moment Qin Jun looked at Qin Wudao and asked, "I heard that the Li family approached you. Is that true?" At the mention of the Li family, the smile on Qin Wudao's face gradually faded. "The Li family has been raising that adopted son all these years. I don't know what they were thinking. But that adopted son is like mud that can't be plastered on the wall. Now they want to acknowledge you. If you wish to reunite with them, I can." "No." Qin Jun tried to speak several times, but was interrupted by Qin Siyu. She shot a glare at her husband and said angrily, "That Li family has no sense of kinship, and both their adopted son and biological daughter are no good. Wudao is my son. Oh, how can he be acknowledged? That's Wudao's freedom. Why do you, a woman, always have to meddle? I don't care. Wudao is my son, my family. Oh, no one else can claim him." Father and Mother Qin glared at each other, neither willing to yield. Seeing this, Qin Wanrong chuckled. "Mom, don't worry about it. When I went to pick up Wudao earlier, I happened to run into the Li family, and then..." Qin Wanrong recounted everything she had witnessed. When he heard that Qin Wudao had crippled Li Yi, Qin Jun's eyes were filled with shock. He knew of Li Yi, a death warrior raised by the Li family, extremely formidable, no weaker than the Qin family's top elite. His own son had effortlessly crippled him. Unlike Qin Jun's astonishment, Qin Siyu's beautiful eyes were... She knew the price one had to pay to become strong. She tightened her grip on Qin Wudao's arm, her voice laced with remorse. "Child, you've suffered. It's all my fault for not watching over you, leaving you alone outside all these years." "Mom." Qin Wudao comforted Qin Siyu. "Leaving home back then was my own choice, but has nothing to do with you. Really, I just wanted to accomplish some of my own goals. Don't blame yourself. The kindness you've shown me is a debt I can never repay." "Don't say that." Qin Siyu scolded. "You are my son. Isn't it only natural to be good to your child?" "What kindness?" "Nonsense." Qin Jun stubbed out his cigarette and said calmly, "Since you don't want to acknowledge the Li family, fine. He'll minimize contact with them from now on and help you resolve this matter. You are my son, Qin Jun's son." Bang. As they were speaking, the door was pushed open and a young man walked in slowly. The young man's face was pale and his body was frail, not from poor nourishment, but from a life of dissipation and indulgence. His features bore some resemblance to Qin Jun, but his demeanor lacked the authority of the Qin family, instead carrying an air of arrogance and gloom. This was Qin Zirwei, the biological son the Qin family had found. Upon entering, Qin Zirwei's face initially held a hint of joy, but it darkened instantly at the sight of Qin Wudao. "Qin Wudao, why are you back? How dare you?" Bang. Qin Jun slammed his hand on the table and roared. "Is this how you speak to your older brother? Get over here. All you do is carouse with your worthless friends every day, and the company I gave you is constantly bleeding money. Your sister has always had to clean up your mess. Can't you show some decency?" Qin Zirwei seemed indifferent to Qin Jun's outburst. He staggered over to Qin Wudao, ignoring Qin Wanrong's icy stare, and said coldly, "What? The eldest young master of the Qin family has finally returned. But father isn't dead, yet so you can't inherit anything. Besides, if even I, the biological son, can't inherit, what makes you an adopted son think you can? You beast." Qin Wudao stood up, immediately ready to act, but Qin Siyu held him back. "Zirwei, what are you saying? Apologize to your father right now." "Apologize? Huh?" Qin Zirwei sneered. "What did I say wrong? Isn't it the truth? You owed me for so many years, then brought back someone to replace me, and on top of that, all the company's affairs are in my... I am your son. Why can't I inherit the Qin family? Hearing this, the veins on Qin Zhen's forehead bulged. Inherit the Qin family. Do you even have the ability? You can't even manage a small company, yet you want to inherit the Qin family. Should I hand it over to you and let you squander it? How do you know I'll squander it if you don't give it to me? Old man, you whoosh. Just as Qin Zirwei was about to say more, Qin Wudao suddenly appeared before him and grabbed him by the collar. A playful smile on his face, Qin Wudao said in a voice only the two could hear. I have to say, compared to Li Jingyu, I kind of prefer you. At least you're openly bad, he's just a green tea bitch. But that doesn't give you the right to disrespect your parents. Come and apologize. Qin Wudao dragged Qin Zirwei over to the elders, as if he was carrying a chick, then threw him onto the ground. Qin Zirwei's face was filled with undisguised disgust and anger, but after being dragged over by Qin Wudao, he realized that if he continued to resist, he would surely be beaten. After years apart, Qin Wudao had changed. In the past, he only knew how to yield. When Qin Zirwei returned to the Qin family, he once saw Qin Wudao punch a tree, leaving a dent, possessing innate divine strength. Yet Qin Wudao had never used that strength on him. No matter the conflict, Qin Wudao was always the one to. Now a decade later, Qin Wudao had returned, as if completely unleashed. Just the look on his face sent a shiver down Qin Zirwei's spine. Adhering to the principle of a wise man avoiding danger, Qin Zirwei turned to his parents and muttered, Sorry mom and dad, I know I was wrong. This apology slightly eased the expressions of Qin's parents. As mentioned before, they had always treated both. Qin Zirwei was at fault and needed to apologize, while Qin Wudao had never erred, so there was no need. Alright, the child has just returned. It was Qin's mother who first consoled his father. Our family is reunited now, and I have no regrets in this life. Later, go to the Li family and settle this matter. They must not contact our Wudao again. What the Li family can offer, our Qin family can too. Hearing this, Qin's father nodded. Both the Qin and Li families were prominent clans in the Magic City, but the Qin family surpassed the Li in influence, nearly reaching the top tier. The Li family was merely a first-rate clan. What they could provide for Qin Wudao, the Qin family could as well. Mom and Dad. Qin Zirwei stood up displeased. The family's assets should be mine. Mid-sentence, he glanced cautiously at Qin Wudao and hid behind his parents, fearing a beating. From behind them, he continued, He's just an adopted son. I'm your real son, and their sister. Are you going to split the Qin family into three? Nonsense. Qin's father roared. The Qin family will not be divided, and the heir was always meant to be your sister. You and Wudao will receive the family's wealth and resources. Your future paths are yours to decide. As for the heir's position, forget it. What? Qin Zirwei's face fell in disbelief. But sister will marry one day. Her children will bear enough. How can she be the heir? Moi. Before Qin's father could speak, Qin Wanrong stepped forward. She walked slowly to Qin Zirwei, her beautiful eyes filled with danger. My dear brother, what are you saying? Say it again in front of me. Seeing Qin Wanrong approach, Qin Zirwei shrank back, not daring to utter a word. Qin Wudao almost laughed. He had just told Qin Zirwei that he didn't truly dislike this so-called brother. He was simply mindlessly malicious. The type who couldn't scheme, only talk, too scared to act, too dim to plan. What was there to fear about such a person? Compared to Li Jingyu, that green tea, Qin Zirwei was far better. He had even shown kindness as a child. His current behavior was just resentment toward his parents. Seeing Qin Zirwei fall silent, Qin Wanrong snorted and sat on the sofa. She glanced at Qin Wudao and said pointedly, I am the heir of the Qin family. My future children will naturally bear the Qin name. If needed, I'll marry someone named Qin. The bloodline remains ours. Don't worry. The Qin family will always be the Qin family. Qin Zirwei's eyes widened. Was that even possible? Qin's mother, who knew the inside story, looked at Qin Wudao with eyes like Qin Wanrong's, filled with appreciation. Alright, Qin Zirwei, since your brother has returned, no more mischief. Starting tomorrow, I'll send you back to that small company as its president. Only when you've built it up can you return to the Qin group. If you cause trouble again, I'll have your brother and sister drag you out and break your legs. They'll teach you to be serious. What? No way. Qin Zirwei's face was full of indignation. He had always wanted to inherit the Qin family, but hated responsibility. Being an idle rich kid was his ideal life. Now being forced to work, that was worse than death. But seeing his father's reddening face, he wisely chose to. Alright, Mom and Dad, you stay here and educate Zirwei. They'll take Wudao upstairs. He just got home and needs. With that, Qin Wanrong ignored everyone else, stood up, grabbed Qin Wudao's arm, and dragged him upstairs. Qin's mother secretly raised a little fist, as if cheering for her daughter. On the top floor were the family's bedroom. There were 5 rooms with Qin Wanrong's and Qin Wudao's directly opposite each other. Bang! She pushed open the door and let him inside. The room was simply decorated, matching Qin Wudao's childhood personality, seemingly unchanged. Qin Wanrong took his hand and pushed him onto the bed, sitting close beside him. Wudao, see, your room has never been touched. Mom, Dad, and I have always hoped you'd come back, but you kept us waiting for 10 years. Hearing her words, Qin Wudao didn't respond. He looked at the familiar surroundings, feeling a wave of emotion. It was exactly as he remembered, warming his heart. Abroad, he had never experienced such warmth. To become the Dragon King besides talent required countless brushes with death, sacrificing everything for that home. His foreign master and senior siblings had never given him that feeling. It was all about missions killing missions. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Qin Wudao remained silent, Qin Wanrong reached out with both hands, turning his face toward her. Their gazes met. As they sat side by side, when she turned his face, they could even feel each other's breath. Qin Wanrong's fragrance permeated his senses. It seemed to be a scent born of top-tier perfume mingled with her natural essence, snapping Qin Wudao back to reality. Instinctively, he tried to evade. Qin Wanrong, who still held his face, naturally felt his movement. She tightened her grip, preventing him from escaping. Her breath was as delicate as an orchid's. Where do you think you're running off to? Haven't you been running for 10 years? Isn't that enough? Sis. Stop messing around. Qin Wudao reached out, grasping the jade-like hands on his face, then said softly, I've come back, haven't I? And I've grown up. Right. You've grown up. Seeing her hands caught, Qin Wanrong, as if in a fit of pique, said fine 3 times in a row, then abruptly pulled her hands free and wrapped them around Qin Wudao. The tips of their noses seemed to touch. Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes stared intently at Qin Wudao as she slowly spoke. I don't care if you've grown up or not. I haven't heard your answer to the question I asked in the car. Moi. Qin Wudao was taken aback, puzzled. What question? Qin Wanrong laughed coldly. Your memory is truly dreadful. Tell me, why didn't you come home after returning to the country? Why did you go out and play the fool, fawning over those worthless women? What do they have that I don't? Hearing the term fawning fool, Qin Wudao felt a headache coming on. He couldn't exactly say he was a transmigrator and that the foolish behavior belonged to his predecessor, could he? Even if he said it, Qin Wanrong would never believe him. With that in mind, Qin Wudao spoke in a helpless tone. Before I was blinded by foolishness. As for why I didn't come home, you should be able to guess. I didn't want to trouble Mom and Dad. And those women. I must have had a screw loose back then. Qin Wanrong was clearly unsatisfied with this answer. She leaned in even closer, pressing their noses together, creating an intensely intimate scene. Of course, one had to ignore her eyes, which seemed to be sheathed in frost. My little brother has really grown up, hasn't he? Got himself a girlfriend, and for all these years you haven't been idle, one after another. And answer me directly. Am I worse than them? Feeling the delicate touch on his nose, Qin Wudao said instinctively, of course not. You're far better than them. Then why did you stay by their side? As she asked this, Qin Wanrong's voice carried a hint of grievance, and her beautiful eyes seemed to mist over. Seeing Qin Wanrong's reaction coupled with her orchid-like scent, something snapped in Qin Wudao. Instinctively, he leaned in and gently kissed her. After the act, they both froze. Qin Wudao silently cursed himself and hurriedly tried to explain. But on closer look, he saw that Qin Wanrong's beautiful face was slowly tinged with a delicate blush. Even her translucent earlobes had turned red. Qin Wanrong's voice trembled as she asked, What does this mean? Well, Qin Wudao thought for a moment before speaking with slight embarrassment. The atmosphere was just right. I felt it would be odd not to do something. Hearing this, Qin Wanrong shot him a look. That glance was full of charm, more like a coquettish gesture than a reprimand. She gently pulled back. Just as she was about to stand and flee, she seemed to remember something. Turning around, she stared intently at Qin Wudao. To Qin Wudao's astonishment, Qin Wanrong pounced on him. Wrapping her arms around his neck, they kissed. She was completely inexperienced. It was less a kiss and more a stiff pressing of lips. Qin Wudao, after a moment of shock, came to his senses and pulled the woman in his arms close. He gently guided. After a long while, they parted. Qin Wanrong was breathless, her beautiful eyes filled with dazedness and shyness. This is my mark on you. Listen, you belong to me and me alone. If those women dare to pester you, will kill them. With that, Qin Wanrong forced her delicate body to stand, then ran straight out and back to her own room. Qin Wudao watched her retreating figure, instinctively touching his lips where the lingering fragrance seemed to. Is this what the first day home is like? As he was pondering, his phone rang. The ringtone was a lovesick fool's anthem of utter devotion. He'll change that ringtone later. Qin Wudao picked up the phone. On the other end came the voice of Longya. My king, I've sent the banquet list to your email. I've also tracked down one of the people you asked about, but am not sure if it's the one you're looking for. Recently, on a short video streaming platform, a user named Lord Mo has appeared. He's also on the banquet invitation list. His background checks out as an ordinary family, but he throws money around online like it's nothing. He treats money as if it's worthless. For any random female streamer, he'll tip tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. Before this, he was just a level 0 account. It's as if he appeared out of nowhere, inherited a fortune, and suddenly became rich. I understand. What's his online name? It's the loneliness of a cigarette. After hanging up, Qin Wudao opened the nationwide trending short video app. A quick search brought up all the news about this Lord Mo. Some speculated he was a prince from Dubai or a scion of some ancient clan. Any streamer he fancied was instantly made financially free. His extravagance knew no bounds. Countless online tycoons couldn't get an edge on him, ending up utterly defeated. Qin Wudao carefully browsed the information about this person, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems this guy either truly has money to burn or he's someone with some kind of tipping system. Ding dong. The little Oxman figure suddenly issued a task. Congratulations, host, for detecting a potential system wielder. Suppressing, subduing, or eliminating them will all grant rewards. Suppressing or subduing them will yield half of their system's rewards. Eliminating them will grant their system and a special reward. Hearing the task issued by the little Oxman, a strange expression crossed Chin Wudao's face. Eliminate a chosen one. Isn't that what a villain does? He himself was a chosen one. Wait, it seemed his destiny also included a heaven-defying villain aspect. If it really is a tipping system, that wouldn't be bad. Just then Chin Wudao noticed a female streamer at the top of the tipping leaderboard leading the second place by an insurmountable margin. Clicking into that live stream, he saw carnival effects flying across the screen. A lonely cigarette sent Carnival $5.99. A lonely cigarette sent Carnival $600. A lonely cigarette. Sure enough, he encountered that MO zone. Amidst a flurry of flattery on the public screen, the carnivals continued all the way to $999. The female streamer was named Chanchan 2. As the carnivals drifted endlessly, she flaunted her figure in the live stream, performing a hot dance. Her fitted t-shirt could not conceal her stunning dimensions. Yoga pants and sports shoes perfectly showcased her impeccable body, curves while retaining a hint of innocence. Her bright eyes, as if holding autumn water, seemed to pierce through the screen straight into one's heart. Her charming face was exceptionally beautiful, and under the light she appeared to glow with fair, translucent skin. Even without the aid of beauty filters, this female streamer was a top-tier beauty, no less than Lu Rian. Thank you for your support, MO Zone. Chanchan 2 made a heart shape with her hands, her alluring movements drawing wild cheers from the audience. It's over. MO Zone has set his sights on Rabbit again. Another one of my dream girls is taken. No problem. I don't mind being the cleanup crew for the big spender. Do you even get a turn to be the cleanup crew? Not spending a cent, just hanging around, right? But Rabbit won't just become the big spender's private streamer that easily, will she? No. The moment MO Zone entered the live stream, he dropped a $9.99 carnival chain. Even if Rabbit wanted something with him, who are you, some monster, to object? Chin Wudao watched the scrolling comments, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's the vibe. Walking in and throwing 3 million Longwa currency as a greeting gift. There's no way this guy doesn't have a so-called tipping system. In his past life, he had read plenty of such novels. It seemed that in the early stages this tipping system always had rules, either a spending limit or conditions to meet. He just didn't know what kind of system this MO Zone had. If it was just a simple tipping system, Chin Wudao naturally wouldn't care. But if it was a multifold cashback system or some tycoon system, he had to get his hands on it. As Chin Wudao was still pondering, a comment from a lonely cigarette appeared on the public screen. Streamer, your dance was impressive. I like it. Seeing this comment, Chanchan Tu's eyes curved like crescent moons. She revealed 2 small fangs and smiled. Thank you for your support and recognition, MO Zone. Love you. Chanchan 2 was originally a moderately popular streamer. She earned a decent income on regular days, but it paled in comparison to the big streamers. But with her flawless looks and figure, she naturally knew how to wait for the right offer. Sure enough, today she had hooked. This MO Zone had been incredibly popular on short videos lately. Many suspected he was a big shot from some top. A faint smile curled on Chanchan Tu's lips. Of course she wanted to hook someone like him, but what if he turned out to be an old man? That would be too much of a loss. For years she had kept herself pure, even rejecting offline invitations from previous top donors who offered astronomical sums. She had been waiting for a chance to gain even more. Now the opportunity had arrived. Hearing Chanchan Tu's love you, it seemed to flip a switch in a lonely cigarette, and the screen was once again flooded with carnival effects. On the public screen, his comment scrolled alongside the gifts. Well said. You deserve this. Let me just take the top spot today. Seeing this comment, the public screen erupted with praises like MO Zone is domineering and invincible. At that moment, the top donor on Chanchan Tu's overall leaderboard had spent over 6 million. MO Zone had already spent 3 million. To become the top donor, he only needed to spend another 3 million. A lonely cigarette sent Carnival 500. A lonely cigarette sent Carnival 600. Warwolf sent Carnival 100. Huh, why did another new account suddenly pop up sending carnivals? Are all big shots this low-key these days? Wait, what does he mean by sending carnivals at this moment? Is he trying to compete with MO Zone for the top spot? No idea, but it sure looks that way. Many big shots on the platform have lost to MO Zone before. Can this Warwolf pull it off? Either way, he's more impressive than you and me. They're all big shots. This so-called Warwolf was of course Chin Wudao. He wanted to see MO Zone's limits. The system had given him a 50 billion black card earlier, so spending a little was no pressure. But he never expected that his previous self had named his short video account Warwolf. Did he really think he was a warwolf? Chin Wudao was speechless, but his fingers didn't stop continuously tapping on the carnivals. With his invincible strength, his finger movements on the phone were nothing short of a blur. He quickly caught up to the so-called MO Zone. A lonely cigarette sent Carnival 800. Warwolf sent Carnival 742. Damn, how many years of being single does it take to get that finger speed? He's almost caught up in no time. Truly worthy of the name Warwolf. I'm convinced, truly convinced. These big shots love using new accounts, just waiting for some clueless person to mock them, then pull off a face-slapping comeback. From now on, when we see new accounts, let's keep a low profile. They either don't spend at all, or when they do, it's enough to buy your life. As the public screen scrolled with messages, Zong stopped his spree with the carnival gifts stalling at $999. Meanwhile, Warwolf continued. He sent out a total of 3000 carnivals worth $9 million, forcefully snatching the top spot. Thank you, Zong. Thank you, Wolfzong. Qianqian too was of course the happiest. She knew that one day such luck would fall upon her after all the years of preparation. But she never expected it to come so suddenly. Two big shots were now competing for the so-called top spot, starting a spending spree. A lonely cigarette typed a message on the public screen. It seems this streamer has a guardian. He'll gracefully step aside. The message oozed with style. No one would think he was showing off, as his previous spending spree of hundreds of millions had already gone viral across the internet. But to the onlookers it seemed like Zong was making way for Wolfzong. Perhaps Wolfzong was an even bigger shot than Zong. Why else would Zong suddenly stop, and even offer to step aside? After all, no matter who challenged him before, Zong had always been dominant. In a rented room in Modu, a young man with a clean-cut face stared at his phone screen, a hint of displeasure on his. Who is this Warwolf? Could it be a new account of someone I've beaten before? Damn it. This Qianqian too keeps thanking him, and her favorability hasn't bound to me yet. I can only send her $999 twice a day. If I could bind her ID, make that Warwolf look like a stray dog. No one knew that this young man was the owner of a system. Chu Feng, who had always been an office worker after being unjustly scolded by his boss and made to take the blame, resolutely chose to resign. Lying at home, he was worrying about making a living the next day when suddenly the sound of system binding rang in his mind. This system was called the Reward Goddess system. He only needed to spend money on short videos to get a 10 cashback. Moreover, the money spent was all given by the system. For example, the hundreds of millions he had previously splurged were the system's novice reward. But the novice reward had already been spent. To continue splurging, he had to bind a goddess. These goddesses had to be extremely beautiful and have a certain level of affection for him. Once bound, he could recklessly spend money on them. But before that, he only had 2 chances to use $999, and no matter what gift he gave, he could only spend up to $999. Under normal circumstances, throwing out $3 million, which female streamer wouldn't have some affection for him? When he checked the system, he clearly saw that Qianqian Tu's affection was rising rapidly, about to reach the binding level, when an unexpected obstacle appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Lang burst onto the scene, and Qianqian Tu's affection began to stagnate. No, I must bind this woman, and as for this Zhang Lang. Seeing the onlookers in the public chat discussing Zhang Lang again, after pondering for a moment, Chu Feng typed a string of words in the public chat. Brother, if you want to protect the streamer, I naturally won't compete with you, for a gentleman does not take what others cherish. But if you are merely trying to provoke me, how about this? 2 days later is the platform's event day, we can have a battle. Seeing the words typed by President Mo, the onlookers became lively again. Is President Mo planning to have a serious fight with President Lang? Could it be that President Mo was investigating President Lang's identity earlier? TSK. The game between big shots is terrifying. The event day is going to be lively. Qianqian too saw President Mo's words and felt a surge of joy inside. Was she going to have a chance to choose between the 2 big shots? After so many years of waiting for a good offer, she was finally going to rise. But President Mo waited and waited, yet received no reply from Zhang Lang. Ignored. Utterly ignored. This made Chu Feng, who had just obtained the system not long ago, even more angry. A lonely cigarette. Zhang Lang, brother, what do you mean? Why aren't you speaking? Fight or not, I'm fine either way. 2 days should be enough to prepare, right? But his words once again vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. Just as Chu Feng was about to say something more, a line appeared in the public chat. Zhang Lang, the streamer has a nice figure. Zhang Lang. Chu Feng. So you're not blind to my words, you just simply don't want to respond. In just a few days, Chu Feng had enjoyed the flattery of people on the platform, and even received invitations to business banquets. This sudden leap in social class had filled him with confidence, but before he could fully emerge, there appeared on the platform today someone who ignored him. As the streamer Qianqian too naturally dared not stir up trouble when facing 2 big shots. She even smiled proactively and said, "Thank you for the compliment, President Lang. I have no talent, I can only rely on this to beg for a living. And President Mo, thank you for your support too. Love you guys." At this moment, Chu Feng had no intention of paying attention to Qianqian too. Instead, he kept typing. A lonely cigarette. Zhang Lang, brother, what do you mean? Why aren't you speaking? A lonely cigarette. Zhang Lang, how about this? You pick a time. We can use any PK method. A lonely cigarette. Zhang Lang, brother, this is no fun. I've already stepped aside for you, and you're still pretending. A lonely cigarette. Zhang Lang, by the way, why don't we add each other on WeChat privately and chat alone? A lonely cigarette, Jean Lang speak. You speak. Jean Lang, the streamer dances well. Do it. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They had witnessed President Mo's transformation from calm to breaking down, and after his breakdown President Lang delivered a finishing blow. He had said so much, but Jean Lang didn't care a single word and continued to flirt with the streamer. It was like stepping on President Mo's face into the ground. Faced with this situation, Qianqian too didn't know what to say. Mediate. At this point mediating would probably, she was just a streamer. Even if she wanted to use everything she had as a stepping stone to enter high society, she still had a clear self-awareness. Now she was not worthy of playing mind games with these big shots. She could only let the situation develop on its own. Ignoring the so-called President Mo was of course intentional on Qin Wudao's part. As everyone knows, you can fight Batman, but you can't arrange a fight with Batman. Who would be stupid enough to engage in a showdown with someone who seemingly has a reward system? After all, the money he spent might be from the system, but what he spent was real Longwa currency. This time, he spent 9 million just to see the upper limit of the rewards. If he had nothing better to do during the event, and when to fight him, that would be something only a brain-dead person would do. The other party had already said such words, clearly well prepared. Falling into the trap at this time would be pure idiocy, wouldn't it? In his rented room, Chu Feng's forehead veins bulged. He hadn't expected Jean Lang to be so arrogant. It was known that the second-generation elites of Modu had a chat group with him, all top-tier second-generation members of Modu. Because of the current confrontation, they were also discussing, who is this Jean Lang? Can you find out anything about him? Can't find anything at all. His information seems to be a blank slate. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? My brother is in the military, and he can't find anything. Could he be another hidden big shot, like President Mo? Is something about to happen in Modu recently? Big shots appearing one after another. Chu Feng saw the messages in the discussion group and gradually calmed down. He only had a system for rewarding goddesses. The reason these second-generation elites were so respectful to him was that they couldn't find anything about him. His parents were both working class, and so was he. This kind of resume looked simple, but it couldn't stop others from overthinking. Now everyone thought Chu Feng was some hidden big shot. But he knew his own situation. If he were a hidden big shot, would he still be rewarding female streamers? So when it came to Jean Lang, he really didn't dare to speak definitively. What if he encountered a reckless madman? Wouldn't he be thrown into the sea? While Chu Feng was secretly fretting, Qin Wudao on the other side checked his short video account backend, where a flood of private messages had already overflowed the screen. There were inquiries from various streamers and netizens. Qianqian Rabbit had naturally sent him one as well. Brother Wolf, here's my WeChat. Would you please add me? I'd love to chat more with you. Thank you for your gift support. Love you. Seeing Qianqian Rabbit's private message, Qin Wudao didn't reply, nor did he even intend to add her. Although Qianqian Rabbit perfectly matched his aesthetic, both in appearance and figure, which were nothing short of top tier, Qin Wudao could tell from her facial features alone that she was a purely scheming woman. Not that being scheming was inherently bad, but he simply didn't have the time to play her games now. After all, his predecessor's werewolf behavior was still fresh in his mind. If he wasn't careful, the fate of being the ultimate simp king might awaken again. No, absolutely not. Qin Wudao shook his head and then turned off his phone. He had just checked the list for the upcoming business banquet, and Chu Feng's name was prominently on it. Others thought Chu Feng's background was fake when they looked into it. After all, how could someone who casually tipped billions be so ordinary? But Qin Wudao knew that this guy truly had that kind of background. With a tipping system, tipping billions, or even tens of billions was like child's play. If he wasn't mistaken, Chu Feng's script started with tipping, gradually leveraging it to dominate the business circle and become a magnate. Even if people later discovered his background was real, what then? By that time, he himself would be the background. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes. His guess was correct. This world indeed had others who had obtained systems, as well as other chosen ones. Chosen ones might not necessarily have systems, but those who had systems were definitely chosen ones. The tasks initiated by the insignificant figure were highly appealing to Qin Wudao. As for Chu Feng, since there was no enmity between them, would killing him bring guilt? Nonsense. Not to mention Qin Wudao himself, even his predecessor wouldn't feel any guilt for killing an innocent person. The title Dragon King sounded very cool, but in reality, it was a title for someone with blood on their hands. None of them were good people. So why bother with any so-called guilt? A business banquet, huh? Qin Wudao toyed with his phone as a plan formed in his mind. Then he dialed a number. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, after Brother Wolf and Brother Mo logged off, Qianqian Rabbit also ended her stream. In her dedicated streaming room, Qianqian Rabbit, with her curvaceous figure and flawless face, stared intently at her phone's backend. Just now she had sent private messages to both Werewolf and A Smoke's Loneliness, hoping to add them separately. Opportunities like this didn't come often. Since she planned to use herself as a ticket into the lap of luxury, she needed to find the most suitable one. She had also noticed that both Werewolf and A Smoke's Loneliness had IP addresses showing they were in Magic City. They were in the same city. Whether things could develop further would need to be confirmed in person. A Smoke's Loneliness quickly added her on WeChat, but on Werewolf's side the message showed as read, yet there was absolutely no response. That's strange. Did I send the wrong number? Why hasn't he added me? Qian Rabbit's pretty face showed a hint of confusion. She checked her message again. The number was correct. Warwolf had also read it, but he simply had no intention of adding her. With that thought, a trace of resentment flickered in Qian Rabbit's beautiful eyes. In the live stream you praised my figure so much, but now in private you couldn't care less. Qian Rabbit was no fool, otherwise she wouldn't have kept her perfect self intact until now. After a brief thought she understood. Brother Wolf was purely looking for trouble with Brother Mo, and she seemed to be just a pawn in it. You bastard. Don't let me find you in Magic City, or I'll make you pay. Qian Rabbit showed her little fangs, her expression not fierce, but rather cute. She was becoming more and more interested in this werewolf. Just then Brother Mo also sent her a message. Why do you want me to add your WeChat? Seeing this, Qian Rabbit's face showed a hint of disdain. Playing hard to get, huh? Doesn't Brother Mo know what adding WeChat means? After all, although Brother Mo had only been on the short video platform for a few days, he had already supported nearly 5 female streamers, one of whom he had spent billions on. As someone in the streaming circle, Qian Rabbit knew that some of those female streamers had already met Brother Mo offline. But it seemed his first crush hadn't met him yet. Now that Qian Rabbit had appeared, was Brother Mo pretending to be innocent again? Though her face showed disdain, the words she typed were full of ambiguity. Oh dear. Brother Mo, you've supported me so much, so of course I hope to have a deeper chat with you. Hope you won't blame. In his rented room, Chu Feng was utterly incredulous. He even wondered if Qian Rabbit had a split personality, typing such ambiguous words, yet the damn favorability kept dropping like crazy. Chu Feng took a deep breath to let his slight frustration dissipate. The smooth sailing of the past few days had made it hard for him to accept her duplicity. If not for the favorability system, wouldn't he have been fooled by her? After composing himself, Chu Feng typed again. I don't blame you, but I really don't understand why you want me to add your WeChat. Still pretending. Qian Rabbit grew even more disdainful. She hated it when people played hard to get. If she hadn't realized that Werewolf was targeting Brother Mo, she might have thought he was playing hard to get too. But now that the opportunity was before her, it would be a shame not to seize it. With that thought, Qian Rabbit composed herself and typed again. Brother Mo, I see your IP is also in Magic City. We're in the same city. You gave me so many gifts today. How about I treat you to a meal in a couple of days? A smoke's loneliness, I might be busy with some things in the next few days. Favorability 1. Chu Feng. He absolutely had to bind this Qian Rabbit now. The full activation of the system required binding 5 girls, and the one he fancied most still hadn't been bound yet. In a few days the platform would hold an event. If the system wasn't fully activated, how could he help her with the event? The opportunity to bind with streamers had been exhausted, and Qian too was the last one. Thus, witnessing the continuous decline in favorability, Chu Feng found himself deeply troubled. Alright, it's the rejections that caused the drop in favorability, isn't it? Then I get it. Chu Feng began typing again, but I have time tomorrow. If you want to treat me to a meal, let's do it tomorrow. Favorability 1. Damn it. Hearing the system's prompt of decreasing favorability, Chu Feng felt frantic. He was merely an ordinary person who had just bound to the system a few days ago. How could he instantly become a womanizer capable of discerning her thoughts? After all, though he had met the previously bound female streamers a few times back, then they had already been overwhelmed by his monetary onslaught. At that time, even a fart from him seemed fragrant. But when it came to Qian too, her words were pleasing, yet her favorability plummeted drastically. Ding dong. Hearing the notification sound from his phone, Chu Feng picked it up again and saw Qian too's reply. Then let's make it tomorrow, President Mo. I know a rather exquisite private kitchen in the heart of Modu. Their dishes are quite expensive, so they shouldn't make you uncomfortable. I'll send you the location later, and we'll meet there. Alright. Faced with the capricious Qian too, Chu Feng no longer knew what to say. Adhering to the principle of saying less to avoid mistakes, he replied with a single word. Favorability 1. Chu Feng, just you wait. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow. Modu was ablaze with brilliant lights. In a certain club, Qin Wudao and another young man sat on the sofa in a private room, selecting from the row of black-stockinged young ladies before them. The young man was from the Wang family of Modu, the second son Wang Weitong. He could be considered Qin Wudao's childhood friend. When they were young at the Qin residence, the two had an extremely close bond, going to school and playing together. In the years since his return, Qin Wudao had met Wang Weitong and even used the power of the Dragon King Hall to resolve many of his troubles. I say, Master Qin, you finally look like a human now. Wang Weitong chuckled. After you came back, you embarked on your simp career. Bro, are you that desperate for love? Are these young ladies here not appealing enough, or have you lost your edge, Master Qin? Look at you. You've got looks, money, and martial prowess. The other day you gave Lu Rian and Bai Yu a thorough beating. With such strength, bro, what woman can't you get? Yet you insist on being a simp. If you weren't my buddy, you wouldn't even qualify to sit at my table seriously. I'm afraid you'll infect me with your disease. Hearing this, Qin Wudao downed his glass of wine in one gulp. He leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and exhaled smoke, obscuring his expression from the row of young ladies before him. After savoring a moment of nicotine, Qin Wudao spoke, slowly. Wang II, if you say one more word, I'll be— Alright. I surrender. Wang Weitong raised both hands in defeat. Previously, when Qin Wudao helped him with his company's issues, he had witnessed his childhood friend's true strength. It was utterly astonishing. Hearing that Qin Wudao would beat him up even though they were buddies and wouldn't go for the kill, it would still hurt. Wang Weitong had no choice but to beg for mercy. By the way, Wang Weitong seemed to think of something and asked again, since you've made up your mind to stop being a simp. Ahem. Not that since you've given up your previous behavior, then why bother attending that business banquet? Don't forget Miss Wan from the Wan family, Wan Shireen, might also attend. Are you sure it's not for her? Nonsense. Qin Wudao retorted irritably. What do you take me for? Do you think I'll keep being a simp after one time? Bro, do you hear yourself? One time. How many times have you simped? Want me to count them for you? Miss Lin, Miss Wan, Lu Rian, and— Stop right there. Before Wang Weitong could finish, Qin Wudao cut him off. You're talking way too much. Don't worry, I won't. As for this business banquet, it's my first step. Oh. Wang Weitong's eyes lit up instantly. You're really starting. Qin Wudao had once shared his plan with Wang Weitong. He never intended to use the identity of the Qin family's eldest son. Instead, he needed to expand his own business empire. Modu was the first stop. Once he secured this economic hub, he would become one of the top elites nationwide. Wang Weitong was thrilled by this plan. As the second son of the Wang family, he would never inherit the family business. If he could join his childhood friend in a grand venture, what did the Wang family matter? Count me in, big brother. I'm your long-lost good little brother. Wang Weitong immediately lunged forward, but Qin Wudao pushed him away in disgust. Alright, let's talk about this tomorrow after we've sobered up. No business while drinking, no drinking while discussing business. Besides, Qin Wudao raised an eyebrow, hinting at the row of black-stockinged young ladies opposite them. Hee. Seeing Qin Wudao's expression, Wang Weitong gave a lecherous grin. Looks like our master Qin has been holding back for years. Go all out. Tonight's on me. With that, Wang Weitong waved his hand, and the black-stockinged young ladies before them sat down beside the two. Some fed Qin Wudao wine, some massaged his shoulders, and others secretly touched his eight-pack abs. Feeling the smooth black stockings against his fingers, Qin Wudao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is what life is all about. Simp. Whoever wants to be one can be one. He was done with it. Bang. At that moment, the door to the private room was violently pushed open. What the hell? Wang Weitong pushed aside the black-stockinged young lady beside him and grabbed a wine bottle as he stood up. Damn, who dares to barge into my room here? You want to die? Huh. Halfway through his words, Wang Weitong suddenly froze, then turned to look at Qin Wudao. The person who had pushed open the door was a mature, seductive woman in a business suit. Lu Rian. PFF. Qin Wudao blew out a puff of smoke and said indifferently, what are you doing? Keep the music and dancing going. Throw out any irrelevant people. Qin Wudao. Seeing him surrounded by women, Lu Rian could no longer hold back. She rushed over and shoved the women aside, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she stared at Qin Wudao. Why are you doing this? You're my man. What are you doing here? Don't they have what I have? Am I not enough for you? Hearing this, Qin Wudao frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Lu Rian, what kind of madness is this? If you want a man, it's simple. Tell the manager here and have them arrange a few for you. But you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Who is your man? Wasn't the last beating enough? Qin Wudao. Seeing him surrounded by women, Lu Rian could no longer hold back. She rushed over and shoved the women aside, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she stared at Qin Wudao. Why are you doing this? You're my man. What are you doing here? Don't they have what I have? Am I not enough for you? Hearing this, Qin Wudao frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Lu Rian, what kind of madness is this? If you want a man, it's simple. Tell the manager here and have them arrange a few for you. But you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Who is your man? Wasn't the last beating enough? Qin Wudao. Seeing him surrounded by women, Lu Rian could no longer hold back. She rushed over and shoved the women aside, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she stared at Qin Wudao. Why are you doing this? You're my man. What are you doing here? Don't they have what I have? Am I not enough for you? Hearing this, Qin Wudao frowned deeply and said in a low voice, Lu Rian, what kind of madness is this? If you want a man, it's simple. Tell the manager here and have them arrange a few for you. But you can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. Who is your man? Wasn't the last beating enough? Wasn't the last beating enough? Seeing the emotionless gaze of Qin Wudao, Lu Rian felt a sharp pain in her heart. She vividly remembered how deeply Qin Wudao loved her in the past, his affection burning with intensity. Now this cold and unyielding gaze left her somewhat breathless. The suffocating feeling made Lu Rian's delicate body sway slightly. But she quickly regained her composure, gazing directly at Qin Wudao, and spoke, Wudao, is it because of Baiyu? Qin Wudao clearly had no idea what Lu Rian was talking about. What about Baiyu? Is it his existence that made you like this? Think too much. Qin Wudao leaned back on the sofa, casually wrapping an arm around a stunning young lady who was quite clever in leaning against Qin Wudao's chest. A small hand gently caressed the explosive muscles on Qin Wudao's chest, her beautiful eyes somewhat dreamy. Get away from me. Seeing the latter's actions, Lu Rian could no longer hold back, walking straight up to grab the woman's wrist, intending to pull her away. Slap. Before Lu Rian could pull the person away, a slap landed hard on her face. Qin Wudao wiped his hand on the woman's black stockings and coldly said, "Get lost, who gave you the courage to come here and pull someone away?" The black stocking lady leaned weakly against Qin Wudao and in a delicate voice said, "Brother Wudao, next time she pulls you, just slap her." Lu Rian covered her reddened cheek incredulously, saying, "You actually hit me for a drinking girl." "Nonsense." Qin Wudao scoffed. "Did you not hear that she was hurt? A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, and a sensible sister. Who cares for her if I don't? And even if she is a drinking girl, it seems that at this moment she belongs to me. You came to my arms to pull someone away. Oh, how could I not hit you? Brother Wudao." The black stocking lady looked at Qin Wudao with a touched expression, while inwardly puzzled as to why this man she was meeting for the first time knew so much about her family situation. Bang! At that moment the door was pushed open again. Judging by Wang Weitong's expression, it seemed he was about to explode with anger. As he was about to erupt, he was stunned again upon seeing who had arrived. It was well known that the Wang family had two sons, Wang Weitong and Wang Weixin. Now the eldest son, Wang Weixin, directly walked in, followed by a handsome young man, Lu Rian's so-called younger brother Baiyu. Even Qin family's second young master, Qin Zirai, was present. What is this combination? Wang Weitong couldn't believe his eyes. The second young master of the Qin family, the eldest of the Wang family, Lu Rian and Baiyu. Shouldn't they have nothing to do with each other? Yet one after another they walked in. Sister Rian. Baiyu saw Lu Rian holding her reddened cheek and instantly understood what had happened. A glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by worry. "Are you okay?" Baiyu reached out to check Lu Rian's injury, but was directly dodged by her. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Qin Wudao. "Isn't this the young master of the Qin family? I just came to see my friend's companion. Sorry for disturbing you." Wang Weixin and Wang Weitong had very similar appearances, but the second young master of the Wang family always wore a cynical smile, while the eldest master, Wang Weixin, although smiling politely, had a hypocritical demeanor that gave off a feeling of a smiling tiger. Qin Wudao ignored Wang Weixin's outstretched hand, and instead turned his gaze to Qin Zirai, who had walked in last, curiously asking, "You came too?" Facing Qin Wudao's teasing, Qin Zirai coldly replied, "Just passing by." The reason these people gathered together was entirely due to an hour ago. Wang Weixin had heard from his subordinates that his younger brother had brought back the young master of the Qin family to the club. Although the heir was already determined to be him, the eldest master, he would not give Wang Weitong any chance to make a comeback. Everyone knew that Qin Wudao was Wang Weitong's childhood friend. So Wang Weixin abandoned the idea of winning Qin Wudao over, and instead approached Qin Zirai, inviting him to the club for a detailed discussion. He even invited Lu Rian and Baiyu over, aiming to find a way to deal with Qin Wudao. An hour ago, Wang Weixin, with a smile on his face, introduced Qin Zirai. "Zirai, this is Lu Rian, the president of Yanyu Company. You should know that your Qin family has business dealings with her." Qin Zirai looked at Lu Rian, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Hello, President Lu. I am Qin Zirai of the Qin family." "Hello." Lu Rian greeted him, and then turned to Wang Weixin, asking, "What did you call me here for today?" "It's nothing." Wang Weixin smiled. "Isn't there a project in the southern part of the city? I plan to allocate a portion." Lu Rian wasn't dazzled by the sudden pie falling from the sky, and calmly asked, "I had no interaction with you before. Why would you want to give this benefit to me?" "Sister Rian, President Wang has a good relationship with me. I heard that you are my sister, so he is helping you." "Don't think too much about it," Baiyu quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wang Weixin looked at Baiyu with some disdain. But in order to deal with Qin Wudao, he could only go along. "That's right, I can be considered a friend of Baiyu. Among friends, it's natural to share blessings." "Is that so?" Lu Rian's beautiful face showed no sign of joy, and she spoke in a flat tone. "President Wang, may I ask what we need to give in return?" "Ha, President Lu is truly straightforward." Wang Weixin laughed heartily, then turned his gaze towards Qin Zirai. "You probably don't know, but this lady almost became your sister-in-law." Hearing Wang Weixin's words, Qin Zirai's pupils constricted. Initially, he was very interested in Lu Rian, and even thought of taking this opportunity to develop something with her. But this statement instantly sobered him up. "President Wang, please do not speak carelessly." Lu Rian's brows furrowed slightly, revealing her displeasure. "I have never had any dealings with this Mr. Qin, nor do I know his brother. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." After saying that, Lu Rian picked up her bag from the table, intending to leave. Wang Weixin, however, stepped in front of her and smiled. "Doesn't President Lu know Qin Wudao?" "Wudao." Upon hearing this familiar name, Lu Rian was instantly stunned. She had never imagined that the brother of Qin Zirai, whom Wang Weixin mentioned, was Qin Wudao. Though both shared the surname Qin, she had never connected the two, for Qin Wudao had once claimed he was an orphan. As for Qin Zirai, while she was not well acquainted with him, her familiarity with the business circle granted her insight into such individuals. The missing son of the Qin family had been found a decade ago. Although he was not the heir his elder sister was, so Qin Zhiwei was never to be underestimated. If Qin Zhiwei had a brother, it seemed to be the adopted son of the Qin family, who had run away from home years ago. This was no secret within the circle. After all, the Qin family had once expended vast resources to search for their adopted son. Bang! Qin Zhiwei abruptly rose to his feet, his cold gaze fixed on Wang Weixin. What exactly is the meaning of this dinner you've arranged? Zhiwei, there's no need to be agitated. Please sit down. Wang Weixin tried to calm Qin Zhiwei, while Lu Ruyan, having heard of Qin Wudao, also returned to her seat. Bai Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of malevolence. He had never imagined that the useless one was actually the eldest son of the Qin family. If he didn't resort to schemes, how could he ever compete with the Qin heir? Lu Ruyan was his. She must be his. Even if he had to use every means possible, he would win her back. Once everyone was seated, Wang Weixin continued. Zhiwei, I understand your situation. As the biological son of the Qin family, your parents have shown immense care for the adopted son, spending countless resources over the years. Doesn't that bother you? What are you trying to say? Qin Zhiwei narrowed his eyes, and his tone alone revealed how furious he was. Wang Weixin smiled faintly. Of course I want to cooperate with you. To be honest, my worthless younger brother has always coveted my position as heir, and he grew up with that Qin Wudao. Right now, they're probably plotting how to deal with me. The principle of striking first is clear to you, isn't it? So what? Qin Zhiwei showed no respect for Wang Weixin, his tone icy. That's your problem. What does it have? Besides, how do you plan to deal with Qin Wudao? Send assassins? Kidnap, murder, or frame him? Hearing Qin Zhiwei's mockery, Wang Weixin pointed at Lu Ruyan. This CEO Lu has made Qin Wudao grovel unconditionally for years. If you were to get together with her, Qin Wudao would probably... Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Zhiwei slammed the table and stood up roaring. Wang Weixin, who do you think you are? Let me make this clear. I want to deal with Qin Wudao because he took what belongs to me. Exactly. Wang Weixin nodded. Now you can take what's his. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were filled with frost. Chief Wang, are you done? I have no interest in your scheme, and I won't go after Wudao. Bai Yu also looked anxious. He had come because Wang Weixin said they would deal with Qin Wudao, but never mentioned that doing so would involve Lu Ruyan. Had he known, he would never have let Lu Ruyan come. Otherwise, even if they dealt with Qin Wudao, a new rival like Qin Zhiwei would appear, leaving him with nothing. Wang Weixin remained the same smiling tiger throughout, showing no surprise at Lu Ruyan's refusal. CEO Lu, don't pretend to be so devoted. If you truly cared about Qin Wudao, why would you be with this Bai Yu? I didn't. Enough, CEO Lu. Lu Ruyan was about to refute urgently, but Wang Weixin cut her off, sneering disdainfully. Don't tell me this Bai Yu is your brother. I've checked. For this Bai Yu, you've repeatedly embarrassed Qin Wudao, even publicly humiliating him in front of countless people at the company, haven't you? Now putting on this devoted act is simply nauseating. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's beautiful face turned pale, losing its color, and her bright eyes dimmed. At that moment, Wang Weixin continued, and you have no choice. Without Qin Wudao's protection, with just one order from me, I guarantee your Yanyu company will go bankrupt within 3 days. After speaking, Wang Weixin turned to Qin Zhiwei. What do you think, Zhiwei? This is your chance to take what's his. If you get together with Lu Ruyan, Qin Wudao will surely show his weakness. Our CEO Lu is a beauty. If it weren't for your connection, I'd have taken the lead myself. Bullshit. Qin Zhiwei showed no gratitude toward Wang Weixin. Instead, he looked disgusted. I do want to reclaim what's mine because those things belong to me. As for how I deal with Qin Wudao, that's my business. Do you think I'd stoop to such despicable methods? Huh. Wang Weixin was taken aback. He knew that when they were young, Qin Zhiwei had often hurled insults at Qin Wudao, even resorting to physical violence. Many people despised Qin Wudao, but Qin Zhiwei was undoubtedly the foremost. Yet now he claimed he wouldn't use underhanded means against him. Had he lost his mind? Qin Zhiwei paid no heed to Wang Weixin's thoughts and turned to Bai Yu, his voice cold. You dare to compete for a woman with the Qin family? You've got guts. Should I call you fearless or reckless? Bai Yu tensed up. He had never expected the hostility to shift to him. He could hide behind Lu Ruyan against Qin Wudao, but he dared not provoke this unscrupulous second young master of the Qin family. Lu Ruyan couldn't protect him. All right. Realizing he had been too hasty and misjudged Qin Zhiwei's temperament, Wang Weixin knew he had to activate the second plan. Seeing the situation turn tense, Wang Weixin quickly tried to mediate. Zhiwei, if you're unwilling, so be it. But don't scare Bai Yu. He and CEO Lu are in love. It has nothing to do with you. If you won't do it, I'll have to rely on him. Heh. Qin Zhiwei sneered. Let him try. See if your Wang family heir's head is hard enough to withstand the Qin family's wrath. You, even the smiling tiger provoked repeatedly, would lose his temper. Wang Weixin narrowed his eyes, slightly fixed his gaze on Qin Zhiwei, and said coldly, Second young Master Qin, from the very beginning, I have been acting in your best interests. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to insult me like this? In response to Wang Weixin's words, Qin Zhiwei let out a scornful laugh. Acting in my best interests. Do you take me for a fool? Aren't you just trying to crush the second young master of the Wang family? Before that you want to make a move against Qin Wudao. Let me tell you, if you want a straightforward cooperation, I'll accept it. But if you intend to use such underhanded tactics, I'm telling you, you've come to the wrong person. Upon hearing this, Wang Weixin was taken aback, then sneered in return. Qin Zhiwei, oh Qin Zhiwei, anyone listening would think you're an upright man. But our second young master Qin doesn't exactly have a spotless reputation in our circles, does he? Unmoved by Wang Weixin's mockery, Qin Zhiwei replied with an indifferent tone, do I need a good reputation? As a young master of the Qin family, am I supposed to go around doing good deeds? My parents gave me money, shouldn't I just enjoy it? Do you think I'm like you, eh? Sorry, first young master Wang, when I bully others I just throw money at the problem. If you want to do the same you can too. Alright, I forgot. You need that inheritance, so you can't be so reckless, can you? Tisk tisk tsk. When you didn't have the inheritance you walked on eggshells. Now that you have it you still only resort to dirty tricks. What was the point of getting that inheritance? How pitiful. Wang Weixin's forehead bulged with veins. His earlier taunts at Qin Zhiwei had rolled off him like water off a duck's back, while Qin Zhiwei's counterattacks struck him with genuine force. Since the Qin family heir was Qin Wanrong, Qin Zhiwei could act without restraint. But Wang Weixin couldn't. As the current heir of the Wang family, could he afford to be as reckless as Qin Zhiwei? Bang! As they were speaking, a person burst into the room. The man walked straight up to Wang Weixin and said in a low voice, Young Master Wang, the second young master and the first young master Qin are upstairs. They've called all the girls over. I can't arrange anything for you now. The appearance of his subordinate calmed Wang Weixin down. He turned to Qin Zhiwei and smiled. Second young master Qin, what a coincidence. Your elder brother and my younger brother are both in a private room upstairs. I had planned to arrange some warm hospitality for you, but they've taken all the girls. How about this? Let's go together and see if they can spare a few of the top girls for our second young master Qin. When he said second young master, Wang Weixin deliberately emphasized the words. Hearing this, Qin Zhiwei frowned and walked out directly. Lu Rian, upon learning that Qin Wudao was upstairs, immediately rose and followed. This was what had transpired earlier. They all arrived together at the private room where Qin Wudao was. Hearing Qin Zhiwei claim he was just passing by, Qin Wudao didn't continue the conversation with him, but instead turned his gaze to Lu Rian before him. Miss Lu, if you have nothing else to do, you can get lost. To be honest, your presence here is somewhat spoiling my enjoyment. Qin Wudao spread his arms, embracing two young ladies. This scene made Lu Rian momentarily forget the pain on her cheek, as she looked at Qin Wudao with a face full of grief and indignation. Isn't this my dear big brother? Wang Weitong stepped forward directly and said to Wang Weixin with a sarcastic tone, Impressive, isn't it? I'm just here enjoying myself with my childhood friends, and you still manage to pop up. What's the matter? Have you been keeping tabs on me? Afraid I might snatch your position as heir. Heh, wait on, what are you saying? Wang Weixin spoke with a smile on his face. We're brothers. It doesn't matter who becomes the heir. After all, the future of the Wang family belongs to both of us. Is that so? Wang Weitong feigned surprise and said, Well then, big brother, you wouldn't mind handing over the position of heir to me, would you? In response to Wang Weitong's words, Wang Weixin chose silence. He turned his head to look at Qin Zhiwei. He had originally brought him here hoping to create a conflict between him and Qin Wudao, making them both suffer. As long as Qin Wudao was tied up, his own younger brother naturally couldn't cause any trouble. But to his surprise, Qin Zhiwei now showed no intention of engaging with him. He casually sat down on the sofa, waved his hand, and like Qin Wudao, pulled a girl into each arm, directly settling in to enjoy himself. Qin Wudao, don't go too far. At this moment, Bai Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing at the injury on Lu Rian's face, he directly confronted Qin Wudao. Do you know that Sister Rian hasn't been eating or sleeping well? And you're here in a place like this. If you have a problem with me, just say it. I'll leave if I have to. There's no need to. Bai Yu, shut up. Before Bai Yu could finish, Lu Rian snapped at him. After silencing Bai Yu, Lu Rian walked up to Qin Wudao again and pulled the two women clinging to him away. Then, ignoring the astonished looks of everyone in the room, she sat directly on Qin Wudao's right side and placed one of his hands on her own plump fair thigh. Because of her business attire, Lu Rian's thighs were wrapped in a thin layer of nude stockings. The touch was... Lu Rian looked at Qin Wudao with a serious expression and said, If you need someone to touch mine. I'm no worse than them. This statement caused the faces of the young ladies in the private room to stiffen simultaneously. They had thought she was here to catch a cheater, but it turned out she was here to compete for their business. Young Master Qin. The young lady on Qin Wudao's left ignored Lu Rian's murderous glare and clung to him again. Young Master Qin, tell us, is this elder sister more understanding, or are we more understanding? You vixen. Lu Rian's gaze at the woman was full of contempt. Hearing this, the woman didn't back down from Lu Rian and retorted angrily. Oh my, we may be vixens, but what if young Master Qin prefers our kind? On the other hand, miss, you talk a good game, but who is this man you brought in? Lu Rian retorted, He's my younger brother. Haha. The woman sneered, Your younger brother, you say? but the way he looks at you doesn't seem like he's looking at his sister. Is your family life really that chaotic, miss? When did it become acceptable for a younger brother to look at his elder sister with that kind of gaze, eh? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Rian's pretty face flushed not from shyness, but from anger. She felt that Qin Wudao's previous change was all because of Baiyu. Now with Qin Wudao right there, this woman was doing her best to sow discord. What if Qin Wudao truly never forgave her? Alright, don't talk nonsense. I only have respect for Sister Rian. Baiyu retorted loudly, though a hint of guilt tinged his voice. Enough. Qin Wudao said impatiently. Those who are irrelevant can leave. With that he shoved Lu Rian out, having lost all interest in her. As for us, well, stay. Let the music and dance continue. That sibling pair obsessed with incest, and that trash from the Wang family. You can get out. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wang Weitong chuckled at the others. Did you hear that? Get out now, all of you, or he'll have someone escort you out. As for Qin Zhiwei lounging on the sofa with women in his arms, he snorted arrogantly upon hearing that Qin Wudao wasn't kicking him out. He took the wine handed by a woman beside him and downed it in one gulp. Wudao, listen to me. Seeing the impatience on Qin Wudao's face, Lu Rian grew anxious. In recent years, whenever he looked at her, it was always with overflowing adoration, a passion so intense it could drown a person. But since that day, everything had changed. Now Qin Wudao treated her with extreme roughness and impatience. Weidong, aren't you going too far? Wang Weixin shoved by Wang Weidong, a flicker of coldness in his eyes. We're brothers, and the Wang and Qin families have been allies for generations. Can't we talk together? Or are you discussing something shameful here? Huh? Wang Weitong looked at Wang Weixin as if he were an idiot. Discussing shameful things. Come on, turn around and look. Wang Weitong pointed at the women in black stockings and shouted at Wang Weixin. Can't you see what's going on here? Are we here to talk? We're clearly here to do shameful things. Since it's shameful, why are you still watching? Oh right, I forgot. Some of you aren't even human. Hearing this, Wang Weixin said coldly. Wang Weidong, is this how you speak to your elder brother? I wasn't talking about you. Why are you butting in? Then who were you talking about? Whoever answers me. Wang Weixin had endured too many shocks tonight, leaving him unable to calm down. First he was berated by Qin Zhiwei, then by Wang Weitong. What frustrated him most was that no matter how they treated him, he couldn't retaliate against either of them. Sister Rian, let's go. Baiyu stepped forward to grab Lu Rian's hand, but she dodged him. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes never left Qin Wudao. Now her eyes were reddening, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Wudao, leave with me. He'll give you whatever you want. If you don't like Baiyu, we'll send him away and never contact him again. That can't be. Baiyu panicked instantly. Hadn't he done everything to win her over? If Lu Rian sent him away, how could he continue his plan? With that in mind, he said to Qin Wudao, Brother Wudao, are you worried it'll take Sister Rian away from you? The truth is my mother has a terminal illness and doesn't have much time left. She was afraid no one would take care of me, so she asked Sister Rian to recognize me as her younger brother. If you really want me gone, I promise to stay far away after my mother passes. At these words, both Qin Zhiwei and Wang Weitong wore expressions of disgust, cursing inwardly. What a damn green tea. Lu Rian, on the other hand, showed a sorrowful look, hesitating to speak. She wanted to confirm by yes words, but feared angering Qin Wudao. Sigh. Qin Wudao sighed, pushed away the woman clinging to him, and stood up to face Baiyu. You said your mother has a terminal illness, right? Why, wise? It's true. I'm not lying. Baiyu nodded frantically, as if grasping at a lifeline. Lu Rian also spoke up. Wudao, it's true. Baiye's mother was my neighbor before. She took care of me when I was young. Now that she's terminally ill, I recognized him as my brother to fulfill her last wish. Don't worry after Annie. Shut up. Did I ask you? Lu Rian was cut off by Qin Wudao's icy tone before she could finish. Seeing Lu Rian fall silent, Qin Wudao turned back to Baiyu and said calmly, well, your mother has a terminal illness and you'll disappear after she dies. That's too simple. Wait on. Coming, Brother Qin. Wang Weitong scurried over like a loyal lackey, a mischievous grin on his face. What orders do you have, boss? Qin Wudao smiled. Didn't you hear? This young brother Baiyu says he can only be free after his mother dies. Come on, help him out. Send someone to that hospital and throw the old woman off the building. Make sure to record a video so this dear son can watch. Got it. Wang Weitong nodded and signaled to his men at the door, who immediately pulled out their phones to make arrangements. No, you can't. Baiyu panicked and looked to Lu Rian for help. Sister Rian, please help me. I beg you. Don't let them throw my mom off. Lu Rian's face turned pale as well. She had never known Qin Wudao could be so ruthless. Moreover, the second young master of the Wang family could easily do this. After all, the Wang family in Shanghai had connections with both the underworld and the authorities, their black-gloved enforcers striking fear into all. And that power was in the hands of the second young master Wang, beyond even the control of the eldest Wang Weixin. Sister Rian, please. I can't let my mother die. Baiyu was on the verge of tears, never expecting Qin Wudao to deviate so wildly from the script. Hearing by yes, please, Lu Rian turned to Qin Wudao. Wudao, If you say another word, he'll have you and your mother thrown off the building too. Don't worry, it'll be quick. One splat, and you'll be shattered. Chin Wadeo's icy words silenced Lu Ruiyan's pleas. She saw murder in his eyes. He wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill me. The thought made Lu Ruiyan's body sway, barely able to stand. After a moment, Wang Weitong's phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Then he walked over to Chin Wudao and handed him the phone. Big brother, it's all done, ha. That old lady was quite something. She even managed to grab the window. If we hadn't kindly given her a hand, she would have pulled herself up like a chin-up. Chin Wudao glanced at the video on the phone, then said to Wang Weitong, "What's the fun in watching it ourselves? Come on, cast it onto the screen so everyone can enjoy the show." "Sure thing." Wang Weitong's face broke into a sly grin. He immediately used his phone to screencast, and the large screen at the front of the private room instantly displayed the footage. It was a hospital room. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. The old lady on the bed, hearing the noise, leaped up instantly. She stared in terror at the black-clad men entering. "Who are you? I'm warning you. My goddaughter is President Lu of Yinyu Company. If you don't want to..." "Oh, what are you doing?" Before the old lady could finish, the group grabbed her and lifted her up. The leader wore a twisted grin. "Old hag, don't struggle. Your dear son said that if you die, he'll be free. Our young master is here to help him out." "No, impossible. Let me go. Who sent you?" Swoosh. The window was flung open and a blast of cold air instantly filled the room. This was the 18th floor. Looking down, there was a splendid view. Quite a good spot for sightseeing. Yet the old lady, who normally seemed at death's door, was incredibly lively. She kept struggling violently. Even though two burly men held her down, she thrashed like she'd been injected with adrenaline, as if she might break free. "Let me go. Let me go." The old lady, seeing the height, felt dizzy and was terrified to the extreme. So scared that she even wet herself. "Everyone, my goddaughter has lots and lots of money. Please let me go, have her give you money. Whatever you want, shall give it." Haha. The leader chuckled, looking at the old lady with disdain. "Old hag, what are you thinking? How much money can your goddaughter have? Even if she's rich, so what? Our boss said that Master Chin wants to see fireworks. And fireworks that fall down, so you'll have to perform live. Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit." With that, ignoring the old lady's struggles, they carried her and pushed her out the window. The old lady's hands clung to the window so desperately, trying to pull herself up. The men around were all stunned. "Whoa, shit, this old lady has some stamina. She's trying to do a chin-ups. Come on, kick her down." "You got it." The henchman grinned, stepped forward, and with a size 42 shoe kicked her right in the wrinkled old thud. With a dull thud, blood splattered from the old lady's face as she screamed and fell, truly blooming a blood flower on the ground. "Mother!" Bai Yu, in the private room, seeing his mother's tragic death, instantly fell to his knees wailing. Lu Ruiyan also collapsed to the floor limp. Although she was now a renowned businesswoman, she had always been secretly protected by the Dragon King Palace. How could she have ever experienced such a scene where human life was so casually disregarded? What's more, the person thrown out the window was her so-called godmother. "Mother!" Bai Yu cried out in heart-wrenching. In contrast, Wang Weitong raised his glass, smiling broadly. "Big brother, it's done. So how's the fireworks? Pretty good, huh?" Clink. The crystal glasses clinked softly, producing a pleasant sound. Chin Wudao drained his glass, also wearing a smile. "Yeah, the fireworks were indeed impressive, but it's a pity we didn't watch them live." "What's so hard about that?" Wang Weitong leered at Bai Yu, who was wailing on the floor. "Isn't there one right here?" Noticing Wang Weitong's expression, Bai Yu scrambled backward frantically until his back hit the wall. He had thought that with his little schemes he could win over Lu Ruiyan, thereby not only winning the beauty, but also gaining endless wealth for a lifetime. Who would have thought that Chin Wadeo's transformation would be so drastic? And they truly didn't give a damn about human life. "What are you doing? Sister Ruiyan. Sister Ruiyan. Save me, save me." Bai Yu seemed to regard Lu Ruiyan as his lifesaver, continuously calling out her name. But at this moment, Lu Ruiyan was sitting on the ground in a daze, whether from shock or something else, completely oblivious to Bai Yu's situation. Tap, tap, tap. Chin Wudao walked slowly to Bai Yu and looked down at him. "What's your name again?" "Bai Yu, right. Look at you, your hand hasn't even healed yet, and you're already dancing in front of my face. TSK, what am I going to do with you?" Hearing Chin Wadeo's words, Bai Yu immediately knelt and began kowtowing. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked his head again and again, even drawing blood. "Brother Wudao. No. Young Master Chin, Lord Chin. Please let me go. I know I was wrong. About my mother, I won't tell the police. Please just let me go like a fart." "Yes, yes, yes. And Ruiyan. President Lu, if you kill me, it will affect your relationship, won't it? Please let..." Bai Yu's voice was choked with tears. Having witnessed his mother being thrown from the building, he felt no anger or resentment, only overwhelming fear. At that moment, he realized the gap between himself and these people. Whether it was Wang Weishin, Wang Weidong, Chin Wudao, or Chin Zirwei, even the hostesses all looked on coldly, none of them feeling any discomfort. This was their circle. Before, he had thought he could use a few words to get Lu Ruiyan to bring him into the upper class, but now it seemed that even Lu Ruiyan wasn't worthy of mixing with them. Now all he could do was humbly beg for forgiveness from the man before him, otherwise he would die. To survive, dignity, women, money, nothing mattered anymore. Just as Baiyu was frantically kowtowing, Lu Rian snapped out of her daze and saw Qin Wudao standing in front of Baiyu, clearly about to make a move. She quickly crawled over and grabbed Qin Wudao's leg. Wudao, I beg you, don't do it. If you kill him, you'll be implicated too. Just make him leave, and then Oh. Before she could finish, Lu Rian felt a sharp pain. Qin Wudao actually grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. After grabbing Lu Rian, Qin Wudao turned to look behind him. Two of you pin her down here and make her watch. She quickly crawled over and grabbed Qin Wudao's leg. Wudao, I beg you, don't do it. If you kill him, you'll be implicated too. Just make him leave, and then Oh. Before she could finish, Lu Rian felt a sharp pain. Qin Wudao actually grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. After grabbing Lu Rian, Qin Wudao turned to look behind him. Two of you pin her down here and make her watch. After grabbing Lu Rian, Qin Wudao turned to look behind him. Two of you pin her down here and make her watch. Wang Weidong, being perceptive, signaled with his eyes. Two hostesses immediately rose and approached Lu Rian, supporting her by the arms. Another hostess came over, steadying Lu Rian's head, so she had no choice but to gaze straight down at Baiyu below. Witnessing Qin Wudao's actions, Baiyu was terrified. Master Qin, I beg you. Let me go. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Let me. Oh. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful kick landed on his chest, the force so immense that the sound of cracking bones could be heard. Qin Wudao, looking down at Baiyu beneath his foot, unbuttoned two buttons of his shirt with one hand. Too much nonsense. With that, he struck down with a fierce punch. With a tremendous thud, Qin Wudao's fist crashed directly onto Baiyu's arm. The force was so great that Baiyu's arm instantly flattened, as if crushed by a hydraulic press. Even the polished floor developed numerous cracks. Seeing this, Wang Weixin's pupils contracted violently. He knew that as a top-tier club, the flooring was made of the most durable and luxurious stone. A single punch could flatten a man's arm and even crack the ground. How immense must the force be? Qin Zhiwei also shuddered involuntarily. Only Wang Weitong remained calm, observing everything, for he alone knew the terrifying strength his good brother possessed. A scream echoed through the private room. Baiyu's eyes were bloodshot, tears and snot streaming down his face. Thud! Before his scream could end, another punch landed on his other arm, followed by one leg, then the other. His limbs were brutally broken, and the stone tiles on the floor were shattered and cracked. In the end, Baiyu's screams grew hoarse. Whenever he was about to faint from pain, Wang Weitong would dutifully pour a glass of wine onto his face to revive him. Pound, 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 pound. Even after the limbs were broken, Qin Wudao's fists continued to rain down. As blood splattered, his pristine white shirt was stained red. Forced to watch the horrific scene, Lu Rian's delicate body trembled slightly, clearly terrified. She wanted to collapse, but was held firmly in place. Moments later, when Qin Wudao took a towel handed to him and wiped his hands, Baiyu below was little more than not a single bone in his body remained intact, all shattered by brute force. Yet he still maintained a faint breath. Still not dead. Qin Wudao regarded Baiyu with interest. He was genuinely curious how this man's vitality could be so tenacious. Even pulverized like this, he clung to life. But no hospital could treat such injuries. This was no mere comminuted fracture. Even being run over by a steamroller would be comparable. The onlookers stared at the gruesome sight. This time, even Wang Weixin's eyes held a hint of fear, and he thought he had glimpsed a trace of excitement on Qin Wudao's face. Could anyone feel excitement at a moment like this? Was this man a madman? To be an enemy of such a person? Wang Weixin pondered his options. If he truly had to confront Qin Wudao, he would need to find an opportunity for a lethal strike. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Bro, you're getting more twisted by the day. Wang Weitong walked up to Qin Wudao, looking at the shattered floor, and teased, "You've left us humans far behind." Hearing this, Qin Wudao joked, "Want to learn? Forget it." Wang Weitong waved his hand in a gesture of surrender. "Just let me be a handsome man in peace. Fighting isn't my thing, and I don't want to suffer that torment." Qin Wudao turned his gaze to Lu Rian, who was being supported. She noticed his look and instinctively tried to step back, truly terrified. But no one noticed that within her fear-filled, beautiful eyes there seemed to hide a glimmer of excitement and affection. "Miss Lu, please be so kind as to dispose of this trash. Of course the cleaning fee will be covered." This time Lu Rian did not speak. She pushed away the people supporting her and slowly left the room. Before departing, she turned back, staring intently at Qin Wudao, as if memorizing his face. "Wudao, I won't give up. You still love me, and you will forgive me." With that, Lu Rian said no more. "Time to go. No more fun." Wang Weitong shrugged helplessly. Qin Wudao returned to his seat, took a glass, and a woman beside him immediately and tactfully poured him wine. "What? Young Master Wang staying means you want to chat with me." Seeing Qin Wudao's mocking smile, Wang Weixin chose silence. He had thought Lu Rian was Qin Wudao's weakness, but now he realized she was not. Even if Qin Wudao had been a simp before, women were no longer his vulnerability. But why had he been so devoted earlier? Had it all been an act? With these doubts, Wang Weixin and his subordinates turned to leave. Oh, young Master Wang remembered to pick up the tab. Also, this room is a mess. Have someone clean it. I understand. Wang Weixin forced a smile and nodded, then left directly. Once he was gone, Wang Weitong immediately approached. Boss, I had a blast today. You really helped me get revenge. It had nothing to do with you. I just didn't like the look of him. Qin Wudao shook his head, then took out his phone. While waiting for the room to be cleaned, he opened a short video app. You're Wolf Warrior. Wang Weitong exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Wudao's ID. My. Qin Wudao turned to look at him. You use this app too? Of course. With so many beautiful streamers out there, I need to see the world. Wang Weitong chuckled. By the way, the one who went up against that CEO MO was you, right? What's the story? Did he offend you? Want me to deal with him? No need. Qin Wudao shook his head. What's your take on that CEO MO? That man is very mysterious. When mentioning CEO MO, Wang Weitong's expression turned serious. He can casually tip hundreds of millions and his funds come from overseas. He seems to have connections with major financial conglomerates. Just as I thought. Qin Wudao nodded. Since that CEO MO possessed a system, the money the system generated would naturally be legitimate, and overseas was the best way to do it. It also added an extra layer of mystique to that so-called CEO MO's identity. By the way, that guy is in our group. The guy from Xingyu Group pulled me in earlier. Take a look. With that, Wang Weitong handed his phone to Qin Wudao. He opened the group chat, and sure enough, the group was buzzing with activity. Have you all found out the identity of that war? I haven't found it either. It seems it's been hidden by someone higher up. It looks like either it has official background or it's a big shot, so the information is hidden. That's not as ruthless as our CEO MO. CEO MO can't even find out the word hidden. Yizian Dejima. By the way, daring to oppose you, is this kid your enemy? CEO MO? If you need help, just say the word. Yizian Dejima obviously noticed what was being said in the group. He sent a message. Thank you all, no need for help. I can handle this myself. We'll meet at the business banquet in 2 days. Seeing this message from CEO MO, the group exploded again. Business banquet. Is CEO MO talking about the one in Modu in 2 days? That's a banquet that only the true elite of Modu can enter. Haha, we'll finally get to see CEO Mo's true. I was originally planning not to go, but if CEO Mo is going, I have to go too. Wang Weitong turned off his phone and said to Qin Wudao, I say, boss, they're all coming after you. That business banquet is probably where you'll clash, right? If you need help, just tell me anytime, don't worry. Although I can't use the Wang family's power to offend the mysterious Mo, my own power is not small either. Hearing this, Qin Wudao smiled and said, all right, just drink your wine. Do you really think he's some mysterious big shot? Where do all these mysterious big shots come from? You've been reading too many novels. Isn't he? Wang Weitong was stunned. But he's throwing billions at those female streamers, treating money like it's nothing. If you were buying a car or a watch, I'd understand, but this is just throwing money away for fun, isn't it? Couldn't it be that he has so much money he doesn't know where to spend it? Isn't that still a big shot? So much money. It's fine, you'll find out when the time comes. Qin Wudao didn't directly reveal CEO Mo's identity, but instead changed the subject. By the way, come with me tomorrow. To do what? I haven't checked on my company in years. It's time. Oh. Wang Weitong's eyes lit up. If there was anyone in Modu who knew that Qin Wudao had started his own company, it was Wang Weitong. The so-called Hidden Dragon Group, as its name implied, had always remained in the shadows. In just a few short years before anyone could react, the Hidden Dragon Group had forcefully ascended to the top tier. Yet this group was extremely mysterious, essentially self-sufficient, with employees all bound by confidentiality agreements, and even the identity of its president was unknown. But Wang Weitong knew that his childhood friend, the master of the Qin family, was the power behind the Hidden Dragon Group. Starting the plan, Hearing Qin Wudao's confirmation, Wang Weitong turned his gaze to Qin Zirwei beside him. I say, second young master Qin, I didn't invite you here. We're about to discuss some private matters. How about you step out? If you really can't afford the bill, it's fine. They'll cover all your expenses tonight. Is that okay? Hearing this, Qin Zirwei frowned and said coldly, they'll stay right here. If you want to say something private, go talk. Shit. Wang Weitong's eyes widened. He had never seen such an arrogant person. He turned to look at Qin Wudao and said incredulously, boss, he dares to be so arrogant. Seriously, are you two really not blood brothers? I feel like this guy's way of talking is somewhat similar to yours. Ha ha ha. Qin Wudao laughed out loud. It's fine, let him stay if he wants. As for the plan, we'll talk tomorrow. Today, let's just enjoy ourselves. As for Qin Zirwei, Qin Wudao didn't dislike him too much. After all, this guy was like a rebellious child. How bad could he be? And he was openly bad, at least not a fake nice person. Whether because of his personality or the kindness of the Qin family, Qin Wudao wouldn't do anything to him unless Qin Zirwei courted his own death. But from what just happened, Qin Zirwei was not someone without principles. With that in mind, Qin Wudao put an arm around each woman and began to enjoy himself. The three of them drank until the early morning. By the end, Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei were arm in arm, calling, brother, let me tell you, this is my big brother. You can call him Master Qin. From now on, we'll be under his protection. You won't be at a loss. Wang Weidong with his arm around Qin Zhiwei was already slurring his words. Qin Zhiwei nodded down his glass, and then looked at Qin Wudao. Master Qin, from now on I'll follow Brother Wang's lead, and call you Big Brother. You'll have our backs. Qin Wudao looked at the two drunken men, and was speechless. He then pushed aside the two young ladies beside him whose stockings were already torn. Qin Wudao stood up. Having drunk too much even with his constitution, he was a bit tipsy. He looked at Qin Zhiwei and Wang Weidong, who were clinging to each other, and figured they couldn't drink anymore. If they were this drunk, what about the others in the private room? Every single one of them was unable to stand, all sprawled haphazardly on the sofas. Forget it, let's go back to sleep. Qin Wudao put on his suit jacket, pushed open the door of the private room, and walked out. As for the remaining people, he didn't need to worry about them. Ding dong. After entering the elevator, Qin Wudao let out a light sigh. When dawn came, he would head to the Hidden Dragon Group. As a top-tier corporate slave in his past life, his business acumen was unquestionable. Since he was going to live a splendid life in this world, he would naturally use every resource to climb to the top and enjoy the view from the heights. Just as Qin Wudao was pondering, the elevator stopped at the 4th floor where the club's dining area was. As the doors opened, a faint fragrance wafted over. The scent was very familiar to Qin Wudao. He looked closely. Another acquaintance. Was today like stepping on a hornet's nest? Acquaintances coming one after another. He saw that the people entering the elevator were a mix of men and women, seemingly 2 families, 4 elderly people, and 2 young men and women. The few individuals were dressed in extremely luxurious attire, clearly indicating their considerable wealth. The young man had a handsome face, his eyes brimming with a smile that never strayed from the woman. The woman's chin was slightly lifted, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. Her eyebrows were like distant hills, slightly arched, conveying a sense of cold detachment. Dressed in a white qipao that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she embodied both allure and a touch of grace. Her hair was lightly tied up with a jade hairpin, revealing a swan-like neck. This person was an old acquaintance in Qin Wudao's memory. Before Lu Rian, Qin Wudao had been nothing but a devoted admirer of this woman, the eldest daughter of the Wan family, Wan Shirin. She was a year older than Qin Wudao, and with her penchant for wearing qipaos, she possessed the charm of a classical beauty. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine from a young age, she carried a natural fragrance of herbs, which was why her scent reached the senses before her presence. The moment she saw Qin Wudao, a slight tremor flickered in Wan Shirin's beautiful eyes, but it quickly subsided into calmness. Qin Wudao naturally shared memories with her. Because Wan Shirin studied traditional Chinese medicine, in his efforts to get close to her, he had often inflicted serious injuries on himself to seek her healing. Whether Wan Shirin was inherently aloof or not, no matter how much the former self groveled, he had never once earned a smile from this beauty. The former self silently stayed by Wan Shirin's side, stepping forward to face any danger, whether in business or private matters, always guarding her in the shadows. He had exhausted every ounce of his devotion. But what ultimately led to their separation was the words Wan Shirin spoke to Qin Wudao. Thank you for your help over these 2 years, but I am to be married. The betrothal was arranged long ago. Shirin, if you don't want to marry him, I can help you. In truth, my real identity. Oh, you don't need to say more. I know all you've done for me these 2 years, but family matters are what I must concern myself with. Thank you for your kindness. Shirin, won't you give me a chance? I can make your family agree. No need. We are merely a patient and a doctor. I have never cared for you. I apologize for being blunt, but that is the truth. 2 years of devotion were repaid with only a word of thanks, and the beauty he had guarded was to marry another. Unable to bear the shock, the former self left the hospital where Wan Shirin worked. It was raining that day as he walked alone on the street, and it was Lu Rian's appearance that brought him a trace of warmth. This was what made him shift his focus to Lu Rian. What a talent! Qin Wudao reviewed the memories belonging to his former self, now indeed his own, and felt like slapping himself twice. Really, 2 years of deep affection were won over by a single umbrella. He truly deserved the title of a loyal dog. The term players certainly didn't fit. Actual players reaped rewards, while he, this loyal dog, got nothing. When Wan Shirin treated him, a slight touch of her cool little hand could make him happy for 3 days. Sigh. Qin Wudao shook his head, a surge of anger rising within him. As he was lost in thought, 2 matronly women began to speak. Madam Wan, let's settle this matter. The children have no objections, so as elders we naturally hope they can be together. If my Shirin has no objections, then, as her mother, I naturally have none either. That's wonderful. Wenfeng, you must work hard. Shirin has a somewhat aloof nature, so you need to take good care of her. Hearing his mother's words, the young man called Wenfeng smiled and said, I understand. Shirin and I are childhood sweethearts. If not for my studies abroad, we would have been together long ago. Rest assured, uncle and auntie, I will take good care of Shirin. The group chatted cheerfully, but Qin Wudao, standing behind, was growing drowsy. This elevator seemed a bit slow. Ding dong. Finally, they reached the 1st floor. As the group walked out, Qin Wudao was about to step out when a slightly cool hand pulled him back. It was Wan Shirin. After pulling him back, she said to the group, Mom, Dad, I left something in the private room. They'll go get it, wait for me. With that, she directly blocked the elevator door, preventing Qin Wudao from leaving. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the elevator doors slowly closed. The young man asked in confusion, wasn't there someone else in the elevator? Could that be someone Shireen knows? How could that be? The woman shook her head. Wenfeng, if you're worried, go up and check. That man reeks of alcohol and didn't get off the elevator. I'm concerned for Xian's safety. All right. The young man quickly pressed the elevator button, intending to take another elevator to follow them. Inside the elevator, Qin Wudao watched the ascending numbers and said helplessly, look, miss, you left something upstairs. What does that have to do with me? I need to go back and sleep. Hearing this, Shireen turned around, her calm, unfathomable eyes fixed on Qin Wudao. You smell of other women's perfume, and not just one person's. Qin Wudao was speechless. Do you have a dog's nose? People come here to eat and have fun. Isn't it natural to have some perfume on you? If it bothers you, wouldn't it be better to just let me leave? Shireen bit her lips slightly, her delicate little hands twisting the hem of her clothes. Qin Wudao, you never used to talk to me like this. Oh, Qin Wudao feigned confusion. Miss, do we know each other? Never mind, it doesn't matter. You might be drunk. They'll leave the elevator to you and take the stairs. After disappearing for so long, is this how you treat me? Xian's delicate face bore a hint of stubbornness. Though she appeared gentle and fragile, she stepped forward, pinning Qin Wudao against the wall in a classic wallbang move. Her movement was so swift it was breathtaking. The fresh scent of herbs instantly sobered the slightly tipsy Qin Wudao. He frowned slightly and pushed Shireen away without a care. Miss, an elevator is not a lawless place. Don't go around harassing people. Ding dong. Just then the elevator doors opened, and they had reached the 4th floor. Without giving Shireen a chance to speak, Qin Wudao strode out in a single bound. But before he could get far, the hem of his suit jacket was grabbed again. Don't go, I'm not finished. Qin Wudao turned around, his face full of impatience. Haven't you had enough? It was you who told me to leave back then, and now you're the one pulling me back. Miss Wan, do you really think you're some celestial being that everyone must revolve around you? So you do remember me. Xian's face was set with stubbornness, the previous aloof demeanor gone. Her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, and her hand gripping Qin Wudao's sleeve was white from the strain. So what if I remember? Qin Wudao reached out and pushed Shireen away. At that moment, Shireen noticed the reddened knuckles on Qin Wudao's hand. Earlier, when he was beating by you, he had used considerable force, even cracking the ground, so naturally, there was some blood seeping from his knuckles. With a look of deep concern, Shireen grabbed Qin Wudao's hand and brought it before her. You're hurt. Qin Wudao immediately withdrew his hand. It's none of your business. This is my affair. Come back to the clinic with me. Xian's beautiful eyes were fixed on Qin Wudao, showing no intention of letting him go. Even if he pulled his hand away, she would grab it again. Ding dong. Just as Shireen grabbed Qin Wudao, the elevator doors opened. The young man, named Wenfeng, stepped out of the elevator and immediately saw Shireen holding Qin Wudao's hand. What are you doing? Let go. The young man stepped forward, glaring at Qin Wudao, and forcibly separated them, positioning himself in front of Shireen. Who are you? She's my fiancée. Why are you holding her hand? Hearing this, Qin Wudao shrugged helplessly. If you don't need your eyes, donate them. Can't you see she's the one holding me? Liao Wenfeng. Shireen pushed Liao Wenfeng away and said coldly, this has nothing to do with you. Go downstairs first. Huh. Liao Wenfeng looked at Shireen in disbelief. He never expected that Shireen, who had remained aloof during the meal, would tell him to go down at this moment. Shireen, did this brat bully you? Tell me you'll definitely. No. Shireen cut him off bluntly and said indifferently, I have something to discuss with him. You go back first. You are my fiancé. Is it appropriate for you to be chatting with another man here? I never agreed to the marriage alone. This sentence was the last straw. Liao Wenfeng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly enraged to the extreme. Ding dong. Just as he was about to say something to Qin Wudao, the elevator doors opened again. Two men with their arms around each other's shoulders stepped out. They were Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei, arms around each other's shoulders, looking like close friends. Bro, let's grab some late-night snacks. They'll take you to have some fun later. All right, let's go all out tonight. They'll cover all expenses. Are you trying to embarrass me? Huh. The two walked out arm in arm. As soon as Wang Weitong stepped out of the elevator, he saw Qin Wudao. Oh, boss, what are you doing here? Come for a late-night snack too. Let's go together. Hearing this, before Qin Wudao could respond, Qin Zirwei protested. What boss? He's my big brother. You know, he's my big brother. You have to call him big brother too. My brother is your brother. Bullshit. He's my boss. He's my big brother. The two began to argue over Qin Wudao. Liao Wenfeng and Shireen naturally heard their conversation. Who is he? That even the second young master of the Wang family and the second young master of the Qin family respect him so much. Liao Wenfeng thought more deeply. He had to consider the business implications. If he offended such a powerful figure, would it cause repercussions? Although the Liao family was a major clan, if they were caught in a pincer attack by two top-tier families, they might not hold out. In contrast, Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed because she recalled what Qin Wudao had said earlier. I will make your family agree. She had never taken this sentence seriously before, thinking it was just a young man's vow in the face of reality. But now it seemed Qin Wudao had truly achieved it, to the extent that the second young masters of the Wang and Qin families willingly acknowledged him as their big brother. How much suffering must he have endured over the years to become such an outstanding person? Was it all because of that, just to be worthy of her? Wan Xian's delicate body trembled slightly. She realized she had understood nothing. Unbeknownst to her, the vow that young man had made had now been fulfilled, but what about her? To actually be engaged to someone else at this moment. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin felt a pang of heartache, and a suffocating sensation made her unsteady. Liao Wenfeng stepped forward and asked, "May I ask, sir, who are you?" "Don't ask me. There should be no connection between us. Just take your fiancé and stay far away. Don't get involved." Liao Wenfeng was taken aback by Qin Wudao's blunt words. He knew Qin Wudao had no interest in him, so why should he stay and be humiliated? He turned to look at Wan Shirin and said softly, "Shirin, let's go. If you want to go by yourself." Wan Shirin showed no respect for Liao Wenfeng. She looked at Qin Wudao, her dignified aura gone, replaced by a fragile tenderness that evoked pity. "Wudao, do you still want me?" At these words, Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei were stunned. They felt as if the sky had fallen. When had the always aloof eldest daughter of the Wan family become so humble? If even they were shocked, Liao Wenfeng was even more so. He felt like a complete fool. He thought she was his fiancée, yet his fiancée was asking another man if he wanted her. Qin Wudao looked at the trembling Wan Shirin and said calmly, "No, you can't reject me." Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wan Shirin shook her head violently, flinging a few crystal tears, and then threw herself into Qin Wudao's arms. Her two soft, boneless, jade-like hands tightly grasped Qin Wudao's arm. "Take me, I beg you, take me." Qin Wudao naturally felt the trembling of the person in his arms. The heart-wrenching memories from the past kept haunting him, but at this moment, he had no hesitation and directly pushed Wan Shirin away. "I'm not interested in you, and I never intended to have anything to do with you. So go wherever you want, get engaged to whoever you like. It's none of my business." "Wudao." Wan Shirin looked at Qin Wudao with tearful eyes, sobbing, "I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. He'll take care of you in the future. I know you've sacrificed so much for me over the years." "Stop." Before Wan Shirin could finish, Qin Wudao cut her off. "I haven't sacrificed anything for you, and I don't need you to be moved by your own emotions here. Just stay far away from me." "I disagree." Wan Shirin shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Yet her gaze remained unwavering. At this moment, Liao Wenfeng's face turned green. He had pursued Wan Shirin for so many years, yet never had he seen any expression other than cold detachment on her face. But after encountering Qin Wudao, her emotions had completely crumbled. This feeling suffocated him, yet he dared not say much, for the second young masters Wang and Qin were right beside. Though the two were drunk, they still glared at him with fierce eyes. The Qin and Wang families were no ordinary clans. They were among the most prestigious in the magic capital. Offending these two families carelessly would bring consequences far beyond mere financial loss for the Liao family. "This man is insane." Qin Zirwei swayed, his voice slurred. "Let's go, big brother. Follow me, I'll arrange it. That mere eldest daughter of the Wan family. Just one person, he'll get you 10. Tisk. Wang Weidong, displeased, retorted, "Only you can arrange things. How about this boss come with me? He'll get you 20. "No." Before Qin Wudao could speak, Wan Shirin immediately rejected them both. When the two mentioned arranging women for Qin Wudao, her heart ached as if pierced by a knife, the pain so intense she could barely stand. She couldn't imagine the blow it would deal her to see Qin Wudao with another woman. Just then Qin Wudao spoke in a mocking tone, "Miss Wan, what business is this of yours? Whether I find 20 or 200, what does it have to do with you? Your fiancé is right here. Go do what you need to do. Stop wasting my time." With that, Qin Wudao, without waiting for Wan Xian's reaction, dragged away the two drunkards Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei. Dragging the two men, Qin Wudao's pace was not slow. Holding one in each hand, he disappeared at the end of the corridor. Wan Shirin stood dumbfounded, staring at his retreating figure. She wanted to chase after him, but the knife-like pain in her heart left her rooted to the spot. All she could do was watch helplessly as Qin Wudao gradually vanished from her sight. "Shirin, our engagement. Cancel it." Before Liao Wenfeng could finish, Wan Shirin interrupted him. "This arranged marriage was a mistake from the start." "Shirin, what are you saying?" Liao Wenfeng panicked. "We grew up together. If I hadn't gone abroad to study, we would have been together long ago." Hearing this, Wan Shirin gently shook her head. "Whether you went abroad or not, I have never liked you. Not even. I have always seen you as a brother. If he hadn't appeared, I might have followed my family's wishes. But now that he's back, my eyes are only for him." Liao Wenfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He had thought this dinner would finalize their engagement, but unexpectedly Wan Shirin was still determined to break it off. He had coveted Wan Shirin for far too many years. He absolutely could not allow her to be taken from him at the final moment. With this in mind, he wanted to say more, but Wan Shirin had no intention of listening. Wan Shirin pressed the elevator button and took it away. Liao Wenfeng wanted to enter the same elevator, but the icy coldness in her eyes made him stop in his tracks. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao carried Qin Ziwei and Wang Weitong into the restaurant, found a random seat, and after entrusting the two to the service staff, Qin Wudao turned and left. Whether for Qin Wanrong or his parents, he returned to the Qin family villa. The butler smelled the alcohol on Qin Wudao and quickly asked, "Young master, shall I prepare some hangover soup?" "No need, thank you, Uncle Lo. I'm fine." Qin Wudao returned to his room. It was already the wee hours of the morning. Qin Wanrong had long since fallen asleep. As he lay on his bed, he caught a faint, delicate fragrance. Clearly Qin Wanrong had been here earlier. Whether she left because she was discovered or simply too tired, he didn't know. Breathing in the scent, Qin Wudao drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. The next day, Qin Wudao woke up because his nose felt ticklish. Opening his eyes, he saw a flawless face, Qin Wanrong. She was lying on top of him, gently brushing her jasmine-scented hair across his cheek. "You're awake." Seeing his eyes open, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents, sparkling with delight. Sis, why are you here?" At this, a hint of grievance appeared on her stunning face. "I was waiting for you here all day yesterday. Tell me, where did you go? Why do you smell of another woman's perfume?" Qin Wudao was stunned. Once again, he marveled at how a woman's nose could be sharper than a dog's. Wan Shirin had also caught the scent of another woman's perfume on him before. If that could be excused by her years of studying traditional Chinese medicine, what about Qin Wanrong? Without any training in medicine or perfumery, she could still easily detect the scent on him. "Now you remember to..." Qin Wanrong teased, playing with her hair. "Weren't you calling me Miss Qin before?" Hearing this, Qin Wudao looked at Qin Wanrong lying on him. With a swift motion, he flipped them over, pinning her beneath him, their faces inches apart. In an instant, her delicate face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. "Say that again." Feeling his breath on her skin, her beautiful eyes darted away. "Nothing." Seeing her expression, Qin Wudao released her and slowly rose, revealing his toned physique. "I have things to do later. I need to go out." Qin Wanrong obediently hummed in acknowledgement, then stood up as well. Her business suit was slightly wrinkled, but she made no move to change, simply turning and leaving. Watching her retreating figure, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth. He then turned and left the room as well. He had already arranged to meet Wang Weitong at a restaurant. After tidying up his attire, Qin Wudao drove the car the Qin family had prepared for him and left the Qin estate. The restaurant he had agreed to meet Wang Weitong at was not far from the Qin residence. He arrived in less than 10 minutes. As one of the top dining establishments in the magic capital, it naturally recognized the Qin family's license plate. A service attendant quickly came forward to arrange a parking spot for Qin Wudao. After getting out of the car, Qin Wudao entered the private restaurant. There were no private rooms here, only seats in the main hall. However, due to the high prices, very few people came to dine here. Before Qin Wudao arrived, two guests had already entered this eatery. One of them was a woman of extraordinary beauty with a face that was round, yet exquisitely proportioned, skin as white as snow, and glowing with a pearlescent luster, as if the slightest touch would leave a mark. Beneath her curved willow brows were a pair of large, sparkling eyes, and her cherry lips were naturally red, without any rouge. The corners of her mouth seemed perpetually curved in a faint, elusive smile that brought joy to those who beheld it. Her lustrous hair cascaded casually over her full bosom, accentuating her graceful curves. Every gesture exuded a confident and enchanting charm, involuntarily drawing the gaze of all who saw her. If the viewers in her live stream were here, they would recognize her at once as their beloved streamer Qianqian 2. She appeared even more stunning in person than on camera, especially her figure, which could only be described. In contrast, the man accompanying her was plain in appearance, though clean and neat, and dressed very simply. Given that he could afford to dine here, he was certainly no ordinary person. They found a seat by the window in the main hall. It wasn't that Qianqian 2 hadn't booked a private room. This eatery, despite its excellent cuisine, had no private rooms, nor even alcohol. It was the owner's caprice, allowing patrons to focus solely on the food. As a shrewd woman, Qianqian 2 had prepared thoroughly for her first meeting with the mysterious Mr. Mo. If they had gone to a private room and had drinks, she feared the man might be tempted by her beauty. What if he turned out to be an old geezer or someone she didn't like? Wouldn't she be at a disadvantage? The moment she saw Mr. Mo, a hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Though the man before her was not handsome, and even dressed in a very plain manner, at least he wasn't an old geezer. If she could confirm that Mr. Mo truly belonged to a wealthy family, wouldn't that mean her goal was achieved? As for Zhonglang, Qianqian 2 stared at the private messages on her short video app with deep resentment. She never imagined that one day she would experience the phrase read, but no reply. The mysterious Mr. Lang had clearly seen her V, but he didn't add her, nor did he even reply. As a woman, she doubted herself for the first time. If she hadn't come up with an excuse, she would have lost sleep over it. In her opinion, that man must be an old geezer who had long lost interest in beauty. He had come to her live stream just to probe the mysterious Mr. Mo. If so, why should she care? Chu Feng, sitting across from her, wore a look of admiration. He had assumed that the streamer's beauty was somewhat enhanced by the camera, but instead the camera had diminished her charm. Such a beauty was even comparable to his own white moonlight. Chu Feng's desire to bind her grew stronger. During their previous meeting, Qian Tu's favorability had increased a bit, and he was close to binding her. This delighted him immensely. In his mind, once he bound Qian Tu, he could easily win her over. Mr. M.O. Qian Tu noticed the man staring intently at her, and a flicker of disgust passed through her beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. Her voice brought Chu Feng back to his senses. He apologized with a hint of embarrassment. Sorry, I was just thinking about company matters. It's all right. Qian Tu shook her head slightly, her tone conveying understanding. Favorability 1. Hearing the system notification, Chu Feng was once again at a loss. He could never really figure out what Qian Tu meant. She was not just saying one thing and meaning another. She was utterly capricious, exploding at the slightest provocation. But her beauty made most of her flaws forgivable. Qian Tu smiled gently and said softly, Mr. M.O. thank you for your support. Qian Tu, my real name is Qian. I chose this place because the food is excellent. I hope you won't mind. Of course not. Chu Feng shook his head and said calmly, You don't have to call me Mr. M.O. Just call me Chu Feng. Chu Feng. What a nice name. It's just a label. So Qian, did you invite me here just to thank me? Or is it about tomorrow's platform event? Qian blinked, her big eyes, a playful smile on her face. I know you have someone you're protecting, Mr. M.O., so I dare not ask for too much. Today I invited you purely to express my gratitude. I've been streaming for so long, and you're the first person to send me so many gifts at once. You hold a very important place in my heart, so I had to thank you in person. If Chu Feng didn't have the favorability system, he might have been fooled by her. Inwardly he sneered. What, dare not ask too much? You clearly want more. Never mind, a shopping trip later should easily boost your favorability. Once the binding is successful naturally, I can help her with the event. My white moonlight will be first, and Qian can take second place. With that thought, Chu Feng also smiled and said, All right then, I won't be polite. He picked up the menu and began ordering. Meanwhile, Qian was observing him closely, watching his every. To secure a place in a wealthy family, Qian had done extensive homework. Without exaggeration, she knew more than those in the socialite training classes. Thus, she could tell from a person's attire, demeanor, and speech whether they were putting on an act. Chu Feng's demeanor was so calm that she had no doubt he was truly Mr. M.O. Little did she know that Chu Feng hadn't always possessed such composure. But ever since he bound the system, he took everything in stride. After all, not everyone could bind a system. Boss, you're here. Just as Chu Feng was ordering, an excited voice came from the entrance. The diners looked up to see that the second young Master Wang, who had been waiting at the door, was now ushering a man inside. Those dining here were wealthy or powerful, and they were all familiar with the notorious playboy, the second young. They all turned their gaze to the door, curious to see who this man was that the second young Master Wang called boss and personally greeted. Qian was no exception. The second young Master Wang had once been on her list of candidates, but his dissolute nature quickly eliminated him from consideration. But no matter how dissolute second young Master Wang was, his status as a scion of a wealthy family was undeniable. Anyone who could make such a playboy willingly call him boss was undoubtedly a figure of immense power and influence. Qian's beautiful eyes turned toward the door, and she froze for a moment. It was a man in a suit. Even the khaki-colored suit could not conceal his perfect physique. The open collar revealed his muscular chest, and his slightly tousled hair added an extra touch of roguish charm. He was the epitome of the bad boy archetype. Even Qian, who was accustomed to seeing handsome men, found herself momentarily entranced. Who was he? A man who could make second young Master Wang call him boss. Was there such a top-tier scion in Modu? After ordering his meal, Chu Feng naturally noticed Qian's gaze and followed it to see Qin Wudao as well. Ahem. Chu Feng's light cough brought Qian back to reality. She quickly spoke with an apologetic tone, Sorry, President Mo. Everyone was just talking, and I was merely watching out of curiosity. Qian was no fool. Denying or making excuses would be the greatest defeat. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. She also emphasized the phrase, watching out of curiosity, and did not say she was looking at Qin Wudao. As expected, Chu Feng's expression softened slightly. It's fine. It's human nature to enjoy watching a spectacle. In the same. I just had a tickle in my throat. That's good to hear. Thank you for understanding, President Mo. Qian stuck out her tongue playfully, putting on a charming demeanor. As expected, she did not continue to look in that direction. Qin Wudao walked into the restaurant and saw Wang Weitong approaching. He teased, So second young Master Wang, how did it go with second young Master Qin yesterday? Hearing this, Wang Weitong's expression stiffened slightly. He had gotten completely drunk the night before, and when he woke up he found himself hugging that Qin Zirwei. Two grown men embracing. One could only imagine the chaos that erupted in the morning. Boss, you're so unreliable. I was totally wasted yesterday. Shouldn't you have taken care of me? Didn't you have Qin Zirwei to keep you company? I figured you were fine. Don't even mention that guy. The mere mention of Qin Zhiwei made Wang Weitong feel like vomiting. The visual shock of that morning was simply too much for him. Of course Qin Zhiwei felt the same way. Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong found a seat and sat down. Boss, let's grab a bite first. Later I'll go with you to the Hidden Dragon Group. Oh, Qin Wudao was somewhat surprised by Wang Weitong's words. What's this? No more lying low. Wang Weitong's smile carried a hint of irony. If I lie low and choose not to compete, will they leave? Just look at my good big brother. The moment he found out I was meeting you, he came looking for trouble immediately. Indeed. If you want to live the happiest life, you can't let others hold the reins. Instead of hiding and skulking, I might as well tell them directly I'm going to compete. By the end, Wang Weitong's face was filled with determination. He was no ordinary playboy. Not only were the Wang family's covert operations under his control, but he had also been laying his own groundwork over the years. Wang Weitong was not a clueless second-generation heir. Having received the finest education and grown up in the most privileged environment, how could he truly be a fool? Unless it was hereditary. He had been secretly building his own power, planning for the day when he might be betrayed by those closest to him, so he would still have a chance to turn the tables. This restaurant was also his. He had designed it this way precisely to gather information. Inviting Qin Wudao here was also a signal to everyone Wang Weitong was going to compete for the position of the Wang family heir. And he would compete openly and honorably. Seeing the determination on Wang Weitong's face, Qin Wudao felt a sense of relief. He was not afraid of his close friend having ambition. He was afraid that he would truly be as degenerate as he appeared on the surface. Even if Qin Wudao could help him take the city, guarding it would be far more difficult. Would it really be fine to hand over that mess to Wang Weitong? Now seeing Wang Weitong's expression, Qin Wudao knew very well, then we'll attend the business banquet together in a couple of days. Alright. Wang Weitong couldn't keep his serious demeanor for long and slipped back into his playboy grin. Say, boss, are you going to bring a date to the business banquet? You started that little Douyin account called John Long. Were you scouting for a date? So you finally wised up. Just as Wang Weitong and Qin Wudao were talking, a chair beside them suddenly made a noise, catching their attention. Chen Qianqian's pretty face showed a mix of panic and surprise. She quickly bowed to them. Sorry, I was distracted and accidentally bumped into the chair. I'm so sorry for disturbing your meal. It's fine, Wang Weitong said magnanimously. Even if you did it on purpose, it's no big deal. Little sister, would you like to sit down and join us for a bite? No, I need to go to the restroom. With that, Chen Qianqian hurried toward the restroom. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes slightly, watching her retreating figure. His memory was frighteningly sharp, and he naturally recognized her as the streamer Qianqian rabbit. So, Qin Wudao turned his head to look at the window seat where a young man with ordinary features and a calm expression sat. Was it him? Just as Qin Wudao looked at Chu Feng, the latter met his gaze. With the system he possessed, Chu Feng had undergone a complete transformation. Even facing Qin Wudao's eyes, he showed no sign of backing down. Moi. Wang Weitong naturally noticed their exchange. He picked up his phone and directly called the assistant standing by the door. Find out who that person is by the window. Yes. Qin Wudao withdrew his gaze after studying Chu Feng for a moment. It seemed that was indeed President Mo. So Qianqian Rabbit was meeting President Mo in person. As expected, this guy's system was one of those tipping systems. Everyone knew that tipping systems had no other skills, but were absolutely loaded with cash. It would be a waste not to snatch this system. Qin Wudao had already considered how to deal with the system owner, until he was absolutely certain he would not act rashly lest he alert the enemy. Chu Feng also noticed Qin Wudao. He searched his memory for this person, but since he knew very few people, he naturally could not identify him. Who is he? Why do I feel both a sense of disgust and a hint of fondness when I look at him? This feeling is At this moment, Chen Qianqian in the restroom gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her delicate features etched with shock and fluster. How could it be Brother Wolf? Why is he here? Could he have found out about my meeting with Brother Mo and come to check on me? Or perhaps his earlier silence was a test from the wealthy elite. He wants to see if I'm keeping my options open. Is it a coincidence? What is his true identity? How can he make second young Master Wang willingly serve as his life? It must be said that a clever woman, when faced with a sudden situation, will have countless thoughts racing through her. Such was Chen Qianqian. She pondered every possibility regarding this matter. Regardless of the scenario, she needed to deliberate carefully. Judging solely by appearance, this mysterious Brother Wolf far surpassed that Brother Mo. As for status, Chen Qianqian couldn't decide. She was indeed a gold digger, but also a clever one determined to marry into wealth. Thus among those so-called socialite circles, she held everyone in utter disdain. Could a mere trifle of benefit make those women give themselves up? Her impoverished upbringing taught Chen Qianqian that no amount of effort could change her fate. To transcend social strata, even reach the pinnacle, she must enrich herself, build sufficient capital, and seek a superior partner. Thus she excelled in every art: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her striking appearance, sharp intellect, and aloof demeanor convinced her she possessed ample leverage. Yet her one weakness was her family background. Many wealthy individuals sought a spouse who could aid their career, such as through business alliances, not merely a decorative vase. During her live streams, numerous wealthy patrons offered astronomical sums for a night with her, but she refused them all, unmoved by any price. Having rejected male advances her entire life, preserving her most precious asset, until now she couldn't simply throw it away carelessly. Today, after meeting Brother Mo, she felt somewhat satisfied. After all, a mysterious figure who commanded the respect of countless wealthy second-generation youths in Shanghai turned out to be a young man with a rather refined appearance. Even if there were minor flaws, his status could easily compensate for them. However, upon realizing that handsome man was Zhang Lang, Chen Qianqian's heart raced. She contemplated whether to take a gamble. But this gamble could leave her with nothing. Most importantly, that man's oppressive aura was overwhelming. Though she considered herself clever, she compared inwardly. It seemed that compared to Brother Mo, aka Chu Feng, that man was far harder to handle. Slap, slap. Chen Qianqian gently patted her delicate cheeks with water-chilled hands, the cold liquid jolting her back to clarity. Chen Qianqian, stay sharp. Haven't you waited so long for such an opportunity? Now your priority is to uncover that man's identity. And Brother Mo. With that thought, Chen Qianqian strode out of the restroom. When she reappeared, her face bore her usual charming smile and confident expression. She walked slowly past Qin Wudao, her jade-like hand inadvertently brushing against his arm. Sorry, sir, I bumped into you again. My apologies. Looking at the apologetic Chen Qianqian, Qin Wudao smiled. It's fine. Go back. Chen Qianqian hesitated. I just came from the restroom and might not have dried my hands properly. Why don't you take off your coat, and I'll wash it clean before returning it to you. Her words were logical, her face sincere, showing no hint of ulterior motives. Wang Weitong watched with amusement, even teasing. Boss, the lady asked nicely. Why not just take it off? And hearing this, Qin Wudao shook his head. It's just a bit of water. No need to wash it. Don't worry about it. With that, he turned and began sipping his tea, clearly signaling the conversation was over. Chen Qianqian didn't press further. She gave a slight bow and left, showing no obvious interest in Qin Wudao. She had never intended to use such a tactic to get his contact info. It was merely to leave a slightly deeper impression. If Qin Wudao had taken the bait, she might have felt uneasy, as it would seem too casual. Instead, his attitude filled her with delight and even sparked a desire to conquer. After Chen Qianqian left, Wang Weitong quickly asked, Boss, aren't you interested in her? She's quite a catch. Look at that figure, TSK. If she weren't into you, I'd have asked for her number. Feel free to ask. No way. Wang Weitong shrugged helplessly. She's clearly after you. I wouldn't dare covet a potential future sister-in-law, even if there's just a slim chance. Ding dong. Just then Wang Weitong's phone chimed with a notification. He checked it, and his pupils contracted. He then looked at Qin Wudao. Boss, the guy with that girl is the Brother Mo we're looking for. As Brother Wolf, aren't you curious to check him out? I know he's Brother Mo. Qin Wudao wore an enigmatic smile. But now's not the time. We'll meet at the business gathering. I'll be there too. That woman is the streamer Qianqian too, isn't she? She seems uninterested in Brother Mo, but has a thing for you. Seems like last time you not only overshadowed Brother Mo in the live stream, but also in matters of the heart. Wang Weitong sighed. Why wasn't I blessed with that handsome face? If I were, I wouldn't need to spend money. People would be throwing cash at me. Enough, hurry up and eat. Afterward, come with me to the Hidden Dragon Group. It's time to transition your forces. Hearing Qin Wudao mention business, Wang Weitong's playful expression instantly turned serious. He then silently began eating. After returning to her seat, Chen Qianqian saw the indifferent look on Chu Feng's face. Being astute, she naturally understood the reason for his demeanor. Mo Zone, please don't take offense. I truly didn't mean it earlier. The people who come here to eat are all influential figures, and I feared that I might inadvertently provoke someone and cause you trouble. Chen Qianqian's expression was exceedingly sincere, leaving no room for criticism. Therefore, even though Chu Feng felt a twinge of jealousy, he said nothing. Chen Qianqian's straightforwardness actually made him regard her with a higher opinion. Next time you needn't be so cautious. Rest assured, no matter who it is, they cannot trouble you in my presence. Thank you, Brother Chu Feng. Chen Qianqian's radiant smile was indeed highly alluring, almost causing Chu Feng to be lost in thought again. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, glancing at his favorability rating before he sighed in relief. The difficulty of raising Chen Qianqian's favorability was immense. Should I directly pull out the big guns? After all, the platform event is coming up soon. If I can't help by Yueguang with votes by then, wouldn't I become a laughingstock? With this thought, Chu Feng lowered his head and opened his phone. In the chat list, there was a group chat named New World of Magic City, where many second-generation rich kids gathered. Several of them had already become Chu Feng's little fans. After all, this mysterious wealthy man was someone even their parents advised to befriend carefully. Loneliness of a cigarette. Everyone, I'm dining at Mingware restaurant with a girl. The food here is quite good. After dinner, I'll take her shopping, but my car hasn't been shipped from abroad yet. I wonder if someone can give us a ride or lend me a car. Don't worry, I'll repay you handsomely later. Ding dong. Ding dong. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Chu Feng's words instantly stirred a commotion in the group. Many young second-generation members popped up eager to curry favor. They didn't care about what Chu Feng intended, but the promise of a future reward was clearly noted. Such a simple favor in exchange for a hefty reward. Everyone knew the stakes. Mingwei restaurant right. Zong, rest assured I'll be there soon. He'll arrange a convoy to personally pick up the sister-in-law. A convoy, you say? I know your family's cars too well. They are all business vehicles. That doesn't hold any weight. Zong, don't worry, the most important thing when courting a girl is the spectacle. I'll take some friends to set up a grand welcoming ceremony for you in a bit. And me? I guarantee to arrive within 5 minutes. Chu Feng smiled slightly at the messages on the chat interface. He indeed needed a grand spectacle. Only then could Chun Qianqian's favorability rapidly increase. Once successfully bonded, he would unlock many system functions, and he wouldn't be so passive anymore. On Qin Wudeo's side, he and Wang Weitong quickly finished their meal. After all, with 2 big men and no alcohol, they naturally ate quickly. In contrast, Chu Feng seemed to be planning to showcase some skill in front of Qin Wudao. He saw Qin Wudao stand up and address Chun Qianqian, saying, Qianqian, let's head out. I'll take you to the mall for a stroll. Sure. Although Chun Qianqian hadn't eaten, she understood what was significant. Moreover, since Qin Wudao was also getting up, it was a good opportunity to observe him. Chu Feng and Chun Qianqian left their seats first and walked towards the restaurant exit. Naturally, the bill had already been settled by Chun Qianqian. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a long line of vehicles. Various luxurious sports cars and top-notch business vehicles were lined up at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Feng and Chun Qianqian, a group of young people stepped out of the sports cars and directly approached Chu Feng. Zong, hello. Sister-in-law, hello. Their voices were exceptionally loud, drawing the attention of passers-by, who thought some big shot was arriving. After all, gathering so many luxury cars to welcome one person was already a highly talked-about scene. The reason they recognized Chu Feng was that he had previously met several of them offline, bringing them considerable benefit. The rewards couldn't only be used on the platform. That starter pack had allowed Chu Feng to build quite a network. The only reason he was living in a rental was that his new house hadn't been cleaned yet. Chun Qianqian was also startled by this scene. Favorability 1. As expected, Chu Feng felt a surge of joy inside. He knew that using a grand scene was the right choice. But he was puzzled as to why the favorability was rising so slowly. How could such a grand scene not elevate Chun Qianqian's favorability a few more points? This woman was somewhat difficult to handle. Just as Chu Feng was contemplating this, the door of Mingwei restaurant opened again, and Qin Wudao stepped out first, followed by Wang Weitong. The two of them were also taken aback by the scene at the entrance. The second-generation rich kids noticed them too, especially when they saw Qin Wudao. Their eyes widened in surprise. Everyone knew that the events from last night had spread throughout their circle. It was common knowledge that this young master from the Qin family with his ruthless methods was returning victorious. Moreover, as the biological son of the Li family and the recognized eldest son of the Qin family, his dual identity made him seem as if he were gilded. This was how the wealthy circle operated. A slight disturbance would make people flock over. Qin Wudeo's previous information had been dug up, and many people dismissed the so-called details. After all, how could someone with such methods be a sycophant? If anything, he was more likely to be a killer than a flatterer. The photos of Baiyu being carried out of the private room had been seen privately by them. How could he still be considered human? He was simply a pile of mud with such a brutal temperament and the ability to smash the ground with a punch. How could he be so simple? A group of self-important people were already speculating that Qin Wudao had been plotting for years and might be thus they all ordered their juniors to be cautious when encountering Qin Wudao. Oh my, what a lively scene. Wang Weitong stepped forward, looking at the second-generation rich kids with amusement. As the second young master of the Wang family, his status was much higher than these young second-generation members. Upon seeing Wang Weitong, the young second-generation members immediately nodded and bowed. Young Master Wang, what are you doing here? If you had told me earlier, we would have come to pick you up. It's nothing. Wang Weitong casually replied. Isn't it because Master Qin is here for breakfast? As a younger brother, I naturally have to accompany him. What are you all doing here? Why such a grand display? Upon hearing this, the younger brother stammered, unsure how to respond. Should he say they were here to pick up Zong? But with both Master Qin and young Master Wang, two top young second-generation members present, wouldn't that be embarrassing? One of the second-generation members shifted his gaze and quickly spoke. I don't know what they are here for, but I'm here to pick you and Master Qin up. I have a friend who is dining inside and said he saw Master Qin. I thought I must come to greet you both. Master Qin, you must have just returned to Magic City, right? How about giving me a chance to take you around? Though Chun Qianqian, standing nearby, did not look at Qin Wudao, a trace of curiosity flickered in her beautiful eyes. Lord Qin. Although she had been keeping an eye on this circle, Chun Qianqian was not an insider, so her sources of information were limited. She could only inquire later about who Lord Qin really was. Yet this did not hinder her curiosity about Qin Wudao. It was just that with Chu Feng by her side, she could not Chu Feng, however, wore a displeased expression. After all, he had summoned these people, yet this young scion directly set him aside upon seeing Qin Wudao. Even the few who approached Qin Wudao had undermined his dignity. Who was really showing off? He had intended to be the center of attention, but now Qin Wudao had stolen the spotlight. That young scion looked at Qin Wudao with a fawning expression. People from the Qin and Li families. Both were top-tier forces in the magic capital. If he could connect with Qin Wudao, it would be far more reliable than buttering up President Mo. After all, even a strong dragon finds it hard to crush a local snake, and here the other party was also a dragon. The young scion immediately grasped the relative importance. Qin Wudao gazed at the young scions before him and said softly, "Pick me up. No need, I drove myself. But you can chat more with second young Master Wang." Oh. Wang Weitong's face fell instantly. Wasn't he supposed to go to the hidden dragon group with Qin Wudao? Instead, Qin Wudao was pushing these young scions onto him. Of course, Wang Weitong understood that Qin Wudao was doing this for his own good. To inherit the Wang family, one couldn't rely solely on being a black glove. Building connections was essential. Those young scions were also brimming with excitement. Qin Wudao's words clearly gave them an opportunity. And who was that by his side? That was second young Master Wang. Even if he wasn't the heir to the Wang family, now what about the future? Standing with Qin Wudao, who was even helping him build connections, sent a clear signal. Wang Weitong was going to compete. Apart from a few genuine wastrels, most of these young scions still had their "Sure thing, Lord Qin. Please go ahead. When you have time, we'll personally visit you." Qin Wudao nodded, acknowledging the offer, then turned and walked toward his car. Chu Feng's eyes remained fixed on Qin Wudao. He pondered Qin Wudao's identity, having already decided that after this was over he would ask these young scions for information. As for those still flattering Chu Feng, they were truly clueless. They weren't qualified to know Qin Wudao's identity. This was also why Qin Wudao had Wang Weitong talk to the young scions who proactively approached. Those who recognized Qin Wudao likely had decent family backgrounds or status. Alright, the boss has things to do, so let me keep you company. Come on brothers, he'll pick a great spot and treat you. Hearing Wang Weitong's words, the young scions' eyes lit up. Everyone knew that the best party animal in the entire magic capital was this very second young Master Wang. And he called us brothers. Doesn't that make us his people? Before leaving, they turned and shot Chu Feng an apologetic glance. Judging by how Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong hadn't greeted Chu Feng, either they hadn't noticed President Mo's identity or they bore a grudge against him. But the former possibility was extremely slim. They all knew President Mo was the man before them. How could Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong not know? Thus it had to be the latter. Having already sided with Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong, they naturally couldn't get too close to Chu Feng in front of Wang Weitong. Chu Feng's hand hidden in his pocket clenched slightly. He saw apology in the departing young scion's eyes, as if they were saying, "We don't want to leave him either, but we have no choice. He called us brothers." Having become the all-powerful President Mo online these days, and receiving widespread adulation, Chu Feng's mindset hadn't adjusted yet. After all, he had been an ordinary person before suddenly obtaining the system, naturally causing his ego to inflate. Given time, he might undergo a complete transformation and not care about such matters, but at least for now he couldn't. The remaining young scions exchanged bewildered glances. They had heard of second young Master Wang's reputation, someone they dared not provoke. The name Qin Wudao sounded familiar to some, but they didn't know his identity. In their eyes, President Mo was currently the most worthwhile person to befriend. That's why they chose not to leave. Seeing most of their companions depart, they felt not dismay, but delight. Didn't this give them a better chance to curry favor with President Mo? One of the young scions stepped forward with a smile. "President Mo's sister-in-law, where shall we go?" President Mo, I'm sorry, I just got a call about something urgent at the live stream. I truly apologize, but I can't accompany you to the mall. Chu Feng had originally planned to take Chun Qianqian to the mall to show off his true power. But before he could speak, Chun Qianqian apologized and said she had to leave first. This nearly made Chu Feng, already fuming, lose control. Watching Chun Qianqian repeatedly bow to him, and with the system not indicating a drop in affection, Chu Feng suppressed his rage and slowly said, "Alright, if you have things to do, go ahead. We can visit the mall anytime. Shall I arrange a ride for you? No need to trouble you further. I've already caused you too much trouble today. Thank you, President Mo, for having this meal with me. I'm truly sorry about today." With that, Chun Qianqian walked away and got into a taxi parked by the roadside. As the taxi drove off, the young scions exchanged looks. President Mo had been stood up by a woman. Even if she was beautiful, wasn't she a bit too arrogant? Seeing their expressions, Chu Feng knew what they were thinking. To prevent his image from slipping further, he planned to use his recent cashback rewards from tips to show these young scions his power, since he might need their help. "Come on, since you're all here, I'll take you out for some fun." Hearing this, the young scions' eyes sparkled. Getting closer to President Mo could only be beneficial. "How can we let you arrange it, President Mo? Let me handle it. Please get in the car." They respectfully ushered President Mo into the vehicle, and the luxurious convoy slowly departed. Meanwhile, Chun Qianqian, seated in the taxi, immediately opened her chat list and found the socialite group. Her slender fingers began tapping rapidly on her phone screen. Has there been a Lord Qin in our magic capital recently? Ding dong, ding dong. Shortly after Chun Qianqian sent that message, responses began to appear in the group chat. Which Lord Qin are you referring to? If it's the one from the top-tier forces, I know him. Then spill it. When did our Modu gain a Lord Qin? Could it be someone from the Qin family? Exactly, it's the Qin family. I heard their adopted eldest son ran away from home, but he was found and brought back a couple of days ago. Oh, an adopted son. I thought who could be called Lord Qin. Your ignorance shows. Although he's the Qin family's adopted son, the patriarch, his wife, and even the eldest daughter dote on him immensely. They've been searching for him all these years. And this adopted son of the Qin family is actually the long-lost eldest son of the Li family. The Qin family. The Li family. That's stacking top-tier advantages. Quick, sister, I need this person's info within a minute. Forget it, calm down. Do you think he'd fancy you? Having obtained the information she wanted, Chun Qianqian ignored those nonsensical remarks. She murmured softly, the Qin family. The Li family. And he also. No, this is definitely the person I'm looking for, but how do I get in touch with him? For a moment, Chun Qianqian was filled with anxiety. She knew the so-called sisters in the group were unreliable. Even if they could contact that Lord Qin, they wouldn't help her. It seemed she had to use her backup resources. With that thought, Chun Qianqian reopened the chat interface and found the tool she needed. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao, having left the restaurant, drove directly to the busiest street in Moda's commercial center. At the heart of it stood a luxurious skyscraper, the words Hidden Dragon Group clearly visible. 2 rows of people were already standing in front of the building, led by Long Lin and Long Ya. Before coming here, Qin Wudao had informed them. After parking the car, he slowly stepped out. Dragon King. You? Stop. Everyone stand up. Long Lin and Long Ya, along with their subordinates, were about to kneel on one knee and recite the classic greeting for the Dragon King, but Qin Wudao had no intention of making a public spectacle of himself. In the busiest commercial district, coupled with the controversial Hidden Dragon Group, it would attract too much attention. Having a group of people kneel and say things like the time has come, welcome the Dragon King's return. Wouldn't that be akin to public social suicide? Hearing Qin Wudao's command, everyone immediately stood up. Long Ya looked puzzled. Hadn't their Dragon King enjoyed this kind of treatment abroad? Long Ya completely forgot that Qin Wudao was only 18 back then. Now he was in his 20s. He had long outgrown that Shinibu phase. Moreover, as a transmigrator, he naturally wouldn't let them do such things. All right, no need for this formality. Just take me straight to the company. Yes. Long Ya and Long Lin nodded and respectfully gestured for him to proceed. Qin Wudao strode into the building. Long Lin, dressed in a professional little suit, walked behind him like a secretary, while Long Ya, in a black suit with a robust build, looked every bit the bodyguard. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Qin Wudao entered the building's interior, immediately greeted by opulent and magnificent decor. It must be said that acquiring this building and renovating it to such a degree required unimaginable wealth. Crystal chandeliers, jade walls, exquisite sculptures. It was a case of wanting both the most expensive and the best. Ding dong. Qin Wudao took the executive elevator, accompanied by Long Lin and Long Ya, directly to the top floor. The entire floor served as the CEO's office. Every detail was adorned with minimalist yet luxurious decorations. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of people moving like ants below, truly making one feel above the rest. Qin Wudao sat directly in the CEO's chair and addressed the two. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Upon hearing this, Long Lin stepped forward, bent slightly, and opened the computer on the desk. Dragon King, this is all our company's business. All right, stop calling me Dragon King. From now on, call me President Qin. Yes. Qin Wudao began scrolling through the mouse, reviewing the business of Hidden Dragon Group. As a former top-tier grinder in his past life, he was well-versed in these commercial plans. Coupled with his powerful mind, he could read 10 lines at a glance and never forget. Soon he had a clear grasp of the entire group's operations. No wonder Hidden Dragon Group had developed so rapidly without anyone successfully blocking it. The group's main business was import and export trade, sea, land, and air transportation, and the manufacturing and sale of domestic and international products. A honest-stop service covering everything. Some subsidiaries were even expanding into other sectors, though not officially launched yet. All of this was thanks to the Dragon King Hall's influence abroad. After all, a mighty dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Even with strong financial backing, how could the top forces in Modu allow a mysterious entity to come and take a slice of the pie? Thus, Hidden Dragon Group faced numerous obstacles initially. It wasn't until they started the import-export trade business that they finally broke through, using that as a foothold to rapidly expand their territory. Even if those forces wanted to block them, they couldn't, since the group handled its own production, transport, and sales. Of course, those forces, in collusion with officials, had tried to create trouble, but money makes the world go round. Coupled with the Dragon King Hall's formidable martial power and top-tier talents from various industries, they quickly carved out a niche. Now, having developed to this extent, it was truly astonishing. Qin Wudao kept scrolling through the mouse, looking at everything on the screen, and couldn't help but sigh. As the Dragon King, he had been useless. No worse than useless. His past self acting as a simp was nothing but a burden. While Long Ya and Long Lin were expanding the business, his past self immediately ordered them to help the goddess he was. If Qin Wudao hadn't transmigrated in time, not to mention whether the arrival of the Dragon God would have seized his position as Dragon King. Just his past self alone would have exhausted these subordinates to death. Half an hour later, Qin Wudao finally finished reviewing the entire company's operations. He closed the laptop and turned to look at Long Lin and Long Ya. Once the two had been so spirited fighting alongside Qin Wudao in foreign lands. But since arriving here, their faces had clearly taken on more worry. You've worked hard all these years. No, not at all. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, the two immediately knelt on one knee, lowering their heads to hide their reddened eyes. It would be impossible to say it wasn't hard. For all these years, Qin Wudao had utterly ignored the Dragon King Palace, wholeheartedly acting as a sycophant. Long Ya and Long Lin had practically run their legs off. Even so, they could not earn even a shred of Qin Wudao's compassion. Instead, he made things difficult for them in every way, using the resources of the Dragon King Palace to help those women. Qin Wudao slowly stepped forward, helping the two to their feet. He spoke with deep regret. I will never become that person again. I hope you can trust me one more time. We will follow you to the death. Long Ya's voice was choked with emotion. Beside him, Long Lin, being a woman, was sobbing uncontrollably. She had always harbored a secret love for Qin Wudao, but he had never shown her even a trace of tenderness. Now the proud and spirited Dragon King had finally returned. Their wait had not been in vain. After the two had calmed down, Qin Wudao spoke slowly. This business banquet marks the moment our hidden dragon group officially begins its path of domination. The Dragon God and his people have already arrived in the country. Do they know our whereabouts? They don't know yet, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. Long You seemed to hesitate. Over the years, Qin Wudao's absurd behavior had caused some discontent among the elders of the Dragon King Palace. Of course, the Dragon King was supreme. Even if the elders were dissatisfied, they had to endure it, since the previous Dragon King was Qin Wudao's master and had directly passed the throne to him. The Dragon God's return to the country was precisely the elders' method of dealing with Qin Wudao. Since the Dragon King's position was supreme, all they needed was to replace the Dragon King. Wasn't that simple? This rival definitely had ill intentions. Seeing Long Ya's expression, Qin Wudao could naturally guess the gist of it. He then asked, does the Dragon God know how to smile with a crooked mouth? The sudden question left Long Ya momentarily bewildered. He didn't understand what this crooked smile meant. Seeing the two looking utterly confused, Qin Wudao had no choice. He forced a stiff smile, his mouth corners raised awkwardly. This is it. Long Ya and Long Lin exchanged glances. They even thought their boss might be mentally unwell lately. The smile was handsome, but why was it so stiff, like he was about to cry? Forget it. Qin Wudao waved his hand. This is the signature smile of the Dragon King. It's fine if you don't understand, but remember one thing: if you ever have to deal with this Dragon God, and he shows this smile, either smash his mouth at the first moment, or turn around and run, because the appearance of this smile means he's about to start showing off. Qin Wudao naturally didn't think a casual explanation would make them understand the matter. He then set aside the Dragon God issue. Just now he had reviewed all the assets of the Hidden Dragon Group. With the aid of the Dragon King Palace, the entire group was indeed thriving. Just looking at the financial reports, it was absolutely on par with any top-tier power in the Magic City. But this was far from enough. Those ancient families could stand for centuries, even millennia, relying on their deep foundations. Their business empires were vast, their influence permeating the entire Magic City. On the other hand, the Hidden Dragon Group, aside from import-export trade and transportation, basically had few other industries. Even if there were some, they were just small-scale operations. Moreover, those top-tier powers, acting like local bullies, frequently threw obstacles in the way of the Hidden Dragon Group. This situation absolutely could not continue. Wang Weidong will soon have the Wang family's black gloves join us. The first thing you need to do is gather all the underground forces of the Magic City together. Remember, I mean all of them. If you encounter something you can't handle, come to me. Then what we need to do is to smooth relations with the authorities, and using the influence of both sides further expand our territory. The real estate market is nearly saturated, but the hotel business can still be profitable. Don't worry about spending money, it will be earned back sooner or later. First, purchase hotels in the Magic City at high prices, as many as possible. Then target transportation companies. Besides cargo, I also want people. Acquire an airline and a travel company. Carry out these plans step by step. As for the rest, we'll discuss after the business banquet. Yes. Long Ya and Long Lin bowed in acknowledgement. The Dragon King Palace had top talents from all walks of life. If they lacked something, they could simply go and snatch it. Thus, whatever they did, they could quickly master it. The series of orders from Qin Wudao restored their confidence. In their eyes, as long as Qin Wudao didn't act like a sycophant, he was invincible. Whether in combat prowess or business acumen, with a master who was a veritable hexagon warrior, how could Qin Wudao, as his disciple trained for so many years, be weak? Long Yu seemed to recall something he had missed, and quickly asked, by the way, Dragon. Mr. Qin, at that business banquet, should we make a direct move? Of course. But first, don't introduce my identity as the president of Hidden Dragon Group. Let me assess the situation first to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. As for the timing of revealing. After a moment of thought, Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. Right as soon as I give a crooked smile, you two make a grand entrance. Long Lin. Long Ya. The two were once again bewildered. They didn't understand why their boss was so obsessed with that crooked smile, and he had even said it was exclusive to the Dragon King. Could it be some powerful skill? Or a secret code? Though puzzled since the order had been given, both nodded to indicate they understood. All right, after the business banquet, you'll get to know the company employees. For now, dismissed. Take these 2 days to rest well. Leave matters to others. Rest? The two were somewhat bewildered. After all these years, they had no idea how to rest. Could they go home and sleep? Well, go have some fun. Long Yu, you're a grown man. Do you need me to teach you how to enjoy yourself in the magic? As for Long Lin, you're a beautiful woman. You should dress up nicely. Go shopping. The company will cover the expense. Remember, don't try to save money for me. Buy whatever you want. Even if you go buy a whole building, I'll foot the bill. Feeling the concern in Qin Wudao's tone, both nodded in gratitude. Especially Long Lin. She had always thought her boss never saw her as a woman, but he had actually called her a beautiful woman. Long Lin's delicate face was tinged with a rosy blush, her jade-like fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, a picture of shyness. Beside her, Long Ya's eyes widened in disbelief. When had the female assassin lurking in the shadows ever revealed such a girlish demeanor? Yet as a longtime friend, he had always known of Long Lin's adoration for the Dragon King. He could only silently pray that this time she would not be left disappointed again. All right, you two go and rest. I should be heading back as well. Qin Wudao dismissed them with a command, and then turned to leave. By the time he stepped out of the Hidden Dragon Group, it was already afternoon. His phone displayed dozens of missed calls. Opening it, he saw they were all from Qin Wanrong. There were also countless messages. Wudao, where are you? What are you doing? Let's have lunch together. Hey, I'm your sister, and you won't even reply to me. You didn't reply to either of my messages. You know you're in trouble, right? You'd better not think about leaving the country. I've already ordered my men to lock down the airport. If you dare to run, it'll break your legs. What are you doing? Answer me. Seeing Qin Wanrong's frantic messages on the chat screen, Qin Wudao's mouth twitched slightly. He then, hello. The moment he called, she picked up, and a slightly stern voice came through the phone. Sis, I was in a business meeting. I had my phone on silent, and didn't see your messages. Sorry, I understand. Now come home immediately. I won't say it again. Before Qin Wudao could respond, Qin Wanrong hung up. Qin Wudao put his phone back in his pocket, a helpless look on his face. He couldn't help but feel that his sister seemed to be developing a bit of a Yandere streak. She hadn't been like this when they were children. As everyone knew, you could like a Yandere, but you absolutely should not be liked by one, especially if that person was a strong, formidable woman. But there seemed to be something off in the tone of Qin Wanrong's voice when she said the word home. Qin Wudao opened the car door and got in. As he slowly drove away from the Hidden Dragon Group, he was unaware that several people on a nearby high-rise were watching him through binoculars. Qin Wudao, the Hidden Dragon Group. Long Lin and Long Yu are indeed talented individuals. It seems the plan needs to be moved up. The Dragon King Hall. Just as the leading man let out a cold laugh, his phone rang. His fierce and icy expression instantly melted. The screen clearly showed the words, dear wife. Honey, what's up? Okay, I'm coming home right now to make you dinner. After hanging up, one of the men beside him asked, Sir, aren't you going to tell the madam your true identity yet? Not now. The 3-year term isn't up yet, and I don't want to reveal myself. What if I scare her? Contact the Dragon God. Tell him Qin Wudao is in Modu and the Hidden Dragon Group is the Dragon King Hall's power base. If they want to deal with the Dragon King, they need to show their sincerity. As for now, I need to go buy groceries. You keep watching. Yes, sir. In the Qin family villa, Mr. and Mrs. Qin were sitting on the sofa chatting with smiles on their faces, a stark contrast to Qin Wanrong, who sat nearby with an icy expression. Wanrong, look at you. Wudao has a fiancé now. Why are you always making that sour face? Hearing this, the frost in Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes deepened. What fiancé? I don't acknowledge it. Little brother has only just returned, and you want him to marry some woman right away. Huh, Mrs. Qin looked stunned. Weren't you in favor of this betrothal when it was arranged when you— Now that Wudao has returned safely and is all grown up, it's time to put their marriage on the agenda. I never agreed to it. It was only to give Wudao a more secure standing in our Qin family. Hearing this, Mr. Qin laughed. Oh, we've always treated Wudao as our own son. He doesn't need a marriage alliance to gain status. If you don't agree with this arrangement, you can tell Wudao yourself. But the engagement is already set. Even if you want to cancel it, they should at least meet first. Qin Wanrong sat on the sofa fuming. A moment later, the door opened, and Qin Wudao walked in slowly. Seeing the tense atmosphere between his parents and sister, he was clearly taken aback. Mom, Dad, sis. Wudao, Mrs. Qin immediately stood up, pulled him over to sit on the sofa, and produced a marriage contract. When you were little, we arranged a betrothal for you. Of course, we don't need you to sacrifice your happiness for the family's sake. But since it was arranged, you should at least meet her. If you don't like her, your father and I will go and call it off, okay? A betrothal? Qin Wudao was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. This marriage was a tricky matter. After all, he bore the fates of both the child of destiny and the villain of destiny. If he were the child of destiny, he might expect to be jilted. But if he were following the villain's script, he might end up stealing someone else's fiancée. Either way, it was troublesome. But seeing his parents' eager faces, Qin Wudao didn't refuse. It was just a meeting. He could find an excuse to turn it down later. Alright, I'll go meet her. Good child. Look at our Wudao, always so filial. And you, Qin Wanrong, and your brother Qin Zirwei, you two are just trying to drive us to an early grave. Oomph. Qin Wanrong snorted coldly, stood up, and shot Qin Wudao a vicious glare before heading upstairs. Mom, Dad'll go ask sis what's wrong. Sure, go ahead. And tell her being angry won't do any good. Mrs. Qin's last words left Qin Wudao a bit puzzled, but he still walked toward the stairs. After Qin Wudao went upstairs, the old couple exchanged glances, a mischievous glint in their eyes. Ha, that girl Wanrong. She clearly wants something, but won't say it. We had to force her hand. It would be best if those two kids ended up together. But what about the Zhang family? We can just offer more compensation. After all, Wudao has been gone for so many years. And I've heard recently that the Zhang girl is getting close to another man. It's not entirely our fault. Rap. Arriving at the door of Qin Wanrong's room, he directly knocked on it. Sisu. Before Qin Wudao could finish speaking, the door was yanked open. A fair jade-like hand extended, grabbed his collar, and pulled him inside. If Qin Wudao had resisted, Qin Wanrong would never have been able to drag him in. But to avoid hurting her, he followed the force and entered the room. Inside the room, Qin Wanrong closed the door again and locked it. Then she stepped forward, backing Qin Wudao against the door. Standing at 175 meters tall plus her high heels, she was only slightly shorter than him. You? Just as Qin Wudao was about to speak, Qin Wanrong pressed her lips against his. A cool, delicate fragrance seeped into his heart. Qin Wudao looked at the Qin Wanrong before him. Her movements were extremely stiff, or it was more like mouth blocking than a kiss, and occasionally, he could hear a tapping sound. All right. After a moment, Qin Wudao extended his arms and grabbed Qin Wanrong. She kept struggling, her head pressing forward, as if she would not stop until she achieved her goal. Looking at her slightly swollen lips, Qin Wudao felt like laughing. Was he being forcefully kissed? And in such a heated collision? What do you mean? Do you despise me that much? Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes stared straight at Qin Wudao, her voice filled with stubbornness and anger. Hearing this, Qin Wudao shook his head and said softly, "What's wrong with you? Is it because of the company, or because of my engagement? What do you think?" Qin Wanrong spoke gloomily. "Are you going to marry that woman? I don't even know her. How can I talk about marriage? I don't care." Qin Wanrong's long lashes trembled slightly as she said petulantly, "You can't marry her anyway. Not just her, you can't marry anyone." "Oh." Qin Wudao's tone carried a hint of teasing. "Why can't I marry someone else? Could it be that I have to marry you? You're my sister after all. Since childhood, you always made me call you sister." He had intended to tease Qin Wanrong a bit more, but her beautiful eyes were now slightly red and her delicate body seemed about to give way. Seeing Qin Wanrong in such a state, how could Qin Wudao continue teasing her? He quickly explained, "Don't worry, I have no intention of marrying anyone else. This engagement was arranged by our parents, so I have to go and reject it in person." Qin Wanrong nodded heavily, then threw herself into Qin Wudao's arms. Her trembling body gradually calmed down. Holding the person in his arms, Qin Wudao recalled memories of the past, memories of the engagement partner. He seemed to have met her once when they were children, and they were childhood sweethearts. But after he ran away from home, they never contacted each other again. The matter of breaking off the engagement was easy to resolve since it was all about interests. Yielding some benefits would solve it without much difficulty. Moreover, the engagement was only a private arrangement between the two families, not publicly known, so breaking it off would not cause any trouble. What are you thinking about? Qin Wanrong in his arms wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if afraid he would disappear the next moment. Qin Wudao said softly, "I was just thinking, when did the sister who always said she would protect me become like this? She even wants to make a move on her own brother." Hearing this, a flicker of excitement passed through Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes, and her fair face turned rosy. "What do you mean by making a move on your brother? You and I are not blood related. You're clearly the child husband our parents found for me." All right, child husband then." Hearing the resignation in Qin Wudao's voice, Qin Wanrong kept writhing. She was wearing a formal outfit. She had thrown her suit jacket on the floor, leaving only a shirt, a tight skirt, and stockings that outlined her perfect figure. Such intense movements were nothing short of provoking. After wriggling for a while, Qin Wanrong suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something. Her head lifted slightly, and her beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons. "It seems my little brother isn't so well behaved after all." Looking at Qin Wanrong's playful smile, Qin Wudao directly lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. After a long time they parted. Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes were dazed with enchantment. Her delicate jade hand pressed against Qin Wudao's chest, but just as she was about to explore further, Qin Wudao stopped her. Qin Wudao said with a mischievous grin, "It seems you're the one who's not well behaved." "So what if I'm not well?" As if to cover her shyness, Qin Wanrong exclaimed, "You've been away for so many years. Do you know how I managed to get through it all alone? You've been back for years, but you never contacted me. Now that I finally see you, I just want to recover my state with your presence." "What's wrong with that?" "Fine, go ahead and recover." The two held each other quietly. Qin Wanrong's delicate face pressed against his sturdy chest, her expression filled with peace. Qin Wudao had deep feelings for the Qin family. For Qin Wanrong, he harbored a special affection because this was his home. It was the only ray of light in his childhood. That was also why he had tolerated Qin's way back then. On the contrary, he felt nothing for the Li family. His previous self's soul had fully merged with his, and thus those feelings were inherited. Moreover, his previous self had fought on foreign battlefields for so many years, possessing astonishing instincts. He could sense the love of the Qin family members, just as he could sense the indifference of the Li family. This was why he was tolerant toward the Qin family, but struck directly at the Li family. Just as Qin Wudao was lost in thought, Qin Wanrong suddenly spoke softly. "Tell me, all these years have you had any intimate relations with other women?" Qin Wudao wanted very much to say yes, but unfortunately absolutely not. At most he had held hands and kissed. His previous self had carried the title of war wolf through half his life. He even called it being precious. Receiving no answer from Qin Wudao, Qin Wanrong grew impatient. Her tone hardened. "Speak. Did you have any relationship that went beyond friendship with them, Qi?" "No." Hearing these two words, Qin Wanrong did not mock him at all. Instead, her beautiful face was filled with joy and her delicate red lips curled upward slightly. "Good, you can only be mine." With that, Qin Wanrong's hand moved slightly downward, and she said teasingly, "Want your sister to help you?" "All right, that's enough for today." Qin Wudao directly pushed Qin Wanrong away and turned to leave. As Qin Wanrong watched his retreating figure, her beautiful eyes were filled with infatuation. Returning to his room, Qin Wudao let out a soft breath. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Knowing that his parents had come to comfort Qin Wanrong and were still downstairs, wouldn't it be awkward if any sound were made? Even if he intended to claim Qin Wanrong, this was not the time. Meanwhile, Wang Weitong was indulging in revelry with a group of scions, clinking glasses as several of them vowed to support him. As for the eldest son of the Wang family, he was utterly irrelevant. With just one word from Wang Weitong, they would. Wang Weitong chuckled and echoed their sentiments, taking such words as mere amusement. If he truly gained an advantage in the succession struggle, these people would naturally honor their promises. But what if he failed? The first to trample on him would likely be these very individuals. Yet cultivating a wide network always had its benefits. Slightly tipsy, Wang Weitong probed tentatively. "Who was that person at the restaurant earlier?" Hearing this, the scions exchanged glances. After a moment of thought, one spoke up. "That's Boss Missouri, the one who splurged several $100 million on the platform. You must have heard of him, young Master Wang." "Oh," Wang Weitong feigned a look of first-time realization. "So it's him. No wonder you all rushed to help it. Young Master Wang, aren't you in that group too? Didn't you see it?" "No, I was dining with Master Qin earlier. When would I have time to check the group?" At the mention of Master Qin, the eyes of the scions lit up. "By the way, young Master Wang, news of your dinner with Master Qin at the restaurant will soon spread throughout the circle. By then, Wang Weixin." Though the scion didn't finish his sentence, everyone present understood his implication. Wang Weitong naturally grasped it as well. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "So what? Hasn't my elder brother always feared IDC's power? Then this time he'll seize it right before his eyes. As for Master Qin, he's my good brother, a brother since childhood. So you understand." "We understand. We understand." The scions nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice. With the backing of the second young Master Wang along with the Qin and Li families, his claim to the Wang family inheritance seemed secure. Once Wang Weitong fully controlled the Wang family, that would mean the combined power of 3 great houses. How terrifying. Whose side to take was obvious. The scions hastily offered toasts to show their loyalty, each one fancying themselves a Zhuge Liang ready to devise strategies for Wang Weitong. The gathering lasted a full 2 days, with more scions joining upon hearing the news. Together they represented no small force. Coupled with Wang Weitong's lack of secrecy, Wang Weixin, seated in the president's office of the Wang Group, naturally received word. Veins bulged on his forehead and his hands trembled slightly as a surge of fear and boundless rage rose within him. The succession had been all but settled, only for Qin Wudao to emerge from nowhere. Had it not been for Qin Wudao's return, Wang Weitong would never have dared to contend for the heir's position. "Qin Wudao, Wang Weitong, you leave me no choice. Don't blame me for what comes next." Wang Weixin narrowed his eyes, a perilous plan already taking shape in his mind. For 2 days, Qin Wudao remained confined to the Qin residence. Qin Wanrong, after their embrace, seemed to have regained her strength, leaving early and returning late, occupied not only with managing the Qin group, but also with another matter. That matter was preparing for the business banquet starting tomorrow. As a gathering of Shanghai's elite, all factions big and small had to prepare in advance. Who knew what shifts in power might occur after this banquet? Forethought was never a mistake. At that moment, Qin Wudao opened his phone and saw the platform event at the top of the short video app. The platform event Chu Feng had mentioned earlier was this very one. It had already begun. Streamers of all kinds were pulling out all the stops to fleece their big spenders. The event leaderboard shifted constantly, but the top 10, though fluctuating among themselves, never dropped out, maintaining a crushing lead over those ranked 11th and below. First place, Qingling Yueguang. Second, Dammy Dammy. Third, Qianqian 2. Fourth. As expected. Yesterday, Qin Wudao had looked into the streamers Chu Feng had tipped on the platform. The top 5 were all his protected streamers. Even the 5th-ranked streamer had received 80 million from him, while the first had directly netted 200 million. This leaderboard was less a platform event and more a ranking of his harem. This tipping system truly knows no bounds. Seeing Chu Feng fling money so recklessly stirred a flicker of interest in Qin Wudao. As the Dragon King Hall's master, he had never been short of funds, not from the Hall's accumulated wealth nor from the Hidden Dragon Group in Shanghai. It was a $100 billion conglomerate. Yet even so, he wouldn't casually toss hundreds of millions into a platform like Chu Feng did. Qin Wudao clicked on the #1 streamer Qingling Yueguang's livestream. As the mysterious big shot who had dominated Boss Missouri and Qianqian Tu's stream, Battle Wolf's appearance sent a frenzy of comments scrolling. Boss Wolf is here. Haha, not here to snatch Boss Mo's spotlight again, are you? Probably not. Even though Boss Wolf outshone Boss Missouri for a bit in Qianqian Tu's stream, that was only because Boss Missouri led him. The world isn't short of wealthy people. Everyone knows Boss Mo's true devotion is to our Yueguang. He's already dropped 200 million. Does Boss Wolf have that kind of muscle? Qin Wudao skimmed the comments and turned his gaze to the woman on the screen. To be fair, Chu Feng had excellent taste. She was a nearly flawless woman. Her figure was tall and graceful, standing like an orchid in a secluded valley, ethereal and aloof. Her hair was as dark as ink, cascading softly over her shoulders with slightly curled ends, yet it couldn't break the cold aura that enveloped her. She had a classic oval-faced skin as white as snow, as if covered in a thin layer of frost, exuding a hint of chill. The coldness was evident in her brows and eyes. Her white dress accentuated her otherworldly elegance. In terms of beauty alone, she was the most stunning woman Qin Wudao had ever seen. Her ethereal aura stirred a desire to conquer. Unmoved by the constant stream of gifts on the screen, she sat quietly, thanking each donor in a calm Qingling Yueguang. A fitting name. As Qin Wudao watched the woman on the screen, Chu Feng, in the other room, wore a grave expression. Qianqian Tu's favorability had yet to reach the required threshold. Despite all his spending, part of it was a tip, and the rest was his rebate. Having furiously spent 200 million, he was surely the top donor in Qingling Yueguang's livestream room. But he never expected this Wolf Warrior to come and stir things up again. Previously, Wolf Warrior had spent over 6 million in Qianqian Tu's room, which was nothing much since Chu Feng's tipping funds were countless. But things were different now. Qianqian Tu's favorability had not yet been successfully bound. If Wolf Warrior were to interfere at this moment, he would certainly make Chu Feng lose face before everyone. And wasn't this bastard interested in Qianqian too? Why had he come to Yueguang's room? Unlike Chu Feng's solemnity, the gossip-loving crowd in Qingling Yueguang's room was enjoying the spectacle. Ha, Boss Wolf has followed Boss Missouri again. I wonder if he's going to snatch the top donor this time. Last time in Qianqian Tu's room, Boss Wolf only spent 6 million. This time it's 200 million. How could it be so easy to take the top spot? Anyway, if Boss Wolf goes for the top spot, Boss Missouri will probably keep raising the stakes. Remember, our Bai Yueguang has always been protected by Boss Missouri. Looks like Bai Yueguang is about to skyrocket this time. One platform event, and she's financially free. At this moment, Qingling Yueguang's ethereal eyes also showed a hint of curiosity. The previous battle between Boss Wolf and Boss Missouri over Qianqian Tu's room was known throughout the entire. Back then, Boss Missouri had even said he would have a showdown with Boss Wolf during this event. They thought Boss Wolf wouldn't show up, but he suddenly appeared after Boss Missouri had furiously spent several hundred million. Just as the gossiping audience in the livestream room was about to Boss Wolf, they suddenly found he had left. Ha ha ha, looks like Boss Wolf is done for too. Indeed, Boss Missouri is the true tycoon. Seeing 200 million, he's stunned right. Boss Missouri is invincible. Boss Missouri has protected his Bai Yueguang. I told you it's just a platform event, not the annual awards. Spending 200 million outright plus those scattered tickets, it's already 300 million. How could it keep rising? Boss Missouri, I'm sticking with you from now on. Boss Missouri is invincible. Seeing the flattery in the livestream room, Chu Feng's anxious heart gradually settled. In his view, Wolf Warrior's voluntary withdrawal from the room was a tacit admission of defeat. Indeed, No matter how wealthy Wolf Warrior was in reality, he couldn't possibly spend 200 million all at once to tip a streamer. But Chu Feng with his tipping system could treat money as if it were nothing. Although he had to dip into his own savings this time, as long as he bound Qian Tu, he would eventually recover all these losses. In Qian Tu's live stream room, she was still constantly thanking the netizens for their scattered tickets. Currently the first place, Qinglong Yuguang, had 300 million in Dragon Country currency tips. In her room, aside from Boss Mo's 100 million tips, the total, including scattered tickets, was 130 million in tips. Though far behind the first place, with a bit of effort surpassing the second place was not a problem. Just as Qian Tu was still expressing her thanks, she received a message notification on her other phone. Qian Tu opened her phone and found a message from her friend. The Wolf Warrior you asked me to keep an eye on is online. He just went into Qinglong Yuguang's live stream room. Huh. Qian Tu's heart skipped a beat. She had now completely set her sights on Qin Wudao, the Wolf Warrior. But what if Qin Wudao took a liking to Qinglong Yuguang? As a woman herself, Qian Tu had to admit that Qinglong Yuguang's ethereal and otherworldly aura was an irresistible allure. She believed her figure was unmatched, but in terms of temperament and appearance, she was firmly outshone by Qinglong Yuguang. Could it be that Boss Wolf was going to compete with Boss Missouri for first place in Qinglong Yuguang's room? Having streamed for so long, this was the first time Qian Tu showed a hint of resentment. Her teeth bit tightly on her lower lip, and her beautiful eyes seemed tinged with jealousy and hatred. She even forgot she was live streaming. As netizens kept spamming comments asking what had happened to the streamer, her friends sent another message. Wolf Warrior didn't say a word and directly left Qinglong Yuguang's live stream room. Good. Qian Tu's anxious heart finally settled. She had thought Wolf Warrior would have a decisive battle with Boss Missouri in Qinglong Yuguang's room, but now it seemed there was no problem. Even if Wolf Warrior didn't follow the bid because of the huge amount, it was still better than tipping someone else. The Qin family and the Li family were top powers in the magic capital, and Qin Wudao, who was connected to both, was the cream of the crop among the wealthy. Coupled with his almost demonically handsome looks and wild temperament, Qian Tu had been thinking about him day and night. Her desire to conquer him had never been stronger. While Qian Tu was still reminiscing, she happened to glance at the comments and saw everyone writing, "Welcome Boss Wolf. He's come to my live stream room." Qian Tu's beautiful eyes widened, and she started frantically scrolling through her phone screen. Sure enough, there was a clear notification. "Wolf Warrior has entered your live stream room. He's really here. Wolf Warrior sent luxury, Imperial Throne 10. Wolf Warrior sent luxury, Imperial Throne 50. Wolf Warrior sent luxury, Imperial Throne 100. During this platform event, a special gift like this had been introduced, each worth 10,000 Dragon Country currency, mainly for streamers to boost their rankings. Seeing the gifts flying across the screen, Qian Tu went from initial surprise to delight, and then, earlier she had thought that if Qin Wudao wanted to target Chu Feng, he should have tipped in Qinglong Yuguang's room. Now it seemed he intended to tip in her room. 200 million or 300 million. Qian Tu liked it, but it didn't matter that much to her. She had set a goal for herself since childhood. She was indeed materialistic, but only for the wealth of the elite. An ordinary person, even with hundreds of millions, couldn't achieve a class leap. But entering a wealthy family was different. So more than the gifts, Qian Tu cared about Qin Wudao's attitude. As she rejoiced, the luxury imperial thrones on the screen kept increasing. 500, 1,000, 2,000. They continued to pour in endlessly. It was already over 20 million, and Qian Tu had moved from third to second place. The gossiping netizens were discussing enthusiastically. This Wolf Warrior, who had once overshadowed Boss Missouri in Qian Tu's room, was also a mysterious tycoon. Since he chose this moment to spend, could it be that he was targeting Boss Missouri? As expected of Boss Wolf, he strikes hard. Looks like he's coming for Boss Missouri this time. Ha ha ha, the battle has begun. I wonder if Boss Wolf can overpower Boss Missouri this time. Perhaps not. This time it's not 600,000, it's 200 million. What's 200 million? For us, it's an astronomical number, but for those wealthy individuals, isn't it just a matter of a finger's tap? Look, it's already over 60 million, and it's still climbing. Watching the ever-increasing donation amount for Qian Tu, anyone could guess that this time Wolf Zone was once again targeting Mo Zone. Damn. Sitting in his chair, Chu Feng naturally noticed the notifications scrolling across his phone, as well as the rising donation amount for Qian Tu on the leaderboard. There's a reason for Qin Wudao's actions. He had previously tested Chu Feng's single donation limit, and this time he intended to see how far Chu Feng had unlocked that system. From the total donation amounts from first to fifth place, it seems that Chu Feng had already donated 400 million. If he could continue donating so recklessly, it would prove that his system had developed to a very formidable level, but if he couldn't keep this up, it would indicate there were limitations. At that time, getting rid of all the funds in his hands would facilitate the execution of his next plan. Battle Wolf sent out Luxury Emperor 18000. In the blink of an eye, 180 million had been spent. Qianqian 2 had also directly reached the top position on the activity leaderboard. In the cold moonlight of the livestream room, many big brothers were waiting for Mo Zong's instructions, only a few of whom were casual onlookers. The rest were members of the second-generation group. They came to this livestream room not only because of the host's beauty, but mainly to give face to Mo Zong. Now that the top activity position had been snatched away, they were curious about how Mo Zong would respond. A lonely smoking sent out Luxury Emperor 100. It started. Brothers keep sending gifts. Let's crush them. Ha ha ha. Mo Zong is invincible. When he says he wants the top activity position, he gets it. Don't let Mo Zong go alone with the donations, we'll join in. One after another, the effects of luxurious gifts blossomed in the cold moonlight of the livestream room. But despite so many people donating together, the donation amount was still steadily exceeded by Qianqian 2, and the gap was continually widening. 400 million to 380 million. 450 million to 400 million. 500 million to 420 million. Looking at the donation amounts on the activity leaderboard, the entire platform, whether hosts or spectators, was shocked. It was clearly unexpected that a mere event could reach such heights. All the wealthy individuals under the brilliance of Wolf Zong and Mo Zong seemed dimmed. The donation value kept rising until it reached 700 million compared to 510 million. Previously, Mo Zong had donated 100 million to Qianqian 2, and this time it felt like Wolf Zong was just trying to spite Mo Zong, surpassing him by just over 100 million. In the livestream room under the cold moonlight, the spectators kept hyping the atmosphere, but since 3 minutes ago, Mo Zong had stopped sending gifts. The second-generation members still sent some gifts, but it couldn't change the overall situation. The gap had already widened. Where's Mo Zong? Should we continue? Could it be that he doesn't? That's impossible. We can all see Mo Zong's strength. He should be recharging now, right? However, the event is about to end, and this gap seems too large. It wasn't just the livestream room asking messages in the group chat were also tagging a lonely smoking, but since just now Mo Zong seemed to have disappeared completely unresponsive. Meanwhile, in the room, Chu Feng's veins were bulging on his forehead. He never expected that this guy called Battle Wolf would actually take him to the limit. Not to mention the remaining donation funds, even his little stash was taken out for emergencies. At this moment, he truly became that broke person he once was. If he wanted to continue using the system, he would need to unlock more system functions, but Qianqian 2's favorability was not only stagnant, but decreasing. This series of blows nearly made Chu Feng smash his phone. In the group chat, including messages tagging him in the live stream, he naturally saw them. But at this moment, no matter how he explained it, felt powerless. It was better to pretend that his phone was out of battery and that he was on a foreign street. No time to charge. Yes, that's the excuse. Chu Feng found what he thought was a reasonable excuse. In Qianqian 2's livestream room, looking at the string of donation amounts, Qianqian 2's heart was racing. She had never seen so much money. Even if half of it was taken by the platform, so what? She was now a bona fide rich woman. Yet even so, Qianqian 2 was not blinded by money. She even proactively picked up her phone and sent a private message to Battle Wolf. Wolf Zong, thank you for your support. Actually, I didn't intend to compete for rankings this time, but you still pushed me to first place. I know you're doing this to compete with Mo Zong. Such a large amount of money, it's too extravagant. I'm willing to return all that I've received to you. Please give me a... One must say, in the eyes of any ordinary person, these several billion Dragon Kingdom coins would be enough to drive anyone crazy. But Qianqian 2 maintained her composure, even willing to return all the money just to obtain a contact method for Qin Wudao. This shows how bold she truly is. In the Qin family, in Qin Wudao's room, he looked at the private message Qianqian 2 sent him. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She's quite a clever woman, trying to retreat to advance. Or does she have other intentions? Bang! Just as Qin Wudao was pondering her intentions, the door was pushed open, and Qin Zhiwei walked in with a cold expression. Oh, a rare guest. What brings you to me? Nothing much. My dad and mom asked you to come downstairs. They have something to do. Qin Zhiwei walked up to Qin Wudao, deliberately emphasizing the words, my dad and mom. As he approached, his sharp eyes caught sight of Qin Wudao's phone screen. You are Battle Wolf. Qin Zhiwei looked at Qin Wudao in disbelief. He had naturally seen the major events online, not to mention, he was also in that second-generation group. He never expected that the one who overshadowed Mo Zong Battle Wolf was actually Qin Wudao. How biased can mom and dad be giving you so much money, and you use it to support a streamer? Hurry and give me that money, it's all mine. Qin Zhiwei shouted, his face twisted with rage, his body trembling, clearly furious. Hearing this, Qin Wudao chuckled, want money? All right, hand me the phone. Seeing Qin Wudao's cooperation, Qin Zhiwei was momentarily stunned and instinctively handed the phone to Qin Wudao. The latter operated on the phone for a moment, and after a while handed it back. All right, it's done. Why are you being so Qin Zhiwei received the phone half convinced, and the next moment he shouted, are you seriously applying for an online loan for me? On the phone screen, the large text showing a limit of 200,000 clearly caught his eye. Seeing the enraged Qin Zhiwei, Qin Wudao rose to his feet and gently patted his shoulder. He spoke earnestly, "You don't need to repay this money. It was borrowed through your own skill. Rest assured, if you ever need more, just let me know, preferably with some collateral." With that, Qin Wudao turned and left. Standing in the room, Qin Ziwei's body trembled incessantly. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Wudao, just you wait." In the living room of the Qin family, documents were laid out on the table. As a top-tier family in Modu, they naturally had to attend the business banquet the next day. Since the Qin group had already been fully entrusted to Qin Wanrong, the elderly couple needed to review some materials beforehand. Seeing Qin Wudao come downstairs, Qin Mu immediately went to greet him. "Here you are, Wudao. You must attend the business banquet with us tomorrow." Qin Wudao nodded. Even if the Qin family hadn't planned to go, he would have attended anyway. His first goal was to observe the commercial groups in Modu and prepare to introduce the Yinlong group into the public eye. His second goal was to take the opportunity to see if there were any other chosen ones or villains present. If so, he would need to prepare in advance. He possessed the dual fate of both a chosen one and a villain, meaning anyone could be an ally or no one at all. It all depended on how he acted. He was determined to conquer Modu. He had to understand its power structure before considering the next step. Qin Wudao sat on the sofa, and the elderly couple looked at him with affectionate eyes. "Wudao, at this banquet I plan to announce that you are still a child of the Qin family. As for the Li family, Mom, I have nothing to do with the Li family." Before Qin Mu could finish, Qin Wudao directly interjected. The only family memories lingering in his mind were of the Qin family. He had vague recollections of the Li family, as he was just a speechless child back then. Those blurry memories brought him no trace of familial love. If the Li family treated him that way as a child, now that he was grown, returning to them would surely be nothing but chaos. The heads of the Li family appeared impartial toward their biological son and adopted son, but Qin Wudao knew all too well their true nature. Li Sisi now doted on Li Jingyu immensely, but if her blood disease flared up, that so-called adopted son would be tortured to death. That was why Qin Wudao could so easily integrate into the Qin family, because that kind of affection was something he had never experienced before. The Li family doesn't deserve such fortune. Qin Mu's face brimmed with pride, clearly satisfied with Qin Wu. Tap, tap, tap. Before the three had spoken much, Qin Ziwei came downstairs. He shot Qin Wudao a vicious glare before approaching Qin Mu. "Mom, do you know what Qin Wudao did with all that allowance you gave him? He spent it on tipping streamers. He's a wastrel. Don't give him any more. Give it to me." "Allowance?" Qin Mu was stunned for a moment, then slapped her forehead. "Right, the children have grown up. They should have their own pocket money." With that, she took out 2 cards from her pocket, handing one to Qin Wudao and the other to Qin Ziwei. "These 2 cards each have 10 million yuan. Buy whatever you like. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." Qin Ziwei silently pocketed the card before speaking again. "Did you hear what I said? If you give him money, hell, just tip streamers again. And didn't you already give him several hundred million before? Why am I only getting 10 million? And now you're giving him more. Isn't that unfair?" Qin Mu looked puzzled. "When did I ever give Wudao any allowance? Your elder brother isn't like you, wasting money on pleasure. He's only been home a few days and hasn't even said much. Don't slander him." "You didn't." Qin Ziwei was also baffled. He thought his mother had secretly given Qin Wudao money. After all, that warrior had tipped streamers with several hundred million. His sister Qin Wanrong was strict with public and private funds, so she couldn't have directly transferred that much money to Qin Wudao. As for their father, the family's financial power was mostly in their mother's hands. Now she said she hadn't given Qin Wudao any money. Then where did he get it? At that moment, Qin Wudao spoke with a sly smile. "The money I tipped streamers with was earned over the years. But Ziwei, isn't it improper for you to blow through Mom's allowance and then take out online loans to keep squandering?" "What?" Hearing this, Qin Fu, who had been calm, stood up abruptly. Qin Ziwei took out an online loan. As the young master of the Qin family, Qin Ziwei's allowance was already generous, and with Qin Mu's indulgence, he was actually wealthier than many other second sons. Yet he had blown through it all on pleasure and even resorted to online loans. If word got out, wouldn't the Qin family become a laughingstock? The second young master of the Qin family, taking out online loans to indulge in pleasure. "Ziwei, what's going on?" Qin Mu's expression also turned serious. How could Qin Ziwei dabble in online loans? It wasn't a matter of whether he could repay. It was that if it became known, the Qin family would truly lose face. Online loans require real name registration. "You're lying." Qin Ziwei pointed at Qin Wudao and cursed. In contrast, Qin Wudao sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, a slight smirk on his face, utterly unbothered. "Fine, you do wrong, and now you curse your elder brother." Qin Fu strode over, snatched Qin Ziwei's phone, and casually tapped it. Sure enough, he found an online loan platform. Upon entering, the loan records were clearly visible. "He'll beat you to death, you beast." With that, Qin Fu pulled out his belt and advanced toward Qin Ziwei. Dad, I'm your son. I really didn't take any loan. Don't believe him." Qin Ziwei's voice carried a hint of tears as he tried to evoke parental love, but neither Qin Fu nor Qin Mu showed any sign of mercy. After all, this matter was too disgraceful, and Qin Ziwei had done nothing but indulge in pleasure for years. This was the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Qin Fu began to strike Qin Ziwei. Qin Mu then spoke softly to Qin Wudao. I've already had someone prepare your attire. Go rest first, we'll attend the banquet together tomorrow. Qin Wudao cast another, reluctant, glance at Qin Zirwei, who was getting beaten, then returned to his room. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw notifications from the short video app. Apart from those trying to curry favor, messages from Qian Rabbit were flooding the screen. Brother Wolf, please give me your contact info, or I want to refund your money. I know you might not need this money, but it's my gesture. I'm already grateful you helped me get first place. Brother Wolf, could you give me your contact info? Please. Why do you keep reading my messages without replying? Seeing Qian Rabbit's increasingly desperate words, Qin Wudao chuckled and turned off his phone. Although he admired her, there was no need to make contact. Such a clever woman might become a nuisance once connected. Wasn't Qin Wanrong far more appealing than these people? Moreover, with his current status and appearance, he could easily play the domineering CEO role on campus. After the short video's chart competition ended, Qian Rabbit went offline. Her delicate fair hands had turned pale from gripping her phone so tightly, with not a trace of blood in her fingers. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance and anxiety, her teeth biting hard on her lower lip, the marks so deep they were almost bleeding. Why just read and not reply? I don't want a single cent from you. Can't even a few $100 million get me your contact info? Qin Wudao, you're too much. Qian had prepared many strategies, but the other party simply wouldn't play along. Forget using tactics. She didn't even have his contact info. What could she do? Just as Qian was growing more frustrated, her phone received a message. Lonely Smoke. There's a top-tier business banquet in Modu tomorrow. Would you like to come as my date? Seeing this message, Qian's eyes lit up. She knew this was her chance. As a member of both the Qin and Li families, Qin Wudao would surely attend the banquet, where she could finally get in touch with him. With that thought, Qian quickly typed with her slender fingers. Sure, but I'm just an ordinary person. Would I embarrass you at such a business banquet? No one dares to say anything about someone I bring. Then he'll go prepare a gown. How about I take you to choose? No need, thank you, Brother Imo. In his rented room, Chu Feng looked puzzled. Qian had agreed to attend the banquet with him, seemingly a chance to build rapport, but why was she still so aloof? Chu Feng had no idea he was being used as a stepping stone. The next morning, all major and minor business forces in Modu began bustling with activity. Some were willing to pay a fortune for invitations to that evening's banquet, but who among those invited was short on money? They could only try to contact the banquet's organizers hoping for an invitation. Those invited were either top-tier business powers in Modu, rising stars, or promising companies. Of course, some declined, but most chose to attend. The venue was a manor on the outskirts of Modu. It was a dreamlike estate towering like a castle. The main building of the manor was majestic with clean flowing lines. Large glass panels gleamed under the sunlight, complementing the brick and stone walls, blending modern elegance with the weight and dignity of a castle. The manor's gate was tall and ornate, crafted from sturdy metal with intricate carvings on its surface. Flanked by uniquely shaped sculptures, they stood like loyal guardians of the domain. The gate was wide open with a red carpet laid out in advance. Servants bustled about preparing for the evening's. Entertaining Modus elite required meticulous attention. Once preparations were complete, night fell, and the manor was ablaze with light, its radiance as bright as day. At that moment, luxurious cars began to arrive. Servants lined both sides of the red carpet, bowing slightly to show respect to the arriving guests. As the first luxury car stopped, a servant stepped forward to open the door, and a man and woman stepped out. Dressed in splendid gowns and suits, they smiled as they walked along the red carpet into the manor. One car after another arrived, each carrying prominent figures from Modu. The Qin family's convoy also arrived at that moment. Qin Wudao sat in a car, gazing out the window at the scene. System. The oxhorse figure, I'm here. The regret figure, lackey. Ignoring the bickering between the two systems, Qin Wudao directly asked, can't you create something that can detect others' fates? Otherwise, how will I know who is a child of destiny and who is a villain at the banquet? The oxhorse figure, don't worry, host, I understand. I'm already working on it. I'll make sure you're satisfied. If not, you can punch me. The regret figure, I'm doing it too. I'm doing it too. Hearing the systems, Qin Wudao nodded. He would soon meet that Chu Feng and needed to observe him carefully. The reward system was nothing to fear. What worried him was the possibility of it granting something beyond money. For instance, some unreasonable godlike skills or an incredibly powerful physique. Even though Qin Wudao knew he was already formidable, he never underestimated anyone. Ahead was the Li family's convoy. The Li family members all stepped onto the red carpet. The couple, dressed in luxurious attire, wore serene smiles and waved to the crowd. Behind them were Li Sisi and the Li family's adopted son Li Jingyu. They walked arm in arm onto the red carpet. Seeing Li Jingyu, the surrounding crowd began to whisper. The Li family's biological son has been found, yet this adopted son still represents the family at the banquet. Isn't Qin Wudao also an adopted son of the Qin family? How is that the same? Qin Wudao is the heir of a top-tier, powerful family backed by both the Li and Qin families, a true winner in life. What is Li Jingyu? Hearing the murmurs, Li Jingyu's smile grew strained. He clenched his fists, a hint of venom flashing in his eye. If Qin Wudao hadn't returned, everything would have been his. Qin Wudao, seated in the car, naturally caught sight of the Li family. Li Jingyu's expression was clearly reflected in his eyes. Li Jingyu, don't be so eager to court death, or else it would be far too dull. Every guest arriving at the manor had their invitation presented by the butler in advance, which was then inspected by the host's designated personnel. After all, with so many elite families gathered here, any mishap would first spell trouble for the organizers. Just as the Li family entered the manor, two figures alighted from a luxury car. The man with delicate features and a composed demeanor stepped out in an ordinary suit, while his female companion, clad in a tight red gown, boasted a figure so fiery it was almost astonishing. The arrivals were none other than Chu Feng and Qin Qianqian. The two attendants at the door watched them descend, and despite Chu Feng's cheap suit, their gazes remained respectful. After all, who knew if these top-tier tycoons had a peculiar hobby of feigning poverty? Moreover, a luxury car and the company of a stunning beauty were enough to attest to Chu Feng's status. At that moment, the driver stepped out of the car, produced a gilded invitation with both hands, and handed it to the attendant. This scene left both those nearby and those observing from their cars wide-eyed with astonishment. A gilded invitation. The host had only issued 3 such invitations. Even the top families in the magic capital hadn't received this honor. Who was this young man before them? Those who had entered the manor earlier were gathered by the fountain, their eyes filled with confusion as they watched Chu Feng stride in with a calm expression. After stepping out of the car, Chu Feng extended his hand, seemingly waiting for Qin Qianqian to take his arm, but to his surprise, Qin Qianqian simply walked away. She left him only with a magnificent silhouette. Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He instinctively wanted to say something, but seeing so many eyes upon him, he quickly suppressed his emotions. Qin Qianqian must be attending such an occasion for the first time, completely unfamiliar with these matters. Yes, that had to be it. After offering himself a comforting excuse, Chu Feng calmly proceeded into the manor. Everyone at this banquet aimed to make connections or solidify their networks, so upon entering the manor, they didn't rush into the hall, but instead chatted by the hot spring. The host had thoughtfully prepared various delicacies and drinks in the courtyard, clearly anticipating this. Some of the younger generation who had previously interacted with Chu Feng while accompanying their parents hurried over. President Mo, you've arrived. As expected of you, even the invitation is gilded. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng said nonchalantly, in this setting today, just call me Chu Feng. How could we? How about we call you Brother Feng? All right. Excellent. Brother Feng. A group of the younger generation gathered around Chu Feng, calling him Brother Feng, and soon those nearby also caught wind of the title President Mo. Everyone turned to Chu Feng with inquisitive glances. The reputation of President Mo was unparalleled. Aside from the recently emerged President Wolf, President Mo seemed to have burst onto the scene out of nowhere, with a complex web of financial sources hinting at the backing of major overseas conglomerates. If one could forge ties with such a person, it would greatly aid in opening overseas markets. With this thought, several wealthy individuals promptly sent their children to get acquainted with Chu Feng. While Chu Feng was surrounded like a star, another luxury car pulled up to the red carpet. 3 people stepped out. 2 women bore strikingly similar faces, but exuded entirely different auras. The more mature woman radiated a gentle and warm presence like the spring sun. Time seemed to have treated her kindly, leaving only faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, adding a touch of mature allure. Her skin was delicate and fair, glowing with health like warm lustrous jade, emitting a soft radiance. Her lips were a vivid red, the corners slightly upturned in a faint, elusive smile that held the grace and affection born of years of experience, making her instantly endearing. Her hair was neatly coiled into a bun with a few loose strands falling by her ears, accentuating her gentle charm. The younger woman holding her arm shared her features, but had a completely different aura. The former was a mature, gentle beauty, while the latter carried a hint of youthful naivety, but exuded a powerful presence. Clearly another formidable businesswoman. One might mistake them for sisters. The man behind them appeared utterly ordinary, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Though seemingly of low status, he showed no sign of inferiority. Instead, he bore a faint air of authority. Moi. Qin Wudao, still in the car, grew intrigued. He was all too familiar with those 2 women. They were the ones the Qin family had arranged for his betrothal. The younger one was Zhang Wanyu, and the more mature one was Dong Mengqing. They were from the Zhang family of the magic capital, a mother and daughter. The head of the Zhang family had passed away early, leaving 2 women to uphold the vast family estate. His untimely death had caused the Zhang family to decline year by year, a fate only mitigated by Zhang Wanyu's early takeover of the conglomerate. If not for Zhang Wanyu's decisive measures, the once mighty Zhang family would have been devoured long ago. And now this so-called betrothed was accompanied by a man. There was no doubt that someone who walked the red carpet with them couldn't be just an assistant, and judging by his demeanor and appearance, could this guy be Olivian's son-in-law? Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the man's back. As a martial artist, he could sense that the man possessed formidable strength, deliberately relaxing every muscle. This might fool others, but not Qin Wudao. It seems this banquet is getting more interesting. I wonder how many chosen ones and villains will appear. If I could take them all out in one go. As Qin Wudao pondered, the Qin family's convoy arrived. Qin Wudao hadn't ridden with his parents. Instead, he sat alone in the last car. As the door opened, everyone's attention turned to him. Qin's father and mother stepped out, followed by Qin Zirwei. Qin Wudao alighted from another car. As for Qin Wanrong, she was absent this time, due to a major incident at the Qin Corporation. That was why the elders had been reviewing those documents. As Qin's father and mother descended, they smiled, but the smile seemed strained. The Zhang family had just alighted from their car, and everyone had witnessed it. Although father and mother Qin had never placed much hope in this marriage pact being fulfilled. But without so much as a word of explanation, the Zhang family had brought a man along. Surely they couldn't claim this was Dong Menking's man. Deep in trouble as they were, did they dare treat the Qin family with such insolence? They intended to ask Dong Mengqing how she planned to account for this. Maintaining the arrogant demeanor of a young master, Qin Zirwei strode step by step into the estate. Even on such an occasion, dressed in formal attire, Qin Wudao still wore no tie, with several buttons of his shirt undone, revealing glimpses of his robust muscles. That tie thing was rather constricting around the neck, and moreover, if a fight broke out, it would be the greatest vulnerability. Having fought on foreign battlefields, Qin Wudao naturally wouldn't leave himself open to such a flaw. He walked slowly into the estate, drawing the gaze of everyone around. After all, Qin Wudao's reputation had recently become notorious within their circles. Backed by both the Qin and Li families, he was known for his ruthless methods and flamboyant temperament. A man like this, even if one couldn't befriend him, one must never become his enemy. Qin Qianqian spotted Qin Wudao immediately. Her eyes lit up. This banquet was precisely for him. She had come, and indeed, persistence paid off, as she had truly encountered him. This was also why, despite her intelligence, she hadn't linked arms with Chu Feng earlier. She still didn't know what kind of person Qin Wudao was. What if he strongly objected to such a gesture? The mother and daughter of the Zhang family also turned their gazes toward Qin Wudao. Dong Menking's beautiful eyes held a hint of tenderness and nostalgia, while Zhang Wanya's gaze was exceedingly indifferent. That man, suspected to be Olivian's son-in-law, stared intently at Qin Wudao. The Li family members were likewise watching, their expressions complex as they observed Qin Wudao's unhurried entrance. It could be said that from the moment he stepped out of the car, he became the center of attention. Just as Qin Wudao entered the courtyard, a man trotted over. "Big brother, you've come. Mom and Dad have been waiting for you all along. It's only because I was hospitalized these past few days that they couldn't visit you. Please don't blame them." Hearing this insincere, syrupy speech, one knew Li Jingyu had arrived. With a look of feigned grievance, he continued, "I know you're upset that I took your place. I can leave, but please don't hold it against Mom and Dad." "Oh." Qin Wudao glanced at Li Jingyu with surprise and chuckled. Li Jingyu, it seems my last lesson wasn't enough for you. You say you've been in the hospital these days. Want me to give you a little more help?" At this, Li Jingyu instinctively stepped back. He vividly remembered the beast-like aura Qin Wudao had exuded before and his merciless methods. His body still ached from it. Seeing Li Jingyu retreat, a contemptuous expression crossed Qin Wudao's face. Was this sniveling wretch really trying to provoke him? "Qin Wudao, who are you threatening?" Sure enough, where there was Li Jingyu, there was Li Sisi. Dressed in a white gown, noble and resplendent, Li Sisi's face held a certain charm. She glared at Qin Wudao, demanding an explanation. Li Jingyu quickly interjected, "Sister, don't blame big brother. It's all my fault. And the reason he's become like this. I really can leave, truly. You don't need to. Who's the one barking here?" Before Li Sisi could finish, the arrogant second young master Qin swaggered over, chin lifted, as if to look down his nose at everyone. He embodied the very essence of a wastrel and arrogance. Stopping before Li Jingyu, he showed no respect, since, when does a sycophant like you get to stand in the same place as me? Scram, get lost, you're making me sick. Qin Zirwei. Li Sisi said coldly, "Didn't Qin Wanrong teach you any manners?" "Oh." Qin Zirwei replied with feigned confusion, "Then let me ask you, Miss Li, didn't your parents teach you that a woman should have some shame? Are you cursing me?" Li Sisi looked at Qin Zirwei in disbelief, never expecting to be insulted so openly at such an event. Qin Zirwei's face was full of disdain. "Cursing you? I'm holding back from hitting you. I give you an inch, and you think you're something special. How dare you lecture someone from my family? Come here. Let me see just how thick your face is." "Oh." Qin Wudao glanced at Qin Zirwei with some surprise. This guy truly had no regard for anyone. "You." Qin Wudao. Knowing she couldn't reason with a spoiled brat like Qin Zirwei, Li Sisi turned her gaze to Qin Wudao. "Shouldn't you control him?" "Damn." Qin Wudao was genuinely taken aback. "What, just because I spoke to you politely you think I'm easy to push around? What do you mean?" Li Sisi frowned slightly, not understanding his words. Qin Wudao stepped forward, standing before Li Sisi. Before she could even ask, he slapped her across the face. The force was so great it sent Li Sisi sprawling to the ground. Her delicate, flawless face instantly swelled hideously, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Qin Zhiwei and Li Jingyu both instinctively stepped back, their pupils contracting. Qin Wudao strode over, grabbed Li Sisi by the hair, and despite her cries of pain, yanked her up. No matter how Li Sisi struggled, Qin Wudao's hand was like an iron vice, unyielding. Leaning close to her, he chuckled, "Did you think I wouldn't hit you? Rest assured, with me, men and women are equal. You couldn't reason with Qin Zhiwei, and now you want to pick a fight with me. Sorry, I don't reason either, but I do know a bit of martial arts, and I'm happy to oblige you. Let me go." Li Sisi was crying and sniveling from the pain, making a complete fool of herself before everyone. The eldest Miss Li had utterly lost her composure. Father and Mother Li rushed over immediately. Mother Li said anxiously, "Wudao, let your sister go. Stop this. Mom is begging you." With a thud, Qin Wudao tossed Li Sisi aside like trash, landing her at Father Li's feet. "Head of the Li family, keep your household in check. Oh, and that dog too. I don't like being taken advantage of. If a dog bites me, it'll not only tear it apart alive, it'll tear its master apart too. If you don't watch out next time, it might just be its head left." Li's father wore a cold expression. He did not expect that on such an occasion their Li family would embarrass themselves right from the start, especially due to the actions of their own children. "Mom." Li Jingyu stepped forward, looking at his mother with a pitiful expression as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, he noticed the icy gaze of Li's father. Li Jingyu instinctively shivered. He was equally fearful of this father. Although he usually seemed to be quite lenient with Li Jingyu, he knew better than to provoke him. But once that expression appeared, Li Jingyu understood that he should keep his mouth shut. "Ha, what are you all making a fuss about?" Accompanied by a hearty laughter, Qin's father and mother walked over, their gazes towards Qin Wudao and Qin Zhiwei, filled with warmth. "It's nothing." Qin Wudao shook his head and replied with a light laugh. "It seems that the young lady of the Li family wants to pick up something from the ground to eat, so I helped her out. Coincidentally, the head of the Li family was just about to thank me. So that's how it is." Qin's father feigned surprise, saying, "I've always said that my sons are very kind. Look, the young lady of the Li family wants something to eat, and both my sons are here to help. Old Li, you don't need to be so polite. Where's the need for elders and juniors to thank each other?" Ha! Li's father turned pale, and although Li's mother wanted to say something, she was directly pulled away by Li. Li Sisi was supported by her mother as they left, and Li Jingyu naturally had to obediently lower his head and follow. Otherwise, he feared that if he stayed behind, Qin Wudao might beat him to death. After seeing the Li family leave, Qin's mother lightly pinched Qin's father, rolling her eyes as she softly said, "What a mess. They are still Wudao's relatives. You three together are infuriating. What will others think?" "What does it matter?" Qin's father said indifferently. "Let them think whatever they want. It won't cost me anything. Besides, you saw it yourself. The Li family's pair of children are simply asking for a beating. Wudao is still too kind. He didn't go far enough. If it were me." "Enough." Qin's mother directly covered Qin's father's mouth. "There are so many people around. What would they think if they heard such words?" At this moment, Qin Zhiwei also looked at Qin Wudao, his tone cold as he spoke. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing this to help you. I just find those too bothersome." Qin Wudao's face was filled with a strange expression. "Nobody, are you playing hard to get with me? Is this your character?" Seeing Qin Wudao remain silent, Qin Zhiwei snorted coldly and turned to leave. This behavior sent a chill down Qin Wudao's spine. If someone came in with twin tails, a little tsundere behavior would be acceptable. But with Qin Zhiwei, all that was left was the pride. Where's the deer? The crowd witnessing this little episode began to whisper among themselves. Qin Wudao was already the center of attention, naturally sparking discussions. Qin Xianqian's beautiful eyes also casually scrutinized Qin Wudao. Such a domineering man is exactly her type. Though she dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family, Qin Xianqian was not willing to enter just any wealthy family. To her, only someone like Qin Wudao fit her fantasy of a wealthy CEO. Just as Qin Wudao was about to enter the manor, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. The second person with a golden invitation appeared. Qin Wudao was initially the second one, but because he arrived here with the Qin family, even with a golden invitation, there was no need for him to show it. A total of 3 golden invitations were issued. Chu Feng was the first, Qin Wudao was the second, and now the person appearing at the door was the third. Qin Wudao also directed his gaze towards the entrance. He saw a handsome young man walking in slowly, a faint smile on his face. Although his eyes appeared calm, they carried an air of arrogance that looked down on everything. So this is the big shot from Kyoto. Seems so. It is said that his family background is quite impressive. He was invited here by the organizers, and it's uncertain which companies he intends to collaborate with. Don't even think about it. If someone like him seeks collaboration, it will surely be with the major powers in our magic city. There's no chance for us. Don't say it like that. It's still worthwhile to establish a good relationship. Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Wudao also turned his gaze towards the man. Although he currently had 2 systems, neither could check the other's information, which seemed troublesome. With that in mind, Qin Wudao took out his phone and sent a message to Lanya. Find out the identity of the person from Kyoto who was invited with the golden invitation. Ding dong. The efficiency of the Dragon King Hall was of course beyond words. Soon the man's information was sent to Qin Wudao's phone. His name is Tian Pingxing. His grandfather Tian Yoshin is a retired general with many disciples. His father is currently a powerful figure in Kyoto. With such a background, he is indeed a top-tier official second generation. It seems he came to Magic City because of a woman. As soon as the organizers learned of this, they immediately sent out an invitation. There's a saying that goes, having money is not as good as having power. The strength of the official second generation is certainly greater than that of the rich second generation. Of course, although there are distinctions between the two under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be too much conflict as the entanglements of interests are too vast. Looking up the information, Qin Wudao put his phone away. He didn't want to get too entangled with someone like him because his background in the Dragon King Hall was quite sensitive. Even if the upper echelons turned a blind eye, there were still some lines that couldn't be crossed. With such a background, he certainly counts as a big shot. As soon as Tian Pingxing entered, the surrounding nobles approached him to establish connections. Tian Pingxing seemed quite gentle and welcoming, appearing low-key and composed thanks to his upbringing as the grandson of a general. After taking a glance at Tian Pingxing, Qin Zhiwei immediately shifted his gaze away. He was a genuine hedonist and had no interest in building connections. After all, he already had a lifetime's worth of unspent money. Why bother with connections? As long as he didn't provoke anyone, that was enough. As more and more people arrived, soon everyone on the invitation list was present. The gates of the manor gradually closed, and the organizers sent someone to invite those in the courtyard to the hall. Upon entering the hall, one would realize that the previous luxury was merely the tip of the iceberg. The manor's hall was luxuriously and modernly decorated with an extremely high ceiling. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, radiating dazzling light that reflected on the marble floor, creating a dreamlike ambience. Of course, being able to host such a banquet was itself a symbol of power. If one lacked any real influence, how could the privileged elites of Magic City have deigned to accept the invitations? Some enterprises even broke their heads trying to get in. Gazing at the exquisite spreads laid out in the hall, Qin Wudao's eyes lit up. It wasn't yet time for him to make his move. Since he was already here, it would be a waste not to eat. With that thought, Qin Wudao walked over to the table, as if no one else existed, picked up a piece of cake, and stuffed it into his mouth. Pretty good, but a bit too sweet. Muttering to himself, he reached for more food. Seeing this, Qin's mother looked at him with eyes full of affection. In a mother's eyes, her own son should naturally eat as much as he could. Qin Zhiwei, witnessing this, refused to be outdone and walked over to stand beside Qin Wudao, also beginning to feast heartily. This drew frequent sidelong glances from those around them. Everyone was here to network and build connections. But the two sons of the Qin family had simply started eating without a word. Was it genuine temperament or sheer ignorance? Big brother. I'm here, bro. Another person joined the foodie brigade. Wang Weitong greeted Qin Wudao and then also joined the feast. He had been hungover yesterday and hadn't eaten anything before coming to the banquet today. Since his big brother was already eating, he naturally followed suit. Not far away, Chu Feng frowned. He recognized Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong, of course. Although the previous incident had nothing to do with these two, they had indirectly disrupted his chance to show off. Chu Feng subconsciously wanted to step forward toward the rare ingredients he had never seen before, but he was clever. He was maintaining his persona now and absolutely could not act rashly during this banquet. If someone saw through him, it would be disastrous. The system had only given him funds and a so-called mysterious identity so far. Any slip now could be fatal. So Chu Feng merely stood there with a calm expression, occasionally exchanging a few words with people around him, showing no intention of moving. He might not move, but others did. Chun Shanxian glided gracefully over to Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she said softly, "Hello, we meet again." Qin Wudao stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, and then turned to look at Chun Shanxian. He was somewhat intrigued by this clever woman. "You're the one from the restaurant last time. Want to grab something to eat?" Most women would have politely declined. After all, in such a setting, being ladylike meant controlling one's behavior. But Chun Shanxian smiled radiantly. Sure. She extended her jade-like hand, casually picked up a small dessert, and took delicate bites. "It's really delicious." Qin Wudao looked at Chun Shanxian with a hint of appreciation. Since the greetings were done, he intended to continue eating. But just as he was about to reach for more food, Chun Shanxian stepped forward. She took out a handkerchief, her fair hand holding it gently, and dabbed at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth. "You've got cream on your lips." Qin Wudao stood still, letting her wipe his mouth. "Whoa, that's our big brother," Wang Weitong teased. "Even when eating, someone wipes your mouth. Not like us. We have to use napkins ourselves." Not far away, Chu Feng, who was chatting with people around him, was grinding his teeth in fury. He hadn't expected Chun Shanxian to head straight for Qin Wudao after arriving. He could have excused her not holding his arm as nervousness or unfamiliarity with social etiquette. But now, wiping another man's mouth, what did that mean? Chu Feng was no fool. After these two encounters with Qin Wudao, Chun Shanxian's actions had revealed the truth to him. Fine, so she's been using me as a stepping stone. The thought filled Chu Feng with exasperation. Setting aside Chun Shanxian's stunning beauty, even a man's possessiveness made this unbearable. If I can't secure Chen Qianqian, I'll have to use that one chance to unbind. No, I must unbind her. Sooner or later I'll have that kind of status, even higher. Because I have the system. Determination filled Chu Feng's handsome face. After gently wiping the corner of Qin Wudeo's mouth, Chen Qianqian stepped back, maintaining a friendly distance. Then she blinked and said softly, "My name is Chen Qianqian. What's yours? We've met twice, but I still don't know your name." "Oh," Qin Wudao said with interest, "are you sure you really don't know my name?" Hearing this, Chen Qianqian's heart raced, but she composed herself and said, "I asked you before, but you never." "This beautiful lady, or should I call you sister-in-law?" Just then Wang Weitong walked over. He had already looked into Chen Qianqian's background. After all, she was the one who had made his big brother spend several $100 million. "My big brother is Qin Wudao. You've probably heard that name. And he's the Zhanlong who sponsored you." "Really?" Chen Qianqian put on a look of surprise and excitement. This was her specialty. She knew how to use her beauty and read men's minds. She had known Qin Wudeo's identity all along, yet now she pretended to be astonished. "So it's Director Lang. I sent you private messages before, but you never read them. Can we exchange contact info?" Chen Qianqian took out her phone, a faint blush on her delicate face, looking incredibly captivating. "Sure." Qin Wudao nodded and took out his phone to scan the QR code. After they added each other, he raised an eyebrow. "But Chen Qianqian, aren't you worried about your male companion? His eyes look like they're about to spit fire. And he must be that Mo Zong, right?" Hearing these words loaded with meaning, Chen Qianqian's expression stiffened. Because she was clever, she could sense the implication in Qin Wudeo's words. Could it be that he knew about her little skill? To keep from losing everything she had worked for, Chen Qianqian quickly said, "I came here tonight for you. But I had no way to enter this banquet on my own, so I had to." "I'm sorry." Chen Qianqian bit her lower lip. Her face, which had been flushed moments ago, was now pale, making her look. "It's fine." Qin Wudao shook his head with a light smile. "I like your honesty. As for who you came with, don't worry about it." Chen Qianqian nodded emphatically and then pressed close to Qin Wudeo's side, looking like a little wife. At that moment, the Qin elders had already begun conversing with Dong Mengqing of the Zhang family. The Qin elders wore grave expressions, and Qin's mother cut straight to the point. "Mengqing, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Dong Mengqing's gentle and beautiful face bore a hint of guilt. "See you, it has indeed been a while. I know what you both wish to discuss. This matter is the fault of my Zhang family." Qin's mother nodded and continued, "Initially, it was your old Zhang who came to us to arrange this marriage. Of course, I am not one to be rigid. My Qin family does not need an alliance to secure its standing. The marriage should ultimately be decided by the children. But what you have done is nothing short of trampling the Qin family's dignity underfoot." Ordinarily, Qin's mother was gentle and kind to her children, yet when facing outsiders, her presence was no less formidable than Qin Wanrong's, even sharper. A look of sorrow crept over Dong Mengqing's face. The previous patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Wanya's father, and her husband had sought out the Qin family when he knew his end was near, relying on his youthful friendship with Qin's father to arrange a marriage. This act was not for gain, but to ensure Zhang Wanyu could safeguard the Zhang family. As a major clan, there were many collateral relatives. At that time, Zhang Wanyu was still young, and Dong Mengqing, a woman of gentle nature, could never hold the Zhang family together alone. Thus, the Zhang patriarch sought the Qin family's alliance to deter the collateral branches from reckless action. Qin's father, for the sake of his old comrade, agreed outright. The current predicament arose solely because of Zhang Wanyu. The marriage had allowed mother and daughter to preserve the Zhang family, but as storms battered the clan, Zhang Wanyu conceived other ideas. She feared she could not hold the Zhang family, and if she truly married into the Qin family, the vast Zhang clan might be swallowed by them. The current Zhang family was no match for the Qin family. Moreover, after marriage, the Qin family would have even more reason to annex them. Therefore, Zhang Wanyu casually found a man and obtained a marriage certificate. Though they had no marital relations, she merely used him as a shield. But that man took it seriously, caring for Zhang Wanyu year after year. Of course, this was solely Zhang Wanyu's decision. As mentioned, Dong Mengqing had always been of gentle temperament and could not stop her daughter's resolve. Yet as a mother, she had to face the Qin family's reproach. Dong Mengqing's face was full of sorrow, and she spoke with apology. "See you." Before she could explain, Qin's mother cut her off. "Don't call me sister. The moment your daughter married, our relationship ended." "Very well." Dong Mengqing smiled bitterly. "Madam Qin, this is indeed my fault, the Zhang family's error. Whatever compensation the Qin family desires, I will do my best to satisfy." Compensation is unnecessary." Qin's mother chuckled lightly and continued, "The Qin family has not fallen so low as to extort the Zhang family. Let this matter end here. Naturally, the betrothal gifts my family previously bestowed are null and void, and the Zhang family shall no longer make use of the Qin family's connections." "That is only right." Dong Mengqing nodded slightly. She was a classical gentlewoman who never sought advantage. The Zhang family's affairs were once handled by her husband and now by her daughter. But the Qin family had indeed aided the Zhang family intentionally or not. She would surely provide an explanation. With this in mind, Dong Mengqing turned to her daughter. Wanyu, come and pay your respects to your uncle and aunt. Yes. Zhang Wanyu walked over slowly. She inherited her mother's beauty, but her temperament was entirely opposite. Her delicate face seemed somewhat cold. Zhang Wanyu stepped before Qin's father and mother and bowed directly. Uncle, aunt, this is my fault. My pettiness has led to this situation. I am willing to hand over all the patents the Zhang family recently acquired and publicly apologize to you both. Though her demeanor was cool, her tone was sincere. Seeing this, Qin's mother stepped forward, helped Zhang Wanyu up. You are a young girl bearing the burden of the entire Zhang family. It's natural for you to have concerns. As I told your mother, let this matter be put to rest. Keep those patents, or we have no need for them. Aunt. Zhang Wanyu's eyes were full of gratitude. Just then the man who had been following her stepped forward. Patriarch Qin, Madam Qin, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you, heir. This is no longer the old society. A marriage arranged by elders cannot hold. Moreover, it was I who pursued you, heir. If you must assign blame, let me bear it. If the Qin elders had been blaming Zhang Wanyu, this man's intervention would have shown some responsibility. But the Qin couple had said nothing harsh, and even declined compensation. Now this man's words seemed like a provocation. Sure enough, Qin's mother frowned, and even Qin's father's expression turned cold. Seeing this, before Dong Mengqin could speak, Zhang Wanyu hastily said, Yi Ling. What are you saying? This has nothing to do with you. Get out of here. You err. Yi Ling's face was stern. This truly isn't your fault. How old were you when your father arranged the marriage? How can I watch you be scolded in public? Heh. Qin's mother laughed coldly. The Zhang family certainly knows how to play the game. I haven't even scolded her yet, and you've already pinned the blame on me. If I truly scolded her, would you have the Qin family destroyed? Dong Mengqin could no longer stand by. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she explained anxiously, see you. No, Madam Qin, this is all a misunderstanding by Xiaoling. I apologize to you both. Mom. Yi Ling stepped in front of Dong Mengqin, eyeing the Qin elders warily. I said blame me alone. It has nothing to do with you two. Patriarch Qin, Madam Qin, just say what you want. I can compensate on your heir's behalf. Money or something else. You? Qin's mother was furious, never expecting such insult. Qin's father beside her laughed in anger. Compensation. Money. Fine indeed. Truly the young are formidable. I was just resting at home for a while, not dead. You Zhang family were supposed to compensate, right? Fine. Tomorrow I will let you know what compensation means. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's gaze turned cold. Head of the Qin family, I can offer you compensation no matter how much you want, but if you touch the Zhang family, I... Before Yi Ling could finish, Zhang Wanyu stepped forward and slapped him across the face with her fair, delicate hand. Yi Ling, are you crazy? Go back. Do you have any place to speak here? The Zhang family is currently in such turmoil. If targeted by the Qin family, they will soon fall into a major crisis, or even be divided by those collateral branches. Originally, Zhang Wanyu hadn't intended to bring Yi Ling to the banquet today. If it weren't for Yi Ling's assurance that he was just there to protect her and her mother, she would never have agreed. Now, the previous conversation could have diffused a major issue, but it was ignited by a few words from Yi Ling. Where? Yi Ling exclaimed anxiously, you don't need to be afraid of them, I will help you. I don't need your help. Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin never blamed me. What exactly are you doing? Never blamed. This time Yi Ling was stunned. He had thought these big families would share the same temperament, and the fact that Zhang Wanyu was marrying him would definitely draw scorn from the Qin family. Zhang Wanyu now says the Qin family never blamed them. How is that possible? If that were true, didn't his earlier words sound like he was looking for trouble? Realizing too late, Yi Ling quickly turned to Qin's parents and said, I apologize, head of the Qin family, Madam Qin. I only acted out of a protective heart for my wife, and hope you can understand. I am willing to offer 5 billion as compensation. Consider it a punishment for my reckless words. Yi Ling was neither foolish nor single-minded. Since he made a mistake, it was simple, he would take the punishment. 5 billion should be enough to compensate for his reckless words, right? Though Qin's parents were mild-mannered, not everyone had such a good temper. Qin Zuru walked over with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, 5 billion. The Zhang family is quite generous, but what do you think our Qin family is? Compensation. What a joke. Do you think we need this little money? Qin Zuru was notoriously known as a spoiled rich kid and cared little for manners. He directly confronted the three from the Zhang family, furious. Do you think the people of the Qin family are fools that you can sweet-talk us or insult us at will? You two brainless women, and the man is just a fool raised by a mother and no father. Tell your Zhang family to get lost, or else they'll face annihilation. Qin Zuru knew there were some people he couldn't provoke, but the Zhang family was absolutely not on that list. Qin Zuru took out his phone and dialed his bodyguard's number. In no time, several bodyguards in black suits walked over. Go! Qin Zuru pointed at Yi Ling. Throw this kid out and beat him up, especially that mouth of his. Doesn't beat him to death. Dong Mengqin quickly pleaded with Madam Qin. Madam Qin, this was indeed Xiaoling's fault, but just as he said, he was only trying to protect Wanyu. Please don't hurt him anymore. Upon hearing this, Madam Qin remained silent. Qin Zuru was her child, and no matter how kind her heart was, she wouldn't embarrass her child in front of everyone, especially since her son was retaliating for them. Mom. You don't need to plead for them. Yi Ling was also provoked by Qin Zira's arrogant attitude. He spoke coldly. Come on, I'm standing right here. Let's see how you plan to hit me. Hearing this, several bodyguards exchanged glances, all in disbelief. They had never seen such an arrogant. They immediately surrounded Yi Ling. As the second young master of the Qin family, his bodyguards were certainly not. Several bodyguards attacked Yi Ling, trying to subdue him. But Yi Ling coldly smiled, his muscles tensing up as he raised his right fist high, crashing down toward the nearest bodyguard with a whoosh. His speed was so fast that an afterimage appeared. Bang! That bodyguard was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing several meters back to the smooth ground, making a dull thud as he slid to a stop. Seeing this, the other bodyguards exchanged glances, and realizing they were dealing with a trained fighter, wasted no time and surrounded him again. One of them threw a hook punch from the left side, attempting a sneak attack. Yi Ling was quick and sidestepped, directly avoiding the sneak attack, while his right fist shot out like a cannonball, hitting the bodyguard squarely on the chin. The bodyguard's body instantly tilted backward, his teeth rattling as he collapsed to the ground. Yi Ling maintained his offensive, grabbing one of the bodyguard's collars and forcefully tossing him, creating an arc in the air before throwing him out through the entrance. In just a few minutes, several bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. Meanwhile, Yi Ling stood there calm and composed, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and fearlessness like an otherworldly master. Dong Mengqing and Zhang Wanyu, mother and daughter, were also stunned to witness Yi Ling's skills for the first time. It was Dong Mengqing who reacted first, rushing to Yi Ling's side. Xiao Ling, don't go too far. Listen to Mom, just go back quickly. Mom, you don't need to worry. They are just a few bodyguards, what can they do to me? Qin Ziru was also taken aback by this. He hadn't expected this guy to be so strong. Now it seemed a bit awkward for him, and not knowing what to think, Qin Ziru directly turned his head, looking for help from the slowly approaching Qin Wudao. Immediately he thought of how Qin Wudao had violently beaten Bai Yu in the previous room. If he were to take action, it shouldn't be a problem, right? The commotion had already drawn everyone's attention. The Qin family's bodyguards were unable to subdue the Zhang family's son-in-law. How could this excitement not be worth watching? The official second-generation heir Tian Pingxing, who had arrived earlier, watched this scene with great interest. This person seems to have the strength of a soldier king, right? The Zhang family's son-in-law. Interesting. I didn't expect that coming here would lead to such a lively scene. However, that one. Tian Pingxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw Qin Wudao walking toward the scene. His grandfather was a general, and Tian Pingxing had been training in martial arts since he was young. Yi Ling gave him a dangerous feeling, but Qin Wudao's aura was beyond mere danger. Who is he? Yi Ling clearly sensed the danger. It was an instinct honed from years of battle on the front lines. He turned around, narrowing his eyes at Qin Wudao. He was well aware of Qin Wudao's identity, the Dragon King of the Dragon King's Hall, a figure unmatched in the but he was different. Unlike those rogue types, Yi Ling was a true king of soldiers, having fought many battles against mercenary organizations like the Dragon King's Hall. In his eyes, a person like Qin Wudao deserved to die on the battlefield, a true disgrace. No beliefs, acting solely for profit. It was simply laughable. After learning that his wife Zhang Wanyu had an engagement with Qin Wudao, his anger reached a boiling point, prompting him to notify another rival of the Dragon King's Hall, Longshun. The reason he did not resolve it himself was that he no longer wanted to trouble his old comrades who now held high positions. If he acted out of personal vengeance against an organization like the Dragon King's Hall, he would undoubtedly be criticized by other competitors. Moreover, Yi Ling himself did not want to return to that life of slaughter. This was why he thought of using Longshun to deal with the Dragon King. However, he did not expect that before Longshun arrived, he would find himself facing this Dragon King. Qin Ziruai saw Qin Wudao approaching and instantly straightened his previously weak posture, spitting furiously at Yi Ling. What are you being so arrogant about? What are you so arrogant about? Come on, he's also from my Qin family. If you dare to make a move, let me see. Just a little son-in-law, I can destroy you with a snap of my fingers. They'll give the Zhang family a bit of face, but you really think you're a big deal. You harm my bodyguards. This is not something that can be settled with just an apology. People like you are worthy of having a marriage alliance with my Qin family. It's truly nauseating. Yi Ling's face gradually turned ashen. He was used to being insulted. A few verbal jabs were nothing. However, when someone insulted his wife, it touched his. Qin Ziruai, you're courting death. With a flash, Yi Ling appeared right in front of him before Qin Ziruai could react. In an instant, memories from his childhood flashed through Qin Ziruai's mind, just as a massive fist came crashing towards his face. Boom! Qin Ziruai's eyes widened as he stared at the fist mere inches away, nearly paralyzed with fear. Yi Ling's fist was suddenly gripped tightly by a hand. Turning his head, he saw Qin Wudao watching him with a teasing expression. He quickly retreated behind Qin Wudao, swallowing hard before yelling at Yi Ling, damn it. You still want to make a move on me? Today, if I don't let you know what a black hand is, you won't understand why the flowers are so red. After delivering his threat, Qin Ziruai completely hid behind Qin Wudao, giving him a knowing glance. It seemed to convey the message, big brother, it's your turn. I can't handle this. Qin Wudao. When a master makes a move, it's clear who has the upper hand. Although Yi Ling's previous punch was not made with full force, it was not something just anyone could withstand. Yet it was easily blocked by Qin Wudao, whose hand was like a vice gripping him so tightly that he couldn't pull away. A flicker of killing intent crossed Yi Ling's face as he said in a voice audible to both of them, "A rat from the Dragon King's hall. Is Long Country a place where you can run rampant?" Oh. Hearing Yi Ling's words, Qin Wudao became intrigued. "You know me." Yi Ling sneered. "What do you mean by knowing or not? 10 years ago, do you not remember that battle in South? If it weren't for you running fast." "Oh." Before Yi Ling could finish, Qin Wudao suddenly exclaimed, "So you were the one who shot at me from 800 meters away and then ran off?" "What do you mean?" Yi Ling growled. "How could he have run away? That was merely a strategic retreat. Besides, if Qin Wudao had not been hiding behind cover back, then his shot would have definitely taken him down. What else could it mean?" Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "You're quite amusing. After shooting, you turned and ran. I couldn't even catch up to you. A coward fleeing the battlefield, and you dare to say you fought me. Then why did you hide when I shot?" "Huh." Qin Wudao looked at Yi Ling in disbelief, as if seeing an idiot. "Are you serious? You want me to take your bullet, Heaton? How about this? I'll also shoot at you. If you take it, Heaton, he'll concede to you." "No way. With your brain, just using a gun against you would probably be futile. How about we go abroad to find a place where you stand there, and I shell you with a cannon?" Qin Wudao. Hearing this, Yi Ling realized the other party was toying with him. He shouted angrily. He shot out like a black arrow, his right fist carrying a whistling wind aimed directly at Qin Wudao's face. The force of his punch seemed capable of tearing the surrounding air apart. In the face of this punch, Qin Wudao merely leaned back slightly, easily dodging this fierce blow. At the same time, he swiftly lifted his left leg, delivering a high whip kick like a battle axe aimed at Yi Ling's neck. Yi Ling had no time to retract his fist and could only quickly turn his head, bracing himself with his left arm. With a loud bang like a cannonball exploding, Yi Ling was violently propelled to the side, his left arm visibly bent and deformed, the bone having been broken. The intense pain made Yi Ling's breathing quicken, sweat dripping from his forehead and splattering onto the polished floor. He stared at Qin Wudao in disbelief. Logically, after years of combat, and with the aid of special herbs, he should have possessed a human's peak physical condition. Yet that kick on his left arm made him acutely aware of Qin Wudao's inhuman strength. If it were an ordinary person, Yi Ling had no doubt that Qin Wudao could shatter them with a single kick. Impossible. Even the Dragon King cannot possess such exaggerated combat power. Could he have also used some special drugs? While Yi Ling was still pondering, a figure appeared before him. He heard a teasing voice echo in his ears. "You seem to be a bit disrespectful fighting me while dazed." Oh no. Yi Ling's hair stood on end, and he had no time to think further. He suddenly retreated, but the next moment a tremendous force slammed into his chest. The sound of shattering bones resonated clearly in his ears. Blood sprayed out from Yi Ling's orifices as he flew back, like a cannonball crashing through the marble table behind him, leaving a noticeable dent in his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Ling coughed violently, each spasm bringing a piercing pain. Even after years of fighting on the battlefield, this was the most severe injury he had ever sustained. How is this possible? The Dragon King couldn't be this powerful. Yi Ling clutched his chest. His specially made clothes had mitigated much of the external force, but Qin Wudao had still shattered his sternum. His internal organs were also damaged. Seeing Qin Wudao's relaxed and carefree demeanor, it was clear he hadn't even used his full strength. This situation made Yi Ling, the War King, feel a sense of helplessness for the first time. The surrounding nobles watched the scene in stunned silence. They never imagined witnessing such an event at today's. Not only did the Zhang family's son-in-law have the audacity to strike a member of the Qin family, but Qin Wudao's superhuman combat prowess also sent chills down everyone's spines. Being part of the wealthy elite, they had seen all kinds of experts before. Yet the battle they just witnessed was too horrifying, especially Qin Wudao, who casually kicked a living person over 10 meters away, shattering a marble table on impact. Was he even human? Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, footsteps echoed as Qin Wudao approached Yi Ling step by step. A playful smile still lingered on his face. "It seems that shot from years ago gave you a delusion. Did you really think you could confront me, Heaton? Young Master Qin?" Just then Zhang Wanyu rushed over, her pretty face full of anxiety. She stood in front of Yi Ling, trembling as she pleaded, "Please let him go. He's already been punished. This is all our fault. I'm willing to compensate the Qin family. The engagement is still valid." Slap. Before she could finish, Zhang Wanyu was struck across the face. The slap sent her flying to the ground. Her mother Dong Mingqing hurried over to help her up, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. Qin Wudao's face showed no pity, only a hint of mockery. "Miss Zhang, compensating our Qin family with an engagement? Who gave you the nerve? Do you think you're some celestial beauty? Oh, by the way." He glanced at the mature and alluring Dong Mingqing and chuckled. "You're not even as good as your mother. How dare you negotiate with me? You dare hurt my Wanyu." Lying on the ground, Yi Ling saw Zhang Wanyu injured, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, struggling to stand up. But at that moment, Qin Wudao's foot pressed directly onto his chest. There might be people in this world who could rival, or even surpass him, but that list definitely did not include this so-called War King Yiling. Crack, crack, crack. With his sternum already shattered, Qin Wudao's weight on his chest produced clear sounds of bones breaking. Yiling, oh Yiling, you're just a son-in-law with no Dragon King identity. Where did you get the courage to bark at me like this? Qin Wudao was also slightly surprised. Was this War King so confident? Or had that shot from 800 meters away years ago truly given him the illusion that he could challenge the Dragon King? Qin Wudao gradually increased the pressure under his foot. Yiling desperately tried to pry the foot off, but he couldn't even do that before his injury, let alone now lying severely wounded on the ground. Crack. Finally, after enduring immense pain, a crisp snapping sound echoed. A torrent of blood gushed from Yiling's mouth, and his arms fell limply to the ground. Not far away, Tian Pingxing watched the scene with great interest. Just then his phone rang. He pulled out his phone while enjoying the spectacle. Hello. Pingxing, there's a kid who retired from the Dragon team in Shanghai. Keep an eye on him when you get there. Even though he left the team, he's still one of ours. Moi. A strange expression crossed Tian Pingxing's face. The person you're talking about wouldn't happen to be named Yiling, would it? Moi. You've met Yiling. He's a decent young man having served in the Dragon team. If you can help. Can't help anymore. What's wrong? Did he offend you? No, nothing like that. Tian Pingxing shook his head and said softly, he seems to be dead now. If you insist I help him. Well, maybe I could burn some paper money for him. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment before sighing. Looks like we're too late. But he has many connections in other special teams. This could cause trouble. Who killed him? The eldest son of a wealthy family in Shanghai, and he seems to have a special identity. I suggest you keep those people in check and don't let them come to Shanghai. 1 or 2 would just be cannon fodder. A whole squad would be a much bigger problem. I understand. The call ended and Tian Pingxing's gaze remained fixed on Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao calmly wiped his hands, then walked over to his parents, completely ignoring the strange looks from those. The host quickly reacted and sent people to clean up the mess. Call the authorities. No way. This was a private gathering, a very secretive one at that. Unless the Zhang family decided to pursue the matter. But the mother and daughter from the Zhang family were still crying over there. Who would be foolish enough to pick a fight with Qin Wudao? Not far away, Chu Feng's pupils contracted. Even though he had bound the goddess reward system, which only provided financial support, witnessing such a brutal scene for the first time made his fear of Qin Wudao reach its peak. Chen Qianqian, however, wasn't frightened. Instead, her little face was flushed with excitement. Li Jingyu's eyes widened. Qin Wudao. He dared to kill someone. Seeing Li Jingyu's cowardice, his father was even more furious. Clearly someone like Qin Wudao should have been his. He was also the best heir for the Li family. Damn it. He shouldn't have listened to that old Taoist priest and schemed to abandon his own son. Now regret seemed too late. No, it wasn't too late. The Li family absolutely couldn't fall. He had to kill everyone who knew the truth, and then use blood ties to win Qin Wudao back. That was the plan. The host of this banquet was the Qianyu Group, a top-tier commercial conglomerate in Shanghai. With such an incident at the banquet, their representatives had to appear. A middle-aged man slowly stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to discuss cooperation. Why don't we forget the unpleasantness and continue our conversations? The Qianyu Group has prepared some small projects. We hope you all enjoy yourselves. As the host appeared, the impact of this farce gradually diminished. However, everyone's gaze towards Qin Wudao carried a hint of evasion. It had already been rumored that he had beaten someone to death in a club, and now at the banquet he was still acting just as willfully, simply a madman. Ding dong. Regret guy prompts. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the female lead regret. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward top-tier combat skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward female lead favorability check panel. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward powerful kidneys. Ding dong. Nyoma guy prompts. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward divine level combat skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward ability to survey fate of others. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward golden kidneys. Regret guy, you're targeting me. Nyoma guy, what are you talking about? We're both systems after all, it's all about our own abilities. You can give rewards, so why can't I? Regret guy, but the host hasn't completed your task at all. What right do you have to give rewards? Nyoma, tasks are just something casually handed out. Do I need to check tasks to give rewards to the host? Do you think I'm a female-oriented system like you? Get out of here. Regret guy crying. Hearing the system prompts, Qin Wudao's face carried a hint of inscrutable meaning. The reason he decisively killed Yiling was that he knew Yiling only possessed the identity of a soldier king. Just as Yiling had said earlier, he was the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, and his identity was already sensitive in the Longhua. Once Yiling as a soldier king found an opportunity, he could indeed use official connections to cause trouble for him. So he had to strike first to avoid leaving himself trouble. Moreover, Yiling was just a returning soldier king without the help of a system, and without the terrifying combat power of Dragon Kings, War Gods, or Hades. Kill if you want, nothing more to say. But someone like Chu Feng who has a system requires more caution. After all, no one knows what backup the system might have left. Wu Dao. At this moment, Mother Qin walked to Qin Wudao's side, raising her small fist. You were so cool just now. Truly my good son. As the matriarch of the Qin family, she had seen all kinds of scenes, so she naturally wouldn't be frightened just because Qin Wudao killed someone in front of her. Instead, she was a little excited. Earlier, that Yi Ling was somewhat arrogant, and he had knocked down all the Qin family's bodyguards. What problem was there in Qin Wudao killing him? Not to mention the Zhang family, even the host couldn't find fault, because anyone with eyes could see that Yi Ling was the one who started the trouble. Mr. Qin. Just as Mother Qin was excitedly saying something to Qin Wudao, a middle-aged man from the host's side walked over and politely asked, May I have a word in private? Moi. Qin Wudao sized up the middle-aged man in front of him and after a moment nodded. He said a few words to his mother, then followed the middle-aged man away. On the other side, Chu Feng was constantly looking around, as if searching for something. In a lounge of the manor, Qin Wudao sat on the sofa. In front of him was an old man who, although appearing very old with white hair, had a dignified face and exuded an aura of authority. The former chairman of Qinyu Group, Bai Hanfeng. Chairman Bai, just say it directly if you have something to discuss with me. Upon hearing this, Bai Hanfeng chuckled. Qin Wudao, the eldest son of the Qin family, also the eldest son of the Li family, and the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall. With so many identities concentrated on one person, this old man couldn't help but be curious and wanted to meet you. Please don't take offense. Qinyu Group is a top-tier conglomerate in Modu, to some extent even stronger than the major families, and its business spans overseas. There was nothing surprising that the other party knew about the Dragon King's identity. Click. Qin Wudao lit a cigarette, sat comfortably on the sofa, and chuckled lightly to Bai Hanfeng. Spare me the pleasantries. The Dragon King Hall has done business with your Qinyu Group before. Just say what you want to say directly. Bai Hanfeng nodded and went straight to the point. Then I won't waste words. Although your Dragon King Hall has absolute dominance on the overseas battlefield in recent years, I'm sure you haven't forgotten the War God Hall and Hades Hall, have you? Hearing those two names, Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly and memories echoed in his mind. After a moment he spoke. I've heard of them. They are just historical remnants, and they haven't shown up for many years. What's the matter? Are you going to tell me about them, Chairman Bai? Exactly. Bai Hanfeng said seriously. The Dragon King Hall, the War God Hall, and the Hades Hall. These three organizations are known as the pinnacle of the mercenary world. In recent years, the Dragon King Hall has been too prominent, causing the War God Hall and Hades Hall to gradually disappear. But recently they have become active on the battlefield again, and that so-called war god has set his sights on our Qin. Oh, Qin Wudao's expression showed surprise. As mentioned earlier, Qinyu Group had considerable influence abroad and was basically involved in legitimate business. Why would the War God Hall target Qinyu Group? Seeing Qin Wudao's expression, Bai Hanfeng naturally knew what he was thinking and then smiled bitterly. Rather than targeting our Qinyu Group, it's more that the war god has set his sights on the heir of our Qinyu Group. Bai Hanfeng continued to explain. Qinyu Group has always been managed by this old man who's half in the grave. The son I painstakingly cultivated has gone missing abroad, leaving only a granddaughter. If she inherits Qinyu Group, she might be helpless, just like the current Zhang family. And with the war god of the War God Hall targeting my granddaughter, I want to ask you for a favor. Wait a minute. As soon as those familiar words came out, Qin Wudao immediately interrupted. You're not going to say something like asking me to be your granddaughter's bodyguard, or the group's security, or some fake fiancé identity, right? Let me tell you, don't pull that on me. Security. Bodyguard. Bai Hanfeng was stunned. How could he know that as a transmigrated Qin Wudao was all too familiar with this routine? Wasn't this still the Dragon King script? No kidding, since he had decided to directly and high-profile announce himself as the president of the Hidden Dragon Group at this banquet, how could Qin Wudao follow that suffocating script? Being a security guard or bodyguard, being looked down upon, and then showing off and slapping faces. That didn't suit his personality either. You misunderstand me, Mr. Qin. Bai Hanfeng shook his head. As the eldest son of the Qin and Li families and the Dragon King, how could I possibly ask you to be a bodyguard or a security guard? Wouldn't that be nothing but asking for trouble? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao said with a serious expression, not even as a fiancé. Bai Hanfeng looked at Qin Wudao, a flicker of anger in his eyes which soon turned into resignation. He's not her fiancé. Besides, if I had wanted to find a fiancé for Qingyue, I would have done so long ago. I invited you here, Mr. Qin, only to propose a deal. When the war god arrives, I hope the Dragon King's Hall will intervene. Of course, I won't ask for your help for free. I am willing to offer 5% of the shares in Qinyu Group, as well as full assistance for the Hidden Dragon Group in expanding its business in the Magic Capital. Oh, Qin Wudao extinguished his cigarette. He bore a dual destiny. If the war god truly came to the Magic Capital, they would likely cross paths. Thus, Qin Wudao was not overly concerned about the war god's arrival. Instead, he was intrigued by the deal Bai Hanfeng had proposed. 5% of Qinyu Group's shares coupled with aid for the Hidden Dragon Group's expansion in the Magic Capital. Such sincerity was immense. To dominate the magic capital's commerce, the Hidden Dragon Group would need to exert its full strength. With the support of a top-tier conglomerate like Qinyu Group, the obstacles would be significantly reduced. When will those from the War God Hall arrive? Hearing Qin Wudao's words, by Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that since the other party had asked, he had accepted the deal. He then said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, it will be within the next few days. The War God Hall's final mission is nearly complete. Word has it that the War God himself will personally come to the magic capital this time." "All right, I agree to this matter. Then many thanks, Mr. Qin. They'll have the contract prepared immediately." With that, Bai Hanfeng stood up directly. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Qin, it seems someone is looking for you outside. This is a lounge, and he'll have it sealed off. Of course, I haven't placed any cameras here. You may do as you please." After leaving this cryptic remark, Bai Hanfeng leaned on his cane and walked out. No sooner had he stepped out, a black dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her mature, beautiful face bore a hint of sorrow. Her jet black hair was swept up, revealing a swan-like neck, exuding an aura of gentle grace. Dong Mingqing, the current head of the Zhang family and mother of Zhang Wanyu. Why is she here? Qin Wudao's gaze fell upon Dong Mingqing, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Dong Mingqing took a deep breath, then slowly approached Qin Wudao, saying softly, "Young Master Qin, I have come to ask you to spare our Zhang family." The reason Dong Mingqing had chosen to come here was entirely because of the Zhang family. Yi Ling had offended the Qin family and was slain on the spot by Qin Wudao. The surrounding nobles offered no words of comfort, instead watching coldly from the sidelines. In fact, many enterprises had just terminated their contracts with the Zhang family. How could these enterprises side with the declining Zhang family against the rising Qin family? In their eyes, Qin Wudao's unhesitating execution of Yi Ling was a signal. The Qin family was likely making a move against the Zhang family. Naturally, they had to distance themselves early. Zhang Wanyu had already been taken away by ambulance. Today's banquet had turned the Zhang family into a laughingstock, and Dong Mingqing did not want her daughter's years of hard work to go to waste. Seeing Qin Wudao enter the manor's interior, she had followed him. Gazing at the sorrowful beauty, Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "Madam Dong, as you saw, it was your good son-in-law who provoked me. My Qin family did not blame you for breaking the engagement, yet he came to pick a fight with us." Swish! Qin Wudao abruptly stood up, closing in on Dong Mingqing. Startled by his imposing aura, she stepped back 2 paces. "And now with a single sentence you wish to brush aside what happened? Are you joking?" Hearing this, Dong Mingqing's beautiful eyes reddened, but she suppressed the bitterness, staring straight at Qin Wudao. The next moment, to Qin Wudao's astonishment, Dong Mingqing directly unfastened her shoulder straps. Earlier in the manor hall, Qin Wudao had told Zhang Wanyu that she wasn't even worthy of her mother. Naturally, this led Dong Mingqing to believe that Qin Wudao had feelings for her. Rather than let the Zhang family fall into crisis, she would offer herself. Once her daughter recovered, she could always end her life to prove her innocence. With a rustling sound, Dong Mingqing's delicate body trembled slightly as she slowly unzipped her dress. Seeing that Qin Wudao remained unmoved, Dong Mingqing bit her lower lip hard. Qin Wudao's gaze stirred a sense of humiliation within her. Amidst anger, confusion, and shame, she steeled her heart and stepped forward. With the beauty in his arms, Qin Wudao was not one to stand idle. He tossed her onto the sofa and casually unbuttoned his shirt. In a low voice, he said, "I accept this apology, but it is merely a token." Hearing this, Dong Mingqing hurriedly spoke, "You can't." With a soft moan, her lips were silenced. Meanwhile, in the manor's courtyard, Li Jingyu, seemingly shaken by the terrifying sight of Qin Wudao, felt his legs go weak and stepped out to cool down and calm his nerves. But just as he turned to go back, he found Qin Zhiwei standing before him, a sinister grin on his face, clearly up. You. What do you want?" "What do I want? Huh." Qin Zhiwei sneered. "I can't take down that Yi Ling, but can I take you? To be honest, that bastard Yi Ling really pissed me off." Hearing this, Li Jingyu exclaimed in shock, "I don't even know Yi Ling. Why are you coming after me? I just can't stand you, you pretentious green tea. Always putting on airs." With that, Qin Zhiwei stepped forward and threw a punch straight at Li Jingyu's face. Thud! A dull sound rang out as a purple bruise appeared clearly on Li Jingyu's face. Before he could shield himself, Qin Zhiwei's fists rained down like hailstones. Stop! Stop! It hurts. It hurts so much." "Awesome!" Qin Zhiwei shouted in exhilaration as he beat Li Jingyu, as if venting all his pent-up anger. Even with his frail physique, he was more than a match for the green tea like Li Jingyu. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of relentless blows echoed through the courtyard. On the other side, in the office of the Qin Group's president, Qin Wanrong sat in her chair, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the woman before her, a hint of murderous intent in her gaze. "Lu Rian, you dare to come see me? It seems you have a death wish." As a formidable woman who dominated the business world, Qin Wanrong exuded an incredibly intimidating aura. Coupled with her icy gaze, ordinary people couldn't hold eye contact with her for more than 2 seconds, a fate that had befallen Lu Rian before. But now her face was remarkably calm, though a hint of pallor tinged her delicate features. You are Wadeo's sister, so I came to find you. Humph. Qin Wanrong let out a cold laugh. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings shifted slightly, and her beautiful eyes radiated a sharp, oppressive force. Since you know I'm Wadeo's sister, you should be prepared to die here today, shouldn't you? I never planned to die. Lu Rian shook her head and whispered before it was all my. As she spoke as if recalling something, her face twisted in agony, and she pressed a hand to her chest. It was a heart-wrenching pain, a suffocating wave of regret. In the past I wronged Wu Dao. Now I understand. I love him. I can't live without. A rapid clatter of footsteps abruptly cut off Lu Rian's words. Qin Wanrong strode over in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed Lu Rian by the hair, and slapped her with the other hand. A crisp slap echoed through the office. As the heiress of her family, Qin Wanrong possessed not only sharp intellect, but also considerable skill in martial arts. The slap was so forceful that Lu Rian's cheek swelled high and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lu Rian, who allowed you to still call him Wu Dao? Qin Wanrong's beautiful eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent within them. If she hadn't wanted to see what Lu Rian was up to, she would have had her chopped up and fed to the dogs the moment she arrived at Qin Corporation. Lu Rian's delicate body trembled slightly, the pain reddened her eyes. She fought back tears and spoke word by word. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please let me see Wu Dao. Hearing this, a mocking smile curled on Qin Wanrong's beautiful face. She extended her fair, slender fingers, pinched Lu Rian's chin, and lifted her head slightly. Lu Rian, now that Bai Yu is dead, you think of finding Wu Dao. What were you thinking before? He'll give you a chance. Crawl out of my Qin Corporation on your knees, and he'll let you live. Before Qin Wanrong could finish, she saw Lu Rian pull out her phone. Bai Yu, who had been reduced to a limp mess, was taken away by Lu Rian's men. The video showed Bai Yu himself. Qin Wu Dao had beaten him to within an inch of his life, and Lu Rian had him taken to the hospital, kept alive. In less than half an hour, Lu Rian used every sharp instrument she could find to inflict endless torment on Bai Yu. At the end of the video, Lu Rian walked out of the room holding a scalpel. As for Bai Yu, he was utterly unrecognizable as a human being. Covered in blood, a morbid smile spread across Lu Rian's face. It was all his fault that Wu Dao left me. So even if he had only one breath left, I wanted him to die in agony. The video ended abruptly. Lu Rian looked at Qin Wanrong and said softly, I've dealt with Bai Yu. All I want is Wu Dao. Please let me see him. Though somewhat surprised by Lu Rian's transformation, Qin Wanrong quickly regained her composure and clapped her hands lightly. Several assistants immediately entered. President. Qin Wanrong nodded, then ordered, take this woman to the underground garage. Yes. The assistant stepped forward, seized Lu Rian, and dragged her away. No one noticed the bloodstained scalpel glinting coldly in her pocket. Inside the manners room, Qin Wu Dao lit a cigarette and watched Dong Mengqing silently tidying her disheveled clothes. He said softly, the Hidden Dragon Group will be venturing into the hotel business. In Modu, your Zhang family must give full support. Dong Mengqing adjusted her attire and murmured in agreement, her fair, delicate skin covered in kiss marks. Seeing this, Qin Wu Dao tossed his suit jacket over her, covering her up. They exchanged a glance as if about to speak. With a loud bang, the door was suddenly forced open. Qin Wu Dao turned around, frowning, as a strikingly beautiful woman rushed in. She wore a white dress, her face tinged with panic. Her fair skin and bright eyes made her resemble a startled rabbit, glowing white and giving off a sense of first love. But Qin Wu Dao showed no appreciation. Instead, his face twisted with disgust and aversion. He knew this woman all too well. Her name was Su Yao, now the campus belle of Moda University. She was the first person who had turned his past self into a simpering fool. Back then, Su Yao was still a high school student. Qin Wu Dao, newly returned from abroad, fell in love at first sight. Something in his mind went haywire, and he became hopelessly infatuated with her. She was the one he had simped for the shortest time, only 3 months, but also the most unforgettable, because she was the one who flipped the switch in his past self. At that time, Qin Wu Dao had hidden his identity, afraid of scaring her, and began his life as a simp, fretting over whether she was cold or hot. He was meticulous and cherished her to the extreme. But the arrival of another person shattered everything his past self had built. The CEO of a commercial conglomerate in Modu also set his sights on Su Yao, showering her with attention and even planning to use force, playing the domineering tycoon routine. He set up various traps and slanders. Just as Qin Wu Dao was about to win her over, Su Yao misunderstood him. To make matters worse, when Qin Wu Dao was about to strike at the CEO, Su Yao slapped him. And she left him with these words, Qin Wu Dao, I misjudged you. You've done so many disgusting things, and now you want to use violence to force others to submit. Yaya, why can't you trust me just once? How can I trust you? Did I not see what I saw with my own eyes? Hui Weiqing has shown me everything about you. I never expected you to do such things more than once. From today on, stop pestering me. After saying this, Su Yao turned around and went to check on Hui Yuqing's injuries. The latter shot Qin Wu Dao a cold, threatening glare. Through investigation, the predecessor later discovered that during that time Hui Weiqing had been relentlessly slandering him. To win Su Yao's trust, he went out of his way to ingratiate himself. At that time, Su Yao told the predecessor that she disliked capitalists because they were all cold-blooded. And thus not only did he hide his identity, he even actively worked menial jobs to earn money, never once utilizing the resources of the Dragon King. In contrast, Hui Yueqing took Su Yao on scenic trips, booked entire restaurants, and orchestrated citywide fireworks displays. Even when the predecessor, fearing for Su Yao's safety, revealed Hui Yueqing's true identity, Su Yao's gaze remained icy. I know exactly who Hui Yueqing is. Even if he's a capitalist, he must be the kind-hearted sort. He's different from others. From that moment on, the predecessor seemed struck by some madness. The frenzied blood within him drove him gradually into paranoia. If Qin Wudao used violence to ease his own frenzied blood, then the predecessor completely succumbed to it. That was why he remained unaffected abroad. On the battlefield, he was constantly engaged in slaughter, never allowing paranoia to take root. The memories flooding his mind gave Qin Wudao a headache. After merging his soul with those memories, reviewing them made him feel them as if they were his own. This feeling was utterly revolting. Beside him, Dong Mengqing sensed his change, her beautiful eyes meeting. At that sight, Dong Mengqing froze, for she saw a pair of pupils brimming with brutality and murderous intent. She had never seen such a look before. Her delicate frame trembled involuntarily. Yet inexplicably, she reached out a hand and gently stroked his back. Her touch jolted Qin Wudao awake. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowing as he looked towards Su Yao. How the hell did she get in here? Just then, Su Yao noticed someone in the room and began bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry. Please let me hide. Someone's trying to take me away. Perhaps blinded by panic, or perhaps she simply hadn't looked at his face. She didn't recognize him at all. So here you are. Ha ha ha. With a lecherous laugh, a middle-aged man sauntered in, his gaze fixed greedily on Su Yao. Several bodyguards followed behind him, all with a menacing air. As the middle-aged man approached, Su Yao backed away helplessly while he pressed forward relentlessly. Before long, she reached the sofa, on the verge of colliding with someone. Qin Wudao's eyes turned cold. With a swift kick, though not forceful, the petite Su Yao was sent reeling as if struck by a car, letting out a cry as she crumpled to her knees before the middle-aged man. At the same time, the middle-aged man noticed Qin Wudao and Dong Mengqing. When his eyes fell on Dong Mengqing, a flash of admiration crossed his face. Oh, there's a great beauty here too. Wait for me, gorgeous. He'll take care of the little one first, then he'll come for you. Hearing this, Dong Mengqing instinctively leaned into Qin Wudao's arms. If anything happens to Yao Yao, it'll make everyone here pay with their lives. Just as the middle-aged man was about to lay hands on Su Yao, a furious roar erupted from outside, followed by a flurry of hurried footsteps. With a loud crash, the half-open door was flung wide. A stern-faced man stormed in, leading a squad of bodies. That stern-faced man was none other than Hui Yueqing. Seeing Su Yao on her knees and the middle-aged man's hand reaching for her, how could he not know what was intended? Xiao Jun, you're asking for death. How dare you touch my woman? In a matter of moments, Hui Yueqing's bodyguards swiftly subdued Xiao Jun's men, forcing them to their knees. He then strode towards Su Yao, his expression tinged with concern. Yao Yao, are you alright? Qin Wudao, holding Dong Mengqing close, watched the scene with cold indifference. Good heavens. The CEO had arrived with his own soundtrack. This was straight out of a CEO romance novel. Except the poor fool in that script was Qin Wudao himself. MMR. Hua. Xiao Jun was now sober, gaping at the man before him. I didn't know she was your woman. I swear I didn't. If I had known. Before he could finish, Hui Yueqing kicked him to the ground. You dare touch my woman. You're dead. From today onward, the Qiao family is finished in Modu. No. Please no. As she was helped up, Su Yao felt a sharp pain as if her waist were broken. She clearly remembered being kicked from behind. Turning instinctively, she saw Qin Wudao's mocking smile. Wudao. HM. At Su Yao's call, Hui Yueqing also turned to look. Indeed. It was him. Could the recently rumored eldest son of the Qin family be Qin Wudao? The name was identical, and here Hui Yueqing had once thought he could crush Qin Wudao with his family background, but now, knowing Qin Wudao's true identity, a sense of crisis filled his heart. Instinctively, he wanted to pull Su Yao away and leave. But Su Yao stood frozen, staring blankly at Qin Wudao, especially now with his arm around a mature, alluring woman. What? Is there a flower on my face? Why are you both staring at me? Wudao, why are you here? Su Yao murmured, the man she had missed for years. Finally, before her, yet another woman was in his arms. A tumult of emotions left her breathless for a moment. Hui Yueqing quickly stepped forward, his face wary. Before he could finish, a sharp whoosh sliced the air, and a cup smashed into his head. Blood splattered, and Hui Yueqing staggered backward. A wave of dizziness nearly sent him to the ground, but his quick-thinking bodyguards caught him just in time. Qin Wudao shook his hand, a teasing tone in his voice. Tell me, Hui Yueqing, who gave you the nerve to address me? Seeing Hui Yueqing injured, Su Yao cried out in distress. Then, with a pained expression, she said, Wudao, after all these years, do you still resort to violence to solve everything? I've been too generous with you. Qin Wudao released Dong Mengqing and stood up. Dong Mengqing in turn looked at Su Yao as if she were an idiot. Was this woman always this audacious? Qin Wudao rose to his feet and strode directly before Su Yao, a light smile curling his lips. You say I still prefer solving problems with violence. Bang. Before Su Yao could answer, his hand seized her throat. A suffocating tightness made her struggle desperately, yet Qin Wudao remained unmoved, lifting her straight off the ground. He smiled faintly. You see people quite accurately. As his grip tightened, Su Yao's face paled, her struggles weakening. Just then Hui Yueqing charged forward, aiming to strike Qin Wudao, but was sent flying backward like a cannonball. Boom. He even shattered an entire door. Tap tap tap. At that moment the Qinyu group's men rushed in. They hadn't come earlier because the old chairman had told them not to eavesdrop, so they had obediently left. But hearing the crash, they all rushed over and witnessed the scene before them. The estate's steward, the middle-aged man from before, had lost his earlier elegance. Sweating profusely, he stepped forward and spoke with an apologetic tone. Mr. Qin, this is our fault. I'm sorry. The old chairman said not to disturb you, so we... Enough. Bang. Qin Wudao tossed Su Yao aside like trash. Overcome by suffocation, she lost consciousness. Looking at the steward, Qin Wudao shook his head. This has nothing to do with you. No need to apologize. Then how does Mr. Qin plan to deal with these people? We will certainly give you an explanation. The man who had tried to harass Su Yao, Qiao Jun, was utterly stunned. He never imagined the people he had provoked were all of such formidable backgrounds. Hui Yueqing was one thing, but now he was entangled with this man. And he had harassed his companion. It was over. Truly over. Panic flooded Qiao Jun's face, but all he could do was kneel, awaiting Qin Wudao's judgment of his punishment. Hearing the steward's words, Qin Wudao said indifferently, that Qiao Jun fellow, just bury him. And isn't he fond of playing the tycoon with his family's backing? Help him out. Let his whole family feed the fish together. And this woman. With that, Qin Wudao's gaze fell on Su Yao. His eyes held a chilling edge. Doesn't she like playing the innocent white lotus? Make her watch all of this, closely. If she dares close her eyes, gouge them out. Yes. The steward waved to the men, and the bodyguards immediately set to work. After everyone was taken away, the steward asked Qin Wudao, the old chairman has gone to the front hall. Would you like to Qin Wudao nodded, then walked over to Dong Mengqing and said softly, don't forget what I understood. Dong Mengqing replied in a gentle voice, then quietly rose and left. Now that the daughter of the Zhang group's president had gone to the hospital, her purpose here was fulfilled, and it was time to leave. Whatever happened next at the banquet would have nothing to do with the Zhang family. After Dong Mengqing departed, Qin Wudao headed to the front hall. Having dealt with Su Yao and Hui Yueqing, he felt as though he had transcended, his thoughts clear and unimpeded. In the front hall, with by Han Feng's arrival, the banquet officially began. Seated at the forefront, by Han Feng smiled at the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today I host this banquet not only to strengthen our bonds, but also to announce something. I am growing old. I plan to retire. The Qinyu group will be inherited by my granddaughter. I hope you will all extend her your support. These words immediately sparked murmurs among the guests. Old by retiring? Won't the Qinyu groups? Maybe his granddaughter can steady the ship. Are you joking? Have you ever heard of old by having a granddaughter before? And doesn't he have a second son? That one's probably illegitimate. Father, I disagree. As expected, a middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing by Han Feng with a heavy voice. Qingwei is too young to stabilize our Qinyu group. And I am her second uncle, your son. You. Bang. By Han Feng slammed his cane to the ground. Silence. This is my group. Do I need your approval for my choice? It was clear to all that Bai Han Feng held deep disdain for his second son. But the middle-aged man continued, Father, I am also a board member. I cannot agree to your direct appointment. I'm not dead yet. Your agreement is irrelevant. The second son's eyes burned with malice. He never imagined his father would truly hand the vast group over to that girl. It seemed he had made a mistake by not acting against her earlier. At that moment, Qin Wudao emerged from the rear. Such a lively scene was worth watching. Besides, if his guess was right, something major was about to unfold. After a brief silence from the second son, Bai Han Feng continued, Everyone, my granddaughter will appear shortly. In the future, handle business matters with her. A woman slowly descended the staircase. She wore a white gown that accentuated her perfect figure, her black hair tied up, revealing a swan-like neck. Her skin was fair as snow, seemingly glowing faintly. Her ethereal, otherworldly aura made her appear like a celestial maiden. The streamer Chu Feng had tipped. Qing Lin Yuguang. Qin Wudao immediately recognized Bai Hanfeng's granddaughter by Qing Wei. She was the top of the tipping leaderboard, Qing Lun Yuguang. So the young lady had such a peculiar hobby, being a streamer in her spare time. Tap tap tap. Bai Qing Yue descended slowly, her ethereal beauty drawing the gazes of all the men present. Among them, Chu Feng and Tian Pingsheng's eyes burned with fervor. Qin Wudao, however, glanced at Bai Qing Yue only briefly before turning his attention to the crowd, observing their reactions. As expected, Chu Feng and Tian Pingsheng had the most distinctive expressions. Open the panel. Name Chu Feng. Destiny child of fate system owner, lucky, in love, wealthy, late bloomer. Name Tian Pingsheng. Destiny heavenly villain distinguished family background martial arts genius ill-fated. The arrival of Bai Qingyue was the focal point of this banquet involving the succession of a top-tier commercial conglomerate. This held immense significance for the future landscape of the magic capital. After all, an entity as colossal as the Qinyu Group affected numerous allied forces with every move. Bai Qingyue descended the staircase, her ethereal features betraying not a hint of stage fright. Though she had rarely been in the public eye as someone groomed from childhood, handling such an occasion was effortless. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Bai Qingyue approached Bai Hanfeng, greeted him respectfully, then turned to face the assembled guests. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this banquet. My grandfather is advanced in years, so from now on the Qinyu Group will be under my management. Rest assured, all existing partnerships will continue as before, and to further strengthen our ties with each of you. The land parcel in the north of the city, we will distribute 80% of its profits equally among everyone present. This announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. The northern plot had been acquired by the Qinyu Group, and the authorities had recently announced plans to establish a commercial district there. If successfully developed, the profits would be unimaginable. The Bai family was actually sharing the spoils. If so, then supporting Bai Qingyu's ascension was the least they could do. With this thought, everyone stepped forward smiling as they congratulated the new chairwoman of the Qinyu Group. Only the second son of the Bai family stood with a face full of cold fury, no longer bothering to feign civility. Previously, some might have approached him to curry favor or offer comfort, but now with a change of regime and old master Bai having confirmed the successor. Especially since that successor was shrewd enough to share the enormous cake, who would still support the second son. He had only offered empty promises, bringing no tangible benefits to anyone. Qingyue, little sister. Amid the congratulations, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment. All eyes turned to see a handsome young man step forward, his gaze fixed on Bai Qingyue with infatuation. The newcomer was Chu Feng. Who is this? Dressed in nothing fancy, and he dares to approach Miss Bai so familiarly. Probably a little mouse that sneaked in. Security. Why isn't anyone throwing this man out? Unfazed by the mockery, Chu Feng walked directly to Bai Qingyue, pulled a contract from his coat, and handed it. Qingyue, little sister, this is a gift I've prepared for you. Please accept it. Hearing this, the crowd's disdain deepened. A mere contract as a greeting gift. Did he think he was some noble scion from the capital? In this magic capital, what power could rival the Qinyu Group? Only a few who knew Chu Feng's identity showed surprise. Was the MOCEO making his move? Bai Qingyue opened the contract before everyone. After a moment, her stunning face registered astonishment. This is a 5% stake in the Qinyu Group. What? The crowd was stunned. Who was this man able to quietly produce 5% of the Qinyu Group's share? For a trillion yuan conglomerate, 5% was enormous. Most importantly, these shares would grant Bai Qingyue greater decision-making power within the group. Chu Feng smiled faintly. It's nothing. I asked a friend to help me recover these shares from another holder on your behalf. Then I thank you, CEO Mo. These shares are extremely important to me. I'd like to purchase them at the market value. I said it's a gift for you. Chu Feng waved dismissively. And from Bai Qingyu's words, everyone caught the title CEO Mo. Is he that CEO Mo? The one with connections to major foreign financial groups. You can't judge a book by its cover. So Loki, I must use this banquet to get closer to him. I've been trying to break into overseas markets. Look at how easily he produced shares of the Qinyu Group and gave them away. He truly has extraordinary backing. Only two people present could still regard Chu Feng with a teasing smile. One was Qin Wudao, the other Tian Pingxing murmured to himself, "Oh, Mo. A man with ties to international financial tycoons, now setting his sights on the woman I consider my fiancée. Impressive." After a moment's thought, Tian Pingxing stepped forward and offered Bai Qingyue a warm smile. "Qingyue, do you, brother Pingxing? Long time no see." Bai Qingyue's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise. They had been childhood friends, meeting often in their youth, and now fate had reunited them. Chu Feng's face turned cold at Tian Pingxing's appearance. As a man, he could clearly sense the provocation and the almost threatening look in Tian Pingxing's eyes. If it were before, he would have yielded. But not now. Now that he had a system, he naturally pursued a higher and better life. Bai Qingyue had always been a distant, unattainable lady, but now he was worthy of her. Tian Pingxing, sensing something, turned his gaze to Chu Feng. Their eyes locked, and an intense aura radiated from both, neither willing to back down. Qin Wudao watched them with keen interest. The child of destiny and the destined antagonist. Seems like I have nothing to do. Should I just enjoy the drama? But sometimes, even when you want to quietly watch the show, trouble finds you. Bai Hanfeng looked at the two young men, Chu Feng and Tian Pingxing, his old eyes narrowing as if struck by a playful idea. He quickly spoke, "Ahem. Master Qin, why don't you come over and join the conversation? After all, as friends across generations, I hope you'll give my granddaughter some guidance in the future." These words stunned everyone present, and even Bai Qingyue, Chu Feng and Tian Pingxing turned their eyes to Qin Wudao. The latter was speechless. He had been quietly observing Chu Feng. A reward system that only dispensed money was the lowest tier, easily dealt with. But if the system could grant heaven-defying items, he would need to be more cautious. He had hoped that Tian Pingxing, the antagonist, would clash with Chu Feng, allowing him to reap the benefits. But that old fellow by Han Feng had dragged him into the spotlight. Chu Feng squinted his eyes at the approaching Qin Wudao. This was the man who had taken Chun Qianqian away from him, and now he dared to forge a connection with his white moonlight. It was utterly intolerable. Even if he was the eldest son of the Qin family, so what? Sooner or later, he would use the system to bring the entire Qin corporation to ruin. Little did Chu Feng know, as he harbored these thoughts, Qin Wudao had already rehearsed dozens of ways to kill him in his mind, right after this banquet ended. After all, giving the reward system a chance to develop was too dangerous. He could already produce shares of the Qin. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Wudao slowly approached Bai Hanfeng and said with a smile, "Old man, you do seem to enjoy watching the excitement." Hearing this, Bai Hanfeng blinked a hint of amusement on his aged face. "Master Qin, what are you saying? Haven't we already agreed?" Watching the conversation between the old and the young, the guests were astonished. Even with Qin Wudao's status as the young master of both the Li and Qin families, it shouldn't warrant Bai Hanfeng addressing him as Master Qin. And they were close friends despite the age gap. What did that mean? Chu Feng was on high alert, while Tian Pingxing showed great interest in Qin Wudao and even stepped forward proactively. "Master Qin, I had no idea you were such a close friend of Elder Bai. It was my fault for not greeting you earlier." Qin Wudao glanced at Tian Pingxing. He bore no ill will toward this destined villain, especially since he had come to greet him with a smile. He smiled back. Elder Bai was just joking. I'm merely a junior. Bai Qingyue also approached Qin Wudao, curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes. "Master Qin, I never knew you had such a bond with my grandfather. When I take over the Qinyu group in the future, I hope you'll guide me. It's a matter of mutual benefit, Miss Bai. No need to be polite." Qin Wudao, Tian Pingxing, and Bai Qingyue chatted and laughed, causing Chu Feng's gaze to grow cold from a distance. In his eyes, he should have been the center of attention today. After all, with his identity as President Mo and casually offering 5% of Qinyu Group's shares as a gift, he should have been the most conspicuous figure. By the way, Bai Hanfeng seemed to remember something and waved to his butler. The butler understood and immediately brought forward a contract. "Master Qin, take a look at this contract. It's about the collaboration between my Qinyu Group and your Hidden Dragon Group. If everything's fine, we can sign it right now." "All right." Qin Wudao nodded, took the contract, and began to scrutinize it carefully. As he read, the hall fell into dead silence, only to erupt moments later. "The Hidden Dragon Group. Young Master Qin is from the Hidden Dragon Group. Impossible. Isn't he the young master of the Qin and Li families? How could he be connected to that foreign Hidden Dragon Group? No wonder. No wonder Elder Bai called him Master Qin. Could Qin Wudao be the mysterious CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group? Have you forgotten? Reports say he's been abroad all these years. Did he build the Hidden Dragon Group overseas? The Hidden Dragon Group. Look, those are its secretary and assistant. They're here too." Dressed in formal attire, Long Lin and Long Yo walked toward Qin Wudao. As soon as they reached Qin Wudao, they prepared to kneel on one knee and shout Dragon King. Fortunately, Qin Wudao reacted quickly and stopped them. "Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? Didn't I tell you not to kneel and shout Dragon King? I don't have a crooked..." Long Yo awkwardly explained. "CEO Qin, we were waiting for you to give that crooked smile, but you never did. Now that your identity is exposed, you need the company seal to sign the contract." With that, Long Lin handed over the official seal of the Hidden Dragon Group. Qin Wudao nodded and took the seal. He had already reviewed the contract. Aside from the interests in the northern part of the city, it also covered the expansion of other Hidden Dragon Group businesses. While Qin Wudao signed the contract with an air of calm, the crowd below was on the verge of exploding. Qin Zirwei, who had just vented his anger, walked in and heard that Qin Wudao was the CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group. He froze on the spot. "Qin Wudao is the CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group. Can I get money from him now? No, we'll take his money to have fun and still give him a cold shoulder." With a smug look, Qin Zirwei strode into the hall, feeling incredibly powerful. He even thought the gazes of those around him had changed. The second young master of the Qin family and the younger brother of the Hidden Dragon Group's CEO, invincible. Qin's parents first showed surprise, then a hint of pity in their eyes. How much suffering must Wudao have endured to reach this position? "It's all your fault. If you had found him sooner, would he have had to fight alone?" Hearing his wife's complaints, Qin's father said nothing, but nodded, a trace of guilt on his face. Meanwhile, the head of the Li family looked grim. "The Hidden Dragon Group. He's its CEO. I must get him back to the Li family. That will make my Li family even stronger. Surpassing the Qinyu Group would be no problem." The most delighted was Chun Qianqian, who knew she had made the right bet. On the other side, Chu Feng's pupils. He had thought Qin Wudao was just a spoiled rich kid, someone he could eliminate anytime by developing his system further. But he never expected him to be the CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group. A second-generation rich kid turned self-made tycoon. Tian Pingsheng's smile widened. "So you're the mysterious CEO of the Hidden Dragon Group. CEO Qin, you're a big shot. My company has some business dealings with your Hidden Dragon Group. How about you do me the honor of a private chat after the banquet?" "Certainly." Qin Wudao nodded, accepting Tian Pingsheng's invitation. Since they weren't enemies, it was worth getting to know each other better. But after the banquet, he had to take care of his own matters first. The presence of Qin Wudao and Tian Pingsheng heightened Chu Feng's sense of crisis. He went straight to Bai Hanfeng and said seriously, "Elder Bai, there's something I'd like to discuss with you today." "Oh, what is it, young friend?" "To be honest, I want to establish cooperation with the Qinyu group in all areas. Also, I've long admired Qingyue, and I hope you'll give me a chance." "Moi." Bai Hanfeng frowned slightly at these words. He hadn't expected that this person called Mo Zong was actually after his granddaughter. After all, Bai Hanfeng had already decided to cooperate with Qin Wudao because the war god Hall coveted his granddaughter. Now another one appears. Bai Hanfeng had also learned about this Mo Zong before, who seemed to have connections with various foreign financial groups. Being able to effortlessly reclaim 5% of Qinyu group's shares spoke volumes about his methods. But even so, Bai Hanfeng would never agree. Beside him, Bai Qingyue was the same. Her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her expression indifferent. As for Mo Zong, this online supporter of hers, she did have some goodwill toward him, but it was merely goodwill, far from the level of affection. Moreover, this banquet was held for her to inherit Qinyu group. If romantic entanglements arose, it would only cause the board members to overthink. "Young friend," Bai Hanfeng said in a deep voice, "I won't stop you youngsters from socializing, but if you mean to marry my granddaughter, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Chu Feng was frantic. "Why? Elder Bai, I am sincere. This isn't a matter of sincerity. My granddaughter has just taken over the group and won't consider marriage for a while. Her priority now is to manage the company well. So because of this, you would sacrifice Qingyu's lifelong happiness." These words left even the seasoned Bai Hanfeng stunned. He had become the villain, ruining his granddaughter's happiness. Was this Mo Zong out of his mind? Qin Wudao was also speechless at Chu Feng's words. It seemed Bai Qingyue hadn't even fallen for you yet, right? If this were a Dragon King war god plot, shouldn't he wait until they developed some feelings before saying such things? And he just blurted out. Tian Pingsheng's eyes turned cold as he stepped forward. "Chu Feng, right? I don't care what connections you have with foreign financial groups. This is Dragon Country. If you want to be friends with Qingyue, then reveal your true identity. Can't you see she's uncomfortable?" Tian Pingsheng's intervention only added fuel to the fire, making Chu Feng, already on edge, speak recklessly. "Who I am you'll know in the future." "But Mr. Tian, I don't think we're familiar, are we?" "When I'm speaking, I'd appreciate it if you didn't interrupt." "Enough." Bai Qingyue spoke calmly. She didn't want this farce to continue. She walked slowly to Chu Feng, her stunning face carrying a hint of coolness. "Mr. Chu, thank you for attending my banquet. I appreciate the gift, but if your intention is to use it as leverage, then please take back these shares." With that, Bai Qingyue handed the contract back. Chu Feng quickly shook his head. "Qingyue, don't you understand my feelings for you? I've always been protecting you. Now I want to stand by your side openly." Hearing this, Bai Qingyue said in a calm tone, "Mr. Chu, I think you've misunderstood. I have no romantic feelings for you. If any of my words led you to think otherwise, I apologize here." "Qingyue, you." Chu Feng stared at her in disbelief. The system in his mind was alerting him that Bai Qingyu's favorability toward him was dropping rapidly. It had been at a critical point before. He thought that by burning his bridges he could turn her appreciation into love, and they would end up together. But now it was drifting further from love. Why? Just then, an unexpected person approached. It was Qin Zirwei. Swaggering with an arrogant gait, he walked up to Chu Feng and sneered. "Where did this toad come from, daring to compete with my Qin family for Miss Bai's?" Qin Wudao was baffled. Had he ever said he wanted to compete for Bai Qingyue? "Did you even hear what you're—" Sure enough, these words left not only Chu Feng, but also Tian Pingsheng looking at Qin Wudao with a strain. The guests were in an uproar. "Young Master Qin. No, President Qin, does he also have feelings for Miss Bai? After all, Miss Bai is like a fairy, and now she's the head of Qinyu Group. Who wouldn't covet that?" The mysterious Mo Zong, a big shot from the capital, and President Qin of Yinlong Group. How can anyone compete? "There's going to be a show today." Qin Zirwei's parents were speechless at his appearance. His mother murmured, "Zirwei, when we get home, if Wanrong beats you, I won't stop her. You're on your own." Qin Zirwei didn't care what others thought. He felt invincible. Chu Feng, seeing this sudden intruder, sneered. Qin Zirwei laughed coldly and declared loudly, "You don't even know who I am. I'm the young master of the Qin family and the future vice president of Yinlong Group. And what path do you tread, daring to question me?" "Long Lin. Long Ya." Qin Wudao was utterly speechless. "You're going to be the vice president of Yinlong Group. Since when? Who agreed? And is this kid out of his mind?" Open Qin Zirwei's panel. Ding dong. Name Qin Zirwei. Fate, minor villain blessed by nobles, coasting through life, surviving against all odds, sunder a constitution, master of trash talk. Sure enough, he was a minor villain who attracted hatred. No wonder Qin Zirwei kept jumping out to show off over and over again. But fate had given him the trait of surviving against all odds, making him the kind of minor villain you can't stand, but Qin Wudao's brother. Chu Feng didn't take this second young Master Qin seriously and sneered. "Why don't you ask your brother who I am?" "I am." Slap. Before Chu Feng could finish, Qin Zirwei slapped him hard. After doing so, he immediately ran to Qin Wudao's side and said arrogantly, "So you're just a nobody with no identity. Asking who I am. I don't care who you are. Come at me if you dare." Qin Zhiwei leaned closer to Qin Wudao, his expression growing even more arrogant. Chu Feng, holding his reddening cheek, stared at Qin Zhiwei in disbelief. "You dare hit me? So what if I did? Come at me, and I'll scatter your ashes." Chu Feng's face flushed red, uncertain whether it was from being struck by Qin Zhiwei or from sheer rage. To be slapped in front of so many people was nothing short of a blatant humiliation. He now possessed a system. Shouldn't he be able to bulldoze through everything? Yet whether it was by Qingyue Qin Xianqian or even in business, he was being thoroughly crushed by others. Yes, it was Qin Wudao. Chu Feng turned his gaze to the man with a smile on his face. He realized that ever since Qin Wudao appeared, no matter where he went, he was being suppressed. At this moment, Qin Wudao stepped forward and said to Bai Hanfeng with a light smile, "Elder Bai, my younger brother did resort to violence at your banquet, which is indeed somewhat impolite. Please do not take offense." "Ha!" Bai Hanfeng laughed heartily. "Young people who hasn't lost their temper. It's the age of passion, understandable. Then I thank Elder Bai for understanding. This young man of mine seems to be feeling a bit hot-blooded at the moment, so please do not blame me for taking action either." "Of course." "Oh." Bai Hanfeng was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what Qin Wudao meant, but his words had already been spoken. Just then Qin Wudao walked toward Chu Feng. When Qin Wudao stood before him, Chu Feng realized just how oppressive this man was. Earlier he had personally witnessed Qin Wudao beating the Zhang family's Livian son-in-law Yi Ling to death in front of everyone. That scene seemed to still linger in his mind. He instinctively stepped back, but he immediately reacted. He was now in Mo's zone. He absolutely could not show weakness. Otherwise, wouldn't he be looked down upon? Qin Wudao smiled lightly at Chu Feng and said, "You just said let Qin Zhiwei ask me who are you. Chu Feng, you don't know who I am. You?" Bang. Before he could finish, Qin Wudao directly grabbed Chu Feng's neck. Chu Feng's eyes widened, and he grabbed at Qin Wudao's hand, struggling desperately. Qin Wudao slowly approached Chu Feng and whispered in his ear, "It seems you don't have the items given by the system." Huh. Chu Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he even forgot to struggle. How did Qin Wudao know he had a system? After all, the system was Chu Feng's trump card, his only way to become a strong one. Otherwise, he would still be the same failure he had been. He had never even told his parents about having the system, so why did Qin Wudao know? At this moment, Chu Feng's fear of Qin Wudao even surpassed his fear of death. Qin Wudao's hand kept tightening, and Chu Feng's face began to turn purple. "Stop!" Just as Chu Feng was about to meet his end with a shout of "Stop!" a young man entered through the doors of the banquet hall, followed by many subordinates. Long Lin and Long Yu exclaimed, "Dragon God! Why is he here?" The young man was dressed in a black suit with a handsome and resolute face, and his aura was impossible to ignore. He slowly walked to Qin Wudao's side and said in a deep voice, "Wudao, let Chu Feng go. If he offended you, I will have him apologize to you." "Oh." Qin Wudao showed no intention of letting Chu Feng go, instead saying with interest to Dragon God Chu Zichuan, "You dare to call me Wudao directly now?" Hearing this, Chu Zichuan frowned. "Don't you know that the elders have a lot of complaints about you? Your actions over the years may cost you the throne. Chu Feng has connections with our side. If you kill him, it will only make the elders more displeased." "Is that so?" Qin Wudao said indifferently. "Can those old bastards still have objections?" Hearing Qin Wudao's words, a subordinate beside Chu Zichuan roared, "You dare to disrespect the elders?" Shua shua. Just then Long Lin and Long Yu came to Qin Wudao's side. As for this sudden group of people, none of the guests in the hall spoke, for the situation seemed tense. Rather than getting involved, it was better to wait and see. Long Lin narrowed her beautiful eyes, her tone full of killing intent. "Who allowed you to be so rude?" It was Qin Wudao who was first rude to the elders. Hearing that person's voice, Qin Wudao turned his head and said to Long Lin, "Kill them all." Yes. As the Dragon King's guards, Long Lin and Long Yu were not something that just any riffraff could withstand. Their figures moved like ghosts, appearing behind the Dragon God and launching a fierce attack on those subordinates. Chua! Blade light flashed, and the sound of dull thuds rose and fell. In no time, those subordinates were either dead or wounded. Chu Zichuan watched coldly, and just as he was about to intervene, Qin Wudao spoke. "Chu Zichuan, if you dare to make a move, I guarantee you will die in this banquet as well." "This is Dragon Kingdom," Chu Zichuan said stiffly. "Qin Wudao, have you gone mad? You are acting recklessly here. The Law Enforcement Bureau will not let you off." "Oh." Qin Wudao did not answer Chu Zichuan, but instead looked at Tian Pingxing not far away. "Mr. Tian, do you think that disposing of some trash here will attract the attention of the Law Enforcement Bureau?" Tian Pingxing looked at Chu Feng, who was being held by Qin Wudao, and smiled slightly. "Mr. Qin is joking. It's just disposing of trash. The Law Enforcement Bureau naturally won't interfere. Besides, I am here, aren't I?" With that, Tian Pingxing took out his phone and directly sent a message. After a moment, he continued, I have already given my word. Mr. Qin, you may dispose of the trash as you please. You, Chu Zichuan, naturally understood Tian Pingsheng's identity. The veins on his forehead, but in the end he held back. He took a deep breath and said to Qin Wudao, what do you want to let Chu Feng go? I can agree to anything. Then kneel first. Kneel, eh? Chu Zichuan looked at Qin Wudao in disbelief. You want me to kneel? Are you joking? Qin Wudao's face showed a mocking expression. With a failure like you think him joking. I said kneel. I am still your master, just a servant. When did a servant speak to his master like this? You? Fine. I kneel. Chu Zichuan's face was heavy, and then with a thud he knelt on the ground. Just as Qin Wudao said, he was the Dragon King, and Chu Zichuan was merely someone who had failed to compete for the Dragon King position. In nicer terms he was called the Dragon God, but he was no different from Long Lin and Long Ya. Chu Zichuan knelt on the ground and said to Qin Wudao, can you let Chu Feng go now? Qin Wudao, don't go too far. Hearing this, Qin Wudao smiled slightly. I lied to you. Crack. With a crisp sound of bones breaking, Chu Feng, with a face full of unwillingness, gradually lost the breath of life. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying the chosen one. Chu Feng devoured the goddess reward system. The chime of the ox-horse system echoed in Qin Wudao's mind, and shortly after a peculiar voice emerged. Reward, little one, my host is done for. Impossible, I haven't even played my trump card. If you have the guts, let me out, and well. Ox-horse, little one, brother, you talk too much. Since you're here, you think you can leave? Today I'll teach you a lesson, or you'll never know what the ox-horse system means. Boom, boom, boom. As a thunderous roar echoed in his mind. Reward, little one, I surrender. From now on, you're my boss. Stop hitting me, please, I give up. Ox-horse, little one, who are you calling boss? Remember, in our turf, there's only one boss. The host of the supreme ox-horse. Blabber again, and he'll kill you. Reward, little one, I understand. The host is the boss. The host is the boss. Just as the two systems were talking, the regret, little one, popped up. Little reward, come here, from now on you're the fourth, come over. And before regret, little one, could finish, reward, little one, cut him off. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You think I can't beat him, but I can't beat you. Damn it. Thump, thump, thump. Moments later, the sobbing of regret, little one, echoed. Stop hitting, you're the third and the fourth. All right. Why does everyone treat me like this? You're just a female-oriented regret system, and you dare to pick a fight with us. Get lost. From now on, you eat with the dogs. After saying this, reward, little one, spoke ingratiatingly. Boss, from now on we're on the same side. I know the rules. Rest assured. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dragon Kingdom Black Card, 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the goddess bonding function, allows viewing the attributes and favorability of bound women. Back in reality. Seeing Chu Feng lying on the ground, Chu Zichuan's pupils constricted. This was his distant cousin Ai. After they recognized each other, their bond was unbreakable, and Chu Feng had even promised to support him greatly in becoming the Dragon King. Yet now, even after kneeling to Qin Wudao for Chu Feng's sake, he still couldn't save him. Chu Zichuan's facial muscles twitched slightly, his eyes blazing with fury. Qin Wudao. Chu Zichuan roared, then stood up and threw a punch. Boom. The fist seemed to carry wisps of transparent energy, and the moment it struck, the wind from the punch roared. Compared to Yiling, the ace soldier, Chu Zichuan was immeasurably stronger. Yet against this formidable punch, Qin Wudao squinted his eyes and threw a punch of his own, their movements almost identical. Boom. As their fists collided, a dull thud echoed through the hall. The ground beneath their feet cracked, a testament to their unimaginable strength. Chu Zichuan's face showed shock. He hadn't expected that after years apart, Qin Wudao's strength hadn't waned, but had instead increased. Even if he was born with divine strength, why would he suddenly become stronger after so many years of inactivity? Moreover, Chu Zichuan himself was also born with divine strength, and he had been fighting on the battlefield, while Qin Wudao was playing the lapdog in the country. But shock was futile now. Chu Zichuan felt as if his fist had struck a boulder, utterly immovable. Qin Wudao curled his lips slightly, and said softly, Chu Zichuan, after all these years, how have you made no progress at all? Before Chu Zichuan could answer, Qin Wudao's arm muscles tensed, and with a boom, he sent Chu Zichuan flying. Chu Zichuan was shot backward like a cannonball. Just as he was about to hit the wall, he twisted his body, pressed one hand against it, and used the momentum to dash out of the hall. Now that Chu Feng was dead, his men were either dead or crippled, and the direct punch had made Chu Zichuan realize he might not be a match for Qin Wudao. Given that, he would retreat for now and plan anew. Watching Chu Zichuan's fleeing figure, Long Lin said coldly, Dragon King, should I pursue him? No need. Qin Wudao shook his head and said softly, beyond his personal strength, Chu Zichuan has his forces. Even if I kill him, now those forces will retaliate. In a while, come with me abroad. Those old fools in the Elder Council, since they want to meddle. Then we'll bury them. Yes. Long Lin and Long Yu were only slightly surprised before quickly affirming. They were loyal to the Dragon King, not the Elder Council. Whatever Qin Wudao commanded, they would execute unconditionally. Having escaped, Chu Zichuan sprinted wildly through the darkness. His right hand had completely lost sensation. Qin Wudao's punch had been so vicious that if he hadn't used the momentum to fly back, his arm would have been shattered. Qin Wudao, well played, but the Dragon King's throne will be mine sooner or later. Don't forget, you're not your master's only disciple. When your senior and junior sisters learn of your disgraceful deeds over the years, let's see how you explain. They'll also have the Elder Council condemn you. Then there will be no place for you in the Dragon King's hall. Chu Zichuan gradually vanished into the night. Inside the banquet hall, the onlookers were stunned once again, witnessing Qin Wudao's brutality. As high society elites, they had privately committed their share of dirty deeds, but they had never seen someone as audacious as Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao took the handkerchief Long Lin handed him and wiped his hand. Then he returned to Bai Hanfeng. Old Bai, sorry for disrupting your banquet. Bai Hanfeng looked at Qin Wudao with resentment. Initially, Chu Feng had annoyed him, so he thought to let Qin Wudao stir things up. But this stir had escalated into a major incident. That Chu Feng, known as President Mo, had connections with major foreign conglomerates. In the end, it would be the Bai family cleaning up the mess. But since it was his own fault for inviting trouble, he couldn't blame Qin Wudao. He could only say helplessly, Mr. Qin, it's fine. Chu Feng brought this on himself. I hope it won't affect our cooperation. Of course not. Qin Wudao flashed an innocent smile. Our Hidden Dragon Group is very much looking forward to cooperating with Qin Group. Good. Just then, Bai Qingyue stepped forward, her gaze toward Qin Wudao, tinged with complexity. President Qin, if you're free tomorrow, I'd like to discuss the cooperation details privately. Would you do me the honor? No problem. Since the contract is signed, it's time we talked. Tian Pingxing, who was not far away, also stepped forward and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, you haven't forgotten our appointment tonight, have you? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao nodded. After the banquet, and shall we find a place to talk privately? That would be. Tian Pingxing was completely different from Qin Zirwei. Although he came from an elite family, being from a military lineage, he was naturally not a frivolous dandy. However, the destiny of a villainous protagonist proved that this man was far from simple. With no conflict of interest at present, Qin Wudao did not mind forming a connection with him. Moreover, since the title destined was involved, his antagonist role must correspond to a child of destiny. Chu Feng was clearly not that person, as the two had never reached an irreconcilable point. Bai Qingyue and Tian Pingxing were merely childhood friends, not yet at the stage of being fiancé and fiancée. Killing Chu Feng had earned him the reward system, which gave Qin Wudao a taste of sweetness. He was curious how many systems he could install and how powerful the Oxhorse system truly was. Thus, if he could use Tian Pingxing to identify the child of destiny he was meant to confront, that would be ideal. With Chu Feng's minor episode over, the subsequent banquet proceeded without any unexpected incidents. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the future direction of the Magic City's business circle was decided. When the banquet ended, Qin Wudao and Tian Pingxing drove directly to a private kitchen restaurant in Magic City. Meanwhile, both children of the Li family were severely injured and hospitalized, but their father Li Lindu did not go to the hospital. Instead, he headed to a Taoist temple in the outskirts. Unlike the brilliant lights of Magic City, this Taoist temple was extremely quiet, not even a single candle flickering. Li Lindu was very familiar with the place. He did not knock on the tightly shut gate, but entered through a side door. As soon as he stepped into the temple courtyard, he saw an old man with white hair standing there. Patriarchally, I calculated long ago that you would come today. What business brings you here? Umph. Hearing the old Taoist words, Li Lindu let out a cold laugh. Wawazi, since you're so skilled at divination, why didn't you foresee why I came to see you? That's not quite right, patriarchally. Since you've come to see me, whether I divine or not, you will still state your purpose. So why should I bother? You swindling Taoist. Li Lindu strode up to the old Taoist in a few steps and said coldly, you were the one who said Wudao was a jinx unfavorable to my inheritance and consolidation of the Li family, so I devised a plan to lose him. But now, he has become the president of the Hidden Dragon Group. This jinx you spoke of has become a true dragon. Because of you, he is now without any family ties. Tell me, how can I keep this dragon? Unlike Li Lindu's agitation, the old Taoist's expression was extremely calm. Patriarchally, I merely gave you a suggestion back then. In the end, did you not successfully consolidate the Li family? Since you achieved your goal, why worry about a discarded pawn? I don't care. Since you made me do it, you must see it through to the end. Aren't you skilled in divination? Tell me, how can I make him return to my Li family? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist fell silent. After a moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said softly, since he has become a true dragon, how can he return home? To make a true dragon return, one must first strip it of its power. Li Lindu said in a cold voice, how? Patriarchally, rest assured. Since you have come to me, I will naturally help you. To be honest, I have a disciple who has studied the art of dragon slaying since childhood. If he goes to sever that true dragon, stripping it of its ability to soar through the heavens, it will naturally return home. Leave everything to me then. After pondering for a moment, Li Lindu said in a deep voice, very well, I will trust you one more time. If you succeed, I will be responsible for your temple's incense offerings for the next century. If you fail, you can prepare to die. Don't think I'm joking. With that, Li Lindu turned and left. Watching Li Lindu's receding figure, the old Taoist murmured softly, "My disciple, as long as you can sever this true dragon with the dragon-slaying art, his true dragon's fortune will naturally become yours. Let your master bear all the sins. This is what I owe the Yi family." Inside a private room of the private kitchen restaurant, Qin Wudao and Tian Pingxing sat facing each other. "Brother Qin, thank you very much for accepting my invitation. You're too kind. Besides, you helped me resolve a problem in the hall earlier. By all accounts, I should be the one treating you." "Huh?" Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Tian Pingxing chuckled lightly. "Not at all. Even if I hadn't helped, Brother Qin could have handled it yourself, couldn't you? Brother Tian overestimates me. I'm just a businessman. How could I sway the decisions of the Enforcement Bureau?" "No, you certainly could," Tian Pingxing said with a serious expression. "After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall can easily clean up some trash with a flick of his hand, can't he?" Qin Wudao's expression remained unchanged. He was not at all surprised that Tian Pingxing had seen through his identity as the Dragon King, given Tian Pingxing's background was as red as it could get. It would be strange if such a background couldn't uncover his identity. The title Dragon King Hall might work abroad, but in Dragon Country the Dragon King's status seems no match for yours, Brother Tian. "Brother Qin flatters me." Tian Pingxing shook his head and continued, "The Dragon King Hall's international influence over the years is beyond our comparison. I reckon even if you killed me now, Brother Qin, you'd still walk away unscathed. It's precisely because of your strength, Brother Qin, that I have an impertinent request. Speak freely. Next month on the 12th is my grandfather's birthday. I hope Brother Qin can do me the honor of coming to the capital. Of course I will send someone to escort you." "The capital?" Qin Wudao lowered his eyes in thought. For him, the Dragon King, the capital was indeed a sensitive place, as he represented the immense power of the Dragon King Hall. Every word and action could draw the attention of the high and mighty. "Brother Qin, rest assured." Seeming to read Qin Wudao's thoughts, Tian Pingxing quickly said, "This invitation is merely to help me deal with one person. I will handle everything else. If anything goes wrong, you can kill me at any time. After it's done, I guarantee my full support for whatever you want to do. You're quite straightforward." Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "Who do you want me to deal with?" Upon hearing this, Tian Pingxing said coldly, "A descendant of a divine doctor who just came down from the mountains. He might cure my grandfather's close friend, and I don't want to see that happen." Upon hearing Tian Pingxing's words, Qin Wudao's gaze slightly narrowed. This script was all too familiar. A divine doctor coming down from the mountain. Under normal circumstances, that divine doctor should be the child of destiny, opposing Tian Pingxing, the villain, right? However, it seemed Tian Pingxing had some brains after all. Instead of acting like a brainless villain who would mock and get slapped in the face, he sought external help. "All right, I agree to this matter." Qin Wudao directly accepted Tian Pingxing's request. It wasn't because he wanted to hunt down the divine doctor, but because the power behind Tian Pingxing greatly appealed to him. In the Dragon Kingdom, Tian Pingxing's official connections could be said to be at the top. If he could make the other party owe him a favor through this matter, it would be convenient for the Dragon King Hall in the future. Moreover, as everyone knew, the child of destiny might have to endure various betrayals and hardships. But villains, by contrast, were much more united. Compared to the divine doctor he had never met, Qin Wudao preferred to cooperate with Tian Pingxing. The two exchanged a smile, then raised their glasses and drank them dry. After drinking, Tian Pingxing seemed to think of something and chuckled. "By the way, Brother Qin, if you have feelings for the young lady of the Bai family, don't worry about me. I only have my eyes on the Bai family's power. But compared to the Bai family, I now want to cooperate with you, Brother Qin." "You mean by Qin Hua?" "Actually, she and I, Brother Qin, were both men, no need to explain." This drinking session lasted until the early hours of the morning. From the initial politeness to the end, the two were already arm in arm. "Brother Qin, let me tell you, from now on you are my good brother. Let's make a great achievement together." "Of course, Brother Tian, we have plenty of opportunities for cooperation ahead." The two were still reluctant to part, until they got into their respective cars. Once in the car, Qin Wudao, who had appeared slightly tipsy, immediately sobered up. "Back to the Qin residence." "Yes, young master." The driver started the car and sped toward the Qin residence. At this moment, inside the Qin residence, the invincible second young master Qin was kneeling in the living room, his face full of indignation. "Sis, are you crazy? I am your little brother, and you actually hit me. You." "Oh." Slap. Before he could finish, Qin Zirwei's back received another belt strike. His screams echoed through the living room. Judging from the marks on his back, he had clearly been beaten for quite a while. As for Qin's father and mother, they sat on the sofa eating sunflower seeds with no intention of stopping her. Qin Wanrong's pretty face was covered with frost. "Qin Zirwei, you've got some nerve introducing women to your brother." "He is not my brother," Qin Zirwei stubbornly retorted. "Besides, even if he is, so what? I introduce women to him, and instead of thanking me, you hit me. Is there no law?" And slap. Before he could finish, he received another belt. Qin's mother, sitting on the sofa, showed a trace of reluctance in her eyes, and said to Qin's father beside her, "Old Qin, the belt you bought this time, isn't it too good quality?" It hasn't broken after hitting for so long. I deliberately bought a better one, otherwise if it broke after 2 strikes, what would be the point? Can Zirwei bear it? No problem, the kid is thick-skinned and tough, he can definitely take it. Besides, I said before that this kid would get a beating when he came back. See, I was right. Alas. Qin's mother sighed, and then continued eating sunflower seeds. Bang. Just as Qin Zirwei was still wailing, the living room door opened, and Qin Wudao slowly walked in. He was obviously stunned by the scene before him. Had Qin Zirwei messed up again? But why was it Qin Wanrong doing the hitting instead of Qin's father? Seeing Qin Wudao's arrival, Qin Zirwei acted as if he had seen a savior. He scrambled to hide behind Qin Wudao, then looked warily at Qin Wanrong. I'm telling you, don't think that just because you're my sister I won't fight back. If you weren't a woman, I would have beaten you long. The invincible second young master Qin showed a cold gleam in his eyes, his aura surging. Except one had to ignore his hand tightly gripping Qin Wudao's pants. Oomph. Qin Wanrong threw the belt on the floor, snorted in displeasure, then turned and walked up the stairs. After Qin Wanrong left, Qin Wudao looked down and asked, "What's wrong with her?" "Who knows?" Qin Zirwei curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "As her little brother, I saw she was in a bad mood, so I deliberately let her hit me a couple of times. But maybe my physique is too good. Oh, when she hit me, she must have been jolted by the recoil, right?" After showing off, Qin Zirwei let go of Qin Wudao and said angrily, "Qin Wudao, who told you to get so close to me? And this is my home, you." Before Qin Zirwei could finish, he saw Qin's father picking up the belt and showing him a kind and amiable smile. "This time it's my turn." Huh. Qin Zirwei's pupils contracted. He was about to hide behind Qin Wudao again, only to find that Qin Wudao had also gone upstairs. Qin's father slowly approached Qin Zirwei and said with a gentle smile, "Son, bear with it. It won't hurt after a while." Oh. Returning to his room, Qin Wudao threw aside his alcohol-stained clothes. Just as he walked into the bathroom, an arm as smooth as a lotus root suddenly grabbed him. Qin Wudao had not turned on the lights. The room was only lit by moonlight. He clearly saw a figure in front of him. It was Qin Wanrong. Moreover, she was in the bathroom without turning on the light, and her clothes were scattered all over the floor. As they looked at each other, Qin Wudao asked in confusion, "You don't speak." Just as Qin Wudao was about to say something, Qin Wanrong stretched out her slender finger and pointed at Qin Wudao's neck. "Whose mark is this? I was busy, so I didn't go with you, and you let someone else leave a mark on you. You just..." Bang. Before Qin Wanrong could finish, Qin Wudao directly grabbed her wrist, then turned around and pinned her against the... Qin Wanrong, who had been about to confront him, was now like a quiet kitten, her pretty face flushed. "You? What are you going to do? There are still people in the living room. It's okay, just keep your voice down." Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Qin Wanrong's body trembled involuntarily. She had mustered up her courage, but when the moment came, she was still a bit flustered. Yet her love made her unconsciously cooperate. Before she could say anything, Qin Wudao directly pressed against her. You. Qin Wudao slowly closed the bathroom door, and their figures gradually merged together. A night without conversation. The next day, as dawn broke, Qin Wanrong slowly opened her beautiful eyes. In that moment of awakening, she recalled the absurd events of the previous night. If she hadn't controlled her voice so diligently, this incident might have been exposed. Moreover, Qin Wanrong's charming face flushed slightly. She never imagined that her younger brother harbored such strange thoughts. Previously, Qin Wanrong only had a vague understanding of these matters from books and the internet, but last night, she experienced it directly. That scoundrel. Qin Wanrong felt a mix of exhaustion and shyness, wishing she could turn into an ostrich. She instinctively glanced to the side where Qin Wudao's deep eyes were fixed on her, a hint of mischief on his hand. You mustn't look." Qin Wanrong stretched out her hand to press against Qin Wudao's face, wanting to act like an ostrich, but before she could succeed, Qin Wudao gently kissed her little hand. "Now you feel shy? You weren't like this yesterday, saying you wanted to. No more." Qin Wanrong's tone was filled with embarrassment and anger. She intended to get her clothes, but they were in the bathroom, and even the slightest movement caused her body to ache. "All right." Qin Wudao held Qin Wanrong in his arms, softly saying, "Just rest well today. They'll handle the matters at the company for you." Feeling Qin Wudao's tenderness, Qin Wanrong murmured in response, then found a comfortable position and drifted back into sleep. When she woke up again, it was already noon. Qin Wanrong frowned slightly, still feeling some pain. After putting on her clothes, she slowly descended the stairs, just in time to see her mother in the living room. Qin Wanrong instantly felt guilty, and as she was about to sneak away, her mother called her back. The mother and daughter sat on the sofa, starting a heart-to-heart conversation. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao had arrived. Upon seeing Bai Qingyue again, he still admired her ethereal and transcendent aura, but it was merely admiration. After all, now the massive Qinyu group was resting solely on her shoulders. "President Qin, please take a seat." Bai Qingyue and Qin Wudao sat across from each other. At this moment, aside from her ethereal aura, her white suit added a touch of competence. "President Qin, I plan to officially start our cooperation from tomorrow. Rest assured, I will unconditionally execute everything my grandfather promised." Xinyu Group will do its utmost to assist you in the businesses that Inhong Group wishes to engage in. Qin Wudao nodded, continuing, are you really planning to part with that piece of land in the north? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyu's beautiful face showed a hint of helplessness. I have just inherited the group. If I don't give some benefits to those people, they'll likely keep setting me up. It will be met with layers of resistance if I want to develop that piece of land later. Qin Wudao agreed with Bai Qingyu. Just like when Inhong Group first entered Modu, it was also excluded by various forces. We at Inhong Group also plan to take a part of the land in the north of the city, since it is a new business district, so feel free to set the terms. Bai Qingyu could see the obvious ambition on Qin Wudao's face. She felt no surprise at his strong confidence. Choosing to reveal his identity as the president of Inhong Group at the banquet was clearly a move to shine bright. President Qin, I can give Inhong Group a 30% share of the development rights for that piece of land in the north of the city, but I would like to ask you for a favor. 30%. Qin Wudao's expression held a playful curiosity. After all, during the previous banquet, Bai Qingyu had explicitly stated that she intended to release 80% for various forces to participate, yet Inhong Group could start with 30%. That was even more than what Xinyu Group was keeping for itself. Something must be amiss. Qin Wudao didn't believe that the woman before him was captivated by his charm, for the panel clearly displayed Bai Qingyu's favorability towards him. Name Bai Qingyu. Fate, daughter of fortune, business genius, superb talent, deep blood, feud, prosperous husband. Charm value 99. Favorability 35. Friendly. The recently acquired favorability panel allowed Qin Wudao to clearly see anyone's attitude towards him. Bai Qingyu's favorability was merely friendly. How could she possibly offer such a substantial benefit? As if sensing Qin Wudao's thoughts, Bai Qingyu quickly spoke. President Qin, rest assured this favor won't be too difficult. You are the president of Inhong Group and have a tremendous connection with the Qin and Li families. Here in Modu you are at the pinnacle. You also know, aside from me, I have a second uncle who has been coveting Xinyu Group and has connections with some shareholders. I hope you can publicly acknowledge our close relationship, even consider an engagement. Just give me a year to stabilize. Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as Bai Qingyu said, establishing a connection with him could indeed stabilize the group. People like Tian Pingxing with such family backgrounds cannot afford such rumors. After all, his background is red. One misstep could ignite a fire. And Qin Wudao, the suddenly emerging president, was the person Bai Qingyu could rely on. President Bai, I believe you understand that cooperating with Inhong Group is mutually beneficial. As for the 30% of the Northern City Development Project, it can only cover the compensation promised to Bai Lao by me. I'm not unable to agree to your favor, but it requires additional payment. Upon seeing Qin Wudao's serious expression, Bai Qingyu couldn't help but smile wryly. Usually her beauty gave her an advantage, but facing this man it seemed useless. After pondering for a moment, Bai Qingyu pushed out a contract. This is 5% of Xinyu Group's shares, the portion that Chu Feng gifted me before. I think this compensation should suffice, right? Qin Wudao opened the contract and began to review it. Bai Qingyu rolled her eyes. She muttered softly, stingy, do you think I would deceive you? Bai Qingyu never expected that her nearly mosquito-like whisper would be heard by Qin Wudao, who even acknowledged it. Bai Qingyu was momentarily flustered, yet she couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was upset about. Moments later, after Qin Wudao had thoroughly reviewed the entire contract, he smiled at Bai Qingyu and said, pleasure doing business. Bai Qingyu was speechless. Striking a deal should have been a cause for joy, yet inexplicably, she found herself unable to feel any happiness, only a simmering irritation. But since Qin Wudao had already extended his hand, Bai Qingyu could only force a strained smile. Pleasure doing business, President Qin. You. Before she could finish, a loud bang interrupted. Just as Bai Qingyu and Qin Wudao were shaking hands, the office door was abruptly pushed open. Following that, a middle-aged man led a group of people into the room. Qingyu, are you really going to give up 80% of the development rights for the land north of the city? This is outrageous. The intruder was none other than Bai Xiaoming, the second son of the Bai family. Behind him were individuals dressed in luxurious attire, all appearing to be of considerable age, likely the shareholders of Xinyu Group. Bai Xiaoming strode directly to the desk. Upon noticing Qin Wudao, he merely nodded. Although he also wished to cultivate a relationship with the president of Inhong Group, seeing Qin Wudao shaking hands with Bai Qingyu caused his inner resentment to erode his reason. Facing Bai Xiaoming, Bai Qingyu said coldly, Director Bai, this is the company. Remember to address me by my title. Bai Xiaoming's smile was filled with disdain. Qingyu, no, President Bai. Do you really think that just because you've become the president, the entire group will bow to your every whim? How much effort and capital did we pour into that land north of the city? And now with a single word you want to throw away 80%. How much loss will this inflict on the group? I've brought the shareholders today to convene a board meeting. If you can't handle the president's position, well, then let someone capable take over. Hearing this, Bai Qingyu's expression remained calm, as she said indifferently, Director, by the capable person you speak of should be yourself, shouldn't it? Of course it's me. Bai Xiaoming showed no hint of modesty. I've been with the group for years and understand all its operations large and small. Most importantly, I wouldn't give away a piece of meat that's already in my mouth. With a bang, Bai Qingyue slammed her jade-like hand on the desk. After doing so, she immediately clasped her hands behind her back, appearing imposing while her other hand secretly rubbed her reddened palm. It hurt terribly. Bai Qingyu's pretty face was frosty. Bai Xiaoming, do you even know what you're saying? If our Qinyu group tries to swallow the North City project alone, let alone other groups coveting it, and playing dirty, even the Magic City authorities won't stand idly by. That's just because your methods are inadequate. Bai Xiaoming completely dismissed Bai Qingyu's warning. You have only one choice now, either hand over the president's seat or take back those interests. Bai Xiaoming understood the danger of this matter perfectly well, but he was determined to pressure Bai Qingyue. Either she stepped down or she reclaimed the project and still lost her position. This was a blatant, open scheme, and one that was impossible to counter. A hint of smugness gleamed in Bai Xiaoming's eyes. He had the upper hand this time. Just as Bai Xiaoming anticipated seeing Bai Qingyue break down, Qin Wudao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Bai Xiaoming frowned slightly, turning to Qin Wudao. President Qin, this is an internal matter of our group. It shouldn't concern you, should it? Qin Wudao smiled, faintly pulling out the contract in his hand. Sorry, what's your name again? I hold 30% of the development rights for that North City land. Are you saying you're going to take it back? What? Both Bai Xiaoming and the shareholders behind him were stunned. They never imagined Bai Qingyue would be so ruthless. She had directly given Qin Wudao 30%, more than what Qinyu Group itself held. Impossible. Bai Xiaoming instinctively lunged forward, trying to snatch the contract away. But he forgot one thing: Qin Wudao was not Bai Qingyue. With a muffled thud, Bai Xiaoming's neck was seized by a large hand. In an instant, he was lifted into the air, struggling frantically. Qin Wudao said coolly, "Who gave you the audacity to try and take something from me?" Bai Xiaoming struggled with all his might, emitting guttural sounds from his throat, his eyes filled with terror. Watching this scene unfold, Bai Qingyue felt an instant surge of relief, as if all her pent-up frustration had vanished. The feeling was utterly exhilarating. President Bai. Qin Wudao turned to Bai Qingyue. How about you add another 10%, and he'll take care of this nuisance for you? What a greedy man. Bai Qingyue fumed inwardly. Although Qin Wudao's proposal was tempting, Bai Xiaoming couldn't die just yet, and besides, he was still family. President Qin, please let Director Bai go. I will take responsibility for compensating the offense he has caused you. With a thud, Qin Wudao tossed Bai Xiaoming to the ground as if discarding trash. Disgusted, he even took a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe his hands. If you ever speak to me like that again, I guarantee that not even Bai Qingyue can save you. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xiaoming sat on the floor, coughing incessantly. His gaze towards Qin Wudao was filled with fear, as he felt he had glimpsed his own great-grandmother in that moment. This man truly intended to kill him. With soft footsteps, Bai Qingyue approached. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, she directly took Qin Wudao's arm. The cooperation between Yinlong Group and our group is a win-win situation. It's the only way to silence everyone. Besides, he's my boyfriend. What's wrong with me giving up a portion of the benefits? Boyfriend? Bai Xiaoming's pupils constricted. He never expected Bai Qingyue to have connected with Qin Wudao. Who in Magic City didn't know Qin Wudao by now? The president of Yinlong Group connected to the Qin and Li families, known for his ruthless and decisive methods. Crossing someone like that meant the end of your prospects in Magic City. But when had Bai Qingyue become Qin Wudao's girlfriend? Just then, a young man among the crowd who had been ruddy-faced suddenly turned pale. President Bai. She really has a boyfriend. A voice suddenly echoed in the young man's mind. Player, the system warns you, if you fail to win over your target, your body will revert to its cancerous state, and you will lose everything. Upon hearing the system's prompt, the young man's face grew increasingly pale. He had not anticipated that the woman he was meant to seduce already had a boyfriend. Wouldn't that make the task even more difficult? Especially since that person was none other than the ruthless Qin Wudao. Yet if he didn't succeed in seducing her, his cancer would remain incurable. Moreover, if he succeeded, he would obtain wealth beyond several lifetimes. Let's do it. The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes brimming with determination. On the other side, Bai Xiaoming stood frozen in place. After a moment, he roared, "Impossible. You're lying to me. How could he possibly be your boyfriend?" In contrast to Bai Xiaoming's impotent rage, Bai Qingyue appeared remarkably calm. She tightened her grip on Qin Wudao's arm. The director's expressions shifted unpredictably. They had sided with Bai Xiaoming solely for personal gain. Moreover, Bai Qingyue had just become the chairman of Qinyu Group, akin to a rootless duckweed. Now they were told that Qin Wudao had become her boyfriend. Not to mention the Yinlong Group, even the Qin and Li families were not forces they could contend with. Furthermore, during the previous banquet, everyone had witnessed Qin Wudao's ruthlessness firsthand. He was nothing short of a demon who killed without blinking. To go against him at this moment would be nothing short of courting death. With that thought, they quickly spoke up. President and Director, Bai, our apologies, but we have some urgent business to attend to. We'll take our leave now. Wait for me, I'm leaving too. I have business as well. If you're all leaving, then I'll go too. The directors summoned by Xiaoming scattered in all directions. They were all seasoned veterans knowing when to speak and when to keep silent. Now that Qin Wudao and Bai Qingwei were arm in arm, if they said one more word, what if they couldn't leave this office alive? If Bai Qingwei hadn't stopped him earlier, Bai Xiaoming would likely have been beaten to death. The office door stood wide open. Some employees quietly watched the spectacle, not daring to make a sound. Bai Qingwei released Qin Wudao's arm and walked over to Bai Xiaoming, a smile gracing her ethereal countenance. Director Bai, you should go back to work. I hope this won't happen again. You are merely a director while I am the chairman and president of Qinyu Group. If you don't want to work here, you are free to resign at any time. Fine, fine. Bai Xiaoming laughed in fury. That little Qingwei who used to cry all the time has finally grown up, learned to play these tricks. He'll leave. But you won't stay in this seat forever. With that, Bai Xiaoming turned and left. Director Bai, remember to close the door. Bang. Bam. Bai Xiaoming slammed the office door shut, causing the entire room to tremble. Once the door was closed, Bai Qingyu's previously triumphant expression instantly calmed. She raised her slightly reddened hand, her beautiful eyes seeming moist, and kept blowing on it. Seeing Bai Qingwei like this, Qin Wudao found it somewhat amusing. In front of others, she had worked hard to put up a facade, but once the danger was gone, she was still just a little girl. Huff huff. Bai Qingwei kept blowing on her small hand. The slap on the table earlier had been full of bravado, but it had nearly swollen her hand. What a pain. Absolutely. Great President, Bai, stop blowing. He'll have someone buy you some ointment later. Hearing Qin Wudao's slightly teasing tone, Bai Qingwei shot him a displeased glare. When I slapped the table just now, couldn't you have stopped me? It hurts so much. This boyfriend is totally unreliable. Oh, Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. I'm only your boyfriend in name. If you want further services, it's simple. Add more money, money, money. You're obsessed with money. What else? President Bai, what else can you give me besides money? Bai Qingwei noticed his lingering gaze, instinctively stepped back, and said warily, don't get any ideas. This is the office, he'll scream. Qin Wudao was speechless. He looked at Bai Qingwei as if she were an idiot. With such an ethereal and transcendent temperament, yet she was a simpleton. Whether she noticed Qin Wudao's expression or not, Bai Qingwei pouted angrily. Then, as if something occurred to her, she spoke again. Oh, since you're here, let's go to Qingbei in a while, to take a look at that plot of land. Bai Qingwei nodded. I gave 30% of the development rights to the Yinlong Group. That might upset some people. I can't let them delay the project. I have to check it personally. Add more money. No. Bai Qingwei scratched her head and said exasperatedly, now you own 30% of that land in Qingbei. You are the major shareholder. Even without money, you have to come with me. With that, Bai Qingyue, without waiting for Qin Wudao to refuse, walked up, linked her arm with his, and forcibly dragged him outside. Fortunately, Qin Wudao had no intention of resisting, otherwise Bai Qingyu's slender arms could never have pulled him. Under the gazes of the Qinyu Group employees, the two walked out arm in arm. A large vacant lot in Qingbei Mo, which had previously gone unnoticed, had now become a hotly contested spot in the entire business circle. Various factions, big and small, had sent their people to get a piece of the pie. At the previous business banquet, Bai Qingwei had announced that she would release 80% of the development rights for the factions to divide. After all, building a commercial hub would generate countless opportunities for profit. Hence, every faction came to investigate what benefits they could reap. Now, with a mix of people from all walks of life gathered here, numerous disputes had arisen. In particular, in front of the office building where Qinyu Group had just broken ground, representatives from all major factions had crowded around. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to give 80%? Now that we're here, it's only 50%. How can that be enough? Bring out that little girl, Bai Qingwei. Was she just deceiving us with her words? I knew it. How could a little girl inherit such a large group? Better to let Second Master Bai take over. How ridiculous. Going back on her word. This Bai Qingwei has really opened my eyes. The surrounding murmurs continued. The project manager of Qinyu Group greeted everyone with a smile, but in his heart, he was cursing. This was clearly a pie that Qinyu Group was sharing with them, yet they were complaining that the slice was too small. It was a classic case of insatiable greed. If it were up to him, he would have driven all these people out. Since you think it's too little, then don't eat. But he was merely a project manager, hardly in a position to fall out with them, so he could only patiently explain. At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from outside. Frowning, the project manager hurried out to see a semi-trailer truck crashing directly into a crane not far from the office building. The surrounding workers quickly scattered, afraid to continue. A group of tattooed men swaggered over. The leader smiled at the project manager, revealing a few golden teeth. Manager Lee, weren't we told earlier that this demolition work would be ours? What do you mean by switching people at the last minute? Suppressing his inner fury, Manager Lee explained. President Wang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but your GOA Group's demolition project is too slow. This land has been assigned to someone else, so we have to speed up the work. Since you can't keep up with the schedule, we have no choice but to find someone else. President Wang sneered, clearly dissatisfied with Lee's explanation. Who doesn't know that Joe Group is the fastest at demolition? If you don't pay enough, progress will naturally slow down. You say this land has been given to someone else. Fine, tell me which company it is. I want to see who dares to defy me. Wong Tiger here in the Northern District. Wong Tiger indeed. Just a thug leading a bunch of ruffians in a shabby company, and he thinks he's a big shot. A hint of mockery flickered deep in Manager Lee's eyes. But operating in the Northern District, he couldn't afford to offend such a local bully. He could only patiently explain, I can't reveal the identity of the person who got this land for now. If you want the demolition work, President Wong, why not wait for the real owner and negotiate with them? What do you mean given to someone else? Just then a middle-aged woman in professional attire stepped forward. Without a word, she slapped Manager Lee across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp. The woman said venomously, Li Yuqing, do you know who I am? Bai Qingwei is nothing but my niece. If she gives us 80% as promised, I'll support her. If she doesn't, I won't show anyone any respect. Talking about giving it to someone else. Clearly that little wench wants to do it all herself. So many of us, and she offers only 50%. How dare she think of such a thing? The crowd, all there for their own gain, eagerly fanned the flames. That's right. Bring out Bai Qingwei. She must keep her promises, or no one will have peace. Where is the integrity of Qingyu Group? Seeing so many people backing her up, the middle-aged woman, Bai Qingyu's distant aunt, grew even more smug. She dared not provoke Qingyu Group alone, not even as a relative. But with a mob behind her, it was a different story. Moreover, Bai Qingwei had just taken over and hadn't yet secured her position. In her eyes, Qingyu Group would eventually have to compromise. Wong Tiger kicked Manager Lee to the ground, shouting arrogantly, I'm telling you, whoever does construction in the Northern District must use Joe Group. If anyone refuses, they'll bury them alive. Li Yuqing kicked to the ground, endured the pain, and stood up. His expression grew stern. Everyone, we live in a society governed by law. We are all legitimate businessmen. I hope you won't persist in your mistakes, or else no one will come out looking good. You're asking for death. Wong Tiger's face twisted with rage as he grabbed a steel pipe from one of his lackeys, glaring at Li Yuqing. Though fearful, he didn't back down. Just as Wong was about to strike, a teasing voice rang out. Oh, my turf is quite lively. President Bai, are you planning a ribbon-cutting ceremony for me? Wong Tiger turned and roared, which bastard has the guts to interrupt me? Can't you see I'm busy here? Everyone turned to see Qin Wudao, and Bai Qingyu, followed by a dozen bodyguards. As the president of Qingyu Group, Bai Qingwen naturally wouldn't come alone. Some in the crowd recognized Qin Wudao and instinctively stepped back, never expecting this fearsome figure to appear. Others only knew Bai Qingyu, having seen her photo through various channels since they wanted to cooperate with Qingyu Group. Oh, the new president of Qingyu Group is here. Are you going to give us an explanation? Heh, pretty face, but a girl who doesn't keep her word. If Qingyu Group doesn't make things right today, no one will have an easy time. Ignoring the uproar, Bai Qingwei walked straight to Li Yuqing. She immediately noticed his injuries, his swollen face, and the hand clutching his stomach. She said softly, Manager Lee, go home and rest for a few days. This month you and your project team will have double pay and bonuses. Those injured will also get paid leave covered as work-related injuries. Hearing this, Li Yuqing felt his suffering was not in vain. Despite the chaos, the president showed no blame, but instead cared for her subordinates. President, I'm fine. I can still work. Go and rest. Leave this to me. Bai Qingwei looked at the greedy faces around her and said coldly, if you have something to say, I'm here now. The middle-aged woman stepped forward. Qingyu, your aunt isn't trying to scold you, but when your grandfather ran the group, integrity was paramount. Now you're in charge, and already breaking your word. When did I break my word? You're still making excuses. I'm only looking out for you. Enough. Before the woman could finish, Wong Tiger impatiently cut her off. He looked Bai Qingwei up and down, a gleam of greed in his eyes. So you're President Bai. It was agreed that the demolition for this land would be handled by Joe Group. What's with the sudden change? Think I'm an easy target? Huh? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. If your progress can't keep up, replacements are inevitable. Besides, I've already allocated this land to someone else. If you still want to continue the project, go negotiate with that company. Negotiate my ass. Rustling sounds filled the air as Wang Laohu let out a thunderous roar. The 100 or so men behind him brandished weapons and encircled Bai Qingwei and her entourage. After this move, Wang Laohu sneered, let me tell you, you big CEOs might throw your weight around in your offices, but out here you all listen to me. Either give me an explanation today and treat me to a drink to settle this, or, well, don't expect to get anything done. Without my nod, this North City project will never move forward. Bai Qingwei knew all too well how troublesome these local tyrants could be. They were like centipedes, hard to kill outright. Eliminate one batch and another would emerge. Just as Bai Qingwei pondered whether to resort to some measures, a thought struck her. She turned her head to look at Qin Wudao, who wore a faint smile. Wait a minute. Given Qin Wudao's personality, shouldn't he be stepping in now? Besides, this land belonged to their hidden dragon group. Why wasn't he making a move? Qin Wudao naturally noticed Bai Qingyu's gaze. He extended his hand and made a money-counting gesture. Bai Qingwei was so furious she nearly lost her composure. She had never met anyone so infuriating. Fine, fine. He'll pay all right. Hearing this, Qin Wudao's smile widened. He then pulled Bai Qingwei behind him in one swift motion. Wang Laohu scowled at Qin Wudao's action. He had never seen a beauty as stunning as Bai Qingwei and had hoped for some interaction only to have her whisked away by some brat kid trying to play the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Those around who recognized Qin Wudao instantly widened their eyes in shock, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Damn it. If only they hadn't come to watch the commotion. What a mess. Offending this demon. How would they escape unscathed today? And you Wang Laohu dare to provoke him? Who gave you the nerve? Bai Qingwei gazed at Qin Wudao's broad back, her heart racing uncontrollably for a moment. But she was no ordinary woman and quickly calmed down. After uttering his threats, Wang Laohu expected the other party to back down. Instead, the young man stood there. This instantly made Wang Laohu feel humiliated. Looks like I need to show you some real pain before you know who I am. A fierce glint flashed across Wang Laohu's face. He raised the steel pipe in his hand and swung it viciously toward Qin Wudao. Bai Qingwei instinctively grabbed Qin Wudao's clothes, trying to pull him back. But when she yanked, he stood as immovable as a mountain. The steel pipe sliced through the air, humming as it met resistance. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. Wang Laohu stood frozen, the cigarette dangling from his mouth, falling to the ground. What had he just witnessed? In the split second, the pipe descended. Qin Wudao threw a punch. With a resounding crash, his fist slammed into the steel pipe. The sturdy pipe bent instantly. Blood began to seep from the tiger's mouth of Wang Laohu's hand. The force was so immense that his entire arm went numb. But he had no time to dwell on the pain in his hand, for the scene before him was too staggering. You. Wang Laohu stammered, unable to form coherent words. Qin Wudao maintained his serene smile. He tossed the now deformed steel pipe to the ground and stepped forward slowly, closing in on Wang Laohu. Spotting the tattoo peeking from the other's chest, he chuckled lightly. A tattoo, huh? Triad member. Huh. Oh. Wang Laohu snapped back, fury blazing in his eyes. So what if you can fight? I've got all these brothers here, you. Crack. Before he could finish, Wang Laohu let out a blood-curdling scream. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down everyone's spine. Qin Wudao placed a hand on his shoulder. With a mere squeeze, Wang Laohu's shoulder was visibly crushed. You might not know this, but the owner of this land behind you is me. You said you wanted to contract the business, right? Demolition and construction, if I'm not mistaken. You? Ill kill. Bang. Before Wang Laohu could finish, a hand pressed down on his head. A tremendous force propelled him backward. Boom. Behind him lay a pile of rubble. Wang Laohu was slammed into it. You like demolition and construction, don't you? Perfect. Before we start work, I'll use you as a sacrifice. Qin Wudao grabbed a piece of rubble from the ground and smashed it viciously against Wang Laohu's head. Thud, thud, thud. The 100 or so underlings stood rooted to the spot, none daring to move. Their eyes were wide with horror. Some of the more timid ones collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. After an unknown stretch of time, when Qin Wudao rose to his feet, Wang Laohu had become one with the rubble pile. Wiping his hands, Qin Wudao said disdainfully, "In broad daylight, you people gather here to play thugs. Is there no law? Is there no justice?" The onlookers dared not utter a word. Those who recognized Qin Wudao and had witnessed his ruthless methods were now trembling in fear, terrified that he might in a fit of bloodlust slaughter them all. Qin Wudao turned to face the crowd, flashing a grin that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Anyone else want to stop work from starting here? Silence. At the sight of Qin Wudao's gaze, the entire crowd shuffled backward in unison. Are you kidding? Money can be earned again, but you only get one life. But there was always one who didn't know better. The middle-aged woman beside Bai Qingwei shrieked, "Murderer! He's a murderer! Someone call the authorities!" "Qingyue, what are you standing there for? He killed someone on our turf. Have him arrested." Bai Qingyu's face had already paled from Qin Wudao's brutality. The woman's screams only made her dizzier. "Shut up!" Bai Qingwei snapped. "He's my boyfriend. How could I have him arrested?" "Your boyfriend? Wang Laohu was my man. If you don't give me an explanation today, you're not leaving here." The middle-aged woman shrieked as she lunged toward Bai Qingwei. But just as she moved, her collar tightened, and she was lifted into the air like a chick. Turning her head, she met the devilish face. Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. "An explanation, you say? I don't have any tape on me right now, but how about a belt? Don't worry with me, everyone's equal. They'll go all out." Though Qin Wudao wore a genial smile, the middle-aged woman trembled all over, having assumed that, as Bai Qingyu's aunt by marriage, he would not dare to touch her. Wang Laohu's arrogance was also rooted in the woman's identity. But no one had anticipated Qin Wudao's arrival. What a lively scene. Let me see who's being so audacious. A commotion arose as a group of black-clad men, 100 strong, arrived, led by the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Weitong. As the Wang family's black glove operator, his underground influence was undeniable. The men immediately encircled everyone, sealing all exits. Wang Weitong walked up to Qin Wudao with a teasing grin. "Boss, you took matters into your own hands again. What use is this little brother of yours then? Come hand this woman over to me. With that, Wang Weitong took the middle-aged woman from Qin Wudao's grasp. Crack. In the second young master's eyes there was no such thing as chivalry. A single slap sent the woman sprawling. Qin Wudao chuckled lightly. You arrived just in time. Of course. Wang Weitong shrugged, pointing at the pile of rubble where Wang Laohu lay. That guy was like a worm in the north of the city, impossible to catch. This time, aside from the northern project, I came specifically to settle scores with him. Who knew how to offend you, boss? Now he deserves to die even more. But since he's already dead, this woman must be his mistress, right? Perfect, let's butcher her together. Remember, Wang Weitong was puzzled by the mention of a belt, clearly not grasping Qin Wudao's meaning. Qin Wudao explained calmly, this woman prefers a belt as her method of death. Such a peculiar fetish. Wang Weitong seemed to have discovered a new continent, then turned to his two underlings. You two drag her away. Remember, flog her to death with a belt. Oh, and check if Wang Laohu has any son's parents or whatnot. If I don't let the whole family reunite below, I won't sleep easy. Yes, sir. Amid the woman's wails, the two underlings hoisted her up and carried her off into the distance. Bai Qingyue seemed to want to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Qin Wudao spoke to her calmly, feeling a little reluctant. That's exactly why you let people walk all over you. You're the president of Qinyu Group. Can't you act like one? If my partner remains in this state, he'll replace you. Bai Qingyue bit her lower lip, then, after a moment, her beautiful eyes hardened with resolve. Have someone investigate what Bai Yufan has been doing in the group and conduct a thorough audit of the entire company. Fire everyone who came through connections. Her assistant quickly replied, Yes, President. They'll start the investigation as soon as we return. Qin Wudao nodded at Bai Qingyu's transformation. A company cooperating with Yinlong Group would be a liability if its leader remained a naive girl. So if Bai Qingyue didn't change, he wouldn't hesitate to replace her. Besides, he now owned 5% of Qinyu Group, so he had to take things seriously. The distant sounds of belt whipping and screams made the onlookers tremble. They had all come to cause trouble, expecting a soft target only to kick against the iron plate. That was Qin Wudao. Had they known that 30% was for Qin Wudao, they would never have been foolish enough to do this. Staring at the hundreds of men surrounding them, they swallowed hard. Call the police. It would be useless. Whether it was the Wang family Qinyu Group or Qin Wudao himself, any of the three could simply tip off the police in advance, and no one would come. Boss, what do we do with these people? Wang Weitong walked up to Qin Wudao, glancing at the crowd with utter indifference. He switched identities quickly. If he were still the second young master of the Wang family, he might not dare to provoke these people. But now he was Qin Wudao's lackey. What was there to fear? He dared. If Qin Wudao gave the order, he would attack them. Dispose, eh? Qin Wudao asked in confusion. We're not unreasonable people, nor are we the police. What right do we have to dispose of them? Send someone to take them for a reasoning session. Tell them they have projects to do right. They can do mine as well. They'll send someone to supervise. Remember to use virtue to convince them and have them sign the contracts. I understand. Wang Weitong nodded. You want the projects done, but you don't want to pay right. I slap. Before Wang Weitong could finish, Qin Wudao smacked the back of his head. What nonsense is this? They clearly saw that Yinlong Group is strapped for cash, so they volunteered to help. Can't you reason with them properly? Besides, with so many people here, each one can chip in a little, right? Haha, got it. Wang Weitong nodded, then turned to the crowd with a smirk. You all heard me. Master Qin is a reasonable man. So how about I'll sign? Before Wang Weitong could finish, someone raised a hand to agree. With so many people on site, jointly developing Yinlong's territory would mean a small share for each. Better to agree early and save trouble. Oh, you're wise. Sign the contract and you can leave. Wang Weitong's eyes lit up. How convenient. Just as he was about to have someone prepare the contracts, Qin Wudao interjected. What are you saying? Make them sign before reasoning with them. People might think I'm forcing them. First reason with them, then talk about the contract. Understood. Wang Weitong knew his boss wasn't going to let them off easily. Well, it was just an extra step. He waved his hand, and the underlings swarmed forward. The air filled with ceaseless screams. Qin Wudao watched the people being reasoned with and sighed. His past life business experience combined with his current top-tier mind gave him many ways to deal with these people, but his superior intellect told him that using force was the simplest method. Since force was the simplest, why bother with brains? Some latecomers saw the carnage and immediately turned around to leave in their cars. They could deal with matters later. There was no need to feed the enemy now. A meeting that was ostensibly about reason gradually drew to a close amidst the crowd's bittersweet tears of joy. Before Wang Weitong lay a thick stack of contracts. Some were responsible for materials, some for decoration, and some for demolition. Each performed their duties with full cooperation. These were the smoothest business contracts he had ever signed, and he signed over 100 of them. Wang Weitong even considered trying this approach again next time, but after a moment of thought, he shook his head. No joking, he was no Qin Wudao. Behind Qin Wudao stood two great families, the Qin and the Li, along with the vast Yinlong Group. Even Tian Pingxing, before leaving Modu today, had announced that the Yinlong Group was his partner. With such backing, one could naturally act with impunity. But Wang Weitong only had the Wang family behind him, and he was not even the heir yet. Yes, the heir. At the thought of the word heir, Wang Weitong's eyes narrowed. After Qin Wudao's identity was revealed, his standing in the Wang family had risen dramatically. Although the current heir was still Wang Weixin, some branches of the family had begun openly supporting him. After all, he was Qin Wudao's good brother. If he wanted to remain by this good brother's side, he had to secure the inheritance of the Wang family. With this in mind, a series of plans began to take shape in Wang Weitong's mind. All right, he said. Seeing that everyone had signed the contracts, Qin Wudao nodded. What a thrilling business negotiation. It's by Qin Wei rolled her eyes beside him. She had never seen a business negotiation like this. But today's scene gradually cleared her mind. Kindness cannot command troops, and generosity cannot manage wealth. She now understood her position. She was the president of the Qinyu Group. If she could be reduced to being threatened by a bunch of rogue companies, she would certainly be no match for her so-called second uncle. So she too had to learn from Qin Wudao's methods. Bai Qingyue clenched her small fists, a hint of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. Then he'll treat you to. No need. Before Bai Qingyue could finish, Qin Wudao directly refused. Forget about eating with you. Seeing your current personality, I'm afraid he'll end up giving you a kick. With that, Qin Wudao patted Wang Weitong on the shoulder and left with him. Watching Qin Wudao's retreating figure, Bai Qingyue frowned slightly. You look down on me. Just wait. One day he'll make you see me in a different light. Having refused Bai Qingyue, Qin Wudao got directly into Wang Weitong's car. Find a place to eat. I'm hungry. Sure. Wang Weitong turned into a driver and took Qin Wudao to a restaurant. In a restaurant in Modu, Liao Wenfeng had just hung up the phone, his expression dark. Beside him, Father Liao asked in a deep voice, Wenfeng, what happened? The people we sent to the north of the city were forced to sign a contract to supply materials to the Yinlong Group for free. What? Father Liao's brows knitted tightly. If it were anyone else, he would have sent people to retaliate long ago, but it was the Yinlong Group. The Liao family had missed the business banquet due to some matters, but they were well aware of what had happened. Qin Wudao's sudden emergence had shocked the business circles of all major and minor forces in Modu. Now this Qin Wudao, the Liao family alone could not afford to provoke him. Forget it. We can't afford to offend the Yinlong Group for now, and even less Qin Wudao. Let him have his way. A batch of materials is nothing, the Liao family can afford it. But your matter can't be delayed any longer. Have you managed to get through to Shirin or not? Hearing his father's question, Liao Wenfeng shook his head. Shirin has been in the clinic and won't let me in. Even the Wan family's people couldn't persuade her to meet me. All because of that man from before. Have you found any information about him? No. Liao Wenfeng shook his head. He had no idea who that man was, or what his relationship with Wan Shirin was. If he knew, he would have had the man thrown into the river long ago. I've already arranged for them to meet. When you see her talk, then why aren't we meeting in a private room? Liao Wenfeng's question made Father Liao angrily retort, if you could handle her, would I have to go to such trouble? Shirin is still a child of a great family. Even though she left the Wan family early, she can never sever ties with them. Only in the main hall can I find a way to pressure her into agreeing to the marriage. She has to save some face for the Wan family. I see. Liao Wenfeng's face lit up with joy. Why hadn't he thought of that? Soon the Wan family elders arrived with Wan Shirin. As always, Wan Shirin wore a cheongsam, her fair skin and delicate aura, making her immensely captivating. Liao Wenfeng instantly turned into a sycophant. If he had known that the shy little girl from before would grow so beautiful, he would never have gone abroad. Now someone had stolen her away from him. Damn it. If he ever found that man, he would kill him. In-laws over here. Seeing the Wan family enter the restaurant, Father and Mother Liao immediately stood up to greet them. The Wan family had no particular demands for ostentation, and this hotel was top-notch in Modu. Whether it was a private room or not didn't matter. After all, they were discussing the marriage of their children, not some business secret. Wan's father and mother sat down and immediately began chatting with Liao's parents. Liao Wenfeng eagerly poured a cup of tea for Wan Shirin. Shirin, we haven't seen each other for days. Next time, could you tell the clinic staff that when I come they should let me in? The clinic is a place for saving lives, not for idle chatter. Before Liao Wenfeng could finish, Wan Shirin interrupted him in a cold tone. Liao Wenfeng was taken aback. Was he once again offering his warmth to a cold rear? But his inner sycophantic spirit quickly rekindled his hope. Shirin, you know that both our families have agreed to the union. I'm not an outsider. Give me a chance. They'll cherish you. Wan Shirin frowned slightly and said coldly, I never agreed to any marriage. If you want to marry someone, go find someone else, but don't come to me. Shirin. Wan's father immediately scolded. How dare you speak to Wenfeng like that? You two grew up together, and our families have been close for generations. Are you trying to trample on the face of Uncle Liao and Aunt Liao? Wan Shirin bit her lip and fell silent. Liao Wenfeng saw her silence and inwardly admired his father's strategy. If he could get Wan Shirin to verbally agree to the marriage, given her personality, she would likely resign herself to fate. Once she was married, wouldn't she be at his mercy? Just as Liao Wenfeng felt a surge of joy, Wan Shirin spoke slowly. Uncle and Auntie, I truly have no intention of entering into a marriage contract with Brother Wenfeng. Even though we grew up together, matters of the heart cannot be forced. How can that be? Liao Wenfeng, hearing Wan Xian's words, quickly retorted, Shirin, we were childhood sweethearts. We promised as children that we would marry when we grew up. I took that promise seriously. Besides, both our families agreed, and word has already spread. Are you willing to let both our families lose face? Hearing this, Liao's father showed a hint of relief. His son didn't seem utterly foolish after all. The surrounding guests turned their attention here. Clearly the alliance between the Wan and Liao families piqued their interest. If Wan Shirin refused now, she would indeed trample the dignity of both families. Whether out of concern for face or genuine desire for the union, Wan Shirin had no choice but to agree. And sure enough, upon hearing this, Wan Xian's exquisite face showed a trace of hesitation, especially as she felt the gazes around her. She had indeed left the Wan family, but as the Liao family considered, even after leaving, she could not casually trample the family's honor. With this in mind, Wan Xian's expression grew conflicted. She thought it better to agree for now, and later have her parents refuse the engagement. I agree, brother. This restaurant's food must be excellent. Trust me, let's have a drink or two. I may not beat you in a fight, but in drinking I could take down two of you without losing. Just as Wan Shirin was forced to agree, a voice rang out. Two men walked slowly into the restaurant, Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong. Wang Weitong wore a cocky expression. Since he couldn't surpass his boss in other areas, he would make up for it in drinking, completely forgetting the time. He got drunk and ended up arm in arm with Qin Zirwei. Now only one thought occupied his mind: to drink Qin Wudao under the table. Your drinking ability? Have you forgotten about Qin Zirwei? That was a misunderstanding. Before Qin Wudao could finish, Wang Weitong cut him off. That was his dark history, and he couldn't let Qin Wudao teased. Right, a misunderstanding. You two weren't buddy-buddy, didn't sleep hugging each other. Boss! Wang Weitong shot Qin Wudao a resentful look. He never expected to wake up holding Qin Zirwei. Though they quickly separated, the memory still sent chills down his spine. The feeling was utterly disgusting. What man wants to wake up and find himself holding another man? When Wang Weitong and Qin Zirwei opened their eyes, embracing, their first instinct was to silence the other. But one was the second young master of the Qin family, the other of the Wang family. Neither dared nor could kill the other. Hearing Qin Wudao bring up the old story, Wang Weitong's face showed embarrassment mixed with anger. The two walked to an empty table, and Wang Weitong grabbed the menu, ordering all the restaurant's signature dishes. He even ordered some expensive wines. With nothing else to do, they might as well have a good drink in the middle of the day. As they sat down, they overheard Wan Xian's reluctant agreement to the engagement. Wang Weitong, always alert, heard her words. As the second young master of the Wang family, with his black glove connections, he knew the heirs of all major factions in the Magic City well. He turned to look, recognizing the Wan and Liao families, and whispered to Qin Wudao, the Liao and Wan families are forming an alliance. They have a big stake in the land north of the city. Boss, what do you think? Qin Wudao replied flatly, I think while sitting. Wan Shirin, noticing Qin Wudao, her beautiful eyes filled with urgency, wanted to stand up and explain. But at that moment, Liao Wenfeng spoke. Shirin, since you've agreed to our engagement, can you stop paying attention to others? My parents and yours are here. You need to consider your family. Hearing this, Wan Shirin bit her lower lip. After a moment, she said firmly, I never intended to marry you, Liao Wenfeng. Can you stop bringing it up? Why? Liao Wenfeng exclaimed anxiously, what is the reason? We had already settled on the engagement. Both our families were preparing for it. And now you say you don't want to marry. Are you going to trample both our families' honor? Have you thought about how others will see us? Hearing his words, hesitation flickered across Wan Xian's pretty face. She didn't want to agree to the arranged marriage, but everyone was watching. Would refusing cause the Wan family to lose face? And what reason could she give? On the other side, Qin Wudao was enjoying his meal. This Western restaurant served food quickly, without the lengthy steps of Chinese cuisine. He drank and ate heartily, paying no attention to Wan Shirin. She noticed this, and disappointment filled her. Seeing her expression, Liao Wenfeng quickly said, is someone who can't even voice his feelings really worth your moi? Wan's parents and Liao's parents all turned to look at Liao Wenfeng, having heard his words. Liao's father quickly asked, Wenfeng, what are you talking about? Father, I'm talking about the person Shirin has been pining for. With that, Liao Wenfeng pointed at Qin Wudao at the next table. That's the one we saw in the elevator earlier. He's the reason Shirin keeps refusing my proposal. What a... Liao's father was furious. He never expected the man bothering Wan Shirin to be so persistent, even following them here. He had already been humiliated by Qin Wudao before, and now someone dared to cross him again. It was like asking, if he couldn't touch Qin Wudao, could he not deal with some unknown rogue? Liao's father said coldly to the in-laws beside him, in-laws, we are all family, so I won't beat around the bush. Let me speak frankly. Shirin has grown up under our watch, and her character naturally needs no elaboration. But precisely because of her innocence and kindness, she might be deceived by outsiders. Therefore, I believe we should eliminate all such factors. Hearing this, Wan's father quickly interjected, rest assured, brother Liao. We arranged the engagement when the children were young, and we will not renege. As for certain people we care not at all. Do as you wish. No. Before Liao's father could speak, Wan Shirin suddenly cried out anxiously, I won't let you touch him. What are you doing? Liao Wenfeng's face was filled with fury. See, he doesn't care about you at all. He only dares to sneak to your side lacking any sense of responsibility. If he stood up now and said he would take you away, I wouldn't stop you. But does he dare? Wan Shirin looked at Qin Wudao, a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. In contrast, Qin Wudao was focused on enjoying the feast before him, paying her no heed. Seeing this, Wan Shirin felt a pang of disappointment. Liao Wenfeng sneered, see, he doesn't even have the courage to face me, Heaton. Is someone like this worth your concern? Wang Weidong, naturally overhearing Liao Wenfeng's words, turned his head and saw the young man looking in their direction. He quickly spoke up, boss, are they talking about you? You and Miss Wan. No matter. Before Wang Weidong could finish, Qin Wudao cut him off. Can't eat and keep your mouth busy. They might be talking about someone else. What does it have to do with me? As for this Miss Wan you mentioned, she's none of my concern. Don't bother. Oh, I thought they were talking about you. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wang Weitong lowered his head and continued eating. Both men cared little for appearances, devouring the food on the table with gusto. They ate with remarkable speed. Even the wine in the decanter was casually drained to the last drop. Seeing the wine nearly gone, Wang Weitong quickly called out to the waiter, another bottle. No, make it 3. I'm going to drink my fill today. Certainly, please wait a moment. As the waiter went to fetch the wine, Wan Shirin continued, I don't care what he thinks. Since he has waited for me so long, I must stay by his side. Brother Wenfeng, we grew up together. I hope you won't force me on this matter. Force you? Heh. Wan Xian's words drew a cold laugh from Liao Wenfeng. Shirin, you don't know how long I've waited for you. I went abroad to gain a broader perspective so I could elevate the Liao family to greater heights. And to better protect you. Yet what is the result? After all these years abroad striving for our future, you've found another man. Liao Wenfeng's words so immersed him in his own performance that his expression rivaled that of an award-winning actor. It was a face blending sorrow, anger, and despair. It was enough to move the onlookers to tears. Yet even so, Wan Xian's face showed not a trace of affection, only a hint of guilt. Brother Wenfeng, feelings cannot be forced. Even if you compel me, my heart will still belong to him alone. You, Shirin. Before Wan Shirin could finish, Wan's mother cut her off. What are you saying? Does the Wan family have no face? Your matter was decided when you were children. Parents' command and matchmakers' words, whether you agree or not. It is already set in stone. There's no room for your insolence here. Mother. Wan Xian's eyes reddened as she confronted Wan's father directly. I am your daughter, yes, but I am not your tool. If you want an alliance through marriage, have another child, or do whatever you like. Just stop pressuring me. Bang. Liao's father slammed his palm on the table, drawing glances from those nearby. Unfilial daughter. Unfilial daughter. Do you even know what you're saying? Is this how you address your elders? Of course I know what I'm saying. Wan Shirin, who had always been submissive, finally erupted. I have obeyed your arrangements since childhood. Even when I opened my own clinic independently, you still sent people to oversee it. Do I have no personality of my own? Must I be manipulated my entire life? To marry someone I don't love and live in depression until old age? That is not the life I want. Then what do you want? Wan's mother could no longer hold back and scolded directly, Shirin, we have given you too much freedom and it has spoiled your character. I tell you, marrying Wenfeng will ensure he treats you well. Don't regret it later. Your father and I only want what's best for you. Why can't you understand? By now the diners at nearby tables had abandoned their meals, all eyes fixed on the Wan and Liao family's table. After all, such a lively scene was a rare sight. Liao's father even regretted his impulsive decision not to book a private room. He had assumed Wan Shirin would at least consider the family's reputations, but she showed no such restraint. Heh, those words are truly grating. Wang Weitong from the next table couldn't help but sneer. At home his parents had used the same rhetoric. He hadn't expected to hear such nauseating talk even while dining. Hearing this, Wan's mother turned and said coldly, Second young master Wang, I am speaking with my daughter. Could you kindly refrain from interrupting? Interrupting? When the hell did I interrupt? We may be acquainted, but don't talk nonsense. Look at your greasy mouth. Aren't your teeth about to fall out? Wang Weitong looked at Wan's mother with disdain. The latter was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered and snapped, Did your family never teach you manners? I have no family to speak of. The only one I can call family now is this my big brother. Big brother. Wan's mother looked at Qin Wudao with confusion. She didn't recognize this man, nor was he the eldest son of the Wang family. So why did Wang Weitong address him as such? Just then Liao Wenfeng spoke up, Uncle Auntie, this man is the one Shirin has been pining over. What? Wan's mother stood up in surprise, scrutinizing Qin Wudao. After a moment, she sneered, You think that by latching onto the Wang family's second son you're worthy of being with our Shirin? Utterly delusional. Qin Wudao set down his chopsticks and turned to look at Wan's mother. You are just like your daughter. If your eyes are blind, donate them to someone who can use them. Which dog's eye of yours saw me with your... You've been chirping about me for ages. I couldn't be bothered, but now you come looking for trouble. Shirin, do you see that? This is how he speaks to your mother. Mother Wan's face was brimming with fury. Wan Shirin, hearing her mother's words, wore a conflicted expression on her delicate face. She had been raised by her parents to be submissive, and opening a medical clinic was the only act of defiance in her life. Now, hearing Mother Wan's words, she wanted to speak up for Qin Wudao, but found herself at a loss for words. Wang Weitong stood up, looking coldly at Mother Wan. "I say, old hag, are you never going to stop? Get your shameless face out of here. Don't disturb my boss while he's eating." "Your boss?" A flicker of confusion passed through Mother Wan's eyes. Since when did the second young master of the Wang family have a boss? Could this young man be some rising figure in the underworld? After all, Wang Weitong was the Wang family shadow operative. Someone he called boss might be an underground kingpin. A shady brat like him doesn't deserve my daughter. Don't even think about it. Shirin will only be with when— Mom. Wan Shirin stood up, her beautiful eyes reddening, her expression resolute. "I want to be with Wudao." Wudao. Both Father Wan and Father Liao's pupils constricted. Though they hadn't attended that banquet, they vividly remembered the protagonist was named Qin Wudao. This young man, called boss by the second young master of the Wang family, and addressed as Wudao by Wan Shirin. Could he be the eldest young master of the Qin family? No way, no way. Father Liao shook his head. He clearly recalled Liao Wenfeng saying that man had been Wan Xian's love-struck pursuer. If he were truly the eldest young master of the Qin family and the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, how could he have been anyone's doormat? It absolutely couldn't be Qin Wudao. Even as he kept comforting himself, Father Liao couldn't help but ask, "Shirin, what's your friend's name?" Hearing Father Liao's question, though she didn't understand why his voice trembled, Wan Shirin firmly stated, "He's my boyfriend Qin Wudao. Uncle Liao, if there's any issue, directed at me alone. Don't harm him. It really is Qin Wudao." Father Liao nearly fell off his chair. "What's wrong?" Mother Liao quickly stepped forward to support him. Father Liao pointed a trembling hand at Qin Wudao and whispered, He is Qin Wudao. What's wrong with that name?" Mother Liao looked puzzled, clearly not understanding Father Liao's reaction. Liao Wenfeng's eyes were bloodshot, oblivious to his parents. He suddenly stood up and hissed, "I don't care who you are, stay away from Shirin. She's mine." Liao Wenfeng, don't talk nonsense. Wan Shirin quickly scolded, then turned her gaze to Qin Wudao, worried his words might cause a misunderstanding. But when she looked, she saw no trace of anger on Qin Wudao's face, as if he didn't care at all about what Liao Wenfeng. His expression held a faint mockery, as if watching a clown. Father Wan was also stunned for a moment, but then something dawned on him, and he beamed with joy. "Ahem. Old Liao, I think we should reconsider this marriage arrangement. After all, Shirin doesn't agree. You know I love her most, how could I let her suffer?" You. Father Liao was so angry, he stammered, unable to form words. He knew Father Wan was shameless, but he never imagined him to be this shameless. Now that he knew Qin Wudao might be the president of the Hidden Dragon Group, he immediately reneged on the engagement. This was absurd. "No." Mother Wan turned around, her aging face twisted with ugliness. "Old one, have you lost your mind? Do you want our daughter to be with that little bastard too? Are you crazy? Only the Liao family can bring us more benefits." In her agitation, Mother Wan blurted out what was on her mind. "We raised Shirin so big, wasn't it, to help the family? Now you're throwing it away because of this." "Shut up." Father Wan stood up upon hearing Mother Wan curse Qin Wudao with those 3 words. Slap. He suddenly slapped Mother Wan across the face. "A woman like you, get out of here. Who gave you the right to As he spoke, Father Wan frantically signaled to Mother Wan with his eyes. But she was now utterly incredulous. The pain on her face made her lose all composure, and she lunged at Father Wan, clawing at him. Within seconds, a dozen bloody scratches appeared on his face. "Mom. Dad." Wan Shirin, though hurt by her mother's words, couldn't bear to see her parents fighting, and stepped. Wang Weitong said to Qin Wudao, "Boss, should I intervene? It seems you and Miss Wan have some history." Hearing this, Qin Wudao replied flatly, "Some people just deserve what they get. And I told you she has nothing to do with me. Say another word, and I won't help you with the Wang family's affairs." "Don't say that." Wang Weitong immediately put on a pitiful expression. "Boss, if you don't help me, my brother will tear." "Then shut up and watch the show. What's more entertaining during a meal than seeing mad dogs biting each other?" Under Wan Xian's mediation, Father and Mother Wan were separated. Father Wan's face was covered in scratches, looking utterly disheveled, while Mother Wan was a mess of hair, no trace of a refined lady left. "Old Wan, I don't care what you think, he'll decide on this marriage." Mother Wan roared at Father Wan, then turned to Father and Mother Liao. "In-laws, how about we finalize the engagement today? Children naturally have to listen to their parents." "Great." Mother Liao was thoroughly satisfied with Wan Shirin and quickly agreed. Father Liao, however, was filled with inner conflict. He was also pleased with his daughter-in-law, but provoking Qin Wudao over it. Liao Wenfeng, on the other hand, didn't need to think so much. Hearing his parents, he walked up to Qin Wudao and said coldly, "Did you hear that? Shirin is about to be engaged to me. I don't care what your relationship was before, but now get out of Modu. Stay far away from Shirin, or else I." "Shut up, you unfilial brat." Father Liao was still pondering how to marry Wan Shirin into the family without offending Qin Wudao, but his son was already going mad. Liao's father, ignoring the pain in his heart, stood up and grabbed Liao Wenfeng. "Dad." What are you pulling me for? Liao Wenfeng said anxiously. Didn't you see Xian's attitude towards him? If I don't make him leave Modu, how can I rest assured? You don't want me to be cuckolded in the future, do you? What if the heir of our Liao family turns out to be someone else's child? Slap. Before Liao Wenfeng could finish, Liao's father ruthlessly slapped him. Shut up. Liao's father was terrified, thinking damn it, his son was about to push the Liao family into a fire pit. Every word was like a blade piercing his carotid artery. Make Qin Wudao leave Modu. Forget the Liao family. Throughout the entire Modu, who possessed the strength and qualification to say such a thing? No one. Why did you hit Wenfeng? Liao's father slapped Liao Wenfeng, leaving him dizzy and unable to. However, Wan's mother stepped forward, directly pushing Liao's father aside, and looked at Liao Wenfeng with a concerned expression. This scene surprised Qin Wudao a little. Wang Weitong on the side whispered, "Boss, I feel like the relationship between the Liao and Wan families is a bit messy. Is this a mother-in-law caring for her son-in-law?" That look was just like she was looking at her own son. Qin Wudao's gaze also held a hint of strangeness. Was he encountering another cliché script? Swap children. No wonder Wan's mother treated Wan Shirin like that. Of course this was just speculation. Ungrateful son, go apologize to Mr. Qin. Liao's father couldn't care less now. He didn't want to offend Qin Wudao to the death. The Liao family could withstand the revenge of one family, but behind Qin Wudao there were 3 families. Why should I apologize to him? And Mr. Qin? He's not worthy. Liao Wenfeng roared, straining. Alas. Qin Wudao sighed, then slowly stood up. Wang Weitong beside him immediately stood up as well. You. What are you doing? Liao's mother saw Qin Wudao walking towards Liao Wenfeng and cried out in alarm. Liao's father was also on guard. He had heard of Qin Wudao's ruthless methods, and now it seemed the other party clearly intended to make a move. But this was in broad daylight, and moreover the Liao family was not a pushover. Qin Wudao shouldn't be that impulsive. Wudao. Wan Shirin walked directly to Qin Wudao's side, her beautiful eyes pleading, "You should leave here. They are my family. I know about this. Get lost." Qin Wudao showed impatience and directly shoved Wan Shirin away. With a thud, Wan Shirin slammed into the table, the pain bending her over. "You little beast. Are you crazy?" Wan's mother saw Wan Shirin hit the table and rushed directly at Qin Wudao, while Wan's father behind her didn't even have time to stop her. Wan's mother clawed wildly as she dashed in front of Qin Wudao, her hands reaching out fiercely. For Wan's father, those claws were impossible to defend against, but for Qin Wudao, it was like a slow-motion movie. He casually grabbed both of Wan's mother's hands. Caught. Wan's mother froze for a moment. She tried to pull away but found that his hands were like iron clamps, impossible to escape. Plus the faint smile on Qin Wudao's face did make her panic. She hurriedly said, "You don't do anything rash. I am Xian's mother. If you hurt me, I guarantee Shirin will." Hearing Wan's mother's words, the smile on Qin Wudao's face widened. He slowly said, "Forgive me. What kind of bitch is Wan Shirin?" Crack. Ah! The scream echoed through the entire restaurant. Wan's mother's hands were broken by Qin Wudao, her face streaming with tears and snot. She never imagined that the man before her could be so ruthless. Mom. Wan Shirin saw her mother injured and impulsively wanted to rush over, but the pain in her waist made it hard even to stand, let alone come to the rescue. Wan's father's body trembled. He wanted to separate them, but after seeing the mocking look in Qin Wudao's eyes, he stood still obediently. The Wan family was not like the Liao family. They were gradually declining. That was why the Wan family wanted Wan Shirin to marry Liao Wenfeng. After all, the Liao family could give the Wan family a lift. Aunt. Liao Wenfeng heard Wan's mother scream and immediately tried to help, but Liao's father grabbed his. "Dad, let me go. Can't you see that Aunt is being bullied? He is Qin Wudao. Are you crazy? You still want to?" "What about Qin Wudao? Just a name. Why should our Liao family be afraid of him? He's fucking Qin Wudao from the Qin family. How could I have a son who only cares about women? I should have put you on the wall back then." Liao's father looked at Liao Wenfeng with disappointment and anger. What did Wan's mother being beaten have to do with the Liao family? Hadn't Wan's father mentioned earlier that he wanted to dissolve the engagement with the Liao family? Looking at Wan's mother, whose tears and snot were flowing, Qin Wudao felt disgusted. He then turned his head to look at Wang Weitong. The latter cooperatively stepped forward. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Have someone beat her mouth until it's ruined. If she makes a sound, cut out her tongue." "Got it. Leave it to me." Wang Weitong waved towards the restaurant entrance, and several men in black immediately. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Wan's mother was lifted by 2 underlings struggling in the air. At that moment, Wang Weitong's eyes rolled as if he had thought of a good idea. He said to the underlings, "Beat her mouth to shreds. If she dares to scream, cut out her tongue." And a glint of coldness flashed in Wang Weitong's eyes. "Old man, you said I couldn't interrupt earlier, didn't you? I hold a grudge." Wang Weitong took a baseball bat from one of his men's arms and said to them, "Use this to teach her what interrupting means." Yes. Several men immediately carried Wan's mother away. At this moment, Wan Shirin also recovered, limping to Qin Wudao. "Wudao, please let my mother go. I'm willing to be with you. I know it's because my mother didn't approve of us that you..." Before Wan Shirin could finish, Qin Wudao impatiently interrupted. "I say, Wan Shirin, can you have some decency?" "Huh? Who said I wanted to be with you? Haven't you always loved me? Are you blind? Or have your ears gone bad? Remember, stay far away. If you end up like your mother, I guarantee the same fate awaits you. And what makes you think I would ever want a woman like you? Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Wan Shirin stood frozen in place, muttering the word impossible under her breath. It was clear she had suffered a devastating blow. On the other side, Liao Wenfeng attempted to step forward and console her, but his father firmly held him back. Liao's father spoke with a fawning smile. Mr. Qin, greetings. I represent the Liao Group, and we have a cooperative relationship with your Qin family. The materials for the land north of the city will be delivered on schedule. To make up for today's misunderstanding, I'm willing to provide double the materials. We'll also cover the labor costs. Having witnessed how Qin Wudao treated Wan's mother, Liao's father knew he would not hesitate to do the same to them. Thus, survival was the priority now. Money was not as important as life. Besides, unlike Wan's mother, Liao Wenfeng was not foolish. There was still a chance to mend the situation. Right, and regarding the engagement with Shirin, we call it off. No, we should never have agreed to it in the first place. Wang Weitong looked at Liao's father with utter disdain. As the head of a family, was he this spineless? He hadn't even made his move yet, and this old fox had already surrendered. What was the meaning of this? Oh, Qin Wudao said with keen interest, President Liao, don't force yourself. Upon hearing this, Liao's father replied solemnly, not at all. It's my duty. With that, he tightly gripped Liao Wenfeng's hand and turned to leave with his wife. As Liao Wenfeng tried to speak, a slap landed across his mouth. Wang Weitong stepped close to Qin Wudao and whispered, Boss, are we just letting them go like that? Of course not. Qin Wudao narrowed his eyes, watching the Liao family's retreating figures. Investigate the Liao family's recent business dealings. Our plan will start with them. Got it. As soon as he heard Qin Wudao's instructions, Wang Weitong perked up immediately. He quickly took out his phone to order his subordinates to investigate the Liao family. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for making Wan Shirin truly regret. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward aura of stupidity. Within a 10-meter radius, both humans and animals become dull-witted. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward strength 10. The regret minion is at your service. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the anti-stupidity aura. Even the chosen one will be dulled, exclusive to the Dragon King. Congratulations, host, for obtaining strength 20. The workhorse minion is at your service. The tip minion said, Is the system world this competitive now? Boss, my functions aren't even unlocked yet. In the tip goddess system, but the host only tips goddesses. He hasn't given any tips, so how am I supposed to grant rewards? Hearing the tip minion's despondent tone, the workhorse minion replied casually, Learn from regret. Physical regret is still regret, so why can't physical tipping be considered tipping? Besides, maybe he's into that sort of thing. The tip minion. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for tipping. The goddess. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a black card, dragon coins 10 billion. System unlocked 5. Continue unlocking to receive other rewards. Qin Wudao heard the system's chime, but did not check it. Instead, he walked straight outside. Having finished the meal, it was time to return to the group and assess the situation, as he planned to expand his business operations in Modus soon. After handling matters here, he would also need to go to Jingdu to help Tian Pingxing deal with that miracle doctor. The reason he could act so freely now, aside from the power of the Dragon King's palace behind him, was that Tian Pingxing was also a crucial piece of the puzzle. As long as Qin Wudao did not cross the nation's bottom line, he could do whatever he pleased. Watching Qin Wudao's retreating figure, Wan Shirin murmured softly, You still love me, don't you? This is all a lie, right? I truly know I was wrong. I didn't cherish you before, but let me make it up to you from now on, okay? Are you joking? Just as Wan Shirin was whispering to herself, a threatening voice suddenly rang out before her. Wan Shirin instinctively looked up and saw a woman of comparable beauty standing before her, appearing as if from nowhere. Who are you? My name is Lu Ruyan. I am a sinner. Moi. Wan Shirin frowned slightly, clearly not recognizing the woman before her. Lu Ruyan smiled a smile that was both twisted and eerie. Wan Shirin, Qin Wudao is not yours, and he doesn't need your compensation. In the future only I will make amends to him. If you stand in my way. Lu Ruyan slowly pulled a scalpel from her pocket. I swear I'll kill you. Faced with the threat, Wan Shirin did not panic like an ordinary person. Instead, she remained remarkably calm. Lu Ruyan, I don't care what your relationship with Wudao is, but you can't stop me. Whoosh. Before she could finish, a flash of cold light streaked by. Wan Shirin dodged slightly, but the sharp scalpel still plunged into her arm. Blood instantly stained her cheongsam. A smug smile curled on Lu Ruyan's lips. She leaned close to Wan Shirin's ear and whispered, The next strike won't miss. I know. Though her face was pale and she was extremely weak, Wan Shirin still managed a faint smile. But you won't get that chance. Moi. Lu Ruyan caught a faint fragrance in the air and instantly felt her strength drain away. She stepped back, looking at Wan Shirin with surprise. Wan Shirin said calmly, Medicine and poison are inseparable, Miss Lu. I told you you have no chance. A red glint flashed in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. She then drove the scalpel fiercely into her own shapely thigh. With a thud, blood gushed from the wound, and the pain kept her conscious. Now it's your turn. Hearing this, Wan Xian's delicate hand reached into her small bag and pulled out several silver needles. In that moment, the two stunning women exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. Lu Rian's affection 5. Wan Xian's affection 5. Moi. Sitting in the car, Qin Wudao heard the system chime and looked puzzled. Could it be, as the workhorse minion said, that these two women were into that sort of thing? Why did their affection increase after he beat them up, and both at the same time? Now Wan Xian's affection had reached 93 points, love of a lifetime, while Lu Ruyan's was at 97 points, till death do us part. It was as if they were both insane. Qin Wudao simply closed their interfaces and shut his eyes to rest. Before long, Wang Weitong drove the car to the Hidden Dragon Group. They took the private elevator upstairs. As soon as the doors opened, they saw Qin Zirwei. He was still as Chinibu as ever, staring at Longya with an icy glare. Qin Wudao is my brother, and I'm his younger brother. What's wrong with asking for a position? Do you want to dance too? Holy crap. A fellow villager. Qin Wudao walked slowly behind Qin Zirwei, saying nothing, merely observing his performance. Longya, having noticed Qin Wudao, immediately grasped his intention and addressed Qin Zirwei. Second young master Qin, I cannot agree to this request. Through President Qin's connection, I could arrange a position for you, but demanding the vice president's seat, right away, that is. So what? Qin Zirwei said dismissively. Did you not hear me? I only asked for the vice president role. Is the president's position not still his Qin Wudao's? Moreover, tell me honestly, with my abilities, what role am I fit for? Longya pondered for a moment, then replied earnestly, janitor. Huh. Qin Zirwei was taken aback, then his face flushed with rage as he pointed at Longya. Fine, just you. Do you know I am Qin Wudao's brother? I do. Longya explained matter-of-factly. This is only considering you are our President Qin's brother. Without this status, if I may be blunt, second young master Qin, you wouldn't even qualify for a janitorial position at our Hidden Dragon Group. Oh, rebellion. Qin Zirwei shouted, his finger trembling as he pointed at Longya. How much do you earn a month? They'll give you 30 times that. Take the money and get lost. As he spoke, Qin Zirwei pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, intending to make him leave the company. Unlike Qin Zirwei's flailing, Longya smiled calmly and said, I earn 10 million a month. Fine, 10 million it is. Oh. Qin Zirwei's hand, filling in the numbers, trembled slightly. The Qin family indeed had plenty of money, but his parents were unwilling to let him run wild, so he certainly couldn't produce 300 million at once. If he could, would he even need to come to Hidden Dragon Group for a position? At the Qin Corporation, whenever someone crossed him, he'd offer them 30 times their salary to disappear. Of course, he was clever enough never to provoke core members. Qin Wanrong turned a blind eye to this behavior. Her foolish but wealthy younger brother liked to subsidize others. 30 times the salary, who would refuse that? Qin Zirwei never expected that his foolproof tactic would hit a dead end at Hidden Dragon Group. Ahem. Qin Zirwei coughed twice, then silently tucked the checkbook back into his pocket. Fine, your indifference to money shows my brother has his reasons for having you guard the company. I understand your loyalty to the company. Very well, since you can't decide, I'll wait until he returns. With that, Qin Zirwei turned to flee. Today's events were utterly humiliating. The great second young master Qin, who always used money to crush others, had been bested. If word got out, how could he hold his head high? Just as he turned to escape, he saw Qin Wudao smiling right in front of him. The muscles on his face instantly. Wang Weitong, standing by, didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha, second young master Qin, as expected of you. Your reputation in the circle isn't false. You do love using money to bully others, don't you? Why stop now? A mere 300 million, isn't that something you can easily produce? Qin Zirwei visibly reddened, his whole body turning as flushed as a boiled shrimp, nearly steaming. Qin Wudao stepped forward and lightly patted Qin Zirwei's shoulder. Your performance just now was so brilliant that I couldn't help but stand here and watch you continue. Don't worry, no need to feel embarrassed. We're all among friends. Qin Wudao. Qin Zirwei gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, he felt as if he had been caught publicly dropping his pants, and Qin Wudao was broadcasting it through a loudspeaker. It was utterly mortifying. The most embarrassing thing was being caught in the act of foolishness by an acquaintance, especially one he had always resented. Enough. Didn't you want to be vice president? Come into the office with me. As he spoke, Qin Wudao walked straight into the office. Wang Weitong continued to tease Qin Zirwei. Second young master Qin, you're amazing. Some people used to say there was discord between the two young masters of the Qin family. That's clearly a rumor. Weren't you just calling him big brother quite affectionately? Let me introduce myself. I'm the boss, right-hand man, slightly older than you. From now on, you can call me second brother. Get lost. Qin Zirwei's veins bulged on his forehead, and he nearly raised his fist to make Wang Weitong kneel on the spot. But considering the disparity in combat prowess between them, Qin Zirwei ultimately silently withdrew his fist and followed into the office. He had come for a position. Qin Wudao had just said he would give it to him. So why leave? He would spend his money and give him a sour face. That was the plan. After entering the office, Qin Wudao sat directly in his chair. Longya immediately brought out documents and handed them over. President Qin, the project in the Northern District is a major undertaking. Even with expedited progress, it will take about a year to a year and a half to complete. However, other projects have already commenced. With the assistance of the Qinyu Group and help from President Qin Wanrong of the Qin family, our projects are progressing smoothly. Within 3 months, we should be able to acquire at least half of the hotels in the Magic City. As for the airline business, we are still in negotiations and should have results soon. No need. Qin Wudao glanced at the documents in his hand and smiled. Isn't the Liao Group in the aviation industry? Let's start with them. The Liao family. Understood. Longya nodded, ready to arrange an investigation. But just as he was about to delegate, Qin Wudao stopped him. He turned to Qin Zirwei and smiled. Zirwei, you want to be the vice president of Hidden Dragon Group, don't you? So what? Qin Zirwei's voice trembled, clearly recalling his earlier embarrassing scene. As a proud second young master of the Qin family, can't I even be the president of your group? You can, of course. Qin Wudao picked up a file from the desk, pulled one out, and tossed it over. Qin Zirwei caught it instinctively, and it clearly detailed the aviation business plan. This is a business we plan to expand. The Liao family has an airline company, don't they? If you can acquire it at a low cost, you'll become the vice president of Hidden Dragon Group from then on. And what about Naoi? Qin Zirwei stiffened his neck and said, since I'm soon to be vice president, have this man apologize to me. As he spoke, Qin Zirwei pointed at Longya. The latter was taken aback. Just an apology. He had thought the second young master Qin would seize the opportunity to demand something, like having Qin Wudao fire him, but instead he was told to apologize. This second young master Qin. Longya stared at Qin Zirwei with a peculiar expression, clearly not expecting him to be so easy to get along with. Qin Wudao had intended to ask Qin Zirwei to forget the matter, but before he could speak, Longya directly bowed to Qin Zirwei. Second young master Qin, my apologies for my earlier words. Qin Zirwei let out a cold snort. You insulted me so thoroughly before. In the past, I would have made you dance to my tune, but forget it. Considering your loyalty to the company and your sincere apology, I forgive you. Thank you, second young master Qin. Longya forced back his laughter as he turned around, fearing that one more glance at Qin Zirwei would make him burst out laughing on the spot. Qin Wudao was equally speechless. He even began to doubt whether Qin Zirwei could handle the Liao family. Just then Qin Zirwei turned to Qin Wudao and continued, it's fine for me to acquire the Liao family's airline at a low price, but since I'm about to become vice president, you need to assign me some staff, right? Of course. Qin Wudao pointed at Wang Weidong, who was snickering on the side. He's yours. He'll be your subordinate. I believe with the two of you working together, you'll get this done in no time. Wang Weidong, who had been laughing, froze instantly. He pointed at himself. Me? Him? Fine, I suppose he'll be handy enough. Qin Zirwei declared with a proud air, Wang Weidong, from today onward you are my subordinate. Follow me, and let me show you the true meaning of invincible prowess. With that, Qin Zirwei strode toward the door, first his swaggering gait exuding immense authority. Wang Weitong looked at Qin Wudao with a face full of despair. Working under such a tsundere and Shinibu fellow, it would be worse than death. But catching Qin Wudao's gaze, Wang Weitong let out a deep sigh, then turned and followed Qin Zirwei out. After the two had left, Longya spoke respectfully to Qin Wudao. President Qin, should I send someone to assist them? No need. Qin Wudao said with a smile. Those two complement each other perfectly. They'll handle it without issue. I have a more important task for you. Yes. Qin Wudao's expression grew serious. How are things with Dragonscale? Any news? Reporting to you, President Qin. Dragonscale has returned to the Dragon King Hall. As you predicted, the Elder Hall is displeased with your actions. They've begun gradually deploying their own people, intending to usurp control of the entire Dragon King Hall. Qin Wudao let out a cold laugh. Since those old fools are so eager to be buried early, let's help them along. Tell Dragonscale to keep investigating. I want to see just how many parasites are lurking in our Dragon King Hall. When I return, there will be a great purge. Yes. Hearing Qin Wudao's words, Longya's pupils constricted sharply. He knew well how many lives such a purge would claim, but those who would fall were all parasites, a necessary rebirth for the Dragon King Hall. By the time Qin Wudao had finished organizing everything at the Hidden Dragon Group, night had fallen. He rose, and with his power now exceeding 300, his physique was naturally formidable. Such trivial work had no effect on him whatsoever. He felt not the slightest fatigue. Stepping out of the company building, he savored the evening breeze that swept over him, a wave of pleasant relaxation washing over him. Sizzle. Boom. Just as Qin Wudao was enjoying the breeze, the screech of tires cut through the air. Moments later, a car crashed into a large tree before his eyes, knocking it down, then sped off into the distance with a roar of the accelerator. Through the open door, he clearly saw several burly men inside binding a woman. Kidnapping. Ding dong. The Oxhorse minion issued a mission. Kill or subdue the Chosen One Yitian. Reward unknown. The Chosen One Yitian. Qin Wudao looked around, but saw no one with a clear, resolute face. Where was this chosen one, right? It suddenly dawned on Qin Wudao. The woman kidnapped in that car. If a chosen one were to appear, wouldn't it be a classic hero rescuing damsel scenario? If that's the case. Qin Wudao pulled out his phone and directly dialed Longya. 2 minutes ago, a white van knocked down a tree in front of our company. Find out where that van is. Yes. While Longya investigated, Qin Wudao had already entered his own vehicle. As the engine roared to life, Longya's message arrived on his phone. Seeing the destination, Qin Wudao floored the accelerator and sped off. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned factory, don't ask why there are so many abandoned factories. It just got abandoned. Several burly men tossed the bound woman onto the ground. The leader spat. Damn it, this job cost us 3 brothers. These people didn't even get the intel right. Tell the employer the payment is increased by 50% or it'll make him regret it. Yes. A nearby underling received the order and immediately went to make the call. The leader looked at the woman struggling on the ground, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes, but he quickly came to his senses. Compared to women, money was better. What if he messed with this girl and the employer refused to pay? The woman lying on the ground had hair that should have been smooth and lustrous, but now it was disheveled strands clinging to her tear-streaked face. Her exquisite makeup was ruined, mascara smudged by tears trailing down her cheeks, adding to her pitiful charm. Her eyes were like a deep lake now filled with terror and helplessness. Tears welled up as her gaze darted around, frantically searching for any hope of escape. She wore a form-fitting red dress, its hem now stained with dust and dirt. The dress perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, full chest, slender waist, and rounded hips, every curve exuding deadly temptation. Her legs were long and straight, and she wore a pair of black high heels that seemed out of place in this chaotic scene, yet added a unique charm to her presence. She was Chu Lian, the eldest daughter of the Chu group. Having just returned from abroad, she was seized by this group of people and thrown into a vehicle, while even her personal bodyguards were injured or killed on the spot. It was evident that this band of kidnappers was no ragtag mob. This realization only deepened Chu Lian's despair. She had no idea how to escape or what fate awaited her. At that moment, the bandits were communicating with their employer. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had already arrived. It was Qin Wudao who had rushed to the scene. Taking in the scene within the abandoned factory, Qin Wudao instantly understood the situation. As expected, the so-called chosen one named Yitian would soon arrive, swiftly defeat these bandits, play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, descend like a deity, and win the bowtie's heart. How cliché. As Qin Wudao silently mocked the plot, he was unaware that the chosen one was indeed heading there, only to be intercepted halfway. Huh, kid. You dare try to snatch my car out of nowhere, claiming you need to save someone. You're asking for death. By the roadside, a young man with an arrogant sneer glared at the resolute-faced man before him. The arrogant one was none other than the invincible second young Master Qin. Wang Weitong stood by his side, with his men, his face full of speechlessness. Second young Master Qin had spent the entire day observing the Liao family's airline. Just as he was about to leave with his men, a man jumped into the car and demanded it, claiming he needed to rescue someone. Could second young Master Qin tolerate that? Worried about trouble, he had Wang Weitong bring dozens of underlings fully prepared to take action against the Liao family. These underlings were all armed with guns. This only reinforced second young Master Qin's belief in his own invincibility. How could anyone dare to carjack him of all people? Yitian narrowed his eyes. He could tell that the dozens of men behind Qin Zirwei were all skilled fighters, and from the way they kept their hands in their pockets, they were clearly armed. Normally, he would have enjoyed teaching these people that guns didn't make them invincible. But now he was in a hurry. Otherwise, he might miss his opportunity. Fine, I won't use your car. Farewell. Hey, stop right there. Seeing Yitian turn to leave, Qin Zirwei couldn't let that happen. He waved his hand, and the dozens of underlings immediately surrounded Yitian. You bumped into me when you tried to snatch the car, didn't you? Look, Qin Zirwei rolled up his sleeve, revealing a bruise on his arm. It's purple. Yitian barely suppressed the urge to knock Qin Zirwei out with one punch. Fine, what compensation do you want? Apologize to me. Huh. Yitian's pupils contracted in disbelief. This man surrounded him just for an apology. Impossible. He must have ulterior motives. Was he planning to humiliate me? First he'd make me apologize, then claim it wasn't sincere enough, force me to kneel, make me kowtow, and finally stomp on my head, grinding my face into the dirt, while saying that insects belong in the soil. That had to be it. With that thought, Yitian glared at Qin Zirwei with murderous intent. You're the insect? What a... Qin Zirwei's eyes widened. You bruised my arm and it hurts like hell. I just wanted an apology. And you call me an insect? Heh. Yitian sneered. You think I don't know your real intentions? Stop pretending. Since the day I learned the dragon-slaying art, I swore to trample people like you, who think you're above others, into the dirt. I'm telling you, not everyone can be humiliated by you. What am I pretending? What dragon-slaying art? Are you talking about a game? Suddenly, Yi Tian's hand shot through the air, transforming into a blade aimed directly at Qin Zhiwei. Just then Qin Zhiwei felt a sharp pain in his arm, and instinctively turned to rub it, inadvertently dodging Yi Tian's strike. Huh. Yi Tian's eyes widened, and he quickly retreated. Was this man a master? How had he so casually evaded a lethal blow? Excellent. So he was indeed playing the fool. Meanwhile, Wang Weitong's eyes turned cold. He had clearly seen Yi Tian's attack. Qin Zhiwei must not be harmed. Wang Weitong immediately drew his gun, and the other underlings followed suit, aiming at Yi Tian. Oblivious to what had happened, Qin Zhiwei said in confusion, "What are you doing? It's just an apology. Why the guns? Put them away." Before Wang Weitong could explain, Yi Tian roared, "How much more do you plan to humiliate me? I get it. You think I'm too weak, so I'm not even worth your effort, right? You want these men to point their guns at me to make me afraid, to make me beg for mercy, then look down at me with that arrogant sneer, telling me this is the difference between you and me, and trample my dignity. Defile my soul, toy with my body. Leave me broken and shattered. Am I right?" Qin Zhiwei, Wang Weitong, and even the surrounding underlings all seemed to have question marks over their heads. "Do what are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is that?" Qin Zhiwei turned stiffly to Wang Weitong. "He said he wants to toy with my wife." "No idea." Wang Weitong shook his head. "Maybe he's trying to seduce you." "What a—" Qin Zhiwei flew into a rage and bellowed at Yi Tian. "Who do you think you are to try and seduce me? Don't even dream about it. How could a centipede ever match a true dragon? You don't stand a chance." Wang Weitong grew even more exasperated. Was that really the issue here? Shouldn't the gender be the main concern? Matching or not, what are you even saying? He was doomed. He hadn't checked the almanac before leaving today. Everyone he met was crazier than the last. If this kept up, would he catch their madness? Wang Weitong felt like crying. He knew he shouldn't have taken this job. Now he was stuck between two idiots screaming nonsense at each other. Hearing Qin Zhiwei's words, Yi Tian grew even more furious. Veins bulging on his forehead, he roared, "Not worthy of you. They'll show you worthy." "What a—" Qin Zhiwei was seething with rage. He never expected this fellow to be so audacious. Could this brat be a savage, oblivious to the fact that he was the invincible second young Master Qin? "Kid, I warn you, you'd better. Huh? You dare make a move?" Before Qin Zhiwei could finish, Yi Tian lunged forward, his hands leaving afterimages in the air. Surrounded by dozens of guns, he naturally had to capture the leader first. In Yi Tian's eyes, Qin Zhiwei seemed utterly unfathomable, so he unleashed a killing move from the start. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Yi Tian's hands sealed off all of Qin Zhiwei's escape routes, his eyes fixed solemnly on the latter, as if waiting for a counterattack. Yet Qin Zhiwei stood there dumbfounded, showing no sign of fighting back. Huh. Just as Yi Tian's hands were about to touch Qin Zhiwei, he abruptly withdrew, hastily dispersing his force, causing his qi and blood to churn violently, and his face to flush crimson. "You have not a single flaw. Truly a master." Hearing Yi Tian's words, Qin Zhiwei was momentarily stunned, then broke into a grin. "Kid, you're perceptive. I didn't expect my identity as a master to be exposed by you." "Heh. Very well then. You may leave. I want to demand an apology." Wang Weitong, listening from behind, was speechless. He clearly saw that Qin Zhiwei's legs were trembling, just now too scared to move. And yet he was being called a master. Wang Weitong silently holstered his gun and retracted a sleeve arrow from his right hand. If Yi Tian had actually tried to seize Qin Zhiwei, Wang Weitong would have taught him the meaning of a dirty trick. Having been the boss of the Black Gloves for so many years, he hadn't wasted his time. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Qin Zhiwei. Since there were no flaws, he would create one. He casually pulled two buttons from under his shirt. With two sharp sounds, the buttons traced two arcs through the air as Yi Tian dashed forward. The buttons flew straight for Qin Zhiwei's throat and heart, while Yi Tian turned his fists into claws, aiming directly for Qin Zhiwei's eyes. Just then Qin Zhiwei's legs seemed to go numb, bending slightly. That slight bend caused the two buttons to miscombine. At the same time, Yi Tian slipped on the ground, spinning like a top, and crashing directly into Qin Zhiwei's embrace. With a muffled thud, the two rolled into a ball, tumbling several meters away. Wang Weitong, gun in hand, was at a loss for words. He had figured it out. Qin Zhiwei's luck was off the charts. In terms of both skill and aura, Yi Tian was undoubtedly an elite. Yet none of his lethal moves managed to land on Qin Zhiwei. The only hit came from a clumsy slip, and fatal blows fail, but getting beaten works. What kind of logic was that? Wang Weitong unconsciously tightened his coat. He had never believed in ghosts or gods, but seeing Qin Zhiwei's absurd attributes, he was starting to have doubts. He even wondered if he should bring Qin Zhiwei on his next mission, using him as a bulletproof vest. Would that make him invincible? At that moment, Qin Zhiwei lay on the ground, covered in bumps, tears streaming from the pain. "Ouch! Are you a bull? Just ramming into me. And you call yourself a master? Is this how a master is your nickname, Locomotive? It hurts like hell." Unlike Qin Zhiwei's wails, Yi Tian, equally bruised, was momentarily stunned, then burst into joyful laughter. "Ha ha ha. So what if you're a master? I still broke through your defense. I'm invincible, ouch. It hurts. No it doesn't. Not one bit. Watching this lunatic who laughed and cried at the same time, his head covered in lumps, Qin Zhiwei almost burst into tears. Damn it, just you wait. I'm going to tell my brother. Don't you dare leave. Saying this, Qin Zhiwei turned to Wang Weitong and cried out, send someone to help me. I'm bleeding. Take me to the hospital. Are you blind? Wang Weitong waved his hand. A group of subordinates stepped forward to help Qin Zhiwei up and Yi Tian as well. Let's go to the hospital. Yes. The underlings helped the two into the car, which drove off toward the hospital. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao, hidden in the shadows of the abandoned factory, was almost asleep. He had been waiting for ages, and that so-called chosen one seemed dead with no intention of showing up. The bandits appeared to have settled on a price with the employer and were now boiling water for instant noodles. He had waited so long. Maybe he should. Achut. Suddenly Qin Wudao sneezed. Logically, with his physique, he couldn't catch a cold. Someone must be gossiping behind his back. While Qin Wudao was still puzzled, a bandit kicked over the noodle pot. Damn it. Who's there? Several bandits, guns in hand, warily stared at the entrance of the abandoned factory. Qin Wudao rubbed his nose and stepped out from the shadows. With an awkward expression, he said, busy fellows. That noodle is a waste. Bang. At that moment, a gunshot echoed through the factory. The bandit leader didn't hesitate. The moment he saw Qin Wudao, he pulled the trigger. A wisp of smoke curled from the muzzle. The bandit leader's face twisted with malice. Kid, you dare come to save someone alone? I know better than anyone that villains die from talking too much, so I'll kill you first. The bandit leader expected Qin Wudao to fall, but after more than 10 seconds, he was still standing there. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. To the bandits, shocked Qin Wudao, who should have been shot dead, walked slowly forward. To be honest, this is my first time trying to catch these things. I succeeded, but my hand is scraped. Qin Wudao said languidly, extending his hand. In his palm lay 3 bullets. With his strength exceeding 300 amplified by the suit gangster ability, he had caught bullets with his bare hands. His palm was slightly reddened, whether from the heat or the bullet's impact the skin was peeling. The bandit leader's eye scraped skin. Even if he used a weaker pistol, catching a bullet barehanded was beyond human capability. Had a Superman arrived? But his underwear wasn't worn on the outside. Who the hell are you? SHHHH. The moment the bandit leader finished asking, a figure appeared directly in front of him. Villains die from talking too much. You told me that. Qin Wudao uttered the classic line with a detached tone. His fist slammed directly into the bandit leader's chest. A crisp crack resounded. That single punch shattered the bandit leader's sternum. With a thunderous thud, the man hurtled backward like a cannonball, flying over a dozen meters. The other bandits, witnessing this, raised their guns and unleashed a frantic barrage at Qin Wudao. At that moment, Qin Wudao moved like a wraith, leaving a trail of afterimages across the open ground. The next second, he materialized before one of the bandits and swept a vicious side kick toward him. A heavy thud echoed. The bandit's body twisted grotesquely like a rag doll, and he was sent flying sideways. Another thud. The second one. A third thud. The third one. The surrounding bandits were no match for him. Within a minute, the gunfire in the abandoned warehouse fell silent. The bandits didn't even have time to scream before they met their brutal end. Their deaths were gruesome. Blood seeped from every orifice, and their limbs bent at unnatural angles. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying in their final moments. They had thought it was a simple kidnapping, only to encounter such a monster, catching bullets barehanded, leaving afterimages while moving. This sudden apparition differed from Superman only in that he didn't wear his underwear on the outside, nor did he simply take flight. The ones who flew were them. Having finished all this, Qin Wudao flicked his hand. The act of catching a bullet had been completely spontaneous. Who would have thought that a bandit leader would possess such advanced thinking, firing a shot without a word? Qin Wudao silently warned himself. It seemed that casually dispatching 2 chosen ones recently had made him somewhat careless. That wouldn't do. He could catch a pistol bullet, but what if a cannon or a more powerful gun came his way? Qin Wudao had no masochistic tendencies and certainly wouldn't make a habit of using his hands. I need to change my mindset, he muttered. As for this madness, the previous owner suppressed it with simpering behavior. How should I handle it? Qin Wudao lowered his head, seemingly pondering the matter of his bloodline. Just then, a person resembling a silkworm chrysalis wriggled frantically at his feet. Who else could it be but earlier, when she saw Qin Wudao descending like a divine warrior only to be shot by the bandit leader the next second, her heart turned cold. Inwardly, she cursed him for being a fool. But the turn of events slapped her in the face. He was a monster, catching bullets barehanded, taking down the bandits that even top-tier bodyguards couldn't handle one after another. But after finishing them, he just stood there. I'm still here. Chu Lian wriggled her delicate body, desperately trying to catch his attention. Fortunately, Qin Wudao snapped out of it and noticed Chu Lian below. He bent down and tore off the cloth. Gasping, Chu Lian sucked in fresh air greedily, her beautiful eyes filled with the relief of a narrow escape. You are. Before she could finish, her small mouth was pinched shut by a hand, rendering her speechless. She stared at Qin Wudao with wide, fearful eyes. Had she jumped from the frying pan into the fire? Qin Wudao paid no heed to her thoughts and said flatly, I ask you answer. Understand. Though bewildered, Chu Lian nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice driven by fear. Good. Qin Wudao smiled faintly then released her. Who are you and who are they? Why did they kidnap you? I am from the Chu family of Jingdu. I came here to meet a friend, but as soon as I got off the plane I was kidnapped. I don't know who they are. Chu Lian had a stunningly beautiful face, yet now she looked as aggrieved as a little girl, creating a certain charming contrast. The Chu family of Jingdu. Qin Wudao pondered for a moment, but found no memory of this Chu family. After all, in Jingdu there were plenty of people surnamed Chu, and some families were extremely low-key, so it was normal not to know. He had originally thought he would encounter the Chosen One today and deal with him directly. But who would have guessed that the Chosen One seemed to have taken the day off and never showed up? With a sigh, Qin Wudao untied the restraints from Chu Lian. Then he got up and walked toward the door. Chu Lian followed him quietly like a kitten. The two walked in silence until they reached Qin Wudao's car. Qin Wudao turned his head to see Chu Lian still following him. Miss Chu, you can leave now. It's safe, isn't it? Chu Lian bit her lower lip, a blush spreading across her beautiful face. Could you please drop me off in the city? It's a bit dark here and I can't find my phone. I can't get back. Qin Wudao glanced at her and said softly, get in. Wait, I need to do something. Seeing Chu Lian press her legs together, Qin Wudao almost laughed out loud. This girl was clearly terrified. The amusement in his eyes only made her more flustered and angry. All right. Hurry up. And remember to dust yourself off before getting in, or you'll dirty my car. I know. With that, Chu Lian turned and ran into the small woods. 5 minutes later, she emerged slowly, the blush on her cheeks even more enchanting under the car's headlights. Once she got in, she pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes darting away, refusing to meet Qin Wudao's gaze. Enjoying the silence, Qin Wudao started the car and drove toward the city. It was night, and the evening breeze wafted through the open window, stirring Chu Lian's hair. Whether from fear or something else, her eyes reddened and tears began to fall silently. But even her tears were quiet, as if she were suppressing herself. A soft snap. Chu Lian noticed a packet of tissues appear on her lap. She turned her head instinctively and saw Qin Wudao still staring straight ahead, not looking at her at all. She lowered her head and whispered, thank you. Then she slowly opened the tissue and wiped her tears. A sudden break nearly caused Chu Lian to poke her own eyes out. A distinct collision sound came from the car. Qin Wudao's eyes narrowed, a chill seeping into his gaze. A tantrum at this hour. In front of the car, a tricycle had been pushed out from a side street, causing the collision. As the car stopped, an old man emerged from nowhere, sat down on the ground, and began to wail. Bang! Qin Wudao opened the car door and stepped out directly. The old man was wailing incessantly on the ground. Ouch! You hit me. It hurts so much. Someone come and look. Although it was nighttime in the downtown area of the magic capital, there were not a few people on the streets. Soon a crowd of onlookers gathered around. Qin Wudao calmly lit a cigarette, walked slowly to the old man, and said placidly, I hit you. Seeing Qin Wudao's high-end custom suit, the old man's eyes lit up. He raised his voice, ouch. That's right. It was you who hit me. Take me to the hospital quickly. Is that so? Then where are you injured? At this, the old man paused for a moment before continuing, my hand and my leg. It hurts so much I think they're broken. Old man, I have a dash cam that clearly shows you pushing your tricycle out. By the way, remember to compensate me for my car. You are entirely at fault. I don't know anything about a dash cam. I just know you hit me. The old man began to act shamelessly, even turning his gaze to the people around him. Look, rich people are also lawless. They hit me and won't take me to the hospital or even help me up. They just leave an old man lying on the ground. And they threaten me, telling me to compensate for his car. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd exchanged glances. They had come to watch the excitement and didn't know what had happened before. But now it seemed like a rear-end collision. In a rear-end collision, isn't the rear car entirely at fault? Moreover, the old man was still lying on the ground wailing. Several elderly people spoke up sympathetically. Young man, you clearly rear-end him. Even if the authorities haven't assigned blame, yet you should at least help him up. That's right. You drive a luxury car. This little medical expense shouldn't be a problem for you. Why make things difficult for an old man? You're driving and he's riding a bike. He's the vulnerable party. Besides, your car should have insurance. Why not just file a claim? It won't cost you anything. Young people nowadays don't have an ounce of compassion. Truly, the world is in decline. Hearing the surrounding comments, the old man's wails grew louder. Oh, Qin Wudao almost laughed out loud. What were these people doing? Moral coercion. That only worked on people with morals. He was a primal being. Oh, what could they possibly use to coerce him? Qin Wudao slowly rose and walked to the old man. He said softly, you feel your hands and legs are... That's right. It hurts so much. All right, I'll take you to the hospital. Come, let me help you up first. A glint of triumph flashed in the old man's eyes. He had succeeded. Crack. The moment Qin Wudao helped him up, a clear sound of bone cracking rang out. The old man's face froze for a moment, then he let out a scream like a stuck pig. Ouch! It hurts so much. What are you doing? Ah! The people around were also stunned. They saw Qin Wudao gently help the old man up. He was fine when he got up, but the next second the old man pushed Qin Wudao away and fell to the ground wailing. Qin Wudao looked at the people around him and silently chanted in his heart, "Anti-idiot aura, activate." Hum. A gentle breeze swept across the scene. After a moment a young man stepped forward frowning. This old man is trying to scam, right? You barely touched him and he starts screaming. I've been recording everything. Don't try to extort anyone falsely. That's right, I saw it. This big brother just helped him up gently. If his leg were really broken, why didn't he scream when being helped up, but only fell down again after standing? This old man is definitely a scammer. Those old folks who spoke earlier must be in cahoots with him, right? They were so quick to chime in. Hearing this, the elderly people who had spoken earlier also frowned. They wanted to refute, but didn't know how. Just then Qin Wudao spoke. Everyone, you've all seen it. This old man is a scammer, and these people are definitely his accomplices. Who are you calling an accomplice? The elderly people quickly retorted. Being labeled an accomplice would be hard to— Not accomplices. Then why did you speak up for him? We just felt sorry for him, young man. Can't we have a little compassion? Hearing this, the corners of Qin Wudao's mouth lifted slightly. He chuckled, compassion. Yes, of course. You say you're not accomplices, just sympathetic, right? Alright, I have a complete dashcam recording of the old man's scam. You feel sorry for him? I think so too. He might not be able to afford to compensate for my car alone. Later all of you can split it and pay together. Why should we pay? What does it have to do with us? Tap tap tap. Just then a group of men in security uniforms walked over. The leader was Longya. All the enforcers of the Dragon King's Hall had become security guards for the hidden dragon group to conceal their identities. Qin Wudao had just sent them a message. The group directly surrounded the place. Longya came to Qin Wudao's side. President Qin. Qin Wudao pointed at the people who had been morally coercing him earlier and chuckled. Let these people compensate for my car together. As for the old man on the ground, since he says his whole body is broken, take him to fulfill that wish. Yes. Longya waved his hand, signaling the security guards to begin. Before dealing with those people, they even took out the onlookers' phones and deleted the videos. Don't arrest us. I want to call the authorities. Let me go. I have a headache. Ouch, my head hurts. If my son finds out I have to pay for a luxury car, can I even go home? I was wrong. Get out of the way. Bang. Qin Wudao ignored everyone, opened the car door, and got in. He didn't think it was a coincidence that an old man suddenly appeared to scam him. Sure enough, his phone suddenly rang. Tian Pingsheng. Seeing the name, Qin Wudao smiled slightly. He answered the call in front of Chu Lian. Brother Qin, my apologies for the farce. I didn't expect you to be the one who rescued her. Oh, so it was your doing. Tian Pingsheng's words clearly indicated that he had arranged the kidnapping of Chu Lian. The old man's scam on the road was genuine, but Tian Pingsheng's men were probably watching from the shadows. Upon discovering that the rescuer was Qin Wudao, they immediately reported it to Tian Pingsheng. Hence this phone call. It was me. Tian Pingsheng didn't bother to hide it and directly admitted, I didn't expect you to be caught up in this, Brother Qin. That's my fault. It's nothing. I should be the one apologizing for disrupting your plan. Haha, then it'll trouble Brother Qin to keep her occupied for one night. After tonight you can let her go. After exchanging a few more words with Tian Pingsheng, they ended the call. Chu Lian, seated in the passenger seat, had not heard the voice on the other end, and naturally had no idea that the person who had schemed against her was in league with Qin Wudao. Qin Wudao readily agreed to Tian Pingsheng's request. After all, cooperation required reciprocity, and merely having Chu Lian stay by his side for one night was a trivial matter. Miss Chu, I'm heading to the hospital now. Would you like to? I'll go with you. Before Qin Wudao could finish his sentence, Chu Lian had already volunteered herself. Having just endured a kidnapping and then encountered a staged accident, upon stepping out, Chu Lian had remained in the car out of fear that the old man might also be part of the kidnapper's scheme. Now she instinctively regarded Qin Wudao as her pillar of support. The strength he had displayed in the abandoned factory had filled her with a profound sense of security. She had even forgotten to borrow a phone to call her family. All right. Qin Wudao offered a faint smile. Chu Lian's voluntary cooperation saved him considerable trouble. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to play the role of a kidnapper himself. The reason for heading to the hospital was the message Wang Weidong had sent earlier. The second young Master Qin had been in a fight and was now hospitalized. The other party was reportedly someone named Yi Tian, whose family background remained unknown. This was the news from the hospital. That person is called Yi Tian. Upon hearing the name, Qin Wudao immediately decided to go to the hospital. Inside the hospital ward, the second young Master Qin wore a grim expression. Using such a vicious move. Body slamming me. No martial honor. I wasn't prepared. If I had been ready, a mere human spinning top like him, I could easily. Enough, calm down. Hearing the second young Master Qin's incessant muttering, Wang Weidong was at a loss for words. Ironically, while Yi Tian's lethal moves had no effect on the second young master, this non-fatal collision had broken several of his ribs. He was as fragile as paper. Wang Weidong. Qin Zhiwei, annoyed by Wang Weitong's interruption, snapped, "My brother told you to protect me, and this is how you do it. You've protected me right into the hospital. How can you be so incompetent as my subordinate?" Second young master Qin. Wang Weitong rolled his eyes and retorted, "Even if the boss told me to cooperate with you, he never said to protect you. We're just superior and subordinate. I'm not your bodyguard. Fine, just wait. When my brother gets here, I'll have him fire you." "Oh, I hadn't noticed." Wang Weitong suddenly spoke with a playful tone. "Our second young master is now calling him brother. TSK, TSK. Nonsense. I did not." Qin Zhiwei retorted, his face reddening to his neck, but the agitation sent a sharp pain through his chest. The agony of broken bones was no joke. He winced and grimaced in pain. Just then the door swung open and Qin Wudao entered with a smile, followed by the stunning beauty Chu Lian. "You seem quite spirited. Looks like it's nothing serious." "Oomph." Seeing Qin Wudao, Qin Zhiwei snorted coldly. "This is a work-related injury. Remember to reimburse my medical expenses. Rough estimate about 200 million. 200 million. Qin Wudao burst into laughter. "Ha ha, your rough estimate is indeed quite rough. Just tell me if you'll pay." In response, Qin Wudao extended his hand. "Come on, give me your phone." "Qin Wudao, you're pulling that trick again." Qin Zhiwei nearly jumped up, veins bulging on his forehead. The memory of Qin Wudao taking out a loan in his name was still fresh. Back then, Qin Wudao had worn the same smile and asked for his phone. And then a 20 million loan had appeared out of. Even now, loan agents kept calling him, asking if he needed credit. As the esteemed second young master of the Qin family, being hounded daily about loans was a disgrace, compounded by his father's belt lashing. Seeing Qin Zhiwei's contorted face, Qin Wudao took the phone and swiftly operated it. "You wanted 200 million. There you go." Qin Zhiwei took his phone, skeptically peering at the screen cautiously. Indeed, a transfer notification showed 200 million credited. "No, I need to check carefully. What if it's another loan?" Qin Zhiwei began scrutinizing his phone with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Qin Wudao turned to Wang Weitong. "Where is that Yi Tian?" "I don't know." Wang Weitong shook his head. "That kid is skilled. He got simple treatment at the hospital and left directly, and my men couldn't stop him." Qin Wudao was not surprised by this. A child of destiny, it was only natural he had some advantages. As they conversed, the ward door opened again, and a beautiful doctor entered. She wore a pristine white coat, its collar slightly open to reveal a simple light blue blouse, exuding both efficiency and elegance. The hem of her coat swayed gently with her steps. Her jet black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail, her skin, like snow, her features stunning. A pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her high nose bridge, adding an intellectual charm. "How is the patient's recovery?" Qin Wudao." The beautiful doctor froze mid-sentence, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Wudao before her. Qin Wudao frowned slightly as memories surfaced in his mind. The beautiful doctor was Su Muxue. It seemed his former self had a peculiar fondness for doctors. Before pursuing Wan Shirin, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he had also chased after another woman, Su Muxue. The most bizarre part was that Su Muxue was Su Yao's aunt. Su Muxue and his former self had once been the most promising couple, but like Lu Ruyan, she had a male confidant by her side. The two often appeared together in various settings. His former self, the devoted admirer, had repeatedly asked Su Muxue to be more mindful, only to be met with her impatience. "Can't you be more mature? He's just my confidant. What are you so jealous about? If you can't handle it, then stop pursuing me. I told you before, I won't neglect my friends just because I have a boy." Even on his former self's birthday, Su Muxue was out dining with that male confidant. Only a man truly understands another man's intentions. His repeated warnings had only brought impatient scolding, not distance. That male confidant even went as far as to openly provoke Qin Wudao, not only repeatedly challenging him with words, but also seeking him out in private. His tactics were even more egregious than by yes. He was truly the king of manipulators. In the end, his past self was abandoned by Su Muxue and turned to Wan Shirin instead. A replacement romance. After reviewing the memories, Qin Wudao let out a sigh, marveling at how his former self had suppressed his madness, as if possessed by a demon. He could endure any humiliation. No wonder he was called the Dragon King, who bides his time. "Why are you here? Where have you been all these years?" Seeing that Qin Wudao remained silent, Su Muxue stepped forward, her beautiful eyes brimming with the joy of rediscovery and a hint of inexplicable conflict and struggle. Qin Wudao showed a trace of disgust at Su Muxue's approach. "Dr. Su, if I'm not mistaken, you're here to see a patient, aren't you? Why ask me? Are you still blaming me?" Su Muxue shook her head with a bitter smile. "You're right to blame me. Back then, I was the one who—" "Enough." Before Su Muxue could finish, Qin Wudao cut her off. "If you have nothing else, leave. They'll find him another doctor. You." Su Muxue's heart ached at his cold demeanor, and she instinctively reached out to grab his hand. A crisp slap rang out. Su Muxue's hand was struck away. It was Chu Lian who did it. After slapping away Su Muxue's hand, she immediately linked her arm with Qin Wudao's. "Dr. Su, what do you mean by grabbing my boyfriend's hand? Don't think being a doctor gives you the right to harass a patient's family. I'm telling you, if you don't want a complaint, get out now. Your boyfriend. Su Mux's pretty face was filled with disbelief. She had been the one to end things, and she had always known this day would come. But seeing it before her still made her heart clench. Of course he's my boyfriend. Chu Lian tightened her grip on Qin Wudao's arm, defiantly looking up at him with a reassuring look that said Qin Wudao found it somewhat absurd. Did he really need another woman to spite Su Muxue? She wasn't even worth it. Wudao. Su Muxue took a deep breath, then softened her tone. What if I told you I regret it? Can we go back? Have you no shame? Chu Lian's face flushed with anger. Though she didn't know the full story, she had already pieced together a dramatic romance in her mind. She had planned to help her benefactor by angering the woman before her, but who knew Su Muxue would go all out and ask for a reunion? Just as Chu Lian was at a loss for words, Qin Wudao patted her hand and walked up to Su Muxue. What did you say? Go back to the past. Yes. Su Muxue nodded, love flickering in her eyes. I know I was wrong. I should have kept my distance from him. I'm willing to change now. Can you give me a chance? All these years without you, I've realized who truly matters to me. Before she could finish, Qin Wudao grabbed her chin and said softly, you know you were wrong. I recall Su Yao is your niece, right? She said she was wrong too. Shouldn't she be in the ophthalmology hospital now? It was you who blinded Yao Yao. Su Muxue was horrified. A while ago, Su Yao had attended a banquet and returned utterly changed with her eyes gouged out. She never imagined Qin Wudao was behind it. So she didn't tell you. Qin Wudao said mockingly. You really are alike, not just in looks, but in personality too. He extended two fingers, pushed aside his black-rimmed glasses, and lightly touched Su Muxue's beautiful eyes. Shall I dig yours out too and donate them to someone who needs them? Muxue, the attending doctor said you were in this room. At that moment, a man holding a bouquet of flowers walked in. Seeing the scene before him, he froze. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, anger rising in his face. Qin Wudao, you and Muxue are over. Why are you bothering her again? Oh, another one. A smirk curled at the corner of Qin Wudao's mouth. Perfect. It seemed he could finally repay the grievances his past self had endured. The newcomer was Lin Yaoyang, Su Muxue's male confidant. His presence had been the cause of the rift between Su Muxue and his past self, leading to their breakup. Seeing Lin Yaoyang, Su Muxue panicked. Wudao believed me, we're just friends. I didn't ask him to come here. Before she could finish, Qin Wudao pressed his large hand against her face with such force that Su Muxue felt her Sure, it's not your turn yet. With that, he shoved her away. Lin Yaoyang strode forward, leaning close to Qin Wudao, and whispered, let me tell you, Qin Wudao, Muxue is about to accept me. Jealous. You chased her for so long and never got her, but I'm about to succeed. Now watch. After all these years, she still cares most about me. His tone was dripping with smugness. Then, as if seized by some madness, Lin Yaoyang grabbed Qin Wudao's hand and pressed it against himself. You. Thud. Lin Yaoyang stumbled back, hitting the wall, his face full of shock. Qin Wudao, I just said don't make Muxue cry anymore. Why did you hit me? Qin Wudao stood calmly watching Lin Yaoyang's performance with scorn. When the act was over, he chuckled. Cry. Don't worry, you'll gouge out her eyes soon enough and she'll never cry again. But you're different. You like to talk, don't you? Let me shut you up. Wudao? Su Muxue, knowing Qin Wudao's strength, hurried forward with a pleading tone. Don't do this. The authorities will take you away. Thud. Qin Wudao kicked Su Muxue to the ground with such force that she spat out a mouthful of blood. The sight left Lin Yaoyang utterly stunned. As Su Muxue's male confidant, he had also witnessed the terrifying power of Qin Wudao. Yet he felt no fear, firmly believing that in Su Muxue's presence Qin Wudao would never resort to such inhuman strength. He had thought he could still use Qin Wudao as an experimental subject later, but Qin Wudao had simply left. Now seemed like a perfect opportunity to provoke him, yet he even dared to strike Su Muxue. Cough. Wudao. Su Muxue sat on the ground, coughing up blood in great heaps. As a doctor, she could clearly sense the condition within her own body. That kick from Qin Wudao had broken several of her ribs and even damaged her internal organs. Now she lacked the strength to even stand. Her face was filled with disbelief. Su Muxue knew that Qin Wudao loved her as his own life. How could such a person possibly lay a hand on her? Could it have been an illusion? Or was she dreaming now? Yet the pain in her body incessantly reminded her that, Wudao, how could you? Cough. How could you become like this? On the other side, Lin Yaoyang snapped back to reality, wanting to leave first, for Qin Wudao's current state was truly terrifying. Just as he turned to leave, he realized that unbeknownst to him, another person in the room had blocked the ward's door. Slowly the man drew from his bosom a gun. Lin Yaoyang's pupils constricted. A gun? How could it be a gun? Just who was this Qin Wudao? What? At that moment, Lin Yaoyang heard a slightly teasing voice. He stiffly turned his head and met Qin Wudao's gaze, whose face was full of mockery and whose eyes seemed to hold a trace of crimson light. That's right. Lin Yaoyang suddenly recalled that Su Muxue had once told him that an anomaly was found in Qin Wudao's blood test. His blood seemed to contain a boiling factor that would send his brain into a state of frenzy and mania. Now Qin Wudao must be in a manic state. As long as Su Muxue used her love to soothe him, he would revert to being that lovesick fool. With this thought, Lin Yaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Su Muxue. Muxue, Qin Wudao must be ill. Get up and hug him like you did last time he had an episode. Hurry, only you can cure him. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue's beautiful eyes lit up. That's right. There was something wrong with Qin Wudao's blood. This meant he did not love her, nor did he strike intentionally. He was having an episode. With this in mind, Su Muxue quickly spoke. Wudao? Aye. Before she could finish, a medicine bottle struck her head, causing blood to gush out. Qin Zirwei stood there, one hand clutching his ribs, the other still in the motion of throwing the bottle. Damn it, you've been blabbing since you came in. I'm a patient here, can't you see? No one speaks up for me. You're a doctor, but instead of tending to me, you go after my brother. Did you get your head stuck in a door? Having said this, Qin Zirwei's face lit up with a hint of delight. So this is how satisfying it is to resort to violence without a word. He'd have to learn a few moves from Qin Wudao later. From now on, he wouldn't use money to bully people. He'd use his fists. What if he turned out to be a martial arts prodigy? Just as Qin Zirwei was lost in his fantasies, Qin Wudao had already arrived in front of Lin Yaoyang. The latter stammered, Qin Wudao, don't be rash. Muxue is injured. Calm down, take her away for treatment first. Her. Qin Wudao smiled. She's not urgent. But I see you standing there looking so tired. I'm not tired. Panic was written all over Lin Yaoyang's face. He thought Qin Wudao was having an episode, and the best solution was Su Muxue. With this in mind, he made a dash and threw himself beside Su Muxue. With a thud, he fell grimacing in pain, but he had no time to care about his injuries. He said to Su Muxue, Qin Wudao is ill. He's trying to kill me. I might have come between you two. I know I was wrong. He'll never come looking for you again. Just let me. Before Lin Yaoyang could finish his sentence, Qin Wudao grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up with a sudden jerk. Not far away, Chu Lian's face was flushed with excitement. Back in the abandoned factory, she had witnessed Qin Wudao's actions and regarded him as a superhuman, even an idol. Now seeing her idol in action again, how could she not be thrilled? Lin Yaoyang, you really have a face that makes people sick. Do you know what I hate most? Green tea bitches like you. What? What tea? Lin Yaoyang, suspended in the air, struggled incessantly, paying no attention to Qin Wudao's words. The next moment, a dull thud resounded through the ward. Lin Yaoyang couldn't even let out a scream. His entire face was already a bloody pulp. Blood splattered everywhere, covering Su Muxue's body and face with droplets of crimson. She sat slumped on the ground, dazed, fear blooming in her beautiful eyes. Wu Wudao, don't keep hitting. Murder must be paid with life. I forgot about you. Qin Wudao looked at Su Muxue with interest. Holding Lin Yaoyang with one hand, he suddenly swung him towards her. With a thud, Lin Yaoyang in Qin Wudao's grip like a baseball bat sent Su Muxue flying, smashing the nearby equipment. Qin Wudao wielded the massive baseball bat, shaking it up and down. Lin Yaoyang still had a sliver of consciousness, struggling to open his mouth as if to call for help. Seeing this, Qin Wudao slammed him fiercely onto the ground. With a crack, the pristine floor tiles shattered into pieces, and along with them Lin Yaoyang's bones. Having done all this, Qin Wudao walked over to Qin Zirwei, grabbed his blanket, and wiped his hands. The invincible second young master Qin chose to stay silent, constantly comforting himself. It's fine, he already gave me my allowance. He'll just change the blanket after he leaves. Better not say a word, or else what if he twists me into a pretzel? Faced with the ferocious Qin Wudao, the second young master Qin chose to yield. After wiping his hands, Qin Wudao looked indifferently at the surrounding chaos. He lit a cigarette, and as the smoke swirled, the crimson light in his eyes gradually faded. As expected, Qin Wudao sighed softly. The berserk blood is getting worse. But was it my super brain telling me to solve things with my fists, or the berserk blood? Whatever the result is the same. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully tipping the god. Congratulations, host, on receiving the black card, 100 billion Dragon Country dollars. The system has been unlocked by 10%. Congratulations, host, on making the female lead regret her actions. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mad blood suppression ring. Congratulations, host. No more congratulations. Just take it. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mad blood fury ring. Equipping it increases critical hit rate by 100%. A series of 3 system prompts rang out, but the Oxhorse system didn't even bother pretending anymore. Whenever another system gave a reward, it would follow suit. It seemed to specifically target the regret system. Whatever the latter gave, the Oxhorse system would give a corresponding reward, even surpassing it in quality. Truly a system that had internalized competition to the extreme. Seeing Qin Wudao wipe the blood from his hands, Qin Zirwei breathed a sigh of relief. Since you've beaten them, you won't hit me, right? Wang Weidong, standing by, simply shook his head. He understood Qin Wudao's mad blood state well enough, but he was immensely pleased with his brother's transformation. After all, when Qin Wudao had been a simp before, Wang Weidong had been genuinely furious. Sometimes had even wanted to kill those women himself, but he feared Qin Wudao's wrath. Now he didn't even need to lift a finger. Qin Wudao was taking everyone down equally, men and women alike. After wiping his hands, Qin Wudao looked at Wang Weitong. Clean this place up, then move Qin Zhiwei to another ward. Got it, boss. Guess I'm just destined to be busy. Bang. Just as Wang Weitong was about to leave, the door was suddenly kicked open. A group of men in black entered, their guns immediately trained on the three people inside the room. The leader was a strikingly handsome woman with a pretty face. Her black suit made her look exceptionally sharp and capable. Holding a pistol, she exuded a dangerous yet captivating beauty. She held up her credentials with one hand, while keeping her gun trained on them with the other. MD Yujue from the Special Department. Qin Wudao, Wang Weitong, Qin Zhiwei, you three are coming with us. I have questions for you. You. HM. At that moment, Yujue finally noticed the gruesome scene inside the ward. Her eyes fixed on Qin Wudao were filled with disgust and anger. It seems we don't even need to ask. Qin Wudao, you're under arrest. Wang Weitong looked puzzled. Beautiful lady, that's quite interesting. How do you know my boss did this to these two people? What if it was me, eh? You call him boss. Who else could it be? No more nonsense. Come with me. With that, Yujue walked straight up to Qin Wudao, her gun aimed at his forehead. She reached behind her back with her other hand, pulling out handcuffs, intending to cuff him. At that moment, Qin Wudao extended a long, slender finger and pressed it directly against the gun's muzzle. What do you think you're doing? The surrounding men in black all surged forward, their guns trained on Qin Wudao. Seeing this, a fierce red light blazed in Qin Wudao's eyes. He stared at Yujue and said softly, I don't appreciate being held at gunpoint. If you want to take me in, there's no need for such trouble. But I guarantee you, if you let these people keep their guns on me, I guarantee none of you will leave this ward alive. Bang. As if to echo Qin Wudao's threat, Wang Weitong, who was standing by the door, slammed it shut. A red ring materialized in Qin Wudao's hand behind his back. As the ring glowed with crimson light, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying. Yujue, facing Qin Wudao, directly felt the pressure of his presence, and her pretty face paled. But at this moment, lowering her gun would be too humiliating. Captain. Just then, one of the men in black approached Yujue and whispered, don't be rash. The director only asked us to invite him back, not to arrest him. A conflict here would be bad for our image. Hearing this, Yujue, as if given a way out, lowered her gun. The other agents followed suit, holstering their weapons and breathing a sigh of relief. The pressure Qin Wudao exerted on them was immense. None of them doubted Qin Wudao's earlier words. If a fight broke out, they might not make it out alive. Qin Wudao, Wang Weitong, Qin Zhiwei, you're coming with me. After saying this, Yujue headed for the door. Qin Zhiwei, lying in his hospital bed, pointed at himself in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? I haven't moved an inch. My ribs are broken and you're still taking me in. Two of the men in black didn't care. Following their captain's orders, they moved to lift Qin Zhiwei out. Just then, an icy voice cut through the air. Anyone who touches him will lose their hands. The two men in black froze and turned their heads stiffly. They found Qin Wudao's eyes fixed on them, a deathly stare that rooted them to the spot, completely unsure of what to do. At that moment, Yuju's eyes flickered. She said softly, forget it. He's not our main target anyway. Leave him here. As she spoke, she was the first to leave. Qin Wudao turned to Chu Lian and said gently, wait for me at the hospital tonight. I'll take you home when I get back. Chu Lian obediently hummed in response, then found a chair and sat down, completely unfazed by the bloody scene around her. After everyone had left, Qin Zhiwei rubbed his ribs and muttered, "Oof. Don't think he'll be grateful just because." As he spoke, he calmly pulled out his phone and expertly dialed a number. Mom, Dad, Sis, my brother's been arrested. Help. In the hallway outside, the men in black who were leaving nearly tripped over their own feet when they heard Qin Zhiwei's anguished screams. Hadn't they left the second young master Qin untouched? Why was he screaming like a pig being slaughtered? Help! Help who? Help us! Yuju and narrowed her beautiful eyes. She knew that involving the Qin family would only make things more troublesome. Move faster, she commanded coldly. Yes, ma'am. The group left the hospital where several black cars were waiting outside. Qin Wudao walked straight to the middle car. Wang Weitong obediently stepped forward and opened the door for him. After Qin Wudao got in, one of the men in black tried to follow. Bang! Before he could sit down, a foot shot out from inside the car, kicking him flying. Wang Weitong almost burst out laughing at the sight. What makes you think you're worthy of riding with my boss? The man in black gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger, but he obediently backed away. With the roar of engines, the black cars disappeared through the hospital's main gate. Meanwhile, in the living room of the Qin family. How dare you touch my son? You're courting death. Qin's father's veins bulged on his forehead as he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering the glazed coffee table in the living room. Ignoring the blood on his hand, he directly dialed his phone. I don't care who they are. Release my son. If anything happens to him, I will never let you off. No one will have it easy. Qin's mother stepped forward to bandage his bleeding hand. She did not weep or wail, but her usually gentle face was now shrouded in frost, evidently consumed by rage. Inside the president's office of the Qin group, several secretaries and assistants stood trembling, all of them shivering in fear. Qin Wanrong was typically an icy female CEO, and they had grown accustomed to her temperament. But today something was distinctly peculiar. The CEO sat in her office chair, her exquisite face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Even though it was already late at night, none of the secretaries or assistants dared to suggest leaving given the expression on their boss face. Contact the garrison commander of Modu and tell him that if he doesn't want the commercial street built by my family to turn into ruins by tomorrow, he has 3 minutes. No 1 minute to give me an explanation. Yes. One of the assistants cautiously took out a phone and began dialing the numbers of those powerful figures. Leaving the hospital, Qin Wudao's car soon arrived before an ordinary office building. But the vehicle did not stop, or it drove directly into the underground garage. Only upon entering the underground garage did one realize it was a hidden world. Like a secret base, an entrance leading underground appeared directly with no light around and the air growing thin. 10 minutes later the car stopped and the door opened. Clatter. The moment Qin Wudao stepped out, he saw dozens of capable individuals in black holding firearms and staring at him. Though their muzzles were kept pointed downward, they appeared merely vigilant. Yet Qin Wudao could sense a trace of killing intent from them. These were people who had truly fought on battlefields considered elites. Follow me. At that moment, Di Yujia walked up to Qin Wudao, and after uttering 3 words in a cold tone strode forward directly. Qin Wudao shrugged, ignoring those staring at him, and followed Di Yujia slowly. Wang Weitong seemed to have been taken elsewhere, as his figure was no longer visible after getting off the car. Tap, tap, tap. In the empty, dim corridor, the footsteps were exceptionally clear, creating a silent pressure. Of course, this meant nothing to Qin Wudao. He was lucky not to be the one imposing pressure on others, let alone be oppressed by them. After an unknown time, the two arrived before a door. Di Yujia pushed open the door and let Qin Wudao enter. The room's decoration was extremely simple: a table, a few chairs, and only a desk lamp, making it look like an interrogation room. There were no windows, and a faint dampness hung in the air. Sit. Di Yujia pulled out a chair, intending to sit down herself, but Qin Wudao took the seat first, making it seem as if she were serving him. You. Di Yujia was furious. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and then sat opposite. I am the action team leader of the Special Operations Division. My name is Di Yujia. I've told you. Special Operations Division. Yes. Special Operations Division. Hearing this, Qin Wudao chuckled. Since it's the Special Operations Division, calling it SOD is a bit crude. Trust me, call it Special Ops from now on. Bang. Di Yujia slammed her palm onto the metal table, snapping. Qin Wudao, do you think this is some kind of place? Hey, how dare you act so insolent? I tell you, you're here because you've committed crimes. What right do you have to be arrogant here? Arrogant, Qin Wudao said in a nonchalant tone. You should be glad you've never seen what my arrogance looks like. If I were truly arrogant, the moment you slammed the table, I would have already stepped on your face and made you kiss the soles of my shoes. You. Just as Di Yujia was about to say something, the door opened and a middle-aged man walked in slowly. His face bore a gentle smile, and as soon as he entered, he addressed Qin Wudao. Mr. Qin, I apologize for inviting you here under these circumstances. We need to inquire about a few things. Captain D, what are you standing for? Please sit down. Don't be rude before Mr. Qin. Di Yujia snorted coldly before sitting down. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Wudao with a smile and slowly spoke. Qin Wudao, the eldest son of the Qin family, is actually the biological son of the Li family, the president of Hidden Dragon Group. He left the Qin family over a decade ago and went abroad alone. He later joined the mercenary organization Dragon King's Hall. A few years ago, he took over the organization and became the new Dragon King. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Qin Wudao did not respond. He merely smiled faintly. It was not surprising that the other party could discover his identity as the Dragon King. After all, before entering the country, Qin Wudao had contacted some high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom, and he had frequently cooperated with the Dragon Kingdom while abroad. Otherwise, direct entry into the country would have been subject to surveillance. Therefore, these special departments could also obtain information about him, but only the identity of the Dragon King. They had no access to anything else. Seeing that Qin Wudao remained silent, the middle-aged man continued. Recently, Mr. Qin has been quite prominent in Modu. I don't know why you've changed so much, but since you are the head of a mercenary group, I don't want you to cause too much trouble in Modu. Exactly. Di Yujia added coldly. Qin Wudao, you are a cancer. Do you think you can do whatever you want after coming to the Dragon Kingdom? I will eventually throw you in prison, no matter how powerful your background is. Swish. Before Di Yujia could finish, Qin Wudao grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at her with one hand. Di Yujia was startled and dodged quickly. Clang. The metallic collision echoed as the chair slammed into the wall, turning into a lump of iron, leaving a dent in the reinforced wall. Di Yujia had no doubt that if that thing had hit her, she would have been sent to meet her ancestors in an instant. If you don't want to talk, you can pretend to be mute. But if you speak to me in that tone again, I guarantee I will fulfill what I said earlier. You. Enough, Captain D, stop this. The middle-aged man intervened at the right moment to restrain. Qin Wudao turned to the middle-aged man and said softly, a good cop, a bad cop. Isn't that tactic a bit outdated? Just state your purpose directly. I'm guessing that before you decided to bring me here, you must have received communication from other departments, right? Disobeying orders to bring me here, just to have me sit and listen to your nonsense. Hearing Chin Wudeo's repeated and unceremonious words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened considerably. He spoke in a stern tone. Mr. Chin, allow me to introduce myself first. I am the director of the Special Operations Department. My surname is Yao Rizhao. You may call me Director Yao. The reason I invited you here is to inform you that you have been marked as a dangerous individual by our department. Two paths now lie before you. The first is that I arrange a secret flight for you to leave the country. After all, you are the Dragon King. It has been a while since you left the Dragon King's hall, should you not return. The second path is somewhat more troublesome. I will arrange for round-the-clock surveillance. Of course, your full cooperation is required. You must refrain from such unrestrained actions in the future, otherwise I will have no choice but to send someone to bring you in for a cup of tea. The tea here is not particularly pleasant. I hope you will understand, Mr. Chin. Hearing this, the smile on Chin Wudeo's face deepened. After all this talk, he had finally revealed his intentions. The Special Operations Department. Chin Wudao had never heard of it. The Dragon Kingdom indeed had special departments for handling various risks, but they were certainly not established in an underground parking garage. So this was a newly formed department, and it sought to make an example of him, the Dragon King, right from the start. Without a doubt, someone else was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just then, Chin Wudeo's phone suddenly rang. He took the phone from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and said with a light chuckle to Yao Rizhao, "It seems Director Yao's underground base isn't quite up to par. You haven't even installed a signal jammer." Yujue quickly strode over to Chin Wudao and said coldly, "No phone calls are allowed here. Hand over the phone. Otherwise, I have the authority to take emergency measures against you." This Yujue had repeatedly spoken in such a tone. Chin Wudeo's expression turned completely cold. He slowly extended his hand and said in a flat voice, "Come and take it." The phone continued to ring incessantly. Beads of sweat formed on Yuju's fair forehead, for she felt as if she were being stared down by a predator at the top of the food chain. Chin Wudao merely sat there, not even stirring his expression, and gazed still indifferent. Yet this aura made Yuju's legs feel weak. Seeing his prized subordinate caught in a dilemma, Yao Rizhao quickly interjected, "Mr. Chin, why don't you take the call first? Captain D was merely following protocol. I hope you can understand." Just then a second call came through. Seeing that Yujue made no move to take the phone, a mocking expression flickered across Chin Wudeo's face, and he promptly answered it. "Brother Chin, my apologies. If I'm not mistaken, you're currently being hosted by that newly formed department, aren't you? My father specifically asked me to call and apologize on his behalf. This department has just been established. It hasn't even been officially incorporated, and no documents have been issued yet. So it's inevitable that they are unfamiliar with you. If it's convenient, Brother Chin, could you please put this on speakerphone?" Upon hearing this, Chin Wudao looked at Yao Rizhao with a somewhat peculiar expression. The official documents haven't been issued yet, so these people aren't even officially sanctioned. Their dossiers might have been pulled, but they haven't been formally assigned here yet. In this interim period, what gave them the audacity to act so arrogantly? Chin Wudao lightly tapped the speakerphone and said, "Brother Tian, go ahead." "Director Yao." "No, Yao Rizhao should be able to hear you." Being addressed so directly made Yao Rizhao's expression turn ugly, but he also noted the name Tian. "Director Yao, my apologies. My father asked me to call you. The gentleman before you, Mr. Chin, is a strategic partner of our nation. He has dedicated himself wholeheartedly for our Dragon Kingdom abroad, even paying a heavy price. The Dragon of the Dragon King's Hall and the Dragon of our Dragon Kingdom share the same character, Director Yao. That is all I have to say. I am not giving you orders, as I hold no official position. But if you do not wish for your current interim status to become permanent, mind your attitude towards Mr. Chin. If he is dissatisfied, you will learn the consequences. By the way, a word of advice, your phone is off, so you wouldn't know that at least 100 calls were made to you simultaneously just now. These include calls from the offices of various representatives, among others. I believe you understand." That is, with that, Tian Pingxing hung up. As for Yao Rizhao, sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Calls from the offices of various representatives? Was this man in front of him just a foreign mercenary? And what did he mean by the Dragon of the Dragon Kingdom and the Dragon of the Dragon King's Hall being the same character? Tian Pingxing's grandfather was a general, and his father was the commander of the Capital Guard. As the Capital Guard commander, his authority was immense. Men of such stature usually spoke in riddles. For him to issue such a blatant threat meant he was genuinely forcing himself to calm down. Yao Rizhao said to Yujue, "Captain D, please bring me my phone." Yujue protested urgently. Phones are not allowed when interrogating a dangerous individual. Furthermore, follow orders. Now, Yao Rizhao's roar cut Yujue off. If before he had been willing to play along with this subordinate's routine of following procedure, he no longer had the patience for it now. 100 calls. He didn't know what would become of his so-called Special Operations Department after today. Yujue bit her lower lip hard. Nevertheless, she turned and walked out. Before long, she returned with Yao Rizhao's phone. Trembling, the latter turned on his phone. The moment it powered up, he saw a dense list of missed calls, all from confidential numbers along with various text message notifications. The more he saw, the paler Yao Rizhao's face became. He was beginning to doubt his intelligence. Was the Dragon King's Hall really just a mercenary organization? What kind of relationship did it truly have with his own country? Why had so many high-profile figures called on behalf of Qin Wudao, their tones icy and forceful? They were no longer inquiries, they were outright condemnations. Yao Rizhao cautiously lifted his head to look at Qin Wudao. The latter maintained his previous smile, as if he had long foreseen this turn of events. Yao Rizhao let out a soft sigh and smiled wryly. It seems I was indeed too overconfident. I still haven't fully understood the existence of the Dragon King Hall behind Mr. Qin. Qin Wudao didn't answer Yao Rizhao's doubt. Instead, he directly countered, Director Yao, now it's my turn to ask you, isn't it? Can you tell me who exactly leaked my information to you and instructed you to bring me here? Hearing Qin Wudao's question, Yao Rizhao's face grew even paler, and the muscles on his face began to Mr. Qin, no one told me to do this. I investigated your information myself, so there's no need to tell so. Before Yao Rizhao could finish, Qin Wudao cut him off directly. Tian Pingsheng had mentioned on the phone earlier that this department hadn't yet received official documentation, meaning it was just an empty shell. Was it mere coincidence that Yao Rizhao's first target of investigation happened to be the Dragon King himself? Moreover, the Dragon King Hall wasn't some ordinary entity that anyone could casually investigate. It was utterly— Director Yao, I hope you understand that the dragon in Dragon Nation and the dragon in my Dragon King Hall are the same character. If you can't explain this clearly, should I have the Dragon Group come and talk to you? At the mention of Dragon Group, Yao Rizhao's pupils constricted sharply. That was the true National Security Special Department of Dragon Nation, and comparing it to his own was like comparing an elephant to an ant. Once taken in for questioning by them, Yao Rizhao would never see the light of day again. With that thought, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, It was the War God Hall that informed me. Just as he expected. A look of understanding flickered in Qin Wudao's eyes. He had suspected that under normal circumstances this special department wouldn't have come directly to him. So it was the people from War God Hall. Due to the matter with Qinyu Group, Qin Wudao had already intended to deal with the so-called War God. But he hadn't expected the other party to make the first move before he could act. May I ask how the people from War God Hall managed to contact you, Director Yao? I encountered danger abroad before, and an elder from War God Hall saved me. This time, he didn't ask me to act against you directly. Instead, he gave me the information on Dragon King Hall, telling me this would be the first shot fired by my special department. Now it seems the shot has indeed been fired, but I'm not the one holding the gun. Yao Rizhao smiled bitterly. He had been used as a pawn. Oh well, he would consider this as repaying a debt of gratitude. Hearing Yao Rizhao's words, Qin Wudao nodded, and then continued, Director Yao, if it's convenient, could you give me his contact information? Yao Rizhao took out his phone and handed it directly to Qin Wudao. The latter glanced at the phone number before returning the device. Director Yao, if possible, I hope not to be disturbed by you in this manner again. After all, as you said, the tea here really isn't very good. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. The fate of my department remains uncertain, so I want have the honor of inviting— A look of despair flickered in Yao Rizhao's eyes. He knew what the consequences would be once his superiors learned that he had been used as a pawn. He also realized that if the Dragon King Hall was indeed closely tied to Dragon Nation, then his contact with the War God Hall was no different from treason. Mr. Qin, before I leave, may I ask you one question? What exactly is the relationship between the Dragon King Hall and our Dragon Nation? Of course, if it's classified, you don't have to answer. It's just out of personal curiosity. Hearing this, Qin Wudao spoke with profound meaning. The current Guardian General is the junior disciple of the previous Dragon King, which makes him my uncle master. This statement nearly made Yao Rizhao fall off his chair. Junior disciple, uncle master. What exactly was the Dragon King Hall all about? Dujua, standing nearby, had no idea what was happening. All she knew was that her upright director seemed ready to release Qin Wudao because of his background. Director, have you also fallen? Someone like Qin Wudao who flouts the law should be imprisoned here. You can't let him go just because of his power. You're really asking for death. Qin Wudao slowly stood up and said to Dujua, Are you trying to play some kind of righteous flower of the Law Enforcement Bureau falls for the Dragon King love story? I don't have time for that, and I find idiots like you utterly repulsive. A person should at least have either ability or intelligence. You have neither. Though Dujua didn't fully understand what Qin Wudao meant, she knew he was insulting her. Qin Wudao, don't think you can do whatever you want. Even if the director is intimidated by your background, I won't. Is that so? Qin Wudao's lips curled into a slight smile. Then tell me, oh righteous captain, what do you make of your director's contact with the foreign power, the War God Hall? Also, I noticed that the person from War God Hall used a domestic phone number. Captain D, shouldn't you go after them? I don't know anything about any War God Hall. Dujua shook her head and said firmly, and even if they are a foreign power, so what? Since they reported you, it proves they're the good guys. Moreover, compared to them, you, a lawless rich second generation, are the one who deserves to be arrested. Oh, I see. Qin Wudao nodded, then turned to Yao Rizhao. Director Yao, let me confirm. Your department hasn't been officially established yet, has it? Yes, Yao Rizhao said softly. As Tian Pingxing told you earlier, our department hasn't been officially established. That means none of you are currently part of the Law Enforcement Bureau, so you're not my people. Good, because I don't like laying hands. Before Yao Rizhao could process the meaning of Qin Wudao's words, the latter transformed into a blur and appeared beside Di Yujue. In an instant before she could react, his hand pressed directly onto her face, and with a sudden burst of force. With a thunderous crash, Qin Wudao slammed Di Yujue against the wall with such force that cracks spread across the... A flicker of crimson light danced in Qin Wudao's eyes. He hadn't even put on the ring that suppressed his berserk. Looking at Di Yujue, whose fate was uncertain, Qin Wudao said softly, I've tolerated you for too long. You're not even officially on the roster yet. Where do you find the courage to provoke me again and again? With a thud, Qin Wudao threw Di Yujue to the ground and said to Yao Rizhao, Director, Yao, since she's not one of your people, it's fine for me to deal with her, isn't it? It's fine. Yao Rizhao was at a complete loss for words. Seeing Di Yujue lying in a pool of blood, he didn't even bother to check on his condition. Instead, he sat there staring blankly at Qin Wudao's retreating figure. As Qin Wudao had said, the Special Affairs Department had yet to complete its formalities. In other words, both he and Di Yujue were merely ordinary citizens without any official status. As ordinary individuals, they had apprehended Qin Wudao and even interrogated him alone. Not only was Di Yujue's current fate justified, but even if Qin Wudao had slain everyone in their underground base, no one could hold it against him. After all, Qin Wudao's background was far too formidable. The Dragon King's palace, the Dragon Nation, the Guardian General, one of their own. These terms related to Qin Wudao flashed through Yao Rizhao's mind one after another. Moments later, the veins on his forehead bulged and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. War God Hall, you've done well. Qin Wudao, naturally unaware of Yao Rizhao's outburst, had already walked leisurely to the parking lot of the underground base, where Wang Weitong had been waiting for some time. The so-called members of the Special Affairs Department stood around in a daze, their gazes at Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong tinged with complexity. They had no idea what had transpired, having only received a notification from their director 2 minutes earlier. Escort Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong out. They are not dangerous individuals, but rather, in short, remember to treat them with courtesy. In the eyes of these department members, their director must have compromised due to Qin Wudao and Wang Weitong's backgrounds. Thus, each of them felt a sense of unease, especially those who had followed Di Yujue to invite Qin Wudao back. They feared he would settle scores later, for they were merely soldiers following orders. If a person of high rank and power sought revenge, their careers would be over. Qin Wudao paid no heed to anyone, directly getting into the back seat of a car and saying in a flat tone, "Take me back to the Qin family." "Yes, sir." One of the department members volunteered to be the driver. Wang Weitong followed suit. He too needed to return to the Wang family. Having been taken away from the hospital by these people earlier, he feared that his brother, especially his half-brother, would have already made moves against his influence. He needed to return quickly to regain control. With a roar of engines, the outer gate slowly opened and 2 cars drove off toward the Wang and Qin families respectively. In the Qin family villa, Father Qin, Mother Qin, and Qin Wanrong sat on the sofa. Their faces were grim and cold, still brooding over Qin Wudao's abduction. Though some important figures had apologized and assured them it would not happen again, they still felt uneasy. Just then Yubo hurried in, beaming. "Master, Mistress, young Miss, the young master has returned." "Really?" The 3 stood up simultaneously, joy lighting up their faces. Moments later, Qin Wudao, Mother Qin, rushed forward and embraced him tightly. "My good child, were you frightened? Did they do anything to you? If they bullied you, tell your mother, and he'll seek justice for you." Father Qin also looked on with deep concern. Faced with his family's care, Qin Wudao said softly, "Mom, Dad, I'm fine. They didn't bully me. Don't worry. That's good." Hearing that he was unharmed, Mother Qin's anxious heart finally settled. Just then, as if sensing something, she slowly turned around. Sure enough, her daughter's exquisite face was etched with worry, and her beautiful eyes were even slightly red. This silly girl. Too shy to show it. A mother knows her daughter best. Seeing Qin Wudao safe, then she turned, walked to Father Qin's side, and pulled his arm, heading upstairs. Yubo also gestured for the entire living room was left with only Qin Wudao and Qin Wanrong. At that moment, Qin Wanrong could no longer hold back. She threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him, her voice trembling slightly. "You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay. Next time something like this happens, can you tell me in advance? Do you want to disappear for a long time without a word?" "How could I?" Qin Wudao held her, speaking gently. "And this wasn't even a big trouble. Didn't I come back safe?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wanrong lifted her head slightly. "Kiss me." Their lips met. After a long moment, they parted, her beautiful eyes glazed with intoxication, her exquisite face flushed crimson. Qin Wudao scooped her up in a bridal carry and headed upstairs. In his arms as they reached the door, Qin Wanrong had already slipped off her coat, tossing it carelessly to the floor, and was unbuttoning her shirt. A flash of pale skin was starkly visible in the darkness. They kissed again, and Qin Wudao laid her on the bed, their hands exploring each other. Give yourself to me. Meanwhile, in a hospital room in Moda, Qin Zirwei lay with a look of utter despair. May I ask where the hell the doctor treating me is? I'm injured this badly. Where are you people? Outside, Chu Lian heard the second young master Qin's shouts, but paid him no mind. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, as if recalling how Qin Wudao had saved her. Despite having a mature, beautiful face, she harbored a maiden's heart. In her eyes, Qin Wudao's sudden appearance at that moment was exactly like the hero of her fantasies. I remember an internet saying if someone is plain looking, you repay them with servitude in the next life. Oh, if they're handsome and powerful, you offer yourself in marriage. So should I offer myself? Lost in her own world, Chu Lian completely ignored Qin Zirwei's howling. It was well past midnight when the hospital staff finally discovered Qin Zirwei. The pain from his broken bones made him want to hit someone. But thinking of the 2 billion he had obtained, his heart felt lighter. Ouch. It hurts so much. Damn, it's killing me. The doctor watched the patient alternating between laughing and crying and silently signaled the nurse to call a psych. She immediately left the ward.